Coverage of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship Round 2 here from Whilton Mill on, as ever, the 4th Sunday of the month. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in commentary today is James Johnstone. Here, as ever, is your Whilton Mill circuit. We're running on the international layout of the track today. 1.2 kilometres, 13 turns, 23 feet in elevation change. Mixed conditions, feels more like February than May here at Whilton Mill today. Some light rain forecast, cold conditions, we say max of 11 degrees centigrade, low of 3. Quite gusty as well here in Northamptonshire this morning. Packed schedule on for today. Let's kick things off with Honda Cadet. So Honda Cadet Heat 1, the first of 4 for our Honda Cadets today. Let's have a look at the grid for the first race of the morning. Lucy Whilton has pole position, Jack Price alongside on the front row. Max Fallon and Oliver Gibson on row 2, Adam Hill and Oliver Meek on row 3. Callum Wilson and Charlie Wolfett start on row 4, Cole Denholm and Jake Schulz wrap out the top 10. Noah McNicholas and Mayan Patel on row 6. Ben Simpson and Joshua Smith start on row 7. Theo Champney and Riley Thatcher are on row 8. Sebastian Otuzio and Kai Clark on row 9. Emily Cooper and Riley Till are on row 10. Joshua Bajembi and Sergio Wirtz will be going from row 11 in this one. Charlie Warren and Christian Stefanov on row 12. Jacob Lee and Gregor Reed start on row 13. Bobby Pete and Logan Giles on row 14. Samuel Gamio and Tyler Davis in the top 30. And then Zach Champney and Victor Hansen form out the 32 kart field. If you are following a particular Honda Cadet driver and I have not just read their name out, don't worry, they are here. This is the heat that they sit out, as we say. Each driver in all of our heats this morning in the early afternoon, racing 3 races, random grids. They start 1 from the front, 1 from the middle, and 1 from the back. Do get involved in the comments. We're keeping an eye on them. Good morning to Lee Starbuck, who's cheering on Zach Starbuck in Honda Cadet number 88 and Zach Champney number 61. Good morning to Ian Fleming as well, who's asking, is Super GT in Senior X30? Yes, he is. More about Super GT and Steve Brown later. But you can see the dummy grid. You can also see the damp conditions that we've got offline here at Whilton Mill this morning. Honda's in their dummy grid ready to go. And I think now is an appropriate time to welcome back to Whilton Mill Kart Club for the first time in quite a while, James Johnstone. Good morning, James.
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, everyone. Privileged to be back in the commentary box. In general, it's been a good 15 months since I put the headset on, and I cannot wait for this. Mixed conditions on track. It looks like everyone is out on dry tyres, so that will be an interesting one. It's probably a dry line for the most part around the track, but as you can see in that shot right there, there are dangerous puddles all over the show. So it is going to be interesting to see what they can do. I was here with Club 100 last week, and it was one race in particular, it was dry, and then all of a sudden we noticed the rain was coming down and we saw a lot of karts heading off into the grass down at the boot. So it is going to be treacherous out there, but for the moment at least it looks, particularly looking at that shot right there, it looks like a decent dry line for the moment, but we will have to keep an eye on that situation. I think there is rain forecast for the afternoon finals, so if everyone's running on dry for the morning, going into wets, it could be anyone's game. We see completely different as we go through the day.
Yeah, and it's been There's a word that I could use to describe the weather over the last month in this area of the world that I won't, because there's children watching.
Yes,
it's
we're not
not been very good. I think I can't remember how many days of no rain we have had, but I reckon I could count them on one hand.
It's one of those. We're in one of those situations where you sort of forget what the sun looks like.
Yes.
Because it's just not been around. So yeah, we've just been stuck in this situation. Hopefully it improves at some point this month, but. Yeah, we had a good April. It was always bound to come back and bite us, and it has indeed.
Hopefully June will be better. A little bit more housekeeping before we get things underway, guys. I know that there'll be a lot of people tuning in for specific classes, specific drivers. As ever, here is your running order for each rotation that we'll go through today. Honda Cadets always kicking off first, IAME Cadets following them up second, X30 Mini after that, then Mini Max, the Rotax class, then Junior Max, then X30 Junior, then X30 Senior, then Senior Max. So that's going to be your pattern, and we'll do that once, twice, thrice, apart from the very end of the third rotation where we'll slip in another Honda Cadet heat. So that's where the fourth one will appear there. And then... Apologies, I can't remember what the finals order is.
Do you want me to take it, Ed?
What's the finals order?
The finals order. So the first final we've got is the IAME Cadets. So the heats are all 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and then we've got the IAME Cadets at a 10-minute final, and then followed by the X30s, then the Mini Max, then we have a Honda Cadet B final. Junior Max follows after that. Then we have the X30s, then the X30 Juniors, then X30 Seniors, then the Senior Max, and then we close the day off with the Honda Cadet A final.
Good stuff. We've just popped the results page on the web for you in the chat. Do have a look at that. Let's have a look then for people first time here on a Whilton Mill stream. Well, maybe just need a bit of a reminder. Let's have a look at a hot lap of this Whilton Mill circuit.
Welcome to Whilton Mill, a beautiful circuit situated in the countryside of Northamptonshire. Let's take a lap around the circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit where it's pretty much flat out if you're brave enough. You come in and you clip the first apex, clipping the second and not running out too wide onto that rough tarmac area. We then head uphill into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner, a very tricky corner on this one where it is very easy to compromise your exit speed as you fight for track position. You head round the kink and start sector 2 through Inkerman and the Ashby hairpin. Try to avoid that inside curb as it can massively unsettle the kart. Heavy braking in the downhill hairpin of Ashby, again not running out too wide. We head into the two left-handers now of Wilkins and Oisiers. Great for overtaking opportunities, but really easy to make any slight mistake. Downhill into the braking zone on this one, trying to watch that inside curb, slightly running out wide as you want a good exit onto the back straight. We start sector 3, and the boot, the trickiest part of the circuit now, as it's very high curbs, very bumpy through here as well, as you hit both those apexes. Round the final corner, we head in towards Pit Bend, avoiding that inside curb, and finishing the lap here at Whilton Mill.
Thank you very much, DJ, for taking us around that lap. So Honda Cadets on their formation lap. Grid at start, standing start as ever for the Honda Cadets. There they are. And as ever, the race will be timed and then plus 1 lap at the end of it. Depending, it should be 8 minutes plus 1 lap, unless we've had a change on the schedule, because it said 8 minutes. Yep. Very packed schedule today. But it looks like we are just about ready then for the first race of the day. Parents, guardians and mechanics clearing the circuit. As ever, plates that have a black background, they are the novice drivers. They start all of their heats from the back of the field. Those on yellow plates, a bit more experienced. We're just about under starters orders then. So Lucy Whilton at the front of the grid. On the left-hand side of your screen, the number 99 will have pole position for this first race. Jack Price alongside on the front row. We are now under starters orders for the start of WMKC Round 2 for 2021. Away we go. Steady start from both of those at the front of the grid. It's been a very good one for Jack Price. Jack will lead into Turn 1 and Turn 2 for the first time. It's a clean start from the Honda Cadets as they run up the hill now to Christmas Corner. And already, the number 71 of Jack Price is getting a bit of a lead here, James.
Absolutely fantastic launch there for Jack on the outside line. Wouldn't have expected to see that, but there we go. Fantastic from him. He's already got a decent lead heading into Ashby, looking for any moves going in, and so far so good from this class, Andrew.
Absolutely, it just caught the sight of the number 55 of Theo Champney already starting to come through the field. A very strong driver, raced strongly in the Super One Championship last season, which you can watch back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and we've got that championship coming up again in the next few weeks. There's the number 95 working their way past the number 10.
It's Charlie Wolfett. He's got quite a good little start there. Started in 8th, must be up to about 6 by now, but I just noticed there as well, Jack Price getting a little bit outsourced through Wilkins, but he has now got a decent, he's recovered and now 0.5 seconds ahead as they cross the line.
So it's Jack Price from Lucy Whilton, Oliver Gibson 3rd, Adam Hill 4th, Callum Wilson your top 5. There is Wilson in the number 11, and straight away we start to see some classic Honda Cadet formations getting together.
Very close there between Gibson and Whilton. Gibson just having a little look down the inside of Ashby, another little look down the inside. Can't quite see who that was. The man in red just having a look down the inside of Wilkins, but yeah, no, Whilton covering off the move and has now actually got a little bit, just a little bit of breathing room to Whilton. Looks like, are we going to see an overtake from the number 11 there? No, not yet. Callum Wilson, yes, Callum Wilson just backing out of it at the end. Difficult overtaking into the boot, it has to be said. So it's a move that if you're going to do it, you've got to commit to it. So across the line, Jack Price taking another half second out of Lucy Whilton on that lap.
Joshua Smith's had a good start, if we've not mentioned it already, in the number 10. It's up the inside. Here comes Oliver Gibson going for second place. Very nice overtake there through Christmas Corner, and it looks like Adam Hill's going to nip through as well for 3rd. Very good reading of the situation there from the number 66. Down into Ashby, there's another move going on there. Was that Adam Hill challenging Oliver Gibson for that second place? We'll check it as they come out and into Ozies. Yes, it was. So Adam Hill up to second place now in the matter of a couple of corners, and up the inside as well. That was a move by Callum Wilson. He's now up to 4th place. It's some great racing as ever from the Honda Cadets.
Lucy Whilton going very defensive. I think she's just been overtaken now as well by the 20 of Mayan Patel. So Lucy just falling down that overtake into Christmas. It didn't go well for her, and she has now fallen down the grid. So this is all, should be pointed out as well, this is all helping Jack Price out massively. He just sets the fastest lap of the race. Now got a 2.1 second gap at the front, but it's now this battle for second place between Adam Hill and Oliver Gibson. We are focusing on just working together at the moment to keep that gap to the guys behind, build a little gap for themselves, and then I'm sure that as we get towards the end of this race, they will start going hammer and tongs together.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 engines better than 1 at this stage of the race. There's a yellow flag out for something into the mid part of the circuit, so in through Wilkins and Ozies. Can't quite see what it is for the moment, but the driver's dealing with it well.
Sorry Andrew, sorry to cut across you there. Looks like we just had an overtake there from Mayan Patel on the blue 11, so that is Callum Wilson, and that has compromised Callum massively. Good lunge into Ozies, and now Callum falling down the order, and they're all piling up behind him trying to get these overtakes done as well. So benefiting, of course, yeah, you can see, as you see there, Callum Wilson dropping down from 4th to 7th, so a bit of a not great that for him there, has to be said.
4 minutes to go then in this one. Probably the +1 lap afterwards as well. There's the number 55, Theo Champney. Said to look out for him, and he's already now, well, that's 7th place for Theo in the double 5.
Looks like we might be seeing an overtake down the inside on Lucy Whilton. I'm assuming that is Joshua Smith in the number 10 car, and they're just onto the grass in front of this fighting pack here. Is who's that going? Is Callum Wilson now still fighting with Theo Champney, as he now has the inside line for Ozies, and he's got held on to the movers, and now coming up to the 33 car. I believe that is someone they are lapping as the blue flags come out, and there's big nearly calamity there for Theo Champney, and they're onto the grass almost as the number 33 gets in. Gets in the way a little bit, but that is the risk you run. So that massively compromised. Who Oliver Meek's fallen down massively. He's fallen down 5 places on that lap, and Callum Wilson down 5 as well. So the back markers at this stage has had an impact on the race. And now we see a little look down the inside of Christmas from the 27. That is Jack Schulz. He's come out of nowhere, and he's benefited from that little conundrum into the boot, as the blue flag's still waving for the 33. Got to get out of the way, keep it clean. But yeah, interfering with the race, but at the end of the day, the guys coming through have got to navigate these back markers.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for the number 33. It's very, very difficult to, with so many karts in the race, to be able to get out of the way of everybody as per the blue flag regulations. So wasn't much fault there from the number 33. It's just one of those things in Honda Cadet racing. 2 minutes 24 to go. Good move there by the number 8, I think it was, of Emily Cooper, trying to make up some positions. We've got the number 17 of Jacob Lee on the inside now. Riley Thatcher in there as well. Joshua Bajembi pulling through the field as well, up to 15th place. 2 positions gained on that last lap. Top novice at the moment, by the way. You can just see on your timing tower on the left-hand side, Victor Hansen up to 20th place now. So really good stuff there from the driver of the number 26.
It is worth pointing out that Adam Hill is closing on Jack Price. The gap was at 2.1 seconds. It's now down to just 1 second. So with 1 minute 50 of this race, could we see a late battle for the leaders? The number 8 going very wide there. That is Emily Cooper. So she's been having a really good ding-dong with some of these guys around her, but she's just overstepped it, just a little bit, and losing a few positions there.
Joshua Smith has set the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.6. He's currently in 5th place, and it's just gone even faster in sector number 2, so keep an eye on Joshua, because this one could close up at the end. 1 minute 20 to go. Adam Hill has taken another tenth and a half out of Jack Price there. The gap is down to 0.88 of a second.
Jacob Lee coming in with the fastest lap significantly with a 54.34. That's a good way faster than the leaders, who we do now pick up. We've got a hand in the air from Jack Price. Not sure what that's about. I don't know if there's a yellow flag, but yeah, Adam Hill definitely gaining on him. So we now see this very tight battle. Who have we got here? We've got the number 10 of Joshua Smith. So it's this battle in and around for sort of 8th down to about 13th, really. Really close. And that who we got there.
That's the leader.
It's the leader.
71.
He's off. That's what the hand in the air was for. Something had gone wrong with the car. You could probably feel it as driving. Hands in the air, absolutely gutted. Didn't really do anything wrong, but the car has unfortunately let him down. And now your new leader is Adam Hill. That's so unfortunate for Jack. But it's the classic phrase of sometimes that is racing.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Jack. He'd driven a brilliant race up to this point, had done everything that he needed to do off the front of the grid. It's a big opportunity for him to gain some good points, and now he's going to be having to battle back across the course of his other 2 heats, and hopefully we'll see him in the A final later on. Time is about to expire. That means that the drivers will see the final lap board the next time they cross start finish. There is your new leader, number 66, Adam Hill, clear by 2.2 seconds now. Just needs to keep things nice and calm, and this is a great opportunity to start off the day with a win. Here is your battle between the number 95 of Charlie Wolford and Jacob Lee, the number 17. This is over 8th position. Leader starts the final lap. Change for 2nd place as well. Mayan Patel has got past Oliver Gibson. Theo Champney, also not out of this yet, is just done the fastest lap of the race of 54.1. Is only 0.8 of a second behind Gibson.
Absolutely, yes, but it looks like Adam Hill, who has to be said, obviously benefiting from the retirement of Jack Price, but he has still driven a brilliant race, starting in I cannot quite remember where he started, but he has come through the grid and had a very good race, and now leads comfortably, getting himself ahead of the Mayan Patel and Oliver Gibson fight. So yes, very, very professional driving, I think, is the way to put it, hounding down Jack Price. He was gaining at a rate of knots. Was that because of the technical faults for Jack Price? We will never know, but it is a great drive from Adam Hill as he comes around the final corner and is going to cross the line and take the first victory of the day. Fantastic drive there from Adam Hill, and who is coming alongside in second? It is Mayan Patel. Oliver Gibson just about hangs on to 3rd place, as it looks like Charlie Wolford fell down the grid a bit there, down into 8th. But yes, you've got Theo Champney in 4th with a 53.9 at the end, your fast lap of the race. Then it's Jake Schulz from Lucy Whilton, Jacob Lee, Charlie Wolford, Joshua Bajembi, Joshua Smith, Ben Simpson, Emily Cooper, Sebastiano Tuzeo in 13th. Then it's Callum Wilson, who was running well, but unfortunately just fell a little bit down during that race. And then you have Riley Thatcher in 15th, Oliver Meek in 16th, Sergio Wiz in 17th, Riley Till 18th, Charlie Warren in 19th and 20th, and your lead novice and final one I will read out is Victor Hansen.
Good stuff. We'll see the Hondas out again later on. Next out on circuit will be the first heat for IAME Cadet. Getting ready for the first heat in IAME Cadet. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Quinn Cross has pole position alongside Max Mason, Fred Green and Aaron Richardson on row 2, Cooper Snedden and Albert Friend on row 3. Zach Green and Sky Parker start on row number 4, Archie Lovett and Will Green wrap out the top 10, Kit Bolofsky and Jensen Jones start their day from row 6. Jacob Anslow and Kasper Tomilewski start on row 7, Logan Howes and Jensen Ackerman on row 8, Morgan Moore and Canish Grau on row 9. Braith Murdoch and Maxwell Orr, happy birthday Max, 10 years old today, start on row number 10, Flynn McDermott and Jensen Chalk on row 11, Jacob Nairn and Donald Stratton start on row 12. Teddy Woodard and Sukhmani Kira start on row 13, Thomas Clark and Finley Hines on row 14, Ethan Weldon and John T. Restrick on row 15, Blair Smith and Henry Clark on row 16, Levi McGrath and Teddy Porter wrap up the 34 kart field. Very interesting grid this one. No Joseph Katz-Tonis today, and is that a problem for the number 71 of Max Mason? Yes it is. So I think Max Mason, if my eyes aren't deceiving me, well they might have been deceiving me because the 71's just come through sector 1, so apologies for that. That may actually, no, I'll correct myself, that was a Honda Cadet number 71 that I saw. So no problems there for Max Mason. I think there is a problem there for the 26. Yeah, 26. Is that 25? That is Jacob Nairn, one of our novices who unfortunately has had some form of technical issue and is not going to make the start here. That's a real shame for Jacob, who was due to start on row 12. I think we are... yes. Quinn Cross is a novice, so I think the grids have been reordered, so it doesn't start this race in pole position. So it's actually Max Mason, the number 71 on pole, Fred Green alongside on the front row. Looks like we are ready to go. No, we're not. We're on a false start, so we'll go round again.
That will be for the 25, I'm sure of it, of Jacob Nairn. So, yeah, really unfortunate there for Jacob. There really isn't much you can say, and as the kart gets pulled away behind the marshal post,
that's really hard for a young driver who's probably prepared a lot for today to be out of the race so early on.
It won't be of any consequence to him. No. He won't really have much to think about it. But it is what it can be said is it's character building. Yeah. These things happen in racing. You have to be, as we saw with the winner or with the leader of the last race. Running out in front, and then you get a technical problem. It does happen. It can happen, and you've got to learn how to deal with it. And it will make you stronger going forward. That's the only bit of consolation there for Jack.
We're just waiting for Kasper Tomilewski to form into this group. Very intrigued to see how Kasper. Is that a problem for the 15 as well? Yes, it is. So the 15 is out already. That's Fred Green. Are we going to go round again for this one? No, I think we are green and racing in IAME Cadet. So already a bit of drama even before we've reached turn 1. But Max Mason has had a good start there from the front of the field. There is the stricken number 15. Fred Green, who was due to start second place, is already out the race. And look at that, coming through is the other Green, Zach Green, son of Jamie, Audi DTM driver. Very good start for Zach, already up to third place. Max Mason leading then as they go down into Ashby for the first time in this one, as ever, 8 minutes plus 1 lap.
Very good start. A very good start for Max Mason. He's got a good little lead there, and all of a sudden you can just see Zach Green down the inside for second place. Now, who was that on? I'm assuming that was on Cooper Snedden. But yeah, brilliant stuff there from Zach Green. He may even be third. We shall wait to see them across the line. But it's all getting very close here through the booths. And now looking, are they all keeping it comfortable? Yes, they are, following single file as they come through the final corner. So it is Max Mason leading, but it's Zach Green with the big move up into second place from fourth. He set the fastest lap as well. That is quite astonishing. He's now having a look at the back. And he's not having a look at the back. He is sending it down the inside for the lead from fourth to first in 1.25 laps. Absolutely fantastic stuff there from Zach Green. He's just got a bit out of shape into Ashby, and I think that will be Max Mason taking the lead back, and this is all obviously going to send them further towards the chasing field. So it looked good for Zach Green, but he just got a little bit out of shape into Ashby. But it has to be said, looking at the pace he's carrying through Aussies, I think it'll be a Herculean effort from Max Mason to keep him behind, but and once again that has already come to a swift end because Zach Green now takes the lead, although Max Mason is going to fight him down the inside into pit bend, but he has not quite been able to manage it. So across the line then we have now got Zach Green heading the field from Max Mason. Kit Belofsky now just hanging on to them in third place. Should point out Morgan Moore as well, claiming 2 places on that lap, as we now see Max Mason about to be overtaken by Kit Belofsky as well. So there we go, Kit getting a good move in there. Max will fight it down towards Ashby. If he's going to try and fight it, this is the place to do it, but it looks like it might just be better just to hang with them. And we might have also just seen an overtake there from Morgan Moore on Sky Parker. So overtakes happening all around the place at the moment, Andrew.
Yeah, really good stuff from the IAME Cadets. Intriguing situation in the IAME Cadet today because Joseph Katzentonis, reigning FastR WMKC champion in this class, the number 88 goes past the 20 there, so that's a good move from Archie Lovett on Sky Parker. Katzentonis won last year, won the first round of this new season as well, but not here today, so this is a big opportunity for Zach Green and Kit Belofsky to take a bit of a stance in this championship. Zach Green was second in the final last time round, Kit Belofsky fourth, but here comes Kit Belofsky having a little look there for the PMR team. Of course, Kit Belofsky and Joseph Katzentonis teammates, as now Belofsky down the inside takes the lead of this one away from Zach Green. He's had 1 heat win so far this season, has Kit, which was heat 2 a month ago.
Morgan Moore also getting a move there in on Max Mason, as you see this massive fight there coming into Aussiers, but we're now going to keep an eye on the leaders. So yeah, Kit Belofsky had a look at it into Christmas, but then decided to fully go for it into Ashby, and he now takes the lead of this race. Just looking to see them across the line. How are we looking? It looks like, yeah, Morgan Moore up into third place, and Archie Lovett now coming through on Max Mason, surely going to be having a look down the inside. Oh, and we've got an off there. There's Zach Green. Zach Green has gone off the track. Not sure what's happened there, but he's found himself in the grass, out of the crook, out of Fine Lady Sea, shake of the head. And oh my, it's just gone from brilliant to a lot worse for Zach Green. Absolutely awful there, and also awful for the number 44 of, I'm not entirely sure who that is at this moment in time. We've got, it's Sukhmani Khera. Oh, that's a real shame for him. It has to be said, Andrew, we're seeing a lot of technical failures in this race in particular. We obviously had the leader go out in the last race, but in this race we had about a good 4 or 5 technical failures so far. Yeah,
that's a real shame for Sukhmani. She, I think she was having a transponder. Oh, the 29's off now. There's all kinds of reliability issues and incidents in this race. But yeah, Sukhmani Khera, with a problem there, has retired from this race. So Kit Belofsky leads by 1 second clear of Morgan Moore. Archie Lovett in third place now. Max Mason in fourth. Flynn McDermott fifth, has just set a new personal best of a 55.08.
Sorry, Andrew, I just popped outside just have a quick look if there was a bit of rain colour starting to come down, just looking at these offs we're seeing, but no, it's all dry out there, so that's just be a couple of driver errors happening in the incidents we are seeing through here. But as you just see, Zach Green now down the inside of the 57. That is Finley Haynes. So he's making the comeback. It's what you've got to do in this situation. It's gone wrong. Just get your head down and work through it. He's going to try and have a look down, get a double overtake here. Oh, absolutely fantastic stuff. He is really hooked up in that kart today. Real shame what happened. But yeah, he is still absolutely fighting through. Could still put in a really come through for a decent result in the grand scheme of things. He's now up into 10th place, climbed 5 places on that lap.
Yeah, just got past Aaron Richardson there in number 6. Finley Hines, by the way, is also your top novice, so this is a good drive from the number 57. Here's the battle over 7th place. Blair Smith in the number 45, Braith Murdoch in the number 14. 2 greens close to each other on circuit now. Will and Zach. Obviously, both wearing the same or similar colours that Dad wore in his racing career, and won't want to make any contact. They'll want to make some good progress in the remainder of this heat. 1 minute 40 to go. Morgan Moore has just set the fastest lap of the race. Gap is down to 0.75 of a second at the front of the field. And half a second was taken out of Kit Bolofsky last time around, so this could be a good run for Morgan Moore over the line. Zach now ahead of Will in the all-green battle. That's over 9th place. Kasper Tomilewski, by the way, is up to 11th. Last year's Honda Cadet champion in Super 1, now here in IAME Cadet. He's having a good race as well from the back of the field. It's always the key thing when you start in the middle or the back in these heat races, JJ. You don't necessarily think about winning the race, but you definitely want to move forward, gain some points, and then take your opportunities as the day goes on.
Absolutely. Personally, I always prefer starting at the back because you can just let the chaos unfold in front of you and pick up the pieces. And I think that's what we're seeing from a lot of these drivers today, especially you have to say with Zach Green getting out of shape, out of Fine Lady, and now fighting in the top 10, looking like he could be. Both Greens now coming on to this what is probably the tightest battle on the track, certainly in the top 10. This battle for 7th place at the moment we have got is still Blair Smith leading from Braith Murdoch. Saw a bit of contact between Braith and Blair as they were heading into Osiers, but now as we come into Christmas, it's going to be Zach Green down the inside into Christmas. He's got the move done, forcing Blair Smith out, Braith Murdoch even onto the outside, and that is surely going to give Will Green an opportunity down into Ashby. Not quite so far, but it has certainly sent Braith back into the path of Will Green, his brother. So now coming out of Wilkins and into Osiers, Zach Green surely going to have a good run on Blair Smith as we head down towards the boot. That car has got a terrific top end, it has to be said. He dives to the inside of the boot. Blair will fight it, but he's may have been better just to let him go, because he's now got Braith right behind him and Will. Great move from Zach Green, great recovery into 7th place. You would think is probably where he will finish. We now on to the last lap. So we have got this titanic battle for now 8th place between Blair, Braith and Will. We've also got this, it's actually a very close fight as well between Kit and Morgan up top. It's only 0.39 of a second. We're looking at the moment. We are looking at the battle for 5th place between Flynn McDermott and Jensen Jones, as Jensen sends it down the inside into Ashby. Has he got the move done? It looks like it. He's trying to and fight round the outside. Is the number 23 of Flynn, but it looks as he just lost out to coming to the line for the victory in this race. But it is going to be Kit Bolofsky. No, it is. We had a switch around. Morgan Moore has overtaken Kit Bolofsky at some point on that final lap. He takes the win. It's Kit Bolofsky in second, who led this race for so long. What are we seeing here? We've got the 10. I think that is a lap kart, but we have got lap kart there, and it all just kicked off on that final lap. So I'll take you through the running order now. So we've got Morgan Moore takes the win. Kit Bolofsky, who led this race for so long, comes home to finish in 2nd place. A little bit of a shacker being thrown there by the 31 of Teddy Woodard. I think they overtook Sky Parker at the end as well. But anyway, we have got Archie Lovett then came in 3rd. Max Mason in 4th. Jensen Jones in 5th. Zach Green coming through to take 6th in the end. Brilliant job there from Zach. Great recovery. Flynn McDermott in 7th. Then it's Will Green, Blair Smith. So Will got Blair at the end. Then it's Braith Murdoch, Kasper Tomilewski. Finley Hens is your highest novice, followed very closely by Jensen Chalk, the next highest novice. Then it's Logan Howes, Cooper Snedden, Henry Clark, Max Horlaw, Donald Stratton, Thomas Clark, and rounding off your top 20 is Teddy Woodard.
Very, very good stuff. First win of the year for Morgan Moore. We'll see the IAME cadets out again later on today. Let's move on though to the first of our mini heats. X30 Mini Heat 1 is coming up next. X30 Minis time. Let's have a look at their first grid. Henry Jocelyn will have pole position for this one. Izzy Wolfett alongside on the front row. Morgan Hill and Charlie Mills row 2. Tommy Harfield and Luke Fleming row number 3. Charlie Locker and Riley Bishop start this race from row number 4. Ryan Etchberg and Lucas Field are on row 5. Jack Mowat and Ashton Wiggins are on row 6. Jack Owen Drawbridge and Aidan Hassan on row number 7. Finn Leslie and Jensen Pugh on row number 8. Marley Pereiro and Cameron Pratt Thompson on row number 9. Amelia Pennington and Lawrence Finn on row 10. Jack Hobson and Macaulay Bishop row 11. Oliver Bocock and Eden Spanswick are on row number 12. Kira Harris and Taylor Orridge are on row number 13, Thomas Cucurello Yeomans and Katie Ashman, row number 14, Joshua Jones and James Kell on row 15. We're into our novices now, Benjamin Rowe and Reese Bennett to wrap out the 32 kart field. So X30 Minis, another really good field this. Some top drivers in it. Both those who've experienced this class before, have had top 10s in the British Championships, by the way, on today down at Clay Pigeon. Another one of the events being covered by Alpha Live today. I'm going to be biased though, don't go and watch them. Keep it here, locked with the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship.
Northampton is much nicer than Dorchester. You want to stay here.
Oof.
You know you do.
Oof. That's a statement and a half. But yeah, it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap for them again. Remember, if you want to keep track, if you've got a second screen, laptop, tablet, phone, whatever it may be,
Toaster.
results start Alf. Well, can you get results on toasters?
I'm sure you can. It's 2021. Anything's possible.
Results.alphatime.co.uk/WMKC /2021. Click on round 2 race day. All your grids, latest grids, and results coming out. Apologies. I think I got confused there because the graphic had a slightly different grid to what I had on my my screen here. So I think there have been a couple of grid updates, which we'll keep abreast of. That's the number 31 heading out on circuit. That's Ben Rowe. Oh, we've got some spinners at the top of the hill, including the number 30.
It's the first lap. It's the rolling up lap, chaps. You can't be doing this.
Charlie Locker having a little bit of a moment there. But no, as I say, I'm excited for this race because we've got some really top drivers in here. The likes of Rylan Etchberg, Izzy Wolfett, Morgan Hill, Taylor Orridge, who of course ran very well. We've got quite a few Super 1 runners from 2020 here today. So Taylor Orridge was class champion in Super 1 last season.
We've also got a battle of the Venom Green Bell KC7 CMRs going on right at the front here. A personal favourite of mine. It has to be said, a fine vintage helmet. But it looks like as they're all chomping at the bit to get this race going. Looks like are we going to be good for a race start? No, it's a full start immediately. Whether that could be for drivers being out of position, whether that could be for the fact there has to be said they are all absolutely going for it on these rolling up laps. Something that as a Club 100 driver I'm certainly not used to seeing them all just absolutely belt it round for this lap. Second full start we've seen so far today. So yes, just got to make sure they keep it under control. And again, of course, this could be for drivers being out of position compared to where they're meant to be on their grid spots. But we shall see. Hopefully, we can get this one going at the end of this lap as well.
Keep your comments coming in. Really good to see the chat very active today, and a driver that we'll be seeing in seniors, senior X30 later today, Steve Brown Super GT. Does anyone know if penalties are enabled today? Yes, they are, Steve. Very much so. And yeah, we'll want to be careful of the track limits and all of that business. But looks like we are good to go for this X30 mini heat.
And away we go. It looks like we have got this race underway. Jack Owen Drawbridge taking he's coming from first. Looks like they're all clean for as I say that, there is a big pile up into oblivion. Looks like we've got big yellow flags out. Will we see another false start? Doesn't look like it at the moment. We're going to carry on with the first lap, but yeah, it looks like a number of drivers off there. That's the 33, I think, is one of the karts involved. All the other guys have got away, but this chap looks like he got himself stuck in the barriers. It's Cameron Pratt-Thompson there getting himself all caught up. You can see the 66 with the nose cone massively bent out of proportion, so that is something that's not gone well for Taylor Orridge. So yeah, big shunt there into oblivion, but it looks like we've got carried on with this race. Everyone hopefully okay, and now we're going to see this race pan out. It's the 64 now, sending it down the inside of the 37. Not sure where we're looking at the moment. We'll see them across the line. So it is still Jack Owen. Oh no, never mind. It's Morgan Hill across the line who is leading, and we've got Jack Owen Drawbridge in second, followed by Izzy Wolfett. So it's one change on that opening lap. And actually no, okay, sorry, the live timing has just updated itself. So we've got Morgan Hill leading from Rylan Eckberg, then Riley Bishop, Jack Owen Drawbridge down to fourth place, then it's Jack Murray, then it's Aidan Hassan, and then we're looking for where Izzy Wolfett's dropped down 12 places on that opening lap, so a bit of a calamity there for her. But yeah, a hectic opening lap, but it is Morgan Hill that leads.
Absolutely. Benjamin Rowe, by the way, has had a very good start in the novice ranks, up 10 positions on that first lap, and leads in novice. Down the inside goes the number 77 there, Lucas Field. Bit of a robust move, but has got through, and it's all getting a little bit tasty here in X30 Mini. Morgan Hill continues to lead then. Rylan Etchberg is quicker though at this stage of the race. Riley Bishop in third, very experienced driver, the number 23 Jack Mowat is fourth, and Aidan Hassan is already up to fifth place. Here's your battle for the lead. Morgan Hill going down into Ashby. Rylan Etchberg on the inside, very nicely done there by Rylan, getting the braking absolutely spot on downhill into Ashby. Easier said than done, JJ.
It's a very difficult corner, is Ashby. You have got all that runoff though, so if you do want to send it, you have got that to try and to recover, but you can get a good switch back there as well. But no, Rylan Etchberg, absolutely fantastic move there. It has to be said. Now he's pulling out already. You can already visibly see he's got a little bit of a gap to Morgan Hill behind. Riley Bishop at the moment having his own little race down in third place. It seems that it's all quite spread out at the moment in the top sort of five. It has to be said, we've got this battle, I think that's for about 7th or 8th, that seems to be a close battle there, but no, it's still Ryan Etchberg leading then from Morgan Hill, and we will look through the field. We've got Luke Fleming has fallen down a couple of places on that lap, as has Jensen Pugh. Izzy Wolfit is one of the starters. She has, I can't even see her on our screen.
It might be one of the carts that we've got with a transponder issue on lifetime at the moment. There's number 66, Taylor Orridge,
with the bent nose cone, still running in this race and running very well, it has to be said, getting a couple of decent little overtakes in, running up in 13th place. So really good job from him so far. Whether that nose cone was like, if it was like that before the start of the race, or if it is, I'm assuming it happened during that incident, not letting him get him down at all, still heading through and doing very nicely at the moment.
Yeah, I think Charlie Locker was also involved in that first lap incident, which was just one of those. I think there was a driver on the inside who span and unfortunately came across the width of the circuit and took some drivers with them. Yeah, Charlie Locker not running at the moment. Here is your battle down into... Oh, is the number 99's off. That's Reese Bennett in the novice ranks, has gone off at the boot and doesn't look too happy about it. But that is them out of the race, being helped by one of the marshals. There's your number 68, Macaulay Bishop. IAME Cadets champion here at Whilton Mill in years gone by. Very, very quick driver, racing in the PMR efforts again this season. Down the inside goes to number 77, Lucas Field. Gets past Jack Owen Drawbridge there.
I'm not entirely sure, Andrew, but it looked like there was a yellow flag out. I wasn't sure if that was an overtake under yellow or if that was
just before it,
or was it? It was coming. We were coming into the corners. Aidan Hassan into the pits. I think we're thinking that there was an overtake after the yellow flag on between those two drivers. Aidan Hassan in the pit. Not entirely sure what's happened there, but we shall see what happens with that yellow flag. Meanwhile, the 66 down the inside. That's Taylor Orridge on, I think, Oliver Bocock heading into Ashby. So a good little, again, fantastic little drive here from Taylor Orridge, making the most of a potentially harmful situation. But yeah. We'll see what happens with that yellow flag. We'll try and find out what happened to Aidan Hassan, why he's in the pits. But yes, as now we see Taylor Orridge closing in on your pole sitter, Jack Owen Drawbridge, now the battle for 9th place. In fact, the move is now done, down the inside into oblivion. Naughty little move, it has to be said. Wouldn't expect to see that too often, but yeah, brilliant drive there from Taylor Orridge, and we'll see where he can finish this race. Yeah,
that's absolutely what we'd come to expect. To say Taylor Orridge was the class winner in Mini Rock, so a very experienced Minis driver at this age group, but now in the X30s here at WMKC. Macaulay Bishop, by the way, is going very quickly. He's just gone purple in sector number 2. He's currently in 4th place. Has got a 2.53 second gap though to catch Riley Bishop ahead. Here, looking now at the number 53, or we were for a second, that's Katie Ashman. Ahead of Jensen, ahead of Kira Harris at the moment, so that's been a change for position in amongst that. Where's Jensen Pugh gone in all of that? I think Jensen might have gained a position. No, he's gone back a position. He's been overtaken by Kira Harris. Benjamin Rowe continuing to have a really strong race here. Is up to 17th place as the top novice. Joshua Jones and James Kell, second and third. Oh, there's a problem there. Is that for the number 86? That's Thomas Cucurolo Yeomans. who had a really good round one, but has had not such a good start to proceedings here today at Whilton Mill. Just caught a brief sight of the leaders. There is the battle between Jensen Pugh and Kira Harris. So Kira in the number 20, running strongly at this precise moment.
The battle we were looking at the leaders there, that's Morgan Hill versus Riley Bishop. They're very close as we come into the final few minutes of this race. So we'll see what happens there. Still a commanding lead for Ryland Ekberg at the front, but this is your battle for second place. Riley Bishop still behind Morgan Hill, but is certainly getting onto the back of him. Will we see, surely there'll be an overtaking manoeuvre at some point on this lap. We just see a backmarker getting out of the way there. That is the 99 of Reese Bennett. So yeah, doing a good job there with backmarker driving, but it's still it's getting now very close between Riley and Morgan. As we're going out, I believe we are now going to get we got the last lap for. It's still going on. So we're going to do this lap and then one more afterwards. So he's got. You can see Ryland absolutely just bossing it out front. 3.3 second gap, has to be said, probably the most dominant drive of today so far. It's very close as well, it has to be said, between 7th, 8th and 9th. Ashton Wiggins, Lucas Field and Taylor Orridge. So we'll watch that with interest. Macaulay Bishop, it should be said, is interested in that fight. As we've got a spinner there. Not sure who that was. Possibly it might have been Izzy Wolfett or Riley Bishop getting close there to Morgan Hill. This one's going to go down to the final lap, Andrew, possibly even the final corner.
It is indeed. Can Morgan Hill, another very experienced driver here at Whilton Mill, has come through the ranks, racing for Jack Dex Racing this year. Onto the last lap they go, and Morgan Hill's already having to defend into oblivion from Riley Bishop. The gap back to Macaulay Bishop, by the way, is under a second now. Ryland Ekberg's got this 1-1. He's just got to get it round one more lap. Can Morgan Hill hold on to this second place? Good defensive work through Christmas Corner. Next opportunity's down into Ashby. Can he get chopped down? Yes, he can, but look, here comes Macaulay Bishop closing in. It's now a three-way scrap for second place, and Morgan Hill is going to have his hands full here with both Bishops right up behind Macaulay down the inside of Riley there. Macaulay Bishop is through. The number 68 up to third place now. That has given Morgan Hill a little bit of breathing room. These two have raced each other many times before. Ryland Ekberg's going to come around the final corner and take his first victory of the season here in the FastR WMKC Championship. Second place to Morgan Hill, third to Macaulay Bishop, fourth Riley Bishop, fifth for Jack Mowat. Good drive there from Jack. Sixth for Finn Leslie in the number 29. Ashton Wiggins will be seventh ahead of Lucas Field. No, there was a change, I think, just at the end there. Taylor Orridge got 8th place. 9th for Lucas Field, 10th for Charlie Mills. Eden Spanswick in 11th place. Oliver Bocock 12th. Jack Owen Drawbridge in 13th. Katie Ashman 14th. Jack Hobson 15th. Kira Harris 16th. Still battles going on as the novices are coming through. Jensen Pugh 17th. Benjamin Rowe top novice in 18th. Amelia Pennington 19th. Just on the line there, Joshua Jones 20th, second of the novices. James Kell, Luke Fleming, Lawrence Finn, Marley Pareo, Cameron Pratt-Thompson all finishing on the lead lap there, and a little bit of attrition in that one as Izzy Wolfett, Thomas Cucurolo Yeoman. So not a good start for the round winner last time in April. 27th, Reese Bennett, Aidan Hassan and Charlie Lockett. That was your field in X30 Mini. Right, 3 races down, a lot more of them to come. Next out on circuit will be the first heat of the day for Minimax. Getting ready then for Minimax. Here's their first grid of the day. Harrison Morrow has pole position for the first heat. Alongside him on the front row is Michael Dalton. Ronnie Coburn and Mac McFarquhar are on row number 2. Edward Rose and Oliver Sander are on row number 3. Daniel Lamore and Woody Radford start on row 4. Harry Higgs and Sasha Bagley start the day from row 5. Charlie DeMoncos and Seth Hathaway are on row number 6. Corey Fowler and Kieran Denyer start on row 7. Devon Nolan and Amelie Ackerts are on row number 8. Oliver Smith and George Ivanov are on row number 9. Josh Cook and Lena Summers-Kelly are on the 10th row of the grid. Louis Rees and Edward Gibbons wrap out the 22 kart field. Quite a few novices in this one as well. Good to see. So novices from 16th down. Hope you're enjoying your live coverage here of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship Round 2 with Andrew Mather and James Johnston on commentary duties for you here today. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Stephen Rees, who's cheering on Louis in the number 47. And I'll just remind myself where Louis is starting. Yep, 20th on the grid for this one of our novices. They will roll out onto circuit, 8 minutes plus 1 lap ahead of these drivers.
Just before we get into this race, I do just want to say that defensive driving right at the end there from Morgan Hill was absolutely sublime. He got it absolutely inch perfect and was able to get it in such a good way that he was able to then send the third place driver into the path of your fourth place man, and then that gave him ultimately second place. So a fantastic bit of defensive driving there. You love to see it. Yeah,
I'd say it was here last weekend with not Super 1, with Club 100. We're here with Super 1 later in the season. And yeah, we had a great example of defensive driving in that as well from Jack O'Neill to win a lightweight save final, which if you haven't watched, go and watch that back on the stream from last week when we're done here. Plenty of racing to watch on your Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed already, please consider doing so. It really would help us out. We are ready to go then here in Minimax. 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Away we go for the start of this one. Good start for the number 75 of Harrison Morrow. Are they all going to get through turn 1 cleanly this time? Yes, good start for the Minimax class as they run up to Christmas Corner. Change for the lead. Ronnie Coburn in the number 77 has got past Harrison Morrow there. Novices sorting themselves at the rear of the field. George Ivanov having a decent run there. I think he's already gained a position. The number 87 of Mac McFarquhar has had a very good start. He's up to third place from the third row of the grid as they go into Osiers now. Oh, I thought McFarquhar was going to have a go for second place there. Oh, big off there for Edward Rose. Has got it back on circuit. That was a good save from the driver of the number 50. This time McFarquhar is down the inside of Morrow, has got second place. Michael Dalton there in the Lewis Hamilton style helmet being challenged for fourth place. So at the end of lap 1, it's Coburn from McFarquhar. Morrow, Daniel Lamour's had a good start, is up to fourth place. Michael Dalton, Oliver Sanders, Seth Hathaway, Harry Higgs, Edward Rose and Woody Radford. That is your top 10. Great start for Corey Fowler, up to 11th place. There's a battle here for third place. Daniel Lamour going past Harrison Morrow. Really good stuff from the Minimaxes. Great to see 22 of them here today, putting on quite a show in the early stages of this one.
Absolutely, yes, has to be said. Great opening 2 laps for Daniel Amore. He now finds himself up into third place. Mac McFarquhar as well, also getting a very good first couple of laps. We just saw a little look down the inside there for the number 39 of Oliver Sandon. I think he is now going to get that. Oh, and he's off onto the grass, and there he's hit the tyre barriers as well. That is the number 44. You might think it's Lewis Hamilton. It's not. It is Michael Dalton, and he has unfortunately lost out there massively, dropping down at least a good 12 positions down to 17th. But we've also got another one off there. That's the 89 of Linus Summers Kelly. So a couple of offs there as we come toward the end of the lap. Big unfortunate mistake there for Michael Dalton, but as I have been saying today, it is sometimes the way it goes. You just have to move on from that. Meanwhile, we're now looking at the battle for fourth place, and it looks like Harrison Morrow falling down a bit further to the drivers behind him. Is that Harry Higgs?
Yep.
Coming through already. So
Seth Hathaway through as well.
So yes, Harrison Morrow falling down the order, it has to be said, as we now see them trying to catch up to the leaders as Ronnie Corbin just sets he had set the fastest lap. It's actually now down to Daniel Amore, who's gone a good 4/10 faster on that lap. So it's just a second covering these guys, but now got the 41 of is that the 41? Yes, it is. Yep. It's now Daniel Amore versus Mac McFarquhar. So this is the battle for second place. They've got to make sure they keep this nice and tidy if they want to have any chance of catching up to Ronnie Corbin. Just the one Ronnie today, but yes, it looks like Daniel Amore on an absolute charge. He was a good almost 7/10 of a second faster on that lap, and he's now going to have a look down the inside into the boot on Mac McFarquhar even, and he's got that move done. Lovely stuff, although Mac is going to have a look, but it looks like he hasn't got a hope in hell coming into the pit bend. So it is now Ronnie Corbin leading from Daniel Amor and Mac McFarquhar.
Yeah, Daniel Amor, who had very solid results last time out in round one. Heat results of 5th, 4th and 2nd, was 5th in the final. William Ray, who won that final, not here today. It's a good opportunity for drivers to get their first wins and PB results of the season. Ronnie Coburn as well has moved up to minis. It's a very strong cadet driver in previous years. So Coburn from Amor, McFarquhar, Sander Hathaway, the top 5. Corey Fowler still having a fantastic race. The novice in the number 29 is up to 9th place now. Has got ahead of Oliver Smith and Sasha Bagley. Second place battle rounding the last corner. 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this heat. Side by side between Morrow and Radford there. Woody Radford goes through, gets 7th place. 3 minutes 40 to go. Lena Somers-Kelly has also got past Edward Gibbons for 20th position out there. Michael Dalton recovering as well in the number 44 after the spin. Good to see him keeping going. It was a bit of a hard hit into the tyres as well. So good to see that the kart's okay and he's okay. Down the inside goes the number 29, Corey Fowler. This is the novice driver. You can see that's denoted by the black number boards on his kart. A very good start to the day here from Corey. We'll have the opportunity to race through these heats and gain a grid position in the final later on today, further up the order if he keeps this form going. Michael Dalton has got past Charlie de Moncos for 16th place overall. The fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Harry Higgs, 48.33. The lead gap, JJ, still at the front. Ronnie Coburn, 1.34 seconds ahead of Daniel Amor now.
Yeah, he gained a couple of attempts on that lap, but it's not coming down at the rate we saw earlier on in this race, with just under 3 minutes of this race to get to go. It has to be said, Corey Fowler as the novice, up there in 8th, fighting with all these experienced guys. It is something you love to see, the new guy coming in and being able to take it to these guys who have got a little bit more experience than him in this class. But so far so good, and he is now catching up to the back of Woody Radford for 7th place. We will keep an eye on these battles as they happen, but at the moment we've got the gap at the front has come down by another sort of 0.2 of a second. If you carry on like this, we're probably not going to see a battle for the lead, but it will be close, I'm sure, by the end. Meanwhile, we have got a change of position for 11th place as Devon Nolan has overtaken Sasha Bagley on that lap.
Yeah, Michael Dalton continuing his recovery drive. Has cleared through the novice pack, well, apart from Corey Fowler. Weather updates, I think it's still going to be dry. No rain forecast for the next hour, according to our sources here in the commentary box. There's the number 28, Oliver Smith, in 9th position. And number 45 of Harry Higgs running in 6th place there. Battle going on between the 50 and the 61. Good move there by Edward Rose. Down the inside of Sasha Bagley. That is 12th position, apologies, for Edward Rose on that one. Confirmed as they come over the line. Corey Fowler, the novice, has now set the fastest lap of the race. I don't think he's going to be staying on novice plates for very long with that kind of speed. Down the inside of Kieran Denyer. That was a move by Michael Dalton. So Michael now up to 14th position. Less than a minute to go in this race. Ronnie Coburn still leads by 0.95 of a second. He's managing this race very, very nicely ahead of Daniel Amor. And Daniel Amor, whose results last time out were, as I say, 5th, 4th, 2nd and 5th, so he'd be equaling his best results of the season so far. It's going to be 2 more laps. Oh, that's a big lap from Daniel Amor. He's just put in a 47.95. The gap at the front is down to 0.45 of a second. At that pace, JJ, he's going to catch Ronnie Coburn going on to the last lap.
Amor just throwing on the afterburners there for that lap. A good half second there in first driver into the 47s. So we are sure that this, as I predicted, this is going to get close, and we now can find the battle for the lead. It is Daniel Amor versus Ronnie Coburn for the lead of this race. They come into the boot. You can see it is still it's a few tenths of a gap, but did Ronnie just get a little bit unsettled there through the boot. Maybe he did, as we're now going to cross the line, see what that gap is. They're down to 0.2 of a second. That is the sort of gap we were seeing being pulled by Daniel through most of the race, but it's just on that penultimate lap, it was about half a second, and now to the inside goes Ronnie Corbin. Defensive driving, he's got to try and do what Morgan Hill did in the previous one, defend perfectly, and he's going to now coming down into Ashby. He's taking the defensive line. Daniel Amor trying to get the switch back, but for the moment it is working out well for that Ronnie Corbin. But as I say that, Daniel Amor down the inside into Wilkins, and he has got that move done. Absolutely fantastic. Hounded down Ronnie Corbin, it has to be said. The race is not over, it should be said as well. It could be it's a good little launch in there from Ronnie Corbin. Was there a yellow flag? Oh, he's just clipped the curb as well, and that unsettled the car. So a fantastic drive from Daniel Amor to come across the line and take the race victory. Ronnie Corbin couldn't quite hang on. He tried defensive driving into Ashby, but it just did not quite work out. He comes home in second place. And it's Mac McFarquhar with third place, Oliver Sander coming home in fourth, Harry Higgs in fifth, then it's Seth Hathaway in sixth, Woody Radford in seventh. Fantastic drive from Corey Fowler, the novice driver, to come home in eighth. Oliver Smith was in ninth, Ed Rose in 10th, Devon Nolan 11th, and I think we might have seen a couple of change of position around here on the final lap. Harrison Morrow even in 12th, then Sasha Bagley in 13th. Michael Dalton, who had that spin right at the top, he ended up coming home in 14th place. We just saw, I think that was the 88 of it was the 89 of Liner Summers Kelly, he was actually yet to finish this race, still on the lead lap. But yes, then we have where was I? It was Kieran Denyer in 15th, and it's Josh Cook, the next novice driver, in 16th, followed by George Ivanov, Charlie Demonkos, Amelie Eckerts, Liner Summers Kelly finally crosses the line now, and it's Edward Gibbons rounds off this grid.
Very good. First win of the season for Daniel Amor. Looked very, very calm and composed in that one. That's the mini classes done for now. We'll move on to the juniors. First out on circuit will be the Junior Max class. Junior Max Heat 1 is your next race. Let's rattle through this grid for the Junior Maxes, because it's a big one. Amelia Nelson and William Young on the front row for Heat 1. Noah Hadley and Jack Cooper on row 2. Callum Davies and Murphy Aldridge start on row number 3. Leo Purchase and Lexi Belk are on row number 4. Jacob Rhodes and Rita C. Rurathan are on row number 5. Freya Belk and Kai Bacchini are on row number 6. Jessica White and Ronnie Mansfield start the day on row 7. Max Lee and Oliver Kerr start on row number 8. Zane Khan and Jensen Giles start on row number 9. Joe Garraway and Michael Morgan wrap out the top 20 to start this race. Jake Davis and Jensen Weston are on row 11. Luke Ringham and Ronnie Smith are on row number 12. Riley Brown and James Jackson start on row 13. Jake Howarth, and Jacob Jukes on row number 14. Charlie Pritchard and Miles Dawn are on row 15. David Alajetna and Ben Cordingley are on row 16, Alfie Bray and Alex Warnaby row 17, and max 34 karts scheduled to be on the grid for this one. And look at them all streaming out on circuit. Another very, very strong field here, JJ. Lots of drivers with plenty of experience out there. I'm looking at the likes of Noah Hadley, Jessica White, Luke Ringham, all drivers very familiar to watchers of WMKC rounds past, and also some very, very strong drivers on the national level as well. I'm looking at drivers such as Charlie Pritchard and James Jackson in that regard. This should be quite a frenetic first heat of the day for the Junior Rotax Max class.
Absolutely, yes. And if we're talking about Charlie Pritchard, one of those national drivers, starting down in 23rd place, so it'll be interesting to see how he comes through the grid. Looks like it's all a little bit more controlled than we've seen at previous starts. Having just said that, it looks like they are now winding up for the start of this race. Are we going to see that chevron flag come out? Yes, we are. It is a full start for this race so far, so we will have to go again.
And that's opportune because I can say hello to some people in the chat. Hello to Michael O'Gorn, who's watching the stream at home. Hello to Josh Selway as well, who's cheering on Noah Hadley. in this one. As I say, Noah, a very experienced driver in this class now, has raced in it for a couple of years. Hello to, this was one during the last race, Stead W22, come on, Charlie de Moncos, the number 98, Mum cheering you on. And one of the marshals just making sure the juniors are aware that just need to lower the pace a little bit to get everybody in position ahead of this one. 8 minutes plus 1 lap as ever. And this class regularly serves up good racing, and there's the Max 34 karts out there on circuit, or scheduled out on circuit. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. The first heat of the day for Junior Max. Good start from those on the front row of the grid. And I think Noah Hadley got a very good start there as they run up to Christmas Corner. The number 74 indeed has got to the front of the field straight away, side by side, the 77 and 21. Jack Cooper in the 77 has got through and down into Ashby Corner. Looks like they have all come through the first sector, which is good to see. Charlie Pritchard already on the move there in the number 26 down the inside through Ashby. Remember him taking race wins around this place and at Shennington in Super 1 last season. Down the back straight there's the number 13, Jacob Rhodes, has had a good start. The number 62 coming through as well, Ronnie Mansfield, looks like he's gained a couple of positions on the first lap. Round they come, let's count them through on timing. Noah Hadley leads, Jack Cooper second, Lexi Bell comes to third place, great run from Lexi. Jacob Rhodes fourth, Ronnie Mansfield has indeed gained 4 positions. Oh, is into the pit lane already, is that the number 71? I think it is, so Leo Purchase is out of the race already. With trouble on that first lap for Max Lee and Reza Sirurathan. They've both fallen a long way down the order, unfortunately. Biggest mover on that first lap, JJ, I think, was Jensen Weston, who's been active in the chat and was active on that first lap. Is up 7 positions and into the top 10. Yeah,
great start there as well, and we've also got good starts for Alex Warrenby and Jacob Duke, so a couple of good movers there. Joe Galloway as well, 5 places up from 13th to 8th. Just saw an overtake there. That was the number 14 of who we got there. I think that's
Kai Bacini, whose transponder's not working, which is why it's not showing in 5th place on timing, but it is Kai Bacini racing for the new X-Karts team.
Kai Bacini or Kai Bacchini, depending on where you prefer to make, how you prefer to make your pronunciations. But yes, coming now down into Ashby, which battles are we looking at? Is this battle between Kai Bacchini and the 60? Well, I've lost place. It's just Jacob Rhodes in 6th place, so it's this battle for 5th we are seeing, and as we've been seeing today, where drivers do come through, it tends to be they then leave the guy behind, but at the moment it looks like that this, in this particular case, that's not quite happening. We're not looking at a different battle, I have to say, but no, it's Amelia Nelson versus Joe Garraway that we were following there. Amelia unfortunately falling down a couple of positions on the early lap, and there's a lot of shifting about happening down at the back of the grid. And who is this we have here? It is the 12 of Max Lee, gone off in the Zulu area, so he's obviously had to pull off for some reason there.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Max Lee. It's been a tough race, had problems on lap number 1. I wonder if whatever the issue is has manifested itself a little larger this time and has taken him out of this race. Top novice, by the way, at the moment is Alex Warnaby, is up to 20th place. Coming round to finish lap number 4 then. We're almost at the halfway stage of this race. Noah Hadley continuing to lead here. 1.31 seconds is the gap ahead of Jack Cooper. Ronnie Mansfield running very quickly though, has just put in a 46.34. It's in 3rd place. Lexi Belk having a very strong run in the 98. There is Kai Bacini in the number 14, who is not just a dab hand at the wheel, he's also a dab hand as commentator as well. He's a previous BBC Young Sports Commentator of the Year, knows very much what he's talking about. He's making a little adjustment there on the radiator flap.
Let's not big him up too much, he could put us out of a job.
We've had him in this commentary box before. It's always great to have him here at Whilton Mill. There's Charlie Pritchard, the number 26 in the black, green, slightly little bit of gold on there as well. Very quick driver. Just ahead is the battle between the 21 and the 30. That's track limits from both of those drivers. That's Amelia Nelson and Jensen Weston. So Pritchard up into the top 10, the Welsh driver. I know I'm talking about Super 1 a lot today. That's because, well, fingers crossed, in these current times, 2 weeks' time, on the Sunday, we'll have live coverage between Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media of the first meeting from the Super 1 Championships. Do make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live channel for that. Should be absolutely fantastic. Here's your battle for 4th place. Lexi Belk and Kai Bacchini coming around the toe of the boot there. Kai Bacchini, this X-Karts team, they had a really tough round 1. I was speaking to some of them this morning in the paddock. They're feeling a lot more comfortable with the setups. They've tuned the engines a bit better, they feel, this time, and this is a good start for them. The two drivers working together at this moment, JJ. That's sensible tactics from Belk and Bacchini, because they've got a gap to close up there to Ronnie Mansfield. Absolutely, and as we saw in the last race, the race before, if you can work together and close in, there may be any opportunity. There could be any sorts of opportunities on the final lap. They're working brilliantly together at the moment, it has to be said. Lexi Belk getting a good little run out of Ozier's, but then it is Kai Bacchini then just coming back at them through on the exit. But as we come across the line, there is still Lexi Belk in 4th and Kai Bacchini in 5th. Got to keep an eye out for Joe Garraway behind as well. He could get involved in this fight, as Jessica White has also moved up a place on Jacob Rhodes on that last lap. We're following now from the 58 of Joe Garraway, putting in, he was a good half a second faster than Kai and Lexi on that last lap. Kai will probably be wanting to try and get a move on with that move. In fact, he's just lost a little bit of time there to Lexi, as it looks like Jacob Rhodes has now got back in front of Jessica White. A good little battle going on there for 7th place. Yeah, Charlie Pritchard was involved as well, continuing to make progress through the field. Alex Warnaby, top novice, has also gained a position overall past Miles Dawn for 15th place. 1 minute and 42 seconds on the clock remaining. Still Hadley from Cooper, Mansfield, Belk, Bacchini, as here we're looking at your leader, Noah Hadley, going through Inkermans now. Wind picking up, you can see the trees billowing behind. It is quite a blustery day out there. Sorry, Andrew, to cut across there. I think Ronnie Mansfield has got past Jack Cooper. I just saw the beginning of a move into Christmas again, and you can just see it now visually. It is now Jack Cooper in 2nd place, ahead of Ronnie Mansfield now in front of Jack Cooper. Yeah, they've got good pace as well through that 2nd sector there, continuing to extend this gap over the next group. And the comment in my ear, that's how bad the... Whoa! It's big off! Down into oblivion, and it's the number 58 of Joe Garraway. And he's trying to get going again. He's got no traction, of course, there. Well, very little traction, because he's on slick tyres, and it is wet down there. You can see the steam coming off the tyres. And I think, did Joe get squeezed out there by another driver? Well, that really has ruined Joe Garraway's race. He was having a top run, and he's going to fall, well, all the way down, I think, to beyond 25th position. Is what's happening there. The 1-2-2 of William Young's got a problem, one of the novices. Let's have a look at the replay of what happened there to Joe Garraway. This was coming into Oblivion corner, and yeah, he'd got alongside Kai Bacchini, and I don't think Kai knew he was there. I think that's what happened on that one. It's always a risk when you go to the outside of Oblivion. Everybody okay though, but Joe Garraway's race was going to be a top result, possibly a top 5. It's not going to be now. Here's your battle over 5th place. Kai Bacchini ahead of Charlie Pritchard. So Charlie Pritchard has got past Jessica White there. So the 26 Kart has got ahead of the 37. Now going to be bearing down, I think, on Kai Bacchini. Again, looking at that replay, in fact, is that the move done on Kai Bacchini? Yes, it is. So Charlie Pritchard moving now up into 5th place, and I think he's helped Jessica White along as well. She is now following him through and up into 5th. So it's all gone a bit wrong there for Kai Bacchini, obviously getting involved with Joe Garraway, and yeah, now he finds himself down in 7th place. Last lap board is out. Noah Hadley comfortable at the front of the field at the moment by 3.23 seconds. Here's still your battle for 2nd place. Jack Cooper's done really nicely to hold on to the back of Ronnie Mansfield over the past couple of laps. He's not been dropped. He's still got a chance here. He's keeping the pressure on Ronnie Mansfield for this 2nd place. But here is Noah Hadley has run this race very nicely. He's done again exactly what you want to do when you have a front row start in a heat. Took the lead, didn't look back, and takes heat number 1. Noah Hadley wins ahead of Ronnie Mansfield there in second place, Jack Cooper in third. Great result coming in for Lexi Belt. The number 98 finishes in fourth, Charlie Pritchard in fifth, Jessica White sixth, Kai Bacchini in seventh, James Jackson, Jacob Rhodes and Ronnie Smith with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap wraps out the top 10. Two great novice performances, Alex Warnaby and Jacob Dukes, 11th and 12th, Amelia Nelson, Jensen Giles, Miles Dawn take us down to 15th. Jensen Weston, David Lechner finishes in 17th. So that's a good drive from the back of the field. Jake Howarth, Jake Davis and Michael Morgan wrap out the top 20 there in Junior Max. Great race. We'll see the Junior Max class out again later on in the day. Next out on circuit here at Whilton Mill for the second round of the FastR WMKC Championship for 2021 will be race number 6, and that will be X30 Junior. X30 Junior time here at Whilton Mill. Let's have a look at the grid for this first heat of the day. Micah Taylor and Lorenzo Cordell will take us from the front row of the grid. Kyan Gohill and Henry Gregory start on row 2. Luke Sintler and Jude Fernerhoff are on row number 3. Leo Brown and Jake Yanagisawa are on row number 4. Zaki Hussain and Finley Harrison wrap out the top 10. Sam Baker and Brandon Templeton are on row number 6. Aidan Lynn and Mackenzie Stevens start this race from row number 7. Connor Duncan and Jack Cox are in the middle of the pack for this one on row number 8. Jaden Gregg and Tiger Dixon are on row number 9. Sam Longley and Remy Gilbert start on row 10. Hugo Gilbert and Reece Lomax are on row number 11. Thomas Reddy and Gabriel Stilp start on row number 12. And then we'll have Archie Heron and Harry Ewell on row 13. Monda Junior Keneally and Alfie Briggs on row 14. Shay Brennan and Harvey Ribby are on row 15. Into our novice ranks now, Oliver Harris and Lily Jeffs on row 16, row 1 of the novices. Luke Taylor and Kian Gamio are on the 17th and final row, also on novice plates, according to my timesheet here today. 34 karts then again in this one. You can see them all in dummy grid on the left-hand side of your screen, rather. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. If you've not subscribed already to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, that button's just down there on the screen. Click it. Click it now.
Do it.
And
don't even think about it. Just do it.
If you're enjoying the commentary as well, at Double Dash across your social media platforms, do give us a like, a follow, and all of that business. Really does help us out ahead of what's going to be a very, very busy summer of racing, both here at Whilton Mill and various other places around the country.
Don't forget to check out Rich T Racing
of course.
as well. My personal YouTube channel, full of Club 100 goodness, goofiness, and just all-round slight strangeness as well.
Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Sally Morgan, cheering on Michael. And don't worry, Super GT fans, he's coming. Just a few more races before we see the debut of Team Quadrant out here at Whilton Mill. But as I say, we've got a X30 Junior race ahead of that, and out in circuit they go. Rolling start as ever. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And again, it doesn't look like there's a lot of grip out there, JJ, with the way some of the drivers are coming out of dummy grid. No,
absolutely not. I'm sure it will have something to do as well with the they will have cold tyres, and again the track conditions possibly not at their most optimal for dry running, or absolutely tanking it round, it has to be said, trying to get as much warmth into the tyres as possible. You see, watching the lap times come through, you can see that they do start off a little bit slower than you might expect, and then by the end of it we're talking a good few seconds faster. So really, if judging by what was on the telly yesterday, this Whilton Mill is effectively acting like Monaco at the moment. So it is great to see. It's also great to see that all the drivers, if you are watching live timing, if you're keeping eye on that as well, it's good to see all the numbers in bright green and colour we all love to see. But it looks like we are good to go with this race start. Let's see them across the line. Will the full start flag come out? We're waiting to see it. It looks like we are all good. So this race is underway. Look to see who is leading coming out of the crook. I think it is As You Were. We have got Mika Taylor leading from Kion Gohill, but it could be all change heading through Christmas and then going through Boxing Day as well. And it's actually by Mika Taylor getting a really good little opening first lap here. He's got a good gap even. It should be about 0.4 of a second, even just through the first section. They've got a slow driver there. Not entirely sure who that was. We will see them across the line, but they get that gap extending massively. There was the number 63 of Oliver Harris who had a little incident. Just see an overtake there down the inside. Who was that? That looked like it might have been the. We'll see them across the line. But it was a good little move there from that person into the boot. So it's still As You Were, but I think that might have been Jude Fenihu across, who's come up into 5th place. We also great first lap there for Aidan Lynn, who is up into 7th place, having started in 11th. It looks like it's battle between the 20 and so it's a battle for second. It's Lorenzo Cordal going around that. I think he had the move done, but it's sweeping around the outside of Ashby, and he's now up into 2nd place. Lorenzo Cordal just about hanging on to 3rd place then in this race. It looks like it's getting very tight through Ozier's. Good battles here all the way down, and still a decent gap. Mika Taylor taking 1.71 seconds on the first lap alone. Actually, no, there's now big contact there between the 13 of that's Zaki Hussain. It might have been with Luke Sinclair or maybe Yannick Sauer just going through the boot there.
As off is the number 36, Sam Baker. That's a real shame for Sam. He's got himself back on circuit now, but that's any kind of good result in this first heat for Jack Dex Racing out the window now. Leaders coming down into Ashby now. Big move down the inside by that's the number 15 of Kian Gohill, having a go there at Henry Gregory. Very tight as they go through Wilkins and into Osiers now. Great racing here in X30 Junior. Jude Fernerhoff making up some positions there in the number 53, almost 3 wide. Oh, there's going to be contact there as they go through the boot. The number 15 of Kian Gohill has not had a good couple of corners there. Leo Brown, Aidan Lynn, Luke Sinclair, Connor Duncan, all beneficiaries of. Oh, poor Kian Gohill has fallen 11 positions there on that last lap. Will not be happy about that at all. Into Christmas corner then. There's the number 72 of Luke Sinclair, just behind his teammate at the moment, the number 53, Jude Fernerhoff. And a brief peek into the Jack Dex Racing tent this morning. Brand new tent we've got here this weekend. Looks very lovely indeed.
Very impressive. Very
well prepared team. Contact warning for the number 49, which is Finley Harrison. And big send down the inside. Connor Duncan, we like that. That's a great overtake by Connor Duncan, using all of his experience around this circuit to pull that one off. Another driver moving up through the ranks.
Luke Sinclair, I think he got a little bit out of shape through the second part of the boot, and that allowed just to be sent upon by Jude Fenihu, Connor Duncan and Zaki Hussain. So yes, a little bit of a mistake there. But now coming down into Ashby, this is now the battle for, I think they're going inside the number 40. I think that might be the number 49 of Finley Harrison going down the inside of Gabriel Stilt. So good moving there. Although he had a contact warning on that previous lap. So got to keep an eye on these things. Don't want to get any penalties. Don't want to get any black flags. Not what we want to see today. We want to see nice, clean racing. It looks like this is what we're now seeing between Jude Fernihu and Connor Duncan. Connor Duncan getting right up into Jude Fernihu, and looks like we can see there as well. There's Luke Sinclair. Yes, he's fallen down another 5 places on that lap. So a really unfortunate couple of laps there for Luke. But now down the inside goes Connor Duncan on Jude Fernihu, and it looks like that Zaki Hussain has followed him through. So a good little bit of teamwork there between those two drivers. And now sending it down the inside will be, I think that might have been Finley Harrison or Reese Lomax. Might even have been Gabriel Stilt, but the move is done, and it looks like Jude Fernihu losing about 3 positions on that lap.
I was going to say, Gabriel Stilt's having an absolute fly here, as we'd come to expect. He's come from the back of the grid, and is really, really turning this race where he starts from the back, because remember, in these heats, everyone starts one from kind of the front, one from kind of the middle, and one from kind of the back. This is Gabriel's one from the back, and he's already up to 8th place with 3 minutes to go. Fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Leo Brown down the inside here. That looks like Stilp going past Hussein. It is, so Gabriel Stilp gains another position there and that'll be 7th place for Gabriel Stilp. A really, really good run here, racing for Crop Promotions again this season. Back with the battle. This is for the lead, isn't it? So Lorenzo Cordell has closed up to the back of Micah Taylor very nicely here. Took 0.6 of a second out of Taylor's lead last lap around. Taylor's responding. Just popped in his personal best this race. But Lorenzo Cordell, who's grown into this X30 junior class, moved up to it at the earliest opportunity. It looks to be, JJ, pulling Henry Gregory and Leo Brown with him. 1.25 seconds covering the top 4 last time around.
Yes, I was just going to say that we saw Leo Brown put in the fastest lap of the race just a couple of laps ago, and I noticed that the gap between the top 4 karts was at just 1.6 seconds, but it's all just an attempt at ascend by the 20 of Lorenzo Cordell, and now down the inside into the final turn, he's now got the lead from Micah Taylor, and it's a 4-way scrap for the lead of this race. They're going to have to work together to make sure they don't trip up over each other, but now you can see down on the run down to Christmas. Here goes Henry Gregory down the inside of Micah Taylor, and he gets up into 2nd place, and now it's time for Leo Brown to see if he can get through into Ashby and hang on to the lead, to the battle for the lead, but he's fought against it coming into Ashby, and now it's Micah Taylor leading from Henry Gregory. This is a battle for the... Oh, and he just runs over the grass, gets 2 wheels into the air, and oh my, that was not what he would have wanted to do. He's now fallen behind Leo Brown, and will probably be falling into the clutches of Aidan Lynn as well. And there you can see Aidan Lynn now coming onto the back of Micah Taylor, so really unfortunate there, but now we've got a 3-way scrap for the lead. We'll probably get this lap and one more in afterwards. We might even get a couple more at this rate, but now we are looking a bit further back now. This is squeezing onto the grass. That was the 84. Oh, and he's gone massively wide there. It's the 84 of Jake Yanagisawa. Thank you very much, Andrew, for helping me out on that one. But yeah, getting a real scrappy there. That's for the lower reaches. That's just as we get in and around 20th place. And
that was a classic example of why track limits are enforced on that last corner, because if you, that wasn't intentional from Jake. He just ran wide, but you see he got in the water there and got very close to the wall. Definitely don't want that to be the racing line, or the drivers are taking for their racing line. Hence why there are track limits on that last corner. Change for 4th place. Aidan Lynn has got through. Let's have a look at the replay of that moment for Jake Yanagisawa. I think he's going to get forced out wide a little bit there. Yeah, he gets on the grass and there's nothing really. In fact, that's very well recovered by Jake. Very well recovered. If you touch the grass today, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have moisture on your tyres. There's so much, it's so damp offline because there's been so much rain here over the past few weeks. So that was well recovered.
Henry Gregory definitely getting onto the back of Lorenzo Cordell, but Lorenzo keeping this race under control at the moment. Keep an eye on Leo Brown as well. It could be anything can happen on this final lap, and as the old saying goes, it usually does. So we are now coming on to the final lap. It is 0.2 of a second between Lorenzo and Henry, and then Leo just 4 attempts back. You can see how close they are on track heading now through Christmas. Lorenzo keeping it under control. It's going to have to be an absolute send of all sends into Ashby, I think, from Henry heading into Ashby. He's opted against it for now, possibly just thinking a little bit about the points for today. Is it worth trying to send it and throwing it all away at this stage, or no? Now Henry going very defensive into Ozias, and this there now completely nose to tail coming down towards the boot, and Lorenzo going defensive. Leo having a look as well, but at the moment it's still Lorenzo, but now Leo Brown just able to send it down the inside through the boot. Henry went to the outside. It's Lorenzo Cordell across the line, then Leo Brown, then Henry Gregory. Aidan Lynn got right up towards them towards the end. He comes home in 4th, Connor Duncan in 5th, and Gabriel still in 6th. Just keeping an eye on the remaining battles in this race. We've got the number 15 of Kyan Gohill, who was at one point quite high up in this race, but now he has come home to finish in 19th place. So where was I? I was up at number 7, Finlay Harrison. That's where he came in 7th place. Then it's Mika Taylor in 8th, followed by Zaki Hussein in 9th, Jude Fennehu in 10th, Reece Lomax 11th, Jack Cox is 12th, Jaden Gregg 13th, Luke Sintler in 14th, Harvey Ribby in 15th, Thomas Reedy 16th, Archie Heron in 17th, Alfie Briggs 18th, mentioned Kyan Goho in 19th, and Remy Gilbert is in 20th. Your top novice for today was Kian Gamiao, and he was in 23rd place.
Very good stuff. We'll see X30 Juniors out again later on in the day. We'll take a very short break here on the commentary. Next out on circuit, X30 Senior. Getting ready then for X30 Senior. Very, very keen for this today. It is a very, very strong field. Lucas Ellingham, who won round 1, has pole position. Nathan Amis alongside on the front row. Joshua Torpey and Oliver Henwood on row 2. Harry Torpey and Alex Moody start on row number 3. Daniel Hackett and Scott Smith start on row number 4. Jordan Brown and Thomas Massarella are on row number 5. Ty Stansfield and Mick Banner start on row number 6. Mason Weir and Archie Forber start this race from row 7. Christian Brooks and Archie Garlick are on row number 8. Matthew Herbert and Jack Sherwood on row number 9. Moving towards the back of the field now, Brandon Matchell and Ellis Bourchier are on row number 10. Josie Farrens and Caelan Burbridge on row 11. Benjamin Southgate and Alex Johnston on row 12. Sam Heading and Steve Brown, aka Super GT, start on row 13. Vishal Patel and Tyler Reid, row 14. Martin Auger and Alex Doddington are on row number 15. Jack Davis and Curtis Louis are on row number 16. And as we say, this is, I think, JJ, possibly the strongest. I mean, in terms of drivers that I'm looking down this list and thinking, well, they could win today. It goes pretty far. Lucas Ellingham, the form that he's on for Jack Dex Racing, you arguably make him the favourite, and he's got a good chance here starting this first race from pole position. But this is a stacked X30 senior grid, and it's what we've come to expect here at Whilton Mill Kart Club.
I think we've only seen one dominant display so far, and I can't quite remember which race that was, but every race so far there have been changes for the lead left, right and centre. And if the lead driver has ultimately still come home to take the win, it has been very, very close. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in this one.
I'm going to correct myself. Apologies. Slight old man lapse of memory there. Sam Heading won the round, took the final victory last time out, but Lucas Ellingham got more points through the heats, which is why he leads the championship. So Lucas Ellingham has a 10-point lead at the moment over Sam Heading. Roy Johnson 3rd, Ellis Bourchier 4th, Nathan Amis in 5th place. This first grid in particular, as I know there's a lot of people watching with Steve Brown, Club 100 Racer, has got a huge following on the YouTube channel, part of this new Team Quadrant, with a big effort from Lando Norris, of course, who's a little bit busy today.
What could he possibly be doing? Why is he not here supporting
I don't know. He's got other commitments, shall we say. Oh. Of course, best of luck to Lando Norris, flying the flag for Britain fantastically this season.
He needs to get his loyalties in check.
So the grid heading out on circuit. As I say, this grid, you know, if I just look at it, I know it's a heat. This is how exciting it is today. Lucas Ellingham, he could win this. Nathan Amis, he could win this. Oliver Henwood, he has got the pace to do it. Both the Torpies up there in the top 6 for new viewers have kind of been the staple of this class over the past few seasons. Both very quick drivers. Ty Stansfield, he's been known to win a race or two in his time. And then, as you say, you've got some drivers further down the field having their starting from the back races. You know, I'm looking at like Brandon Matchell and Ellis Bourchier, Sam Heading, of course, as they won the A final in this class last time out. They'll all be looking to make their way through.
Interesting to see Alex Doddington, novice, starting up in 9th.
Oh, okay. Maybe he's had a change of licence. That might have been a moment there. You sometimes see that. Obviously, drivers moving off novice plates mid through the season. So the number 99 there, Lucas Ellingham. Green, black and red helmet. Nathan Amos in the red helmet, the number 36. 8 minutes plus 1 lap here for the X30 seniors. Eyes on the lights and the flags. Away we go then for the start of heat number 1. Great start for Ellingham. Sweeps across the front of Nathan Amos there to take the lead as they go through turns 1 and turns 2 for the first time. Will lead up to Christmas Corner. Look at them all scrambling. There's already some ferocious racing there, and there's a spinner from about 5th or 6th place. Down into Ashby Corner. Ellingham leads. Amos there in 2nd place. Harry Torpey's had a good start. He's up to 3rd place already. There's a bit of jostling there with Oliver Henwood being forced out wide. And, big off already for somebody who's gone a long way off at Ashby. Didn't quite catch who it was. It was someone in a blue suit and a white helmet. There's trouble for the number 69 of Jack Davis, who's recovering there as he goes through Osiers. We'll count them through at the end of lap number 1 here. So it's Lucas Ellingham leading, Nathan Amos in 2nd place, Harry Torpey 3rd, Alex Moody, Jordan Brown your top 5. As there's another couple of drivers, so drivers in trouble on that first lap. The 304 of Alex Johnston there, he is. Daniel Hackett, Alex Johnston, Curtis Louis. I think Martin Auger had a bit of a tricky start as well. Who's your biggest mover? Steve Brown. Steve Brown up 7 positions in the quadrant car. There he is in the number 90. He's up to the top 15 already. Great start for Steve Brown. There's a number 22 going through your shot there, who I believe has a bit of a transponder issue at the moment, which is why they're not showing on timing. It's Ty Stansfield, of course.
I think it was Curtis Liu who had that problem heading into Ashby. And Steve Brown there getting a couple of moves done. I think he will probably be climbing a bit further up the grid as we see them across the line. Let's see how they all line up. We've still got Lucas Ellingham leading. He's just taken a good 8/10 of a second out of Nathan Amos, so he has got a already commanding 1.5 second lead. But there goes number 80 then of Jordan Brown on Archie Garlick. Steve Brown just behind him there in the 90. So see what happens there, but it looks like a little bit of a send there from, not entirely sure who that was, the number 14 maybe of Archie Forber, trying to have a fight back on Steve Brown. But yeah, heading now down into Osiers as all keeping in control. And now they see a little move down the inside into the boot as it all gets a little bit, it's all a nice little move there from the 14 of Archie Forber. So he's getting involved, keep hanging on to the back of this pack. It's all very close here between sort of probably from about 6th all the way down, probably we've got to be looking down to about 17th place really, as now there goes number 80 of Jordan Brown on Thomas Massarella. Having a look down the inside of Christmas, was Massarella able to hold it off, as we've now got the slow kart of Curtis Liu getting out of the way. Good driving there from him, obviously having that issue on lap 1 and getting into the barriers at Ashby. But you can all look at that, it's so close between these guys. The number 95 getting a little bit out of sorts there. That is I can't find him, can't not find him there, but yeah, getting a little bit out of sorts. But it looks like it's all very, very hectic through this race.
Overtakes everywhere you look. This is classic X30 senior race, and number 32 going down the inside there, that's Caelan Burbridge, who's gained 2 positions for 23rd. Lucas Ellingham still leading though at the front of the field, ahead of Nathan Amos, Harry Torpey P3, Mason Weir P4. And in fact, here is your battle for 4th place between Weir, Moody and Stansfield. So Ty Stansfield's had a great run so far. He's already up to 6th place, coming through Osiers now. Oh, a little bit of a bump there, and he's going to gain at least 1 position. Helped Alex Moody there nip through. Mason Weir hung to the outside. He's slipped down to 6th. Brandon Matchell, I said Brandon Matchell, look out for him coming through the field. There he is in the number 38. Has got up to 7th position. Started in the lower reaches of the grid. That's great work by Brandon Matchell. As the Forber, Archie Forber, who is having a supreme race, is out of this one, and was in that battle pack from around 10th down to 15th. He shakes his head, not happy with that at all, and that's relegated him all the way, JJ, down to 30th. And there's some contacts coming off of Ashby Corner. Didn't quite catch which kart numbers it was, as there we're having a look at the 82 of Christian Brooks in the blue and yellow helmet. He's on to the rear axle of Scott Smith there, the number 37. 3 minutes and 15 seconds in this race to go. Ty Stansfield confirmed has got past Alex Moody. He's up to 4th place now. Very, very close in terms of lap time at the front. Lucas Ellingham 45.48 last time around. Nathan Amos 45.44, but crucially JJ, 1.64 seconds is the lead for the driver of the number 99.
Yeah, brilliant opening few laps here from Lucas, and he's just commanding this race as professionally as he possibly can. Just saw a little move there from Joseph Staler. I think he was going down the inside of Brandon Matchell through Ashby Corner. And it's all just a little bit hectic through this one. Certainly the most aggressive driving we've seen today. X30's just getting their elbows out. No quarter being given, and now you can see the 17. I think that's the 17 there of Owen Henwood. He tried to send it down the inside, but he's actually now just been overtaken by Sam Heading.
Yeah, Sam Heading, another one of the drivers we said to look out for coming from the back of the field. The winner of the final at round 1 last month. Gaining some good points. There's your leader, Lucas Ellingham, reigning X30 junior champion. He's stepped up to the seniors now, and it's been a very impressive step up, if I may say so, from Lucas. We've seen many drivers over the years step up from X30 junior to X30 senior here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. And sometimes it takes a bit of a while for them to, and it is that cutthroat nature of this class, JJ, because it is seniors, it is ferocious, and the way Lucas has taken to it here is very, very impressive indeed. 1.47 seconds still his lead over Nathan Amos.
Absolutely, it is a sink or swim, and he is swimming beautifully. Looks like the closest battle we've got in the top echelons at the moment is between Ty and Harry Torpy for 4th place. So you can see Steve Brown here. He is running down in 17th at the moment. Just getting a little bit disconnected from Vishal Patel in 16th.
Yeah, I think he'll be fairly happy though. He's in the mix. He did do owner racing in the Rotax classes back in the day when he was a youngster. But stepping back here into a new class for him, X30 Senior. He's been doing a lot of testing here at Whilton Mill over the past couple of months or so, but has often come here when it's been absolutely pouring down with rain. I've noticed on some of his socials. So I'm wondering how much dry running he's actually had. Oh, it's just been forced out wide there and lost a position to the number 32 of Caelan Burbridge and the number 48 of Archie Garlick. Just loses a couple of positions there. This new team, DHR prepared machine. This is all about, finding your way, I think, today for the team quadrant effort. Bigger things to come, hopefully, across the course of 2021. And I'm sure we'll keep up to date with it, as I say, on the social medias. 10 seconds of this, the time to go. Where is our leader on track? By the driver tracker, live on alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. He's about halfway around the circuit, is Lucas Ellingham. There he is. Thank you very much. Guys on cameras. Coming into Osiers now, so this will be the penultimate lap of this X30 senior heat. Still the gap, 1.44 seconds ahead of Nathan Amos, Harry Torpy 3rd, Ty Stansfield in 4th.
It has to be said, Nathan Amos, whilst he is too far back probably to mount an attack, he has been slow taking the lead out of Lucas Ellingham, still driving brilliantly, but just Lucas got those brilliant opening few laps to get that gap, which is what he needs. It's what you need to do starting on the front row. Just try and give yourself as big margin to the drivers behind as you possibly can. And as these are only 8 minute races, you've got the time to be able to do it. And
something has happened to Alex Moody. Unfortunately, he's fallen a long way down the order. That's a real shame for Alex. He was running strongly in the top half of this field. I think he's had some form of mechanical. He had a very, very slow first sector, and he's out of this race. Hopefully, we'll see him later on today. Lucas Ellingham, though, continues his fantastic graduation here into X30 Senior. Round the final corner, takes his 2nd heat victory of the season from pole position, ahead of Nathan Amos. Harry Torpy will be 3rd. Ty Stansfield finishes in 4th place. 5th place will be Scott Smith. Jordan Brown, good race from Jordan Brown there in 6th. Christian Brooks, Joseph Taylor, Sam Heading And Tyler Reid wrapping out the top 10. Still look at all this overtaking and battling going on throughout the field. Brandon Matchell, Ellis Bourchier, Oliver Henwood, Thomas Massarella and Caelan Burbridge take us down to 15th. Vishal Patel, Archie Garlick, Steve Brown, Alex Doddington, also your top novice, all in the top 20 there. Alex Johnstone wrapping out that top 20. And just to run through the rest of the field, as we've still got a little bit of time, Hugo Gilbert, Daniel Hackett, Ben Southgate, Nick Banner, Joseph Aarons. So not the best races there for Joseph. I'm sure he'll recover later on in the day. Jack Davis and Martin Auger, second and third of the novices. Archie Forber had a spin, as we saw. Alex Moody, Curtis Lee and Mason Weir were all retirements from that race. Well, we thought it would be frenetic. It was frenetic. We'll see the X30 seniors out again later. Next up out on circuit, the final race of this first rotation of the day. It's race number 8 on your schedule. It will be Senior Max. Apologies, slight technical issue, and we will get ready for the X30, the junior, get my words right, the Senior Max Heat 1. Let's have a look at the grid if we can for the grid for this one. So the random grid for this first heat of the day for Senior Max. Apologies, that's the X30C. We'll run through. Johnny Elliott on pole position, Rob Ellis alongside on the front row, Joshua Valance and Ellis Pulio on row number 2. Tommy Edmondson, Joshua Pickford on row number 3, Carl Dunford and Lucas Ivaskevicius on row number 4, Ellie Anna McFall and Harry Canham will be on row 5, Lewis Jones and Nathan Hope row 6. Chaz Hyton and Jaden Neal Holder are on row number 7. Les Taylor and Archie Elliott are on row number 8. Ryan Garvey and Max Fitton on row number 9. Alex Bentley and Tom Thompson on row number 10, wrapping out the top 20. Axel Laflamme and Chrissy Miller start on row number 11. Ethan Ling and Alex Quinn start on row 12. Ben McFall and Mikey Austin on row 13. Mikey, the first of the novices in this race. The rest of the novices look like this. Alex Jackson and Thomas Lee Davis on row 14. Joshua Taylor and Luke Guest wrap out the 30 kart field here in Senior Max. So as I say, this is the last race of rotation number 1, or rotations as we call it. So we'll be back resetting to Honda Cadets for the next race. But as we say, we've still got the first heat to complete here in Senior Max. Just to run through what happened last time out in this class. Championship leader at the moment is Charlie Turner on 148 points. He took a heat win and the final win last time around. Rob Ellis second, 6 points further back. Louis Harvey third, Oliver Meadows fourth, Sam Hawthorne fifth, Joshua Valance in 6th. I think this could be, again, a very open class here today at Whilton Mill. Looks like we are ready to go then. Race number 8 here for WMKC 2021 in round number 2. Good start for Johnny Elliott in the X-Karts machine. Didn't spin on the outlap as I had a chat with him this morning. That's a much better start for Johnny, who had pole position in the first race in race number 1. And has got a very good start, JJ. He's got what would you say, a 3 or 4 kart length lead as they go down into Ashby.
Absolutely brilliant start. We've seen a lot of good starts recently from the pole man, and it's again didn't spin on the opening lap, and he's going good guns at the moment. Is Johnny Elliott. Meanwhile, looks like they've all been very well behaved on this opening lap, but now a little overtake there, I think, from Rob Ellis on Joshua Valance. Oh, we've got a spinner there. Who is that? That is the 46.
Rob Ellis.
It's Rob Ellis. So I saw him trying to go down the inside. I think he just tried to pit off a bit more than he could chew. And we've got a red guy at the back. He's had a bit of an incident there. That is Ellie Anna McFall. She has fallen down the order, and that is a real shame to see. But yeah, looked like I caught the end of Rob Ellis's move on Joshua Valance, I think it was, who has also fallen massively down the order, so they must have had a bit of a coming together. Joshua Valance now down in 10th, at least he's still running, but yeah, Rob Ellis now down in 20th. So a bit of an overly opportunistic move there from Rob, and he has fallen down the order. So yeah, real shame of that. But meanwhile, let's now have a look at who are we up against at the moment. Sorry, should have completely missed this. Now it's Tommy Edmonds leading this race. So Johnny Elliott fell down from the lead he's now down into third. He's now into third place. We can see the 23. So it's now Carl Dunford trying to catch up to Tommy Edmonds for the lead of this race. As you can see, they are very close together. Good to see Ellie Anna McFall has been able to carry on in this race. Whatever problems she suffered, she has been able to recover it and is at least still getting some run time around this track, albeit in last position. But here is your battle for the lead then. Carl Dunford versus Tommy Edmonds coming down into the boot. It's as you were so far, working together at the moment, just getting that pace up and just trying to build a gap to the chasing pack, which is currently being led by Johnny Elliott from Ellis Julio.
Yeah, look out for Axel Laflamme. He's now up to 6th place in this race. Had a really torrid time in round number 1, but looks to be back on form here in round number 2 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. Started this race 21st. To say, JJ is already up to 6th place. He's properly on the move here. But there's experience at the front of the field now. Tommy Edmonds and Carl Dunford, we've been watching them race for a good few years in the Rotax Max classes. As off the road is the number 34 there, recovering back onto circuits. Oh, that's Ellis Puleyo, who was up in 5th place. Has fallen all the way down the order now. I think there's also problems for Ethan Ling and Tom Thompson because they've not come through sector number 1. I can see on the timing screen, so they may be dropping out of their positions that were 17th and 18th. But Tommy Edmonds and Carl Dunford have raced each other many times before, as Dunford's going to go down the inside here, wants to lead this race, and does a very nice job there with the overtake through Christmas.
Brilliant, clean move, no overly fighting back from Tommy Edmonds, just letting that one go. They're going to try and work together. I'm sure Tommy will have an opportunity. In fact, we might have nearly had an opportunity just going into Osiers as Kyle getting a little bit out of sorts from the exit of Wilkins. But it is now Kyle in front in this race. Tommy just hanging on to the back of him, but it looks like Kyle already just beginning to throw in a few kart lengths on that lap. We now just see an overtake from the 75 of Jaden Neil Holder, he's up at the 7th place now. So that was on Joshua Valance for 7th place. So Joshua, who obviously had that incident on the opening lap with Rob Ellis, who's been able to climb up a few bases, but now just losing that place to Jaden as well. Coming back to the fight for the lead of this race. Carl in front, got those kart lengths in front as well, but still Tommy just about hanging on to Carl at the moment, as we've now got as Johnny Elliott, who was
a problem.
He's had a problem with something. We did just see a quick shot of a marshal in the way of the camera, and that might have been to recover Johnny Elliott's car. You now see that Ellie Anna McFall has taken him as well, so I think a big problem there for Johnny Elliott. Yeah,
that's a real shame for Johnny, and he was having a stronger run, had a lot more pace yesterday in the test session after a difficult round 1, but I think he's had some form of mechanical. I know they have been having trouble with engines. So the number 24 X-Karts machine out of this race, unfortunately. Carl Dunford still lead. No, he doesn't lead. Tommy Edmonds has switched it back. So Tommy Edmonds in the number 23 retakes the lead here on lap number 7. And this is going to play into the hands, JJ, of those behind, especially Axel Laflamme, who's up to 3rd place and is the fastest driver out on circuit.
Lighting the flame of the timing board is Axel Laflamme. He's now just popped in a 45 dead, probably one of the fastest laps we've seen today, and he is now only 0.8 of a second behind Tommy Edmonds in the fight for the lead of this race. Let's see them coming down towards Ashby. You can just see it is very close, but all of them line astern, it has to be said, and we will see what happens here. You can also see that the 96 of Joshua Pickford, Lewis Jones, not too far off this fight, but they're probably having a little battle of their own for the just outside the podium positions, and they're sending it down the inside. Oh, and he's done a bit of a Rob Ellis there. Has Axel Laflamme's tried to be a little bit too aggressive into the boot. On this occasion, though, he's been able to keep it going, but it's a difficult corner to lunge is the boot, and we just saw an example of what can go wrong in that corner.
Yeah, but at least he is still running, and he's still got time on his side to catch back up to Carl Dunford. Change for 4th position. Lewis Jones has got past Joshua Pickford. Good move for the number 21. And just to let you know what's going on in novice, is Rob Ellis down the inside, I think, of the number 34 of Puleo there. Alex Jackson leading in novice, 20th place. But it's a very close battle. Joshua Taylor is just behind him, quarter of a second behind. Is off goes the number 96 there. That's Joshua Pickford. That was a very strange half spin. He's kept it going. That was very odd indeed.
He's probably lost it at the rear, tried to recover, and then somehow ended up on the grass on the left of the entrance on the boot. It's not a place you often see a kart, but there we go. Anyway, now down the inside, we have got the 28 of Joshua Valance going down the inside of Max Fitton, and gets very close there between the two of them, and the 18 of Alex Bentley. So Joshua Valance getting into 7th place, but nearly, a lot of them nearly falling by the wayside. Again, seeing with these more senior drivers, the aggression between them, no quarter being given, and there's been quite a few more little incidents here than we have seen with the junior classes. There's the 28 now getting a little bit out of shape, as we just see now as they move for 2nd place in this race. Axel Laflamme, after that attempted move into the boot, has now got past Kyle Dunford, and he has now got this lap and the next one to try and catch Tommy Edwards. You just see there, this man doing...
That is a not happy Johnny Elliott.
That is a Johnny Elliott doing his best impression of Fernando Alonso circa Brazil 2015, just leaning on the tyres, he's probably not enjoying himself, but still trying to make the absolute most of it. Meanwhile, we've got this massive scrap for 6th place from Jaden Neal Holder in 6th, the number 75 car, down to probably about Ellis Pulio in 11th. Joshua Pickford also hanging on there in 12th as well.
This is what we love to see from Rotax Racing. Leaders are on to the last lap. It's 0.18 of a second between the leaders. Axel Laflamme is absolutely flying at the moment. Going up towards Christmas Corner now. Line astern. Can Axel Laflamme get the move done? He's right on the tail of Tommy Edmonds. We're having a look at the number 18 of Alex Bentley, who's driving off the front of that group.
I might have just seen just off shot of the camera of a move for the lead of the race. I think Axel might have done it, and it looks like there you can see him now out in the lead of this race. And where has Tommy Edmonds gone? That's the 66. There is Tommy. So whatever move Axel did, he has got the move done. He has crossed the line. In fact, whatever move was happened, he was relegated Tommy Edmonds down into 3rd place. So Tommy, who led this race for so long, getting overtaken on the last lap by Axel Laflamme and also by Carl Dunford, who comes home in 2nd place. See them all across the line. Absolute pandemonium, so close, but it looks like there weren't too many movers on that final lap, with the exception, of course, of Axel Laflamme and Carl Dunford getting Tommy Edmonds for the podium position. So then in 4th it was Lewis Jones, followed by Harry Canham, Jaden Neal Holder, Alex Bentley, Max Fitton, Rob Ellis, Chrissy Miller, Joshua Valance, Ellis Pulio, Chaz Hyton, Alex Quinn, Lucas Ivaskivicius, Ben McFall, Archie Elliott, Tom Thompson. Then your leader of the novice class is Alex Jackson. Just behind him was Mikey Austin, and then just behind him was Joshua Taylor. So the top 3 novices all line astern.
Very good. That brings an end to the first round of races here today at Whilton Mill Kart Club 2021 FastR WMKC Championship Round 2, and we'll commence rotation number 2 very, very shortly. Honda Cadet are out next.
Here for round 2 of the Honda Cadets. So on pole we have Christian Stefanov, followed by Jacob Lee. Then on row 2 it's Zach Starbuck and Sebastiano Tuzeo. Kai Clark and Laughlin Johnston, the correct spelling of that surname, are on the 3rd row of the grid. Waiting for the rest of the grid, and here we go. We've got Fletcher Jamieson in 7th, followed by Theo Champney in 8th. Mayan Patel is 9th with Charlie Warren in 10th. Joshua Jarvis is 11th, and Adam Hill is in 12th. Felicio Lamalfa is in 13th with Kieran Stewart in 14th. Callum Wilson starting in 15th with Joshua Bagumbi alongside him in 16th. Oliver Gibson in 17th, and Emily Cooper is in 18th. Ben Simpson coming in 19th with Cole Denham alongside him in 20th, with Nolan McNichols in 21st and Alexander Reid in 22nd. 23rd to Jake Schulz and 24th for Lucy Whilton then, as we've got Jack Price in 25th and Finley Lyons in 26th. Victor Hansen is 27th with Daniel Butcher on the 14th row in 28th, and then it's Zach Champney and Jensen Walker. And rounding off the grid we've got Samuel Gamayo and Bobby Pete lining up in last and 32nd place. Obviously we've got the Honda Cadets, so this will be a standing start, as we just see. That will be, I think that's Johnny Elliott, his kart being wheeled back to the pits. Not entirely sure what the problem might have been for him, but we saw him having a little lean on the tyre wall. And yeah, unfortunate there for Johnny, and also for Ethan Ling. Both of them only completing 4 laps of that previous race, as the Honda Cadets now surging outwards. It's always strange when you've been seeing the senior cars all going out and then you see the juniors come out. It's just such a difference in size for the cars. But great to see all the racing that's been going on so far today. Nothing majorly untoward. We had that one big incident at the start of one of the races. I think it might have been one of the Rotax Junior races. We saw a start line crash. Got to be keeping an eye out as well for I believe it was Jack Price who was leading this race, or was leading the first race, and then had his mechanical issues. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in this round from a bit of the recovery drive that he will be in need of. Obviously, if you are just joining us, these are the Honda Cadets, and we will be seeing a standing start as opposed to a rolling start.
You can keep up to date with all the results as they come in, and they're published by Race Control. Results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC/2021. Click on Race Day Round 2. I've just done here, and I'll just update you on what the Heat 1 result was. Adam Hill won it from Mayan Patel, Oliver Gibson, Theo Champney, Jake Schulz, Lucy Whilton, Charlie Wolfich, Joshua Bajembi, Joshua Smith and Ben Simpson was the top 10. Top novice was Zach Champney in that one. Should remind you all in this one in particular, if JJ did not read a driver's name out that you are following in Honda Cadet and you're thinking, oh no, where are they? Don't worry, this is the heat that they sit out. Each driver does 3 heats out of the total 4 on our schedule. We are ready for Heat 2 in Honda Cadet. Eyes on the lights, they are red. They're out, and away we go then for the start of Heat number 2. Very good start from pole position there for Jacob Lee in the number 17. Gregory tried to get across in the number 94. I think has lost a couple of positions as a result. Didn't get the best of starts. No, he's recovered that really well in the Project 1 racing machine. And there's a top 3 already clear. Emily Cooper in the number 8 there. Oh, someone's facing the wrong way. I think it was the number 80 of Riley Thatcher, who'd started up on row 4 of the grid. But very good start there, JJ, from Lee, Reid and Cooper. If they work together here, they've got a nice opportunity to get a 1-2-3 sewn up in this one. Absolutely, it's already a 3-second gap, but it looks like, has Emily Cooper fallen away? No, we were looking at about 4th and 5th. Here is Emily Cooper then, having a look at the number 94 of Gregory Reid into the boot. Nothing quite doing so far, but now has she got the inside line heading into pit bend? Yes, it looks like she has. Has the overtake been done? We will see it across the line. No, not quite. So great defensive driving there from Gregory to hang on to 2nd place. Who are the big movers and losers of
the first lap. We've got Jack Price up 8 positions. Mayan Patel, though, is your big gainer on this lap, as Emily Cooper just having a look, trying to get through, almost trying to get through on the inside of Boxing Day, but nothing doing there so far. But you can see there, there's a bit of a gap forming between Jacob and Gregor and Emily, and then there's a bit further back of a gap back to Alexander Reed, who climbed 2 positions on that opening lap.
See the number 30 there of Ben Simpson on the inside, battling with the number 20 of Mayan Patel, racing for the Total Karting by Rob's medley effort. As down the inside there was the move being done by Adam Hill, so our winner from heat number 1, making progress through this field. The number 10 of Joshua Smith coming through also. Jake Schulz on the back of this group here. So it's Jacob Lee leading from Emily Cooper, Gregor Reed, that is your top 3. Bit of a gap then back to Alexander Reed, Alessio Lamalfa for Ambition Motorsport, having a good run so far in this one. Mayan Patel down the inside of Finley Lyons now, making some great moves here is Mayan Patel, up to 7th place.
There's a great little move round, or it was a great double overtake from Joshua Smith on Ben Simpson and Charlie Wolfett on into the boot. Noticed that as they were fighting, he just steeled down the inside and got into 10th place. Meanwhile, we are looking at the battle between Ben Simpson and I think Joshua Smith for 10th place. There's a contact warning for both Mayan Patel and Ben Simpson, so these guys all getting really involved with each other. As then down the inside into the boot goes Charlie Wolfett, so he's come from absolutely nowhere to steal a couple of places across his lap. But we just see a monster curve there from the number 4 of Finley Lyons, who's fallen down to 4th place, dropping 6 places on that lap, so not having the best lap there was Finley. Charlie Wolfett has made up those places now, so he is now finding himself in 10th place. Meanwhile, this is a battle for the 89 even, of Zach Starbuck and Mayan Patel. Mayan with that contact warning. We will see what happens we will see what happens here as Mayan Patel now just going down the inside then of Zach Starbuck. A nice clean move there, has to be said. It looks like, or I think it was very close for Joshua Smith to try and fight through as well. I think that is the chap who was leading the original. No, sorry, that was Jack Price, and now there goes Joshua Smith down the inside of Zach Starbuck for 7th place.
Jacob Lee continues to lead, 3.52 seconds, absolutely flying at the front of the field, 53.73. Here's the battle for 2nd place between Emily Cooper on the right of your screen there and Gregor Reed. So Gregor Reed back down the inside and through. They're still making good progress, these 2 drivers. Just to let you know, in novice as well, Zach Champney is currently your front-running novice. You can see him on 19th on your scoreboard on the left-hand side of the screen. This is a very good run from the number 61.
All of this means that Jacob Lee has got a 3.5 second gap out in front. Looks like there's just a little bit of a scrap there. That could be a bit of Mayan Patel and Joshua Smith, them two just having a bit of an old ding-dong heading through coming out of Osiers, sorry. And now we can cut on to this battle as Gregor Reed now back in front of Emily Cooper. But yes, it is this battle. We're looking at sort of the... Where are we? We are, as they're just across the line, we're looking at sort of Zach Champney and Joshua Jarvis battle. So this is right down in sort of the lower reaches of the grid, but they're still going hammer and tongs together, as now this is the 30 of Ben Simpson being, I think he's just been overtaken by Jake Schulz down into Christmas.
This is what I love about Honda Cadet racing. There's battles wherever you look. It's a great place for drivers to learn about racecraft and develop their skills. This group coming onto the back straight now. Alessio Lamalfa at the front there with the roundel design on top of the helmet. Down the inside goes Joshua Smith, gets the move done in the number 10. Alexander Reed in the number 45 just behind. Lamalfa fights back though, really good stuff. I think Mayan Patel's been shuffled down a couple of positions on that last lap, yet Smith and Reed have both got through for 5th and 6th places respectively. 2 minutes 20 to go. I'm almost getting a little bit of a Jos Verstappen vibe, particularly from this angle of Lamalfa's helmet there. He's leading this group very well. Got Adam Hill in amongst it in this one as well, and that's what they're trying to chase down. They're trying to chase down the group of Reed and Cooper. The gap is 2.9 seconds. There's still points to race for here.
I think Gregor and Emily have just realised that they need to sort of work together just to make sure this group doesn't catch them, because now here goes Joshua Smith having a look down the inside of Alessio Malfa. Nothing doing at the moment, as he just takes now taking a nice wide line through the boot. That's going to give him a good exit onto the pit straight. Gregor Reed still in front of Emily Cooper, although she has just set a lap time a couple of attempts faster than them, and Jacob Lee to have it with a 6.4 second gap at the front, without doubt the most dominant display so far. Got to keep it on track though. Remember what happened in the last race. Joshua Smith now down the inside of Alessio Malfa for 4th place, so a decent little move there, and he now finds himself up into 4th, although Alessio Malfa still trying to fight back, and that actually may be fighting back a bit too hard, because now it is Mayan Patel who has been able to get past and now up into 5th place. And I've got a horrible sinking feeling that Alessio Malfa might be falling even further back, but he's been able to keep it going for the moment.
Yeah, just got to keep calm. There's a yellow flag out through the boots. Not quite sure what that is for. I wonder if that is a driver off, recovered to the middle of the circuit. Might be Riley Thatcher, I fear, in the number 80, who is no longer circulating on our timing screen. Alex Reed, as you say, has moved down to 10th position. I think what's impressive here, JJ, in this race, Honda Cadet, as you say, is a lot about momentum. They're not the most highly powered karts. Yeah, it is the number 80 of Riley Thatcher, who's sadly out of this race.
Oh, wow.
And I think, yeah, he's had a bit of an incident. He looks okay. He's been tended to by the fantastic Marshall crew here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Honda Cadet is often very, very difficult for a driver to take away from the front of the field, because they're lowly powered. The slipstream effect for them is quite large. The fact that Jacob Lee's been able to get a 7-second lead off the front of this group is very, very impressive, and serves well for the rest of the day. And he's just on a 53.39. He's absolutely flying. He's on to his final lap.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from Jacob Lee, it really has to be said. But you can see the battle for 2nd place, Gregor Reed versus Emily Cooper. This is going to go down to the wire. It's also still very close between Joshua Smith, Maya Patel, Alessio Malfa and Jack Price and Charlie Wolfett as well. There's your race leader then, heading through Ashby. We're going to wait. I think we're going to follow him round just to... We've barely seen him through this race, because he has just been absolutely dominant out in front. But again, an absolutely fantastic drive. 8.2 seconds in front of the battling Gregor Reed and Emily Cooper. We will keep an eye on them to see who crosses the line in front, as we still yellow flags still being shown down at the boot. But as Jacob Lee comes through the boot, and absolute, again, no words to describe it apart from absolutely dominant, head down, over the line, he takes the race win. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Meanwhile, the battle for 2nd, Gregor Reed looks like he is just going to hold on from Emily Cooper, and the brilliant little battle between the two of them there. Joshua Smith and Mayan Patel not too far behind in the end. I think Finley Lanes has just been, he's had a good final lap, maybe gaining a couple of positions there. So Alessio Malfa was in 8th place. Sorry, he was in 6th. Followed then by Jack Price, who had a good recovery, who had a good drive in that one to make up for the previous DNF. And then we have in 8th, it's Finley Lines, followed by Charlie Wolfett, Alexander Reed, Adam Hill, Fletcher Jamieson, Zach Starbuck, Jake Schulz, Oliver Meek, Ben Simpson, Sergio Wiz, your lead novice, Zach Champney, and then Joshua Jarvis. Rounding off the top 20 is Lucy Whilton.
Very good stuff from the Hondas once again. We'll see them back out again for the start of rotation number 3 in their 3rd heat of the day. Next up on circuit will be heat 2 for IAME Cadet.
Coming in then for the IAME Cadet heat number 2, on pole it is Jensen Jones, and alongside of it's Jacob Anslow. Kasper Tomaszewski is in 3rd with Logan Howes in 4th. Jensen Ackerman is 5th with Morgan Moore in 6th. Kanish Rao is 7th with Braith Murdoch in 8th, and it's Max Horler in 9th with Flynn McDermott in 10th. Row 6 for Quinn Cross and Max Mason, and then it's row 7 for Fred Green and Aaron Richardson. Cooper Schnedden finds himself in 15th with Albert Friend in 16th, Zach Green is 17th, and Sky Parker is in 18th. Archie Lovett is in 19th with Will Green in 20th, and then it's row 11 for Kit Belofsky and Ethan Weldon. Row 12 goes to Johnny Restrick and Blair Smith. Henry Clark is 25th with Levi McGrath in 26th place, and Teddy Porter is 27th with Jensen Chalk in 28th. Jacob Nard is 29th with Donald Stratton in 30th place, and then rounding off the grid today we have got Teddy Woodard in 31st, Sukhmani Kera in 32nd, Thomas Clark 33rd, and then in 34th and last it is Finley Hinds.
We're into the afternoon, 12 o'clock, noon here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. You're watching live coverage of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship, round number 2. And if you're enjoying the coverage here and you haven't clicked that subscribe button already, please consider doing so for Alpha Live. Thank you for your continued support of the championship. And if you're wondering about schedules and like, whoa, when's this on again? It's very easy to remember. Every 4th Sunday of the month we are here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. And as I say, so June, just looking at the calendar now, that'll be the 27th of June that we'll have the next round. Plenty of racing still to go here at Whilton Mill for round number 2. We mentioned it a couple of times, but for those who've just joined, results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC/2021. All of the stats, the numbers, everything, every single piece of information you could possibly need is over there, including live updating championship tables, which is I always quite like because I'm a nerd. IAME Cadet has had a change of leader in the championship. Kit Malowski now has the lead on 190 points ahead of Zach Green on 186. Morgan Moore, who won Heat 1, is third on 168. In fact, let's have a little look back at the result from IAME Cadet, just whilst we've got a bit of a pause here at the circuit. As I say, it was Morgan Moore who won it ahead of Kit Malowski. Archie Lovett in 3rd. Canish Grau was classified in 4th place. Max Mason 5th. I'm looking for 6th on my table now. It was Jensen Jones. 7th for Zach Green. So, now well, there were some penalties in that one, because I don't think that's the same order as they came over the line, which is all the more reason why you need to check the results timing website.
There's ever an lost word. I'm going to try that again.
Yep.
If there's ever an advertisement for timing and keeping an eye on the results, it is when unfortunately we do see the penalties in this race. You've got to keep an eye on it. I found that out to my peril last week when I came here for Club 100. Thought I'd won the race. Turned out I'd picked up a couple of penalties, and the tour de force that is Richard Newton had beaten me to the Club 100 SHW SP60 win. So yeah, gotta love the penalties, haven't you? At the end of the day, they do have to. If you are the person that ends up benefiting from them, absolutely love them. I'm
getting too old for this, JJ. I'm having a memory lapse. There were no penalties at the front end of the field, so yes, it was across the line. Moore from Belofsky, Lovett, Rao, Mason, Jones, Green. Flynn McDermott, Will Green and Blair Smithy top 10. Finley Hines was your top novice in the last race. Let's see if he can do that again in this one. He's got a bit of work to do because he starts from the back row of the grid in this one. Formation lap underway then for IAME Cadet Heat number 2. You should know the score by now. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. I'm looking forward to this one. Some great drivers towards the front of the field. I'm going to say it again because James Fitcher asked me to. I'm more than happy to oblige. Happy birthday to driver number 36, Max Hollor. Starts this race in 9th place and is 10 years old today.
Happy birthday, Max.
Hello to Amelia as well, who's cheering on Kasper Tomilewski in the chat. Starts this race from 2nd on the grid. The driver to move across from Hondas into IAME's this season in the cadet ranks. Looks like we are under starters orders then. You can see the number 29 of Jacob Anslow in the orange helmet on the right hand side of your screen as they approach the last corner. He has pole position. Kasper Tomilewski, 2nd place on the grid. Watch for the lights. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Very good start for Jacob Anslow. Everyone making it through the first couple of corners cleanly, and Anslow has already made a break for it at the front of the field. Morgan Moore is up to 2nd place. And I think Logan Howes has had a good start as well. Is up to 3rd place through Christmas Corner. All the drivers go. Still very clean out front. Oh, a little bit of contact from, I think that was in about 7th place. It was Jensen Ackerman on the outside of that one. But apart from that, JJ, it's a good start here in IAME Cadets.
It is a good start for everyone, apart from, I think that is Sky Parker, stopped on the grass just beyond Christmas. So a real unfortunate there. It's actually it's a 22 of, who's that then? We've got, we'll find them at some point, but yeah, really unfortunate for that driver.
It's Kenneth Brown. It's Kenneth Brown, unfortunately. And he's down to this one.
That is really unfortunate. But yeah, Morgan Moore climbing 2 positions to now lead this race, with Jacob Anslow in 2nd and Logan Howes in 3rd place. And it's Blair Smith in 4th. We've also got the 12 of Jensen Ackerman. He's parked up just beyond Wilkins and Ozier, I think that was. But yeah, really unfortunate there for both Sky and for Jensen heading through on that first lap. Meanwhile, the front, we can just see the 88 then, sorry, of Archie Lovett going down the inside of Max Mason down into Wilkins. Very good move there.
Yeah, I think Sky Parker's had trouble as well. Unfortunately, the number 20 is not registering as circulating anymore, and I did see a kart being recovered up at Christmas Corner, Boxing Day as we unofficially call it, the corner after Christmas. But end of lap number 2 then, across start finish. There is the number 20 being recovered as, off, down, it's the number 24 in the 888. So this is Jensen Jones and Cooper Snedden, who were fighting over 15th position. Have both got themselves going again, but there's a mechanical flag already being shown for number 80 AAA. I'm trying to see what the issue was, but the meatball flag is out, and let me tell you, that is not a nice meatball to have. It's not like the ones from IKEA.
Nope. No, I mean, no meatballs can compare to the ones in IKEA, and certainly that meatball does not compare at all. Following the 25 of Jacob Nairn, running down 26, but I think considering that they were out before the race had even started in the first heat, still get to be running at this point, very good stuff. Meanwhile, we are now back following this group here. This is and we've got another off. It's the 30. He's abandoned the car. It's Tomilewski. And I'm so sorry for you, Amelia, watching, supporting your man here. Unfortunately, he is out of the race. Right, so now we're into Christmas, following the, I believe this is the battle for sort of about 3rd place now. So there's Blair Smith defending down the inside from Logan Howes. That would be my guess at this moment in time. It is the 98th. In fact, it's Kit Belowski who is finding himself higher up there and look potentially up into 3rd place. We will see them across the line. Meanwhile, we are now sort of looking at the 15 of Fred Green, and it's Zach Green behind him as well. So Fred Green just picking up a contact warning there, but Zach Green after that having a bit of an off in the first race, now trying to keep a clean race through here, and they're going side by side through Pit Bend, and it's Max Horlaw who I think fell down a bit there, and yes, as predicted, Kit Belowski up into 3rd place, setting the fastest lap on that lap as well, going a lot faster than Jacob Anslow. We'll see what happens there. And we've also got, that's the AAA who had the mechanical flag, the meatball, and it's not worked out for him, and I don't think there's anyone there for him, which is a real shame. But that is just really unfortunate to see.
Yeah, it's well, hopefully we can see Cooper back out in the 3rd heat and the final. Oh, nice move there by Zach Green. Really good down the inside of the number 15 of Fred Green.
Special signal to say let's work together to get this 55. It's a little very opportunistic move there from Zach Green. He's made it work, and he's helped the rest of the grid get through as well. So 3 places there made up on, I think that must have been Logan Howes. We're just going to get a lovely little slow-mo replay of this absolute lunge from Zach Green down the inside of the second part of the boot on, I believe that is Logan Howes. Yeah, you can just see there, he then allows Fred Green and I think that was the Flynn McDermott along as well. But yeah, getting words muddled here. Logan House losing a number of positions on that lap. But yeah, great driving from Zach Green, and we will keep an eye. What we will keep an eye on is this battle for the lead. It's a 1.89 second gap at the moment, but Kit Bolofsky just setting a 52.84 compared to Morgan Moore's 53.2.
2 minutes and 35 of this one to go. Still a lot to play for here in IAME Cadet. Zach Green confirmed up to 5th position ahead of Blair Smith. Just looking a little bit further down the order, Jensen Chalk is currently your top novice and has just set a personal best of 54.35. Sukmani Kira, she's having a much better run in this one, which is good to see. Sukmani had a retirement in heat number 1. His second of the novices at the moment is down the inside. There goes Archie Lovett on Jacob Anslow for 3rd position through Ashby. Very good stuff indeed. 2 minutes of this one to go. How is the gap at the front looking?
Down.
It is coming down. Another 10th of a second gone. In fact, a lot more than a 10th of a second has gone in sector number 2. Kit Bolofsky for PMR is absolutely flying and closing in on Morgan Moore in the number 93. There they are across start finish. 52.82, new fastest lap of the race so far from Kit Bolofsky. The gap is down to 0.4 of a second, JJ.
Just 2 laps ago it was 1.9 seconds. Now it's 4 tenths. You can see Kit absolutely reining Morgan in. We've got 1.5 minutes left of this race, so we'll get this lap in and then probably 2 more afterwards. So Kit has got a lot of time to be able to get this move for the lead done. Can Morgan keep it on track though? Can he keep it smooth? This is the big question. He wants to hang on to the lead of this race. We have seen it done so far today. We have seen drivers who are under extreme pressure from the chat behind be able to hang on to the lead, but it looks like Kit is really in the mood for this one. The 95 versus the 93 as they're now going to come through pit bend and to start what will be the penultimate lap of this race. Morgan Moore does just put in his best lap of the race, but Kit Bolofsky now setting a 52.5. He is really on the back end of Morgan, coming down towards Christmas, keeping behind him, just pushing him along, keeping it going, probably making sure that there's no threat from behind. They should know that there isn't. It's a 2.3 second gap, and still Kit just leaving it for the moment, probably waiting for some last lap heroics. He will have to do it at some point though if he does want to take the lead of this race. Keeping it nice and calm though now through Wilkins, through Ozier. It could be that Kit already believes that he has got this move done when he decides to do it, but again hanging in there for the moment. The 2 teammates working together as they're now going to come through the final part of the boot, through pit bend to start the final lap of this race. There are a couple of back markers in the way. They could come into play at some point, so if he wants to get it done at any point, I think on the run down towards Christmas has surely got to be it. But Morgan will defend as I just see Finn McDermott falling down the order down into 12th place. Lost a couple of positions there, but still nothing doing for Kit through Christmas corner. Now coming into Ashby, the next best overtaking opportunity on this track, but he's still not quite think back. He's getting really right up the back of Morgan, so he's got to be careful, make sure they don't take each other out. Heading through Wilkins, now running out of opportunities for the overtake, but now there he goes down the inside into Ozier. A nice clean move, although now here come the back markers. Will they keep out of the way? Yes they do, and it's no, Morgan has, oh no, he's going to send it down the inside. Oh, they get closer now. Kit is off. Kit goes sending round, and he's going to, he had the opportunity to take the win, and it's all gone horribly wrong for Kit Bolofsky. Morgan Moore comes across the line to win the race. Zach Green is second and Archie Lovett is third. We will now see a replay of this instance. So here we go then. Kit now in front. They get past the 2 back markers. Morgan, he is quite far back, but he gets a good exit out of the boot and just sends it a bit too aggressively down the inside of the boot, and he just forces Kit onto the grass. He spins round ultimately to now come home in 8th. And Andrew, I cannot help but wonder, Kit was behind Morgan for the entirety of the penultimate lap. Why didn't he do it then?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to say on that one. It's never nice to see 2 teammates come together. I think for me, Kit had played the tactics pretty well that race. He'd isolated Morgan Moore up there. It's a move we often see in sprint racing. at this level. But yeah, I think there may be a couple of words in the PMR camp after that particular race. Thankfully, though, it's a heat. It's recoverable. And we should see both of those drivers in the final later on. And they've still got another one to come, of course, in this IAME Cadet class. But yeah, we will move on from the IAME Cadets. Next out on circuit, unless I am mistaken, should be X30 Minis, he says, with a little bit of confidence. Heat 2 for the first of our mini classes is next up out on circuit.
The happiest man in Northampton next to me, because he got it right. It is the X30 Minis out now. So, starting on the front row, we have got Finn Leslie and Jensen Pugh. Into the second row, we have got Jack Owen Drawbridge and Marley Parejo. Cameron Pratt-Thompson is in 5th with Amelia Pennington in 6th. Slight technical issues here, so we will go from 7th place down. We've now got Jack Hobson in 7th place, followed by Macaulay Bishop in 8th. Then we come down to Oliver Bocock in 9th and Edin Spanswick in 10th. Kira Harris is 11th with Taylor Orridge in 12th, and we have now got their 13th even for Taylor Orridge. So now we've got Thomas Cucurolo Yeomans in 14th with Henry Jocelyn in 15th. Katie Ashman is 16th and Izzy Wolfit is 17th. Morgan Hill is in 18th, and then we will see Charlie Mills in 19th. Tommy Harfield is in 20th place with Luke Fleming and Charlie Locker in 22nd. Riley Bishop and Rylan Eckberg make up the 12th row of the grid with Lucas Field and Jack Mowat in 25th and 26th. Ashton Wiggins is 27th with Aidan Hassan in 28th and Benjamin Rose 29th with Reese Bennett in 30th. And then rounding off your grid today for the IAME, for the X30 mini heats, I should say, is Joshua Jones and James Kell.
Thank you very much, JJ. Hope you are enjoying the coverage here at Whilton Mill today. Hello to Jensen Weston, who's just given a subscribe to the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. Thank you very much, Jensen. Thank you for your continued support. Ready then for this next race, X30 Minis. Let's just quickly try and go over what happened in their first heat, if the computer spins its hard drives quick enough. Rylan Etchberg was your winner from the last race, took it quite comfortably ahead of Macaulay Bishop and Riley Bishop. Jack Mowat was 4th, Morgan Hill 5th, as, we've got a little bit of an incident up towards Christmas Corner. I think it was that number 24 of Lawrence Finn going round.
You can't park there, sir.
You can't park there, sir. 6th place, Finn Leslie, Ashton Wiggins and Lucas Field 7th and 8th, Taylor Orridge 9th and Eden Spanswick 10th. Yes, there were some penalties in that one. Morgan Hill got a +5 second for an incorrectly positioned front fairing at the end of the race. So still all to play for here in X30 Mini. Looking forward to this one. Number 29 of Finn Leslie alongside Jensen Pugh. Number 60, another Pugh on the scene. Commentator on his dad in the past. Round the final corner we go then for the start of this one. Eyes on the lights and the flag. Away we go. Good start for Finn Leslie. Will lead into turn 1. Huge field here in X30 Mini. There's a yellow flag out for something that's happened through Oblivion and the Crook, I believe. The number 18 of Marley Parejo has had a very good start. Was up the inside for second place there. Lawrence Finn has got going. But look at this lead already for the number 29 of Finn Leslie. Finn is away and gone at the front of this field.
Jensen Pugh just going down the inside of Marley Parejo for second place. So a good little bat there. And there goes the number 6 of Jack Hobson, who starting in 6th now finds himself in 3rd place. He just went down the inside of Marley Parejo. So a very good start there for Jack, it has to be said. Finn Leslie getting an absolutely fantastic start on this lap. They are going to cross the line to lead this lap, and they've already got a 1.1 second
full course yellow. The Battenberg flag is out. The race is neutralised. So if you've not seen that flag before, that is what that one means. Not quite sure what it's for. We're saying that we've got a lot of drivers off. Oh, Rylan Etchberg's one of them. And Morgan Hill and Riley Bishop and Charlie Mills. So we said that something had happened going through turn 2, and that's what it is. So that is what has neutralised this race. I hope everybody's okay down there. That's number 31 of Benjamin Rowe as well, one of our novices.
Got about 4 karts who have not registered, 4 or 5 karts who haven't registered on the timing screen. Riley Bishop now coming through.
Yeah, we've seen at least 2 of them down there, and the fact that all of them were in that same area of the grid. So we're under full course yellow conditions, no safety cars out. Drivers have to control the pace themselves. So there is Finn Leslie doing a good job at the front of the pack. Keeping the pace up to a moderate speed so people don't bunch in behind and cause a further incident.
It's a good job I wasn't racing today, because I have never seen this Battenberg flag before. I have to be said, I would have been very, very confused.
Cameron Pratt-Thompson is looking for a good result in this one. Cameron had a retirement in the first heat. He's sitting nicely in second place here. Time continues down as well. 5 minutes and 30 on the clock. Jack Hobson, who had a very good round 1 4 or 5 weeks ago, is sat in third place. Marshall's just reminding the drivers to keep the lid on the pace here. As who was that? It was Morgan Hill. So Morgan Hill into the pit lane, and that's really going to mix things up for the final. Now there's no B final in X30 Mini, so everyone's guaranteed a spot in the trophy final. But the fact that you've got your Heat 1 winner out of this race, one of the favourites for today, Morgan Hill, out of this race. Riley Bishop out of this race as well. As we're back to green racing, this is going to be very, very key now for the drivers at the front to take opportunity here and capitalise and get some good points. Finn Leslie gets us underway again as we go on to lap number 4. He's got Jack Hobson. Jack Hobson already at second place, now going for the lead down the inside into Christmas corner. Well defended by Finn Leslie round the outside, using the camber of the course there to his advantage, but he's under a lot of pressure now. Hobson down the inside into Ashby corner. Classic overtake, the number 6 to the front of the field here in X30 Mini.
Absolutely fantastic. Consider that again. He did start.
Bearing off.
What have we got off there? That's it. That's just like a front wing or a rear bump. I'm not entirely sure, but there we've had a scrappy race. It has to be said so far with the Battenberg flag, and now with a front what looked like a front wing off just beyond Ashby. We've got 2 cars in front of Finn Leslie at this moment in time, and so it's Jack Hobson leading from Macaulay Bishop now as they come across on the restart. And now here goes Macaulay Bishop looking for the inside into Christmas. We saw some brilliant defensive driving from Finn Leslie there, but it didn't work out for him in the end. We'll wait to see how that battle paid out. They'll probably be coming through Ashby at the moment. And so who is in the lead? It is Macaulay Bishop. They got the move done. So it started in Christmas, probably finished in Christmas, but it is Macaulay Bishop now in front of Jack Hobson. I think it may very well have been...
Rylan Etchberg was the driver missing their front fairing. So Rylan in the pit lane now. He was already pretty much out of this race, having been involved in the first lap incident. But Macaulay Bishop confirmed as your leader then across start-finish. Taylor Orridge is up to 4th place, by the way. Having a very good run here. The reigning Mini Rock champion in Super 1. 29 of Finn Leslie leads ahead of Taylor Orridge, the number 66, and the 33 of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Really want to see Cameron get a good result here. Bounce back from that first heat disappointment. There's all sorts of overtaking going on just behind them. Eden Spanswick is up to 7th place. Thomas Cucurello Yeomans, who won round 1 of this competition, is having a more solid run this time around. He didn't have a good heat 1, is currently in 8th place. And Hayden Hassan. This is good to see. A lot of the drivers who had difficulties in heat 1, JJ, bouncing back, having good runs in this second heat of the day.
Absolutely, and one of those drivers as well is Taylor Orridge, who, if we recall correctly, had his nose cone was very much bent out of proportion. They have got that fixed, and now you can see him running up in 4th. I say 4th, make that 3rd Great move there down into Christmas on Finn Leslie, and this is also bringing Cameron Pratt-Thompson in on the mix as well. Finn going just a little bit defensive into Ashby, comes back to take the racing line, but yeah, it looks like Taylor Orridge with a great turn of pace once again in this heat as in the first. And there goes down the inside Cameron Pratt-Thompson on Taylor Orridge. They're still side by side heading down towards the boot, but Cameron with the inside line has now got the move done. No heroics from Finn, as we saw in the previous heat. He lets that position go.
Novice ranks, Luke Fleming having a good run so far. He's up into the top 20 overall, has got 0.7 of a second over Joshua Jones. So that's the 14 ahead of the 84 out there on circuit. Closing up this battle from third downwards, Eden Spanswick's had a very good lap there. 48.43, took 1.2 seconds out of Finn Leslie on that last lap. So that's some good work from Spanswick, another driver in the PMR effort, using that battling that was going on between third, fourth, fifth, Orridge, Pratt-Thompson, Leslie. He thought, you know, I need to put a good lap in here to get myself in the mix, and he's properly done that.
We'll talk about Eden Spanswick. He's just been now overtaken by Thomas Cucurolo-Yeaman. So he was starting about 15th place. He's come from there to now be up into 6th place. So a very good little battle going on there between those guys, and that has given. They've still gone a bit faster than Finn Leslie. So it's this battle for sort of fourth place really, as there goes the 86 of Thomas Cucurolo-Yeamans down the inside of Finn Leslie. So a fantastic little drive here from Thomas. He's got the 66 and 33 of Cameron and Taylor Orridge up front. So where can he finish this race? Because we had the full course yellow, we have only got 15 seconds left off this race, so it will be this lap and one more as we come across the line. So it's a case of, here goes an overtake from Cameron Pratt-Thompson down the inside of Taylor Orridge, and there goes, so close there between Thomas Orridge and Cucurolo-Yeamans. He just hangs on to fourth there, but there goes down the inside Thomas Cucurolo-Yeamans getting up into fourth place, overtaking Taylor Orridge. That move from Cameron Pratt-Thompson really sort of starting off a domino effect of overtakes on Taylor Orridge. So we will see them now coming down to Ashby. There goes the 69 of Eden Spanswick on Finn Leslie. The Finn who was running in the podium places for quite a long time, just slowly been going backwards, now being sent upon by the 64 of Aidan Hassan. So, and there's the 66 as well. Not entirely sure who that is, but we will look to see Macaulay Bishop. I think we are now on to the final lap. So we've got an extra lap in of this race, which is very good to see, because it's absolutely nose to tail, absolutely fantastic stuff in this race. So we are now looking at the battle between Thomas Cucurolo-Yeamans and Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the battle for the final podium position. There goes Jack Hobson, decent gap that he has for this gap, so it's the battle for third place that we're going to keep an intensive eye on. There is Macaulay Bishop, who had to come through the field to overtake Jack Hobson in the early stages of the race. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, I think he's just fallen a little bit away from Thomas Cucurolo-Yeamans, so that's that battle over. But the battle that is definitely over is the battle for the win of this race, and that goes to Macaulay Bishop. A great drive there from him, with Jack Hobson coming home in second place. Fantastic, probably one of the drives of the day today for Thomas Cucurolo-Yeamans, coming from about 15th to 3rd. Then it's Cameron Pratt-Thompson with a very respectful 4th. Eden Spanswick as well, another great race for him, coming through in 5th. Just watching these guys across the line, looks like they're all good. But yeah, then it's Taylor Orridge, who was running great guns, but then when Cameron Pratt-Thompson overtook him, he then just started falling back. He is in 6th place. Aidan Hassan with a good drive to finish in 7th. Finn Leslie going backwards a little bit from the start to finish in 8th, with Jack Mowat in 9th. Oliver Bocock was then 10th, with Jensen Pugh in 11th. Aston Wiggins, Kira Harris, Lucas Field, Amelia Pennington, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Katie Ashman, Marley Parejo, Luke Fleming, your top novice, and then rounding off the top 20, it is Lawrence Finn.
Very good stuff from the X30 Minis. Macaulay Bishop with his 3rd heats victory of the season so far. We will see them back out again for their 3rd and final heat later in the morning. Sorry, not the morning, we're not even near the morning, we've gone into the afternoon. Later in the day, let's go with that. Heat number 2 coming out shortly. That will be race number 12 on your schedule, and it will be the second heat of the day for Minimax.
Here we go then for the Minimax Heat 2. So, starting on the front row is Sasha Bagley on pole with Charlie DeMoncus in second. Seth Hathaway is third with Corey Fowler in fourth, with Kieran Denyer in fifth and Devon Nolan in sixth. Seventh for Amelie Ackett and Oliver Smith is 8th. Harrison Morrow is 9th with Michael Dalton in 10th. Ronnie Coburn is in 11th with Mac McFarquhar in 12th. Edward Rose is 13th with Oliver Sander 14th. Daniel Amor in 15th and Woody Radford in 16th. Harry Higgs is 17th and Louis Rees is 18th. Edward Gibbons is 19th with George Ivanov in 20th, and then rounding off this slightly smaller grid compared to the rest of them is Josh Cook and Lina Summers Kelly. No Andrew for this one, you are left with just yours truly. The camera there just demonstrating how windy it is on circuit at the moment. Drivers going around ready to start this race. 33 just getting themselves sorted heading into Christmas. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we get on in this one. Looking to see Harry Higgs get a good getaway in the 45 car with Seth Hathaway just behind him in the 33. Know that Ronnie Coburn was having a very good race until he ran into technical difficulties in the first race. I'm fairly certain that's what happened. I might be suffering from a bit of Andrew syndrome there, just maybe not quite remembering what happened, but I think he definitely did have some issues. Coming around now into the boot. Yellow flag is waving. Let's see if we can get this one underway, going quite fast as, in fact, Harry Higgs Sasha Bagley just slowing them down, but looks like we are good for a race start. Yeah, there we go. We are now racing here at Whilton Mill for Heat 2 of Minimax. Looked like it was a good start for Harry Higgs, heading now down the straight towards Christmas Corner. It is Devon Nolan now up into second place with Sasha Bagley just slotting back into third. Looks like they are hanging on to third for the moment, heading now down into Ashby, going slightly defensive. There's the 87 of Mac McFarquhar, having a little look down the inside. It's all clean so far. Oh, actually, just as I say that, someone is going sideways, and there is the 75 of Harrison Morrow, all the way on the grass. I think he might have been collected by that driver sliding a bit wide there, so really unfortunate to see. We've got the 44 of Michael Dalton, having a little look around the outside of the boot. Nothing going for him so far, so it's been a little bit of a chaotic start to this race, but we're all good at the moment. So coming across the line then is Harry Higgs leading from Devon Nolan, Sasha Bagley, Oliver Smith and Michael Dalton. That is your top five. Looking at who is the big fallers, it's Kieran Denyer, I think, was that driver I saw going sideways out of Ashby, and there goes down the inside Oliver Smith into Christmas Corner. So a good little move there. It's been coming, has to be said, for the majority of the first lap. He has now got past Sasha Bagley. We've got Michael Dalton waiting in the wings to try and get onto Sasha as well, although it looks like a little bit of a look down the inside there. Not sure who that was. That was the number 20 of, it might have been the 50 even, of Edward Rose. And there is the 75 of Harrison Morrow, once again, unfortunately, having a little incident down at Ashby. So as we come across to start lap number 3, it is still Harry Higgs leading from Devon Nolan and Oliver Smith, who's just put in the fastest lap of the race. Although having just said that, Daniel Amor in 11th has just popped in with a 48.88, significantly faster than everyone else. But there now, down the inside of Devon Nolan goes Oliver Smith, so he is now up into second place. Great couple of opening laps here for Oliver, as he's now going to set his sights firmly on the back of Harry Higgs for the lead of this race. All getting a bit congested into Ashby. Wave of the hand in there, and there's Michael Dalton. Michael Dalton pulling off once again. I think he ran into troubles in the first race, and it has happened again. He pulls off into the Zulu layout, and that, I think, will be a DNF for Michael. Really unfortunate to see there. Meanwhile, you'll see them across the line. Oliver Smith now just setting a 48.77 lap time compared to Harry Higgs's 49.13. So he's taken a good set, well over a second out of Harry Higgs on that lap. So you expect to see a battle for the lead any moment soon. So we're now looking at this battle for, that was the 87 of Mike McFarquhar against Ronnie Coburn and Daniel Amor, and there is the 44 of Michael Dalton. Not sure what's happened to him. Shake of the head, bang of the steering wheel. It's just not gone well for him so far. Again, you hate to see it, but again, that is racing. These things happen, just got to move on from it and try and have the best result as possible in the next heat. Meanwhile, here is the battle for this is Ronnie Coburn and I think Mac McFarquhar and Daniel Amor. Harry Higgs is still in the lead of this race, however he has now got Oliver Smith directly behind him, only 0.3 of a second as they cross the line there. Oliver Smith setting a 48.2 on his way as well. So looking at where we are, Sasha Bagley still running in 4th with Devon Nolan in 3rd. Ronnie Coburn has moved up into 5th place with Daniel Amor in 6th, and Mac McFarquhar has fallen down a bit there into 7th place. Looking on the road, we have got, this is the battle, I think, for this. So this is Ronnie Coburn coming up to Sasha Bagley from the battle for 4th place. He's still got the 41 of Daniel Amor behind. In fact, no, is that the 77? No, just keeping an eye on it. Oh no, sorry, it's Daniel Amor now in front of Ronnie Coburn. So move there for 5th place as Harry Higgs is now so we now have a change for the lead. Oliver Smith has overtaken Harry Higgs. We haven't seen it on camera, but we can see it now. There he is, Oliver Smith moving in front of Harry Higgs, and Devon Nolan now getting seriously involved on Harry Higgs. Is he going to have a little look down the inside of Ashby? No, he thinks better of it. Just waiting for it as there goes. Oh, massively over the grass is Harry Higgs and spins round and is collected by Devon Nolan. Devon has lived to survive, but Harry, he ran off the track, ran over the grass, and then importantly ran over that wet patch, giving him less grip on the tyres, which just sent him round. Really unfortunate. Good to see Devon carrying on. Nothing, again, no one's fault there, just a little bit of a mistake from Harry running over that wet bit and sending him round in the end. So now it is the battle for 3rd place that we are going to keep a close eye on. It's Daniel Amor in 3rd. We're going to now have a look at the incident between Devon and Harry. So there you see Harry bumping across the grass. He gets out of shape, runs over that wet patch. He's now got less grip on his tyres. You can see the tyre cocking up in the air, and it's almost inevitable really. The car just goes round and then gets collected by Devon. Probably not sure if that would have helped or if he hadn't been collected or not. You can see hands on the helmet, absolutely gutted. A mistake he wouldn't have wanted to make, but as I've been saying all day, this sort of thing happens. So Oliver Smith is your leader now, with Devon Nolan lead in 2nd. Daniel Amor just popping up with a fast lap of a 47.9, but Corey Fowler, who had a very good race in the 1st heat, your novice for today, he has just set the fast lap of the race, 47.8. So it is this battle for sort of 3rd, 4th and 5th that we are watching now. So it's Ronnie Coburn running in 4th. Daniel Amor's got a little bit of a gap now, I think, or has Daniel fallen down? We will wait to see him across the line. No, there is Daniel. He's now got a bit of a gap to Ronnie and Mac. So it is Ronnie currently leading from Mac, although it's going to be it's so close. And don't forget, we have got Woody Radford, Oliver Sand and Corey. Now, in fact, we've got probably the remainder of the top 10 in this battle for 4th place. In fact, Daniel Amor now just being he's not 6/10 is the gap between Daniel and Ronnie, so he's comfortable at the moment, is Danny, but you never know. In fact, considering what's going on behind him, as just see an overtake there, I think that may have been Sasha Bagley on Edward Rose, or maybe Harry Higgs or Edward Rose. But no, who's just gone off there? That is the 39 of Oliver Sander. Something's gone horribly wrong there. Hand in the air, bang of the steering wheel. Not sure what's happened there. We didn't quite catch it on the camera, but Oliver falling by the wayside. Maybe that was caught up with Corey Fowler or Woody Radford. And now there it goes, the 87 of Mac McFarquhar. McFarquhar looking down the inside of Ronnie Coburn. Nothing doing so far, but now who is that? We've got the 66 then of Woody Bradford still involved there. So I reckon that Corey Fowler and Oliver Sander had some sort of coming together as Corey climbs up the grid and Oliver falls down into at least 10th place. And we're promoting Edward and Sasha up as well. 25 seconds left of this race, so we'll have this lap and one more as Ronnie still in front of Mac now as the blue flags come out there, and there goes Mac down the inside of Ronnie heading through Ashby. Has he made the move stick through Wilkins and Oziers? It looks like Ronnie's got the position back, and this is going to allow, but no, Daniel Amor is there as well. Something's happened to Daniel Amor. We saw the back marker there. Did he run into trouble with the back marker? We didn't quite see it, but Daniel Amor now down in 5th place, so it's Ronnie Coburn up into 3rd, and we've still got Woody Radford in there as well. So it's this 4-way scrap for 3rd place that we are going to watch for the rest of the, or we're going to watch this with keen interest on the final lap. So it is still Ronnie Coburn leading from Mac McFarquhar, then Daniel Amor, then Woody Radford. Mac is really onto the back of Ronnie heading into Ashby, but he's just lost a little bit there through Inkermans, and this should surely give Ronnie a little bit of breathing space on this final lap. But meanwhile, Daniel Amor and Woody Radford just getting a little bit detached now from McFarquhar and Coburn still leading this race. So we're going to look for Oliver Smith coming across the line any moment now. There he goes, fantastic drive from Oliver to win this race. Devon Nolan survived that instant with Harry Higgs to come home in 2nd, and then it's Ronnie Coburn who comes home in 3rd, Mac McFarquhar in 4th, and Daniel Amar in 5th, with Woody Radford just behind in 6th. Really close racing in that. Corey Fowler, great result for the novice driver in 7th. Then it's Edward Rose in 8th, with Sasha Bagley in 9th, and Oliver Sander 10th. Seth Hathaway finished 11th. Harry Higgs having that really unfortunate spin. Finishes in 12th place, with George Ivanov, the 2nd place novice driver, in 13th. Kieran Denyer in 13th, with Lina Summers Kelly in 15th. Amelie Ackett in 16th. Harrison Morrow, who had a number of adventures on in that race, in 17th, with Charlie Domonkos in 18th. Edward Gibbons in 19th. Louis Rees in 20th, and rounding off this grid was Michael Dalton. So there we go. That was a absolutely fantastic mini mix heat. A lot of stuff going on there, and we shall now move on to, I believe, the X. Do you know what? I'm not entirely sure where we are leading on to now, but I will pass over to. We're now going to Junior Max. On to Junior Max then. We have got Zane Khan even starting on pole position, with Jensen Giles in 2nd place. Joe Garraway is 3rd, with Michael Morgan in 4th. Jake Davis is 5th, and Jensen Weston in 6th. Luke Ringham is 7th, with Ronnie Smith in 8th, followed by Riley Brown and James Jackson in 10th. Jake Howarth is in 11th, with Jacob Jukes in 12th. Charlie Pritchard is in 13th, with Miles Dawn in 14th. David Lechner is in 15th, and Ben Cordingley is 16th. Amelia Nelson 17th, and William Young in 18th. Noah Hadley is in 19th, and Jack Cooper is in 20th, with Callum Davies in 21st, and Murphy Aldridge in 22nd. Leo Purchase finds himself in 23rd, with Lexi Belk in 24th. Jacob Rhodes in 25th, with Reza Seaworthen in 26th, and Freya Belk in 27th. Kai Bikini is in 28th, with Jessica White in 29th, and Ronnie Mansfield in 30th. Rounding off the grid then, we've got Maxley in 31st, Oliver Kerr in 32nd, Alex Warnaby in 33rd, and Alfie Bray in 34th. Apologies to all of the names I got wrong in that one. Again, as I've been saying all day, these things happen. Now, you might be expecting me to be reintroducing Andrew Mather into the commentary box, but no, I'm introducing a new person. You're probably very familiar with his voice and with who he is. It is Mr. Chris McCarthy here joining us for today.
Thank you very much. Really good to be back. Really good to be back. It's been a while. It's been a while, but while Andrew is away, I'll happily step in hopefully you're all having a good day, and hello to all of you. Hope you're in for a good afternoon. Junior Max Heat 2 is going to make its way out onto the circuit now. Quick warm-up lap, and then we'll be underway. They come very thick and fast here at Whilton Mill. If you're joining us on the Alpha live stream, welcome and thank you for your company. Lots going on the Alpha live streams today as well. So if you fancy watching some other stuff, you can go to some two-wheel action we've got going up at Rowra. And we've also got the British Kart Championships as well going on down at Clay Pigeon. All available live on Alpha Live. But for now, the focus is here. Whilton Mill Kart Club, round number 2. Season just kicking off. It's that spots of rain, I see.
Like we could have had a bit of few spots of rain on the track. It's been a dry day so far, but rain is predicted for the day.
Well, I can tell you from racing round here, yeah, we're seeing wiping of the visors. Well, it's going to be Jensen Giles and Joe Garraway on the front row, as you said. Thanks very much for having me in, James, but I'll hand over to you. It looks like we're about to get going for Junior Max Heat 2.
Looks like we are good then for a race start. We will watch the starters' orders across the line, and he has immediately thrown the false start flag. So these guys will have to go around again.
Garraway and Morgan there leading the way, and they'll lead us up for one more. So always a good opportunity just to get a more feel for the circuit.
Especially if there is rain beginning to come down, because
yes.
Just give it a little bit of time just to see what is going on this track. Where is the grip going? Where is it coming in? Having driven this track, you can see it now coming down we come down to Ashby, and they're probably all on slick tyres.
Yep,
so
they will be.
This is something very familiar to myself. Welcome then basically to a Club 100 race.
Where you have no choice.
You have no choice, but these guys obviously do get the choice. But the rain is now looking like it's coming down, so these guys are going to have to be on absolute tenterhooks through this race. Just a little gesture there, I think, from Joe Garraway, or might be
Joe Garraway. Yeah,
Joe Garraway just gets to say, let's just calm it down a little bit. This is going to be a good one, Chris. I think you've picked a good one to come in for.
Not bad at all. So round as we look down the straight, Garraway will be to the right of your screen, and to the left will be Morgan, and the rain is coming down. Are they all going to get through turn number 1 safely? Just about. You can see how much they're struggling with the grip. Right, expect them to be using a lot of curves now. We might even see them breaking down the middle of the circuit. We've got a 3, I'm afraid, who's slowing down as we come up towards the start line, but the rest are through safely. They're down towards Ashby. Red flags. Well, conditions I think are just going to be a little bit too difficult for them, and James, that's red flags out.
That is a red flag. Hopefully it is just for... Oh no,
oh well, that's why they're out. Yeah,
never mind. We've got what some might call a bit of an incident.
That was
down at...
Now that's off our camera angle, so apologies, we missed that one, but yeah, that's what you call a bit of a pile-up, isn't it?
I think if you were in and around the karting social media scene this time last week, there was a video that went up of, I think, some sort of European super final where
yes.
they were all going as fast as the dry line would dictate, and the rain was coming down, and they didn't really stop heading on their way into the tyre rails, and it looks like something similar has happened there. Hopefully everyone is okay. Bit of a hugging going on over there between a couple of guys, so hopefully all is well. We've got a good number of cars. Trying to work out whether this actually is on the circuit. It looks like it might be down out of the
That's
crook.
turn 2.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, I mean, the video you talk about, that was the FI Karting European Championships at Genk, which has a bit of a climate of its own. But that's essentially, they haven't really gone through that corner at speed yet. Rain's come down, so it's the first time they've gone through it, and it's just caught them all out.
It is notoriously slippy on the inside line of the crook. I know that in the wet line you do want to be sort of on the outside for that, so it could be that they've gone in, maybe not judged the grip as well as they perhaps could have done, and then this is what we've seen. Looks like, not sure, there's probably about 16 drivers have been able to make it through unscathed. Be interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, we haven't got a replay. We can't tell you what's happened, but if I had to make a guess, I'd say that we've got guys on the inside who have gone maybe faster than the conditions have dictated, and then they've all just come together. Some drivers in the barriers. Hopefully, probably going to be a bit of damage to some of these karts there. We'll see how many of them are actually then able to get going. But yeah, it is unfortunately just one of those things. It can happen?
Oh, look how quickly the conditions have changed. Absolutely pouring down. There's going to be a huge rush on the grid for the next race that's going out now. It's going to be full setup changes onto wet tyres, and things look a little bit different now, don't they? Thanks to everyone who's tuning in. I can see we've got over 400 people tuned in on the live chat. So send us in your comments. Let us know who you're cheering on throughout the day. As I said, we've got plenty more going on Alpha Live as well. We've got the British Kart Championships going on down at Clay Pigeon as well. And the grids are really good. I have to say, I mean, when I commentated here a few years ago, these grids were not at this size. So it's I have to say, really good to see particularly the road tax grids really up. So sadly, we've lost quite a few of them in this race, but this is going to be a full restart, so they should be able to rejoin again. So, but yeah, James, this is something you're used to racing in Club 100s, slicks in the wet, where you don't have a choice. I've done Club 100 once actually, and yeah,
how did that go?
It went.
that's all we need to know.
It went. It was actually BUKC, which is
that's not Club 100. That's an entirely different. That's
the only place where you see someone going karting with dog ears on. You know, it's it's a pretty strange place.
On that note, massive shout out to all the dogs that we've seen kicking about the track today. Always good to see our canine companions enjoying the track, not getting too freaked out by the noise of the engines. So yeah,
it's great to see just such a full paddock here, and the team doing a great job here at Whilton to keep everyone safe whilst we are here. We're going to have a bit of a delay, like I said, on the here while we get drivers back safely. We might even just skip to the next race, I assume, as well, because the dummy grid now is going to be a scene of people getting changed over to wet tyres. That will probably be the next race to go out. I assume they might put this one behind that to give these guys a chance to do the same thing and to get some repairs done as well. So yeah, unfortunate incident, but it just happens, doesn't it, in these conditions. So red flag. Is this the first red flag?
This is the first red flag of the day. We've had a few little bumps and barges here and there. We had Mr. Higgs go out having caught a tyre on the wet stuff at the end of the last race, but nothing too major up until we've got to this one.
I'll tell you what, I was going to say, you can just hear the rain there, can't you? I mean, for a moment, when we stopped speaking, you can just hear it coming down.
I think we've got a bit of rain, and this camera demonstrating the wind we've got going on as well. But from our commentary position, we can see the sun just trying to poke its way through. So it could be we've just been caught out by one of those freak showers. It is predicted to rain later on. Oh dear, we've got some unsavoury scenes here. Looks like driving a bit of.
Yeah, do bear with us here. We're getting one of the drivers attended to, and that's Carboncini.
Carboncini, oh dear.
I tell you what, Kai, really great kid on and off the track. I have to say, he does a lot of media work off the track, and he's made a real name for himself, not just around karting, but actually around sort of touring car paddocks.
He was the BBC young commentator of the year, wasn't he?
Yeah. So. Look over your shoulder, basically, if you're us.
Yeah, I guess he's the one putting us out of the job.
Actually, but that's a real shame. I really do hope Kai is okay.
Yeah, wishing him all the best. The ambulance there, not a good sign, but I'm sure hopefully he will be okay. This is just my opinion, I don't think this race should restart. They're all on slicks. We've got an ambulance on the track.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure they'll from experience they'll send these guys back in to do any necessary changes. The guys on dummy grid now will be changing to wets, changing setup, and they'll be ready to go if that's the case, because it might have only just been a short shower and we might actually be okay now. But like I said, we are going to be having a bit of a pause here at Whilton Mill in terms of racing, but plenty more going on Alpha Live for you to check out as well in the meantime. But do stay with us. It's just the second round of the season. We're only just getting started here at Whilton Mill. Great to see such big entry lists in, as ever, in Whilton Mill. Place where everyone comes to warm up for the for the national seasons, which are all kicking off, some this weekend, some next weekend, some at the start of June as well. But let us know in the comments who you're cheering for. They can hear us around the paddock, so let us know and we'll read some out for you. But they are just getting themselves into position. That's the back straight they're stopped on, so they will they will grid up. Basically, it'll be a full restart, the order that they should have started in, and they'll grid back up, and they might even just send these guys back round. Who knows? We'll wait to find out. But first, we are getting Kai Bacchini attended to on circuit. Hopefully, he's okay. The medical crew quickly to him, and we hope Kai's okay.
So apparently, we have the sun is still is peaking around at the top of the track. So we shall see what we'll see what happens with this one. Chris, you are more experienced than me with these karts. You perhaps understand them more than I do. What can be changed from what setup changes can be made? Obviously, the tyres get changed. That's the first thing. But what can they actually do to the karts to make them more prepared for the wet?
I mean, there's a reason I went down the route of commentary and not mechanicking, because I'm useless. I just used to stand there and pretend I knew, try and just put the tyres on the right way round. But you know, there's several changes they can make, and they'll do those very quickly as well. So if that's the case, the teams are very, very experienced in this. You know, we've got the best teams in the country here, so they'll be quickly getting to work. Not just at privateers as well. It's stuff. This is stuff that they will have a lot of experience of, changing from wet to dry quickly. The dummy grid's gonna look like an F1 pit lane. It's going to be a scene of frenzy. So,
but it's what we like to see. It's what they're with the exception of what's happened with the red flag, which is obviously not what we want to see. It's this. It's the change from dry to wet, this unpredictability, what's going to happen. It's what we love to see in motorsport. So it's like, whilst obviously we have got a red flag on some unsavoury scenes and ambulance on track, it's still great to see what's going on here.
That's the 34 in the pits, isn't it? That's changes going on to that kart. So that's Jacob Jukes, a novice. So black backgrounds, if you're new to karting, it means they're a novice in their first 6 races. So they are, Jacob's there just having some... that looks like the front right, needing some repairs done on it. So he should be able to join, as long as it all gets through safely. I can see comments coming in. Dale Carter saying good luck to Team MBM, Mark Main's Motorsport. I've seen Mark and Jordan kicking around. I know they've probably got plenty of drivers here this weekend, so good luck messages coming in from them.
Thank you to Hannah.
Where's the ambulance? Now I assume that will be Kai Bacchini. That's coming now back into the off the track, and is being attended to.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Oh, there we go. I've actually never seen that one before. That's quite cool, that. Yeah.
Coming out with new things left, right and centre here. Alpha Live, fantastic job.
Yeah, Luke and James, they never stop. They never stop, those two. But fantastic work.
Absolutely. Let's read some of your comments whilst we wait for this race to carry on. Hello, Hannah Houston, who's cheering on Freya and Lexi Belk in Junior Road Tax, the number 98 and number 89s. Big proud sister there. So we got the Belk family all cheering each other on. Cheering on for Jarvis, Josh Jarvis is Sophie Rogen. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Apologies if I'm not. And as Logan Bennett cheering on Reza, Noah and Leo and the rest of BKC karting in general. Thank you, Jack Hobson. Yes, indeed, Lions are in fact cool. We can all agree upon that.
Now, Luke Ford Racing has said, what's the red flag for? Essentially, we had an incident down at Turn 2 when we tried to get this heat initially started. It was raining, they were on slicks, and a little bit of a pile-up happened, sadly. We have had Kai Bacchini attended to by the medical crew, and it looks like a lot of the drivers are getting back going now. We've also got a comment coming in here from Charlotte Taylor saying, come on, Reese Lomax. Harry Eustace cheering on Jack Cooper. And Ashton Backup as well, also cheering on the number 69 in Junior X30, Shay. So there's the 34 getting back going again.
Yes, I have a report from Andrew, who is out and about doing things, and he's just spoken to Kai Bacchini, and apparently he is a bit shaken up, but he is for the most part okay, which is very good to hear.
Good stuff. Kai Bacchini always welcome. Well, I mean, I know I've just arrived here, but he's always welcome in here, isn't he? He's
absolutely.
He's great at what he does, both on and off track. So glad to hear he's okay.
We're just waiting for this race to. I think we are going to get this race back underway. You've seen a couple of karts being wheeled off back to the dummy grid, potentially for try and get some tyre changes in.
No, I'd say if they were going to do that, they probably would have just brought them straight into the pit lane already. But they've kept them out on the back straight, so that's to me says we're going to go back racing again, and it just might be a little tricky conditions-wise to start with. But you can see on the dummy grid in the background that the karts are actually all on their trolleys, because they're kind of. If they were making changes, they're now deciding whether to keep going with those changes or stop with them. So, yeah, there we can see our pole sitter, the number 58 of Joe Garraway. He's going to be starting on the front row for this. Heat 2, so random drawn grids, and as you know, 3 heats, and that helps us decide the grid for the finals coming up later, where the points are awarded. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Plenty of you tuning in, and thank you to all your comments. We're going to be going very shortly now. We're getting pretty close. They've gridded them all back up. It looks like in order as well. And James, I don't think we're too far away now from getting this one going.
No, hopefully not. Obviously, we've got. I don't think Kai Bacchini will be rejoining us on this grid, but it's still good to see that we are hopefully getting back underway. As if you've seen live timing, Jacob Jukes has just popped up with the fastest lap of. Actually, no, Luke Ringham with the fastest lap of the race, a 5 minute 46 dead.
Well, that tells you how long we've been in a red flag for. So yes. Jacob was in the pit. So he's back out. That's good to see. So good work from his crew there to get him back out and into this race. Of course, as a novice, he starts at the back for all the races anyway, but Jacob is going to be in this one, which is the main thing. So they're stopped on the back straight currently. They're gridded up how they should be. There might be some gaps in the field, but other than that, the green flags are being prepared. So I think we're about to get going, James.
It's like we are under Marshall's orders. The chap in the high-vis gets out onto the track, and he's given the signal, and off they go. So it should be Michael Morgan leading them away from Joe Garraway.
I'd say we'll do one warm-up lap here and then we'll get going. I wouldn't suspect they'd send them like this.
No, it would be very surprising.
There we go.
They've got the full start flag out. So we're going to get this race back underway after this lap. Drivers will go around to warm their tyres up and hopefully work out where the grip is. You can see them hustling along. So
the track looks okay, doesn't it? It looks okay now. We are getting reports, by the way, for those of you here to support Kai Bacchini, wondering how he is. Apparently, we are suspecting that he might have a possible broken ankle, so he will be taken away from the circuit to be treated to. Really, really sad to hear. Just the instant, if you missed it, they were on slicks, it was raining, it was the first lap, and there was a big pile-up going into turn 2, and a possible broken ankle, sadly, for Kai Bacchini. We do, everyone here, on behalf of everyone watching, let alone just here at Alpha Live in the Whilton Mill Kart Club, we do wish Kai a speedy recovery, and no doubt, James, that he will be back out and racing soon. But I'll hand over to you now to recap the grid and take us through the race start.
Absolutely well said, Chris. Really wish you the best, Kai. Come back stronger. But yes, it looks like we are now getting back down to the business of racing. Watch them across the line. It is Joe Garraway from Jake Davis, and there we go. This race is now back underway as they head through the first corner, through Oblivion, now down towards Christmas Corner, and then we've got the 25 there moving slowly. We'll wait to see what happens there. That is a real shame, but no, here we go then down into Christmas. Everyone keeping it nice and clean through there, maybe just taking a little bit more caution through on the exit of Christmas, looking a little bit slower than what we've seen in previous races. Everyone just keeping it nice and controlled heading through this first lap. It looks like it's Joe Garraway leading from Michael Morgan, then Jake Davis, then James Jackson Jackson. Looks like the 71 has an issue there. That was, it was Leo Purchase. So he's having himself a little issue as well. Someone trying down the inside there. A bit of contact between that little group of drivers as well. We're going to see them cross the line. It is Joe Garraway leading from Jake Davis, Riley Brown, James Jackson, Charlie Pritchard, and then Michael Morgan, who's dropped back about 4 places on this lap. So here is the battle for second place. It is between Riley Brown and Jake Davis. Riley going to the defending well was Jake Davis, sorry, but Riley now gone around the outside on the exit through Boxing Day.
Yep, and we've got to move down the inside there. That looked like Jackson to me, trying down the inside of Davis, who's dropping back on this lap up towards turn number 7 and getting it just a little bit crossed up there was the number 41, and taking advantage is going to be Pritchard there as he now comes down the inside. Down to the boot we go. Davis here under all sorts of pressure now, dropping down the order, and there's a move from the number 26 of Pritchard, so he's through, and in trying to go forwards, Jackson's now going backwards. Oh dear, an instant there, the number 12 is round, that Slee's gone round. Unfortunate instant, the 54 is going to pull up at the final corner as well. That's Morgan, who started right at the front of the field for this, and that's how quickly things can change in karting. It can go wrong very, very quickly, and a real shame there. But a good start from Garraway, the 2 BKC teammates there on screen swapping places. That's Hadley going forward. But let's have a look at what happened here and try and make sense of this, James. So we've got we're looking for the 41 to the right of screen. There gets tagged, and the number 12, I think, maybe trying to be a bit too ambitious, but again, we'd have to see a couple more angles, or see it a couple more times to really figure out what happened there. But a real shame, I'd say. The number 54, a bit of an innocent victim in that, Morgan. But Garraway, meanwhile, James is doing well. He's got a lead at half a second.
Absolutely, yes. Just a little bit of time brought on in there by Riley Brown, but Charlie Pritchard has just set a 46.4, so he's just gone about half a second faster than the leader. This is the battle for, that's the 41, so this is the battle for about 4th place from David Alajatna down to James Jackson. You can just see your leaders going through there. Joe Garraway still with a good half-second gap to Riley Brown, but keep an eye on Charlie Pritchard. He is coming through, and there is an overtake from, that's the 45 of, or it might have been the 41 of James Jackson on David Alajatna, and now they are up into at least 4th place. Might be 5th. We shall see them across the line. And then we've got another spinner and more contact there between. That was the 89 of one of the Belks. Oh no, that is so unfortunate for them. Big sister watching on now. Freya Belk is seemingly out of this race. A lot of karts falling by the wayside here, so yeah, really unfortunate of that one. We will see what happened here. Gets tagged and then gets collected and then sent onto the grass, so absolutely gutting there for Freya.
I think drive behind just caught out by apex speed there, didn't look intentional. Was actually trying to line up a move going into the right-hander at the boot, hence carrying a lot more speed through the apex. I wouldn't say that was intentional at all. No, just trying to line up a move, and in the process just getting caught out. But let's check in with our leaders once more, because Pritchard is absolutely flying up the order here. He's gone into second while we were taking a look at that replay. 8/10 to catch. Oh dear, someone's had to run a little bit wide there. That was Brown, finding a little bit of the runoff and more. Here's a battle for 4th place. There's the number 77, Cooper, trying to move up the field here. Jack Cooper trying to currently close down James Jackson as they make their way down towards turn number 6. Just behind that, we've got Ben Cordingley in 7th place under a little bit of pressure. But last time round, it was actually Noah Hadley down in 11th who was quickest. He's trying to catch Jacob Jukes at the moment, so we'll have to watch out for Hadley. Jukes is going along very well, I have to say, as well, in 10th place, and yellow flags remain out in the boot. But still between your 2 leaders, it is 8/10. Let's take a look at the gap when they come across the line this time. They're being advised to slow down. Now, yellow flags are out. That's due to there we go.
Full course caution. So this race, obviously, we had the red flag, we had a number of yellows, and now we have a full course caution flags. It is still Joe Garraway leading from now, Charlie Pritchard, then Riley Brown, David Alajatna in 4th. Again, apologies if I'm getting the names wrong. First time I've seen these names, so again, I can but apologise. Then it's James Jackson, Jack Cooper, Ben Cordingley, Jessica White, Lexi Belk, the highest running Belk now left in the race, and Noah Hadley's 10th, with Jacob Nukes, the highest novice runner, followed by Jake Howarth, Reza C. Wuravan in 13th, with William Young in 14th, Max Lee 15th, Alfie Bray is 16th, and I think the last of the runners is Jake Davis. So we've gone from a grid that was, I think, we had a good about 30 odd drivers in this grid. We're now down to 17, but we are now getting this race back underway. So it's Joe Galloway leading from Charlie Pritchard, leading from Riley Brown. They're all line astern as they come across the line, and Charlie Pritchard, who's been on fantastic form so far today, has going to surely have an opportunity during the rest of this race to take the lead. He had a little maybe considered it, but then decided to keep it not. But he is now sending it down the inside of Joe Galloway for the lead, and he has got the move done. So Charlie Pritchard now takes the lead of this race from Joe Galloway. Meanwhile, third behind them, I think that's James Jackson up into third place. He's climbed 2 positions on this lap, overtaking David Alajetna and Riley Brown in the process. So great stuff from him there. We've got 1.5 minutes left of this race. What can we see in these final few minutes?
We will find out. Pritchard is your new leader, though, as we come across the line. This now to start lap number 9 of the race. We're watching a battle for third, though. There's the 41 of Jackson going along very well. I fear Galloway could be in a little bit of trouble here as they head up towards Christmas Corner. We've got to move down the inside there. That was Howarth going past Dukes, I think. That's a change for 11th place, but pretty close between your leaders. Don't forget, we have just had a full course yellow, so all the field have bunched up, and now it's kind of a 2-minute sprint to the line.
There's Riley Brown, who fell down from third to 9th place, so he had something went wrong for him there. David Algetna is still running in 4th place, so he's having a decent run of it, but it is still Charlie Pritchard leading from Joe Galloway. But James Jackson is having a fantastic race, it has to be said, so far. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, and is only a couple of tenths, about 3 tenths behind James Jackson, 6 tenths away from Charlie Pritchard. We are on to what will be the penultimate lap. We'll get this lap in and then one more of this race. Charlie Pritchard just not quite dropping Joe Galloway as I think we expected. Joe Galloway, who, as you said, Chris, we feared he might be in a bit of trouble. He's actually hanging on really well to Charlie Pritchard and keeping this race alive definitely up until the final lap.
Well, that's the start-finish line. We're waiting to see who's going to make it there first. We've got 10 seconds left on the clock, and they're coming down to the boot now. There's a lunge down the inside. Oh dear, contact there. 58 has gone round. That's Galloway. That was Jackson trying to get down the inside, I think, and it just hasn't worked at all. Side-by-side contact between the two. Wouldn't like to be calling that one, but a lunge down the inside from Jackson, and it hasn't paid off. Well, that's handed a lead to Pritchard. He got himself into that lead. Now Jackson's having to go on the defensive, so from going on the attack now to defending here from Cooper. Behind that is Cordingley as they now come downhill. This for the final time in this Junior Max Heat number 2. It's taken us a long time to get here after that red flag, but we are now into the final half lap, James.
Absolutely, thank you, Chris. It looks like Charlie Pritchard has got this race under control, and David Alajetna, who has been doing fantastically through this race, he's just keeping himself out of trouble, hanging on to those positions. It looks like he will take the 2nd place, but we will see them across the line. There goes the battle for 5th, and there goes Charlie Pritchard across the line, just in front of David Alajetna in 2nd. Then it's James Jackson. We'll see what happens after that incident with, who was it? It was Joe Galloway, and then it is Jack Cooper, Ben Cordingley, Noah Hadley, Lexi Belk, Max Lee, Jessica White, Riley Brown, Jacob Dukes, Jake Howarth, Reza Seaworthen, Jake Davis, William Young, Alfie Bray, and then Joe Galloway, I believe, is your final runner in this race.
I'll tell you what, Noah Hadley, what pace from Noah. Took the fastest lap there right at the end, and I've got to give a shout out actually to Max Lee. Was actually turned into a spin coming out of the boot. Max has come back from that, finished 8th place. Could be one to watch later, but likewise Noah Hadley did a 45.6 there, fastest lap of the race, and considering Charlie Pritchard's fastest lap was a 46 flat, Noah Hadley, I think it's going to be one to watch going into later. But the next grid is forming up. We're almost getting ready to go into the next race. I believe you're going to.
I believe it will be the X30 Juniors, and I'm going to be handing back to Andrew Mather for this next race.
Going through the grid now for X30 Junior Heat number 2, Jack Cox and Jaden Gregg will be on the front row of the grid, tied at Tiger Dixon, and Sam Longley on row 2, Remy Gilbert and Hugo Gilbert on row number 3. Rhys Lomax and Thomas Reddy go from row number 4. Gabriel Stilp will be looking for a good result alongside Archie Heron from row 5. Harry Ewell and Mondo Junior Canini on row number 6. Alfie Briggs and Shay Brennan on row 7. Harvey Ribby and Micah Taylor, who ran very well in Heat 1, on row number 8. Lorenzo Cordell and Kyan Gohill go from row number 9. Henry Gregory and Luke Sintler wrap out the top 20. Jude Fernhoff and Leo Brown start on row 11. Jake Yanagisawa and Zaki Hussain start on row number 12 for this one. Finley Harrison and Sam Baker start on row 13. Brandon Templeton and Aidan Lyne go from row 14. Mackenzie Stevens and Connor Duncan wrap out the top 30. And Luke Taylor and Kian Gamio start on row 16. This is into your novice classes now. Oliver Harris and Lily Jeffs wrap out the 34 kart field. So big grid for this one for the X30 juniors. Thank you for your continued support, everyone who's come out for this one. And the grid's looking pretty good for the course of the season. Back on commentary for the first time in quite a while with yourself, Mr. McCarthy.
I know.
I'm trying to think the last time we were on a comms position together.
It's been a long time. I'll tell you what, last time I was here doing this, a lot of these kids were cadets, so it's good to see them coming through the ranks. Some big names up there as well, and we're getting towards national season now, aren't we? The British Kart Champs kicks off next weekend at Shennington. You can watch that all live via Alpha Live as well, and this is it. This is kind of a shakedown meeting to that, isn't it, really? You get a win here, you're going to carry a lot of confidence into that event, so yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Junior X30 always provides massive grids, and they're just coming out onto circuit now for the warm-up lap, but this is your heat race, so randomly drawn grid for this. Won't be the case when we get to the final later, but yeah, this could go a number of ways. But yeah, Jack Cox at the head of the field, like you said, with Jaden Gregg.
Just to remind you of your results from heat number 1, it was Lorenzo Cordell who took the race, winning heat 1, ahead of Leo Brown, Henry Gregory, Aidan Lyne, Connor Duncan in the top 5. Gabriel Stilp had a great drive, was up 15 positions. So that was a very good race for Gabriel for his starting from the back one to get a 6th place, and he's got a good chance here starting from, I think, the 5th row of the grid, somewhere decidedly higher than last time.
Yeah, well, I tell you, Gabriel's a big name out in Europe, particularly Mini X30 last year. Did well in the British Champs as well. Let's see what he does here. Over to you, Andrew.
8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for X30 Junior. Their second heat of the day is go. Good start from those at the front of the field. Jaden Gregg looked like he got the whole shot there in the number 34. All of them running through the first couple of corners a lot cleaner than we saw in the previous heats. That's very, very good news. Into Christmas Corner the field goes, one of the biggest fields we've got here today. And it does look like the 34 of Jaden Gregg has held the lead down into Ashby Corner. A bit of jostling as they run down from increment into Ashby, but a pretty clean start there, Chris, as Lorenzo Cordell's under attack.
Yeah, he is, and that's from the number 69 of Shay Brennan. Oh dear, the 65 is off. Harry Ewell is sadly off into the grass, but the Crop Promotions driver quickly back going again as they come now through the boot. This for the first time of asking, and it looks like a decent lead out front, but the midfield as ever jam-packed as they come across the line. So Gregg is leading from Cox, Lomax is 3rd, then it's Gilbert in 4th place. Reddy, Heron, Stilp, Canini, Longley and Cordell round out your top 10.
Do indeed. Move being pulled off there by Gabriel Stilp, so moving past the number 59 of Archie Heron for 6th place there. Field forming through Ashby Corner there. Just looking else who's had big moves. So Cordell we've mentioned up 6 to P10 on that first lap. Henry Gregory's had a good start as well. Yep, Stilp making another move, or attempting another move, this time on the 92 of Thomas Reddy.
Second time of asking, he's through. So Gabriel still on a charge here, as we would expect. But I can see also Henry Gregory, like you said, and Jude Fernerhuff is up well as well. Connor Duncan up 4, Sam Baker up 4 as well. Just getting a clean start. You're going to make a few places, aren't you? But Gregg's doing a good job out front. But Lomax is your quickest on track in 3rd place and just 1 second behind your race leader. But we are focusing on the battle for 5th place here. This now we pick up the battle for what I think is 2nd, being led by Jack Cox.
Yeah, Jack Cox having a good start to this one. And you'd imagine that the likes of Reddy and Heron sat behind Gabriel Stilp now. We'll try and go with him, Chris, and work as a 3.
I'd say, yeah, this is going to be a race of patience here. They've got to catch Jaden Gregg before they decide to start to fight. There's Lorenzo Cordell. Dives down the inside. This is first race with the KMS team, and that's a place made there for Lorenzo Cordell. Definitely going to be one to watch on the national scene this season. He's up a place. That's going to put him up into 8th. He's now chasing Canini. We pick up here now the battle a little bit further up the field. This is Lomax ahead of Gilbert in the 55, but Jaden Gregg's extending his lead. It's gone up to 1.4 seconds now, so I'd say the working together isn't really working, and they're going to have to get a move on. But Gabriel Stilt really is the one to watch in 4th place. He's moving up the field nicely. I think 3rd in this queue is Cordell. I think he's about to make a move going into turn number 8, maybe even the boot. Let's watch the number 20 now as he makes his way onto the back straight. Ahead of him is Canini, but there goes Stilpe down the inside, and that's 3rd place.
It is indeed. Look out for Henry Gregory as well. He's gone purple in sector number 1. He's currently in 11th place. Sorry, make that 10th place. And is one of the drivers making their way through the field in this one. 4 minutes and 47 to go side by side. I think that was Gregory and Heron, the JDR machine. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Gabriel Stilt. Lorenzo Cordell down the inside of the number 23 of Canini. That's 7th place for him.
Yeah, and I tell you, Stilp last time half a second quicker than Jaden Gregg, so that gap's going to come down, isn't it? He's got enough time to close this gap down, even with a pass on Reece Lomax. But Lorenzo Cordell about to make a move into turn 8. There he goes down the inside of Reddy, and that's Lorenzo Cordell now up into 6th place. That's 2 places gained on this lap. Going with him behind, that looks like a change as well. I think that's Canini making a move as well on Reddy. So Canini trying to go with Cordell here, and it could get worse for Reddy. I think that was Heron trying to get through as well. Didn't quite make it.
Really good to see this progress from Lorenzo Cordell. As you say, Chris, he's a driver who's come through the ranks. Gabriel Stilt now down the inside of Reece Lomax. Textbook manoeuvre there. He's done that many times through Christmas. That's P2 for him. But Cordell, he came up to the juniors pretty early in terms of, you know, maybe a little bit earlier than some make that move from minis into juniors. But he really seems to be having a strong season this year. He's grown into this division.
Yeah, Lorenzo Cordell, he's always been a big name at the likes of Shennington, say, but he's crossed over to, did a full season here at Whilton last year. Did very well, and Lorenzo Cordell seems to have settled in nicely to that KMS team, and currently running in 6th. He's going to be one to watch, I'd say, at the British Kart Champs next weekend. Cordell currently 6th, personal best for him. Jaden Gregg is responding. He's done a personal best, so he's been given the hurry up from the sidelines, and he's responding by putting in his personal best. So he's doing all he can, but I'd say this is a move that's just destined to happen here. Still now only about 3/10 back, and he's done a fastest first sector as well to add to that. More moves being made down the hill. Plenty battles going on outside the top 10, but we're about to see a battle for the lead take place. Here's your 55 of Gilbert. He's trying to chase down Cox. That will be for 4th place, but I think we should pick up our leaders, because there we go. I'd say Christmas corner. This move's going to be on.
It is indeed. Gabriel Stilt will be looking for it up into Christmas corner again, as he did a lap or so ago on Reece Lomax. Quick mention to Kian Gamio leading in novice, but here comes Gabriel Stilt. Jaden Gregg knows he's there, and Stilt's going to be up the inside. Another textbook manoeuvre through Christmas corner. The number 43 on your screen, Gabriel Stilt into the lead of the race.
Yeah, 2 teammates there. So, is that rain coming down? I think maybe again. A few drivers running slightly wide, but Grave wouldn't have fought that one too hard. Teammate there, Stilp, so he'll just try and tuck him behind and see if he can go with him, hold off the pressure of Reece Lomax. We've got Cox there in 4th place, wipe of the visor, so I think we are getting rain coming down. So Stilp's going to have a little bit of a challenge to hold on here, and I just hope we don't see any more big incidents, but we have plenty of drivers on the move. Fernerhoff is up to 11th, Taylor is up to 11th, Jude up to 10th place, Briggs is up to 13th place as well. And Jude Ferner, we've got someone dropping. Archie Heron has hit a problem, and he's dropped all the way down to 16th. And there was a change. I think that might have been Cox, or Lomax, sorry, swapping places with Greg. It was.
Yeah, light rain at the moment. Hope it doesn't get easy. This could make tyre choice very, very tricky for upcoming heats. I know the X30 seniors are coming out on circuit soon. As up the inside there goes the 34 on the 52, gets that position back. Good move there by Jaden Gregg. I had a quick brief look at the seniors. As up the inside goes Reece Lomax again. I think all of them were on dry tyres, so that's going to be very interesting if this rain gets heavier.
If you're at the back, that's where you could just go the complete opposite to everyone else, isn't it? You might as well have a gamble. unless you're one of the front runners, of course, and you're expecting to come through. But this is going to be a real rush on the dummy grid now, but this is a real rush as well from Cordell as he, despite the conditions, dives his way through the fourth. And I'd say he's now got Greg in his sights, hasn't he? So Cordell, potential second on the cards for here, but it's really coming down now, Andrew. So off the racing lines now to the outside through the corners, break in the middle of the track, use the curbs where you need to. Oh, bit of contact there with Cordell and Cox.
Yeah, you can see the rain on our monitors and on our cameras now. Thank you to Anthony McNicholas, who confirms rain in the paddock is falling in the chat. Keep your comments coming in. 15 seconds of this one to go. The lap times continue to drop. We're into the 48s, probably slower now as the rain continues to fall. This track gets even greasier. Particularly, Chris, I'm thinking into the boots. From my experience, that's the corner that always gets the slipperiest first. I don't know why, but it always is into the boots.
Yeah, Chapman's. Oh, we've got a problem there. That's the number 18 slowing down.
Is that a chain gone? Did I just see something spitting out the back?
Might be. And that's the race over. What a shame.
Oh, Cox was
along really well.
Top 5. And that is the end of his heat. Hopefully we'll see him in the third heat in the final later on. So Gabriel still leads by 1.6 seconds. Reece Lomax in second. That's the number 53 of Jude Fernerhoff going backwards a little bit. Oh, the 71's off. That's Harvey Ribby.
Yes, good to see Harvey there. I remember him, ex-fullback champion. Harvey Ribby doing very well this season. One to watch on the national scene, I can tell you that. As Connor Duncan there makes a move on, I think that was Alfie Briggs, as they come across the line. It's really coming down, isn't it? And Cordell's progress has been really halted here, but I'll tell you what, Connor Duncan is absolutely flying. He's up 5 places, so Henry Gregory likewise, Micah Taylor also, and Aidan Lynn is also really flying up the order, but this is treacherous now on circuit. It's just making it to the end in one piece now. Yeah,
it is survival mode for the drivers out there, and the rain continues to get harder and harder. Here at Whilton Mill, you can see some of the drivers already going to that wet line, that extreme outside late cut back through Ashby Corner. And who's having a bit of a moment in the middle there and around? I think that may have been the 48. It's the 48 that's gone round. Micah Taylor, who had a great race from the back of the field, was up to 11th place, but will drop a long way down there. We're on the last lap of the race. Gabriel Stilp is due out. There's karts absolutely everywhere out there on circuit. Gabriel Stilp has got it. He's got the heat win. Absolute chaos here at Whilton Mill. Everyone trying to scramble over the line. Reece Lomax has got second. Cordell's finished third. Henry Gregory fourth. Finley Harrison has fallen down the order on that last lap as well. Connor Duncan fifth. Remy Gilbert in sixth.
Look, we got an instant at the final corner as well.
Yeah, someone's gone off big there. It's the 84 and the 54. It's Jake Yanagisawa and Lily Jeffs off in the wall there.
Well, there you go. That's the place you never want to crash. Last corner, last lap, is it? But I think understandable in these conditions. They're going to get going again and get across the line in one piece. But I don't think anyone would gamble slicks now.
No.
What we were saying, I think this is one tyre and one tyre only. This is going to be a dash to change to wets, and it's trying to get the setup changed as well, isn't it? But back to this race, a good drive there from Stilpey, won by 5 seconds in the end from Lomax. Cordell made a bit of a late charge and got up to third. Gregory did well. Duncan was absolutely flying. Gilbert, Aidan Lynn did well. Canini 8th, Vernerhoff, and then Sintler. We didn't really mention Luke Sintler, but he appeared in 10th place right at the end of the race, so good drive from him.
Absolutely, and it's still drivers falling off, coming back to the pits.
I tell you, from experience, it's just as hard.
This is as hard as it gets.
It's as hard to getting back to the pits is hard. in these conditions, it is almost impossible. You know, anyway, don't you, from all your Club 100 and WMKC races?
I say drivers.
You don't have any choice.
I have to run on slicks in these conditions, and I'm not very good at it, which is why I do more of the commentary. Before we let you go, Chris, what are you up to over the next few weeks? You seem to be one of the busiest people in motorsport at the moment.
So I've been commentating on the Formula Regional European Championship today, which was at Monaco, and go to Paul Ricard for that next week. But I have to say a big thanks to the guys at Alpha Live. If anyone has watched the Formula Regional Championship, which supported the F1 for 3 rounds now, the guys at Alpha Live helped bring it all together. So a big thanks to them, and it's been a pleasure to be back. But I think I'll hand it back over to James now. But enjoy the rest of your day, and good luck to everyone around the paddock.
Cheers, Chris. Great to have you back here on the WMKC airwaves. Next up out on circuit, everybody, is the second heat for X30 Senior. Time to go then in X30 Senior. Here's your grid for heat number 2. Archie Garlick has pole position ahead of Matthew Herbert on the front row. Jack Sherwood and Brandon Matchell start this race from row 2. Ellis Bourchier and Joseph Aaron start on row number 3. Caelan Burbridge and Benjamin Southgate have got work to do from row number 4. Alex Johnston and Sam Heading have a chance here from row number 5. Steve Brown, aka Super GT, lots of support from him in the chat, starts this race from row 6 alongside Vishal Patel. Tyler Reid and Lucas Ellingham, winner of heat number 1, start this race on row 7. Nathan Emmes and Oliver Henwood start on row number 8. Joshua Torpey and Alex Moody in the midfield there on row number 9. Harry Torpey and Daniel Hackett are on row number 10. Scott Smith and Jordan Brown row 11. Thomas Massarella and Ty Stansfield on row number 12. Mick Banner and Mason Weir continuing the grid there on row 13. Archie Forber looking to bounce back from heat 1, starts this one on row 14 alongside Christian Brooks. Jack Davis is the first of our novice drivers, starts alongside Curtis Lee on row number 15. And last but not least, Martin Auger and Alex Doddington start on row 16. There's 32 karts scheduled to be in the field. James Johnston is back on commentary with me in the Alpha Live comms box room. How was your lunch break?
It was very enjoyable. I got found out about the Motorsport UK guys tasting cars.
Yes. What have we got there?
Well, I'll tell you what we got a Renault Clio RS24 or something that's got a rear spoiler on the back of it.
Ah, is that the one kind of on the mid 2000s when they were winning?
I have no idea, but I just know that it's a Renault Clio out there that apparently does 124 miles an hour. That's all I know. And the other guy likes the idea of a Ford Focus RST, which
I do like an RS.
I'm more inclined towards the Golf GTI. I have to be honest. However, each to their own.
Hello to everybody in the chat. Keep your comments coming in. Alessio D'Alessandro says it's still good conditions for slicks. It is an interesting one because it was possible to get round there on slick tyres, and the nature of the conditions here, for those maybe not so local to Whilton Mill, it has done nothing but this over the last 4 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. It's been, I mean, my lawn has got very long at home because it won't give me a dry day to cut the thing. You get these short rain showers that are often heavy like this, but they disappear very quickly as well. And this circuit can have a tendency to dry out pretty quickly. That
is very true. When we were here last week for Club 100, obviously in the morning race it was just wet the entire time through.
Yeah.
But in the afternoon races it started off really wet, and then the rain stopped. It dried, and then it was within a couple of laps. It was almost like, hang on, I can do this flat now.
Yeah.
Whereas
take a more dry line.
Exactly. Where it was like Inkermans, for example. One lap you're going through nice and all cautious, and the next lap you think, I'm just going to try and send this flat out, and it sticks and it's fine.
Yeah.
So it's a really interesting track for the conditions to gauge. I think those conditions are quite easy to gauge. If it were me, I think it's raining.
It is. And I feel very sorry for our cameramen now, who are getting a little bit moist. Darren, producer on my ear, says, I wouldn't.
Not all heroes wear capes, some of them operate cameras. And bin bags, this is true. This is very true.
You're watching live coverage of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships, round 2 of our season, every 4th Sunday of the month, streamed here on Alpha Live. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. If you wouldn't mind clicking, if you've got a subscribe button pressed to give
it. Just don't even think about it. Just go on Alpha Live. Then once you've subscribed and hit the bell, go. Then make your way over to Double Dash Motorsport Media and he'll give them a subscribe as well. And then if you could be so kind, head over to Rich T Racing too, because whilst we obviously
Ian Williams is waving either to us or for help there at the top right. Oh dear. I mean, that's strong brolly game, if I may say so. That's a man who's come prepared. Look at it now. This is good luck X30 seniors. I mean, I was having a chat with someone.
There's
was up there as well.
If by any chance you're watching this and you're from you're not from the UK and you're looking at this thinking, oh my God, what on earth are they lot doing? This is what we do. This is go-karters in the UK. This is what we normally
have to deal with.
This is what we have to deal with, and we come here and we do it and we love it every single time. This is why we're all absolutely insane.
Yes,
but here we are.
But you also think of British racing drivers over the years who've had great times in the wet weather. Jenson Button, Lewis Hamilton, Damon Hill, 1994 Japan. I'm going to throw that one as an example. This is why Brits are strong in the wet.
Exactly. And what we are looking at right here is Canada 2011. But because this is Britain and this isn't Formula One, they just said, right, off you go.
Yep.
No red flags, no waiting for this storm to pass. No, just get on with it and do it as it should be.
So the X30 seniors now out on the circuit. We're going to assume that all of them are on full wet tyres. Andy Smith sums it up perfectly. Welcome to the UK, my friends. Callum Brule, afternoon, Callum.
Afternoon, Callum.
One of the Club 100 lot. This rain is horrific. Suspect I'm about to get this in rugby in a few minutes. But look, there's already there's a tint of the sun coming out. So this is going to be an absolutely crackers race. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the X30 seniors at a very, very wet Whilton Mill. Away we go then for the start of this one. I can't even tell you who's come out of there in the lead because the rain and the spray is coming down that hard. We peer through the spray. It looks like the 48 of Archie Garlick has held on to the lead. The number 70, big off for Joshua Torpey. And that's one of the favourites in this race, gone on lap number 1. Dramatic stuff there for one of the front runners that is stuck in the mud up at Christmas Corner. Good start for the number 10. Tyler Reid's gained about 9 positions, I reckon, JJ, on a half lap.
I think we've just seen a change in leadership. Not sure who it was. It might have been Archie Garlick regaining the lead from Brandon Matshaw. It's
chaos.
Absolute chaos is the only way we can describe it, and it's absolutely fantastic. So here they come then, slow motion-y almost, down into the boot compared to what we've seen through the rest of the day. We'll wait to see them across the line to see how this order has actually sorted itself out. So Archie Garlick did get the lead back. Brandon Matchell now back in 2nd place. Tyler Reid with that amazing climb up to 6th, but Joseph Taylor as well up into 8th place. Sam Heading's made up places up into 5th. Then Ellis Bush has fallen down a bit into 6th, followed by Lucas Ellingham, Caelan Burridge, Joseph Ahrens and Harry Torpey rounds off your top 10.
Biggest mover on that first lap was Mick Banner in the 77, has gained 10 positions, is already up to 16th. Also on the move, Scott Smith in the number 37. Harry Torpey as well in the 73, up 9 positions. The spray continuing to be a real factor. 3 wide going through, that's not going to work, and round goes the number 73 of Harry Torpey backwards through Osiers. He was fighting, I think, with Joseph Ahrens and Thomas Massarella, and the other Torpey is out of this one. That's both Torpeys in a spin. Oh, and Harry knows that that's a big mistake, a big chance for him gone to gain some good points in this race.
I think Thomas Massarella might have gone round as well, because we had Torpey on the outside. No, Thomas Massarella's okay. I think it's just Harry Torpey who's gone round. Caelan Burridge might have suffered from that as well, because there was a kart going a bit sideways on the exit of Osiers coming down into Christmas. You can just see now all the different lines they're taking. If you are new to karting watching this and you're not necessarily familiar with the wet lines, obviously what all the drivers are doing now is trying to find the grip. Sometimes it can stay on the racing line. You get these weird situations where the racing line actually still tends to be the grippiest, but normally you end up darting about all over the place, taking the outside line. Some people go for the inside line. You're just looking for the grip, which is what that number 37 has done there. Scott Smith just getting a good overtake on it. That might have been Caelan Burbridge.
Yep.
He was good. So there was one particular going quite slow. Just get that chap there, just getting a massive bump over the curb at the boot. That is the 36 of Nathan Amies. As we've just seen now, Joseph Taylor has taken the lead of the race. He's overtaken Archie Garlick on that lap, and we've also seen a change for third place. Lucas Ellingham up into third, just overtaking Tyler Reid. He's also the first man to dip below the 1 minute. He's just done a 59.1. He's massively faster than the guys around him. He's got a second faster than the race leader, so keep an eye on Lucas Ellingham, the number 99 car. We're currently following the battle for fifth, and there goes Sam Heading down the inside on Brandon Matchell there, but it looks like Brandon might have got the move back, so we'll keep you posted on what's going on with the top three. But for a big off there. That is the 36. That is I think that's
38. It's Matchell. It's Brandon Matchell off. So that was fifth place for Brandon Matchell off at Osiers. That's so easy to do because the wet line is on the extreme outside, and you go a foot wide, half a foot too wide, and you're off. You catch the curb, and that is it. There's the number 90 of Steve Brown. He's used to these conditions. Club 100 and BUKC over the years. There are some karts out there. I'd love to tell you which ones they are. Joseph Taylor's just set his personal best of the race so far in the lead of this one. There is the battle for fifth place. Thomas Massarella in the number 21 and Sam Heading in the number 57. Can they get away from Caelan Burbridge? Down into Ashby Corner, as you say, trying to find that grip out there. Just looking at timing, the number of drivers that have had issues, I think you can count from 19th down in this 31 kart field, have all had some form of drama in this race.
So you can see it here on the outside. Look at how much mud there is there. You catch a wheel on the grass, you get just an iota of a difference can mean you're out, as so many drivers have already found out. Following the battle here for, it's about 15th place, we've got Alex Johnston has just overtaken Steve Brown, and then behind them we have got Oliver Henwood and Ty Stansfield, who I'm assuming he's had some issues on during this race.
Ellis Bourchier's had a problem on that last lap as well, lost for 5 positions, 2.5 minutes to go. Lucas Ellingham has taken second place away from Archie Garlick. 3.8 seconds is now the lead for Joseph Taylor. We're having a look at the battle here between Sam Heading in the 57 and Caelan Burbridge in the 32. So this is a good response back from Burbridge. He's coming on strong, trying to peer out the little gap we have here in the commentary box window. If it's stopped raining, or if it's at most very, very light, maybe someone in the chat can help us as to what's happening out there in the paddock. But the lap times are starting to drop now, which indicate, at least for the drivers, JJ, it's not getting any wetter.
It's not getting any wetter, no, but it has, as we can all see, obviously with these guys will be doing sort of low, mid 40s in the dry. We've now just seen Joseph Taylor get into the 58.8 first driver below the 59 barrier. I think he's checked out in front because he's got nearly a 5-second gap to Lucas Ellingham in second place. Meanwhile, we're still with this battle for I think 8th, for about 7th for 8th place between Jordan Brown and Sam Heading. In fact, it looks like Jordan Brown has now got in front of Sam Heading, so he's up into 7th place. Sam falling down into 8th.
This is the best place you want to be for Joseph Taylor in these conditions. No spray, clear road ahead of you, and able to find the grip and confidently send it into each and every corner. There is the number 26 of Curtis Louis just going round there in 30th place. Coming over the line, then your leader on to... now, we'll watch the clock. This might be 2 more laps, it might be 3 more laps. We'll wait and see. But 5.37 seconds is the lead for Joseph Taylor at this precise moment. Lucas Ellingham still in second place. There's been a change for 7th place confirmed. Jordan Brown ahead of Sam Heading. Christian Brooks has also got past Nathan Amos on that last lap for 10th place. Alex Doddington, the top novice at the moment, has gained 16th overall, getting past Ellis Bourchier. There's your second place driver. 3rd place Garlick, Tyler Reid in 4th, Thomas Massarella 5th, Burbridge in 6th. This has been a great drive from Joseph Taylor. This is about as difficult as it gets for club racing here in the UK.
This is where we find out the true talent, though, in my opinion. This is where you really have to It's where we found out how good Ayrton Senna was back in the day in the Tolman and then the Lotus afterwards. Just see what he could do in the F1 car. Look at what these guys are doing out in their cars. You can see sort of almost a sixth sense for where the grip is going to be. You can see him taking an interesting line then through Christmas, just looking for that grip, looking for the pace, and if he gets it right, as Joseph Taylor has done through this race, now leading Lucas Ellingham by the devil's numbers, 6.66 seconds, is just coming through to provided obviously he needs to keep it on track for these remaining few corners, but it looks like he's going to take he's going to take a dominant victory. We've only seen very few dominant victories today, but this will certainly be one of them.
Down the back straight for Joseph Taylor then, number 27, into the booth for the final time. Just needs to be nice and careful, under no pressure at all from the rest of the field behind in tricky conditions, wet conditions here at Whilton Mill. Joseph Taylor takes heat number 2 in X30 Senior, and we wait now to see who comes home in second place. It's going to be Lucas Ellingham. More good points for Ellingham both today and in the championship. Third place will go to Archie Garlick. There he is in the 48. Tyler Reid, Thomas Massarella, Caelan Burbridge, Jordan Brown with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap there, 58.5. Then Moody, Christian Brooks gets 9th on the last lap. Sam Heading, Nathan Amos, Mick Banner after that great start finishes in 12th. Alex Johnston, Steve Brown in 14th. And I think that's all your drivers who didn't have an off at some stage of that race. Alex Doddington was your top novice in 15th. Oliver Henwood 16th. Harry Torpey, Scott Smith, Ty Stansfield and Vishal Patel take us down to 20th. Mason Weir, Archie Forbert, Joshua Torpey, who was off at Christmas on lap 1. Ellis Bourget and Joseph Aarons, your top 25. Brandon Matchell, Martin Auger, Daniel Hackett, Benjamin Southgate, Curtis Louis and Hugo Gilbert all finished what was a very, very tough race there, JJ.
Very, very tough indeed, but well done to everyone for getting to the end of that race.
And we move swiftly on. We'll see the X30 Seniors out again later for their third heat. Next out on circuit will be the second heat for X30 Junior, also the last race in this rotation. X30 Junior coming right? Senior. We've seen the X30 Seniors.
Yes.
Rotax Max Seniors, they're out next.
There we go.
As we say, last heat of rotation number 2 is Senior Max. Here is their grid. Jaden Neil Holder has pole position alongside Les Taylor, Archie Elliott and Ryan Garvey, row 2. Max Fitton and Axel LaFlamme start on row number 3. Alex Bentley and Tom Thompson are on row number 4. Georgie Whitbread and Chrissy Miller are on row number 5. Ethan Ling and Alex Quinn on row 6. Ben McFall and Johnny Elliott start on row number 7. Rob Ellis and Mikey Austin start from row 8. Joshua Valance and Ellis Paleo start on row number 9. Tommy Edmonds and Joshua Pickford wrap out the top 20. Carl Dunford and Lucas Ivaskevicius start on row 11. Ellie Anna McFall and Harry Canham start on row 12. Lewis Jones and Nathan Hope start on row 13. Chaz Heighton has got a 14th row grid slot alongside Joshua Taylor. Luke Guest and Alex Jackson wrap out the top 30. And then Thomas Lee Davis wraps out the 31 kart field. Right. So, just remind ourselves of the heat result from this class last time around. For Senior Max, Axel LaFlamme was your race winner ahead of Carl Dunford, who had a brief chat to out in the paddock. Was pretty pleased with his efforts. Tommy Edmonds and Lewis Jones, 3rd and 4th. Harry Canham and Jaden Neil Holder, 5th and 6th.
I have a weather report for you, Andrew. I've just been out in the field.
Yes.
Can confirm it is very lightly spitting.
Okay.
So there is still a little bit of rain around. The sun, as you can see on this shot, the sun is trying to come through. The dark clouds have... trying to work out which way the sun's coming from. You can see it. You can see that there is still rain coming down, but it's nowhere near what we saw just before the start of that X30 race. And it has to be said, that's probably some of the most extreme rain conditions I've seen for quite a long time in any form of karting. Probably not since Buckmore Park Intermediates in the BUKC. I think the Buckmore Park BUKC last year in general was exceptionally wet weekend. So yeah, it's just yes, but well done to all the X30 drivers, and particularly well done to the ones that ended up being able to keeping it on track, and finishing well. Beautiful artist.
There is a puddle. Don't end up in that. You're going to get very, very wet. That's the last corner. Championship situation, still very early, of course, in this championship. But Rob Ellis currently has the lead of the championship on 169 points. Carl Dunford second on 150. Charlie Turner, who's not here today, won round number 1, is third. Thank you very much to Team Alpha Timing for keeping us up to date with all of that. Results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC/2021 for all of your information. Slight pause in proceedings here whilst we get everybody set for this race. Probably still full wet tyres, you'd say, JJ,
oh, yeah.
in these conditions.
Absolutely, you'd be a mad. I think you'd be quite mad to attempt slicks at the moment.
Keep your comments coming in.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Thank you very much. Do make sure you've pressed the subscribe button here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Keep your comments coming in. Good afternoon to Mr. Bradley Philpott, who's cheering on Johnny Elliott for the win, not Jelly Elliott. He starts this race from 14th on the grid. Colin Whittaker says, well done, Lucas Ellingham. Yep, more good points for Lucas in that last race in X30 Senior, finishing second. Just needs to get a decent result in his 30s. I'm pretty sure it'll be a good shot for pole position in the final. Hello to Paul Ozan as well. Good to hear from you, Paul. Saw Paul take a race victory, if I'm not mistaken, here last season in Super 1. One of the most dramatic races I've commentated on in recent times. Leader had a mechanical failure on the last lap, and it was Paul picking up the pieces on that one and had a very good run at Shennington a few weeks later. So as I say, Super 1, very excited for Super 1. Starts in 2 weeks. All of the Sunday held rounds will be here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel with commentary provided by Double Dash Motorsport Media. So make sure that you're subscribed for that.
So it's interesting to see some of the drivers picking up their karts and moving them a bit further down. Wonder if anyone's if we've had a late dropout.
Potentially, we'll see in due course. Brad's also saying, I'm watching this instead of the Monaco Grand Prix start, so it better be good. There you go. There you go, X30. Sorry, I keep saying X30 because it's being read on the screen at the moment. Rotax Max.
Rotax.
Oh, I've just heard something very interesting in my ear about the Formula 1, which I'm not going to say because I'm very aware that there will be people who won't want spoilers in the paddock.
Like?
That is a piece of information that we'll keep to ourselves.
Also including this co-commentator. So we can keep the Formula 1 results to a minimum. That would be most appreciated. Not just to the people in the comments, the people in the paddock, certain producers as well. Don't tell me anything.
Keep your comments coming in, as we say.
As long as they're not about the Grand Prix.
As I say, yes. No F1 spoilers if we can avoid it. Plenty going on today on the Alpha Live network. We've got the first event of the season for the Wearer Tools British Kart Championships. That's down at Clay Pigeon today. You've also got Rich Energy British Mini Bikes happening at Rowra, beautiful part of the world. And our friends up at Teesside Karting, Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series, all going on Alpha Live today, but don't go watch any of their stuff because we've got plenty of racing here at Whilton Mill left to go.
Very damp, tricky conditions where you'll see drivers on the absolute edge of adhesion.
Still very windy here. We're going to take another short break here in the commentary, and we'll be back soon for more racing here at Whilton Mill. Karts rolling here at Whilton Mill for the second heat of 3 for our senior max class. 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the schedule again. You're watching live coverage of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship second round of competition this season. Oh, that's an alternative line.
Doing a lovely bit of mowing of the lawn there. You should probably get him to come do your lawn.
Oh no, you'd need something decidedly larger on the front of the cart to deal with my grassage.
A helicopter blade, perhaps.
Yes.
Yes.
Considering I'm near an airfield, I could probably go and grab it.
Do you know what? You could probably get. Yeah, you could get someone will come and do it. I'm sure they will.
So the weather conditions improving. Sun now out here at Whilton Mill. Drivers will be hoping for a circuit that starts to get itself a little bit drier across the course of the next 15 minutes or so. This is the last race of rotation number 2. Away we go then, eyes on the lights, all good for a start here in Senior Max. Away indeed we go, good start for Jaden Neil-Holder, will lead into turn 1 and turn 2 for the first time here. Slight problem for Eliana McFall there in the number 14. Slow to get away, but up and running now. Ethan Ling trying to go around the outside there, take the wet line through Christmas Corner, but all looks pretty clean, JJ, as they run down into Ashby Corner.
All very clean indeed. I'm still so sorry for Eliana McFall. She had those problems in the first race as well. Now she's had a couple of other problems in this race. And we now look, oh, big splash of water there. That's where Harry Higgs went over in his race, just but one of the last dry races of the day. And we saw him then falling out of the way. And there goes that driver. That looked like the 32 of Ryan Garvey, who was up there in 20th place. And yes, we're just seeing it on the time. He's gone a lot slower through there. Just lucky to get through there unscathed. So it looks like it will still be Jaden Neil-Holder leading across the line, but he's got some very interested company, including Ethan Ling, Matt Fitton, Chrissy Massey, and there goes Johnny Evans off into. Oh, there we've got the 17 there of Chaz Heighton. So it's Johnny Elliott and Chaz Heighton there having a bit of a coming together in the final corner, and all sliding about there is the 31 of Ethan Ling, and round the outside goes Max Fitton. So Jaden Neil-Holder still holding on to the lead so far. Given that the sun is beginning to show itself and that we are beginning to see the rain and clouds clear away, it's going to be very interesting to see how the lines develop, how the times develop, and it will be whoever can work out what the track is at on each particular lap. That will be the person who is best placed to have a great result in this race.
Yeah, so problems, as we say, on the first lap or so for Mikey Austin, Alex Quinn, Luke Guest. And there's the number 92 out of the race. That's Alex Quinn. That has not been a good heat for Alex. Field coming around to finish number 2. Jaden Neil-Holder leads from Max Fitton, Ethan Ling there in 3rd. Joshua Valance on the move is up to 8th place. Harry Canham's made some good progress on that last lap, up 4 positions to 11th. Problem for Axel Laflamme, JJ, he's fallen a long way. Our winner from heat number 1, as Ethan Ling's having a go there at Max Fitton. Axel Laflamme down in 25th position.
The candle has certainly been blown out on the flame that is Axel Laflamme in this race. That's the second flame joke I've got in so far, and I intend to continue making them throughout the rest of the day. Meanwhile, we are still seeing Jaden Neal Holder out in front. We've got the 29 of Max Fitton. Max Fitton has fallen by the wayside. Not sure what's happened there, but he has fallen away in this race. So it's the guys behind Jaden Neal Holder probably trying maybe just that little bit too hard to keep up with Jaden. I've just said that Jaden running massively wide on the exit of pit bend, so that will be a track limit. So we've got another driver off there. He's got massively off. That looks to be Luke Guest. And now here we see Ethan Ling going to the outside. Hopefully we'll be able to find a bit more grip around there. You can just see how much he gained on the exit of Christmas on Jaden Neal Holder. It's difficult to overtake into Ashby in the wet line because the grip tends to appear on the outside, so it's difficult to send it down the inside there. Still Ethan Ling just hanging on to second place at the moment. Jaden holding on. We've got a yellow flag through Oziers, so he's going to have to back off a bit just whilst they get past that yellow flag zone. But here we go, line astern then into the boot. Jaden from Ethan Ling from Garvey heading now through the boot. Still Neal Holder hanging on at the moment, doing a very good job to be hanging on to this, but he has once again run wide at the final corner. I think he is going to, he's just about hang on to the lead of this race through Oblivion, and now as they come through the crook, to avoid that massive puddle there on the exit of Fine Lady. But as we head into Christmas, it looks like Ethan Ling's got his car maybe perhaps a little bit more sorted through Christmas. In fact, our live timing is saying that Ethan is now in front of Jaden, but I think that's how it was when they came across the line. Jaden is still your leader in this race. Ethan Ling, I should say, now Jaden not taking the best lines there, it has to be said, and he's been punished for it now. Going to the inside at Wilkins, there is not a lot of grip there, I can tell you that for a fact, and now Jaden has fallen down to second place. Ethan Ling out in the lead. What can Ryan Garvey do? He was certainly keeping Ethan Ling in check, and now there you go, down the inside of the boot, and Jaden Neal Holder falls down into third place.
Yeah, really good stuff here from Ryan Garvey, currently the holder of the fastest lap of the race, 60.11 at this moment. Let's see if he can improve on that. That time's holding steady through the field. I say 60 down to 62 seconds. 2 minutes and 37 of this heat to go. Ethan Ling still your leader. Rob Ellis making some good progress there, fighting with Joshua Valance over 5th position. In fact, Valance has got through there past Ellis. Another Ellis Vallejo, is just behind him as well. Oh, he's running a little bit wide there. There's a yellow flag out through Wilkins and Oziers. Not quite sure what that's for. Can't see anybody off in that region of the circuit from our position here in commentary.
I think Joshua Valance has climbed a few places.
He has indeed.
He is now running, I think he is now running in 4th place as they just clamber the curve at the entry of the boot. There's been a yellow flag out because there is a kart being recovered on through the second part of the boot corner. Ryan Garvey just whacking in the first sub 60-second lap time in this race, a 59.95. So we'll keep definitely closing in on Ethan Ling, but maybe not as quick as is needed in what we have only got 1.5 minutes left of this race, so we will certainly we'll get this lap and we'll get the next one in. After that it will be the final lap, so if Ryan Garvey wants to do anything, he's got to get on with it probably now.
Max Fitton will be kicking himself after that instant early in the race. He's in clean air at the moment, in a bit of no man's land, as round goes the number 47 of Alex Jackson. He's just at the fastest lap of the race, 59.7, was 1.5 seconds quicker than Carl Dunford, the position ahead of him. He's 2.6 seconds behind. Here we're having a look at the number 36 of Chrissy Miller in 7th position. The number 34 of Alice Palayo just behind.
Very close to the front now between Garvey and Ling.
2 laps to go here. There was only about 53 seconds on the clock, and Ethan Ling will not complete another lap in less than that time. But look at the different lines being played out here. It is one of the things with this Whilton Mill circuit, especially through Christmas Corner, that inside line, a very extreme inside line, does dry fairly quickly. but you're then maybe a little bit compromised in terms of exit speed. It's interesting to see the different drivers taking different choices side by side between Miller and Palaio there, and the number 66 of Carl Dunford doesn't seem very happy. Max Fitton trying to get up the inside. Oh, it's off! Goes Palaio there into the grass. Can Ellis keep it rolling? He's going to take a lot. Oh, you're aware of that curve, aren't you, JJ?
Absolutely.
From last Saturday.
I've done that and lost my GoPro for a couple of seconds. That was a bit alarming, but yeah, no, not entirely sure. I think he probably just did what I did, just got his braking completely wrong and found himself going for a little going to Mo Andrews' lawn, it has to be said. But no, here we go then on to the final lap. There was a moment where it looked like Ryan Garvey was closing in on Ethan Ling, but Ethan has got this. It looks like he's got this one covered. He's got a 0.07 second gap to Ryan Garvey now, driving very well, taking what in my opinion is the fastest line through Christmas, coming to the outside and then cutting back in, and then that just gives you really good drive out of Christmas corners. Still a bit of a battle here going on between the 66 of Carl Dunford and Ellis Puleo. We'll see what happens with that one as they come across the line. Watch out for the back marker there. Hopefully he gets out of the way and does not affect these two guys, but he has not, and it is going to be Ethan Ling to cross the line. Just gets a bit of a slide on out of the final corner, but Ethan Ling crosses the line. Then it is Ryan Garvey, followed by Jaden Neilholder, who still drove brilliantly in front of Joshua Valance, Rob Ellis, Joshua Pickford, Max Fitton, wait for Chris, oh no, it's Carl Dunford, got Chrissy Miller on the final lap of the race, and we now wait to see Ellis Puleo across the line in 10th, Harry Canham in 11th, Tommy Edmonds in 12th. Archie Elliott would come home in 13th, followed by Ben McFall, Lucas Ivaskavicius. Then it's Chris Heighton, who got Tom Thompson on the line. Axel Laflamme, unfortunately his flame got dampened during this race, was in 18th. Lewis Jones in 19th, then rounding off your top 20. And also the lead novice driver was Joshua Taylor.
Thank you very much, JJ. That brings an end to rotation number 2. The third set of heats will be shortly starting and will be kicking off with Honda Cadet. That'll be up next. Kicking off rotation number 3, the final set of heats. Here's your grid for Honda Cadet Heat 3. Gregor Reed and Emily Cooper will take this one from the front row of the grid. Riley Thatcher and Joshua Bajembi are on row 2. Joshua Smith and Charlie Warren are on row number 3. Joshua Jarvis and Alexander Reed due to go from row number 4. Laughlin Johnston and Fletcher Jameson are on row 5. Zach Starbuck and Findy Lyons on row number 6. Sergio Wirtz and Jack Price start on row 7, Riley Till and Lucy Wilden on row 8, Theo Champney and Sebastiano Tuzio are on row number 9, Mayan Patel and Max Fallon row number 10, Oliver Meek and Charlie Wolfett row 11, Adam Hill and Alessio Lamalfa on row 12, Kieran Stewart and Tyler Davis row 13, Zach Champney and Daniel Butcher on row 14, Bobby Pete and Logan Giles on row 15. That should be our grid, and just one more, Jensen Walker there, 31st on the grid. So this is the penultimate heat for the Honda Cadets, because there's a bigger than 34 kart entry for Hondas today, so there will be a 4th Honda Cadet heat following this one up. If you're following a particular driver and I did not just read their name out, they will definitely be in that heat, because this is the one that they sit out. For some drivers, ooh, who's that going off a long way to the bank?
I don't know who it was, but they've been able to get it back on. Is that might be
number 14?
That's the number 96 was the one heading into
Jameson,
the
number 96. Number 14, Joshua Jarvis. Still very windy here. So yeah, for some drivers this will be their final heat. For others it'll be their second. It'll be a standing start as always in Honda Cadet. Still a very damp circuit, still very windy here at Whilton Mill.
But the wind will help get this track drier quicker. is something to point out, as far as I understand science.
Indeed.
See a couple more drivers off there, just finding the extremes of the grip on this track. Sometimes the only way to learn where to push yourself is to push yourself a bit too hard on these opening laps, and then that way you do work out where the grip is and where the grip isn't. So obviously this grid might just take a little bit longer to form than it would do normally.
Novices, as standard, start this race from the back of the field. 5 of them, I think, due out in this one. Zach Champion, Tyler Davis, Bobby Pete, Dan Butcher and Jensen Walker. And I think we've got less karts out in this one, because that doesn't look like 30 karts to me, but no matter. Still plenty of drivers out there ready for a good race here. This is the 3rd heat for Honda Cadet class here at Whilton Mill today. You're watching live coverage of the FastR 2021 on commentary duties for you today. Gladly assisted around the lunch break by Chris McCarthy as well.
Got a problem for Joshua Jarvis. He was having a bit of trouble getting his car, I think, started, but we are now under race control's orders, waiting for the start of this race. We've got, I think, maybe a bit of a problem at the back there. Just waiting for the special signal to say we are good to go. There it is. We are going to look to the lights, look for the guys to get underway. And it's go, go, go here at Whilton Mill for the final heat of the Honda Cadets in this afternoon. Looks like Sebastiano Tuzeo got a good start off the line. Saw him sweeping around the outside of Oblivion, and there we go now on the way down. In fact, no, it is still Riley Till out in front as they head down towards Christmas, looking to see if there are, have we seen any drivers heading off? It looks like, or maybe, oh no, there we go, good number of karts heading off there. We got the 71, the 82, and a couple of others in there. So we've got Jack Price. Oh, there goes another gap round there. We've got 72, Jack Price and Tyler Davis. Jack Price, who had that shocker in the first race where his kart failed, and we got a kart round at the front. Not sure who that was. It might have been Sebastian Tuzeo, because Riley Till is still out in front. We will see as they come across the line who is where. We've got this, the 114. It's Kieran Stewart. Kieran Stewart has had an incident just on the exit of Wilkins between and just before Osier. We just see a nice little move there from the 52 of Joshua Bugembi, who I think has climbed from 12th on the grid. I think you're going to see him pop up in 4th place. 8th position gained on that opening lap for Joshua Bugembi. Fantastic. Oh, there's a big off. Big off there. That's the 14 of Joshua Jarvis. I think it's Callum Wilson and Oliver Gibson might have been involved in that one as well. And there's the 33 of Logan Giles. Where was he running? I'm not sure. He's on the screen.
Yeah, he'd had a spin on Christmas Corner on the first lap as well.
Yeah.
Conditions for the novice there.
Yeah, bad first lap there for Logan Giles, unfortunately. Again, it's one of those things. If he is running as a novice, then it's just we got to get used to these conditions and how these karts operate in these conditions on these tyres.
6 minutes of this one to go, plus the 1 lap. There's the number 24 of Sebastiano Tuzeo trying to close down Finley Lines. The number 4, spins round. Oh dear, has been hit by the DDMM commentary Kurt Harpoon. Got going again. And has lost probably about 12 or 13 positions there. It's just seen the number 97 slipping through. Apologies, I think some of the karts in this race aren't registering on timing. Jensen Walker is the number 97, started at the back of the field. And is already up to 12th place. Great work there from Jensen Walker.
Joshua Bugembi up into 3rd place. Again, he was 12th on the opening lap, so again, great opening few laps there for him, and he's also just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:05.18, going much faster than the guys in front of him. It's a 2.5 second gap between him and Riley Till, so we are now looking at the battle between 88 and 30, I believe that is. So where are we looking? We are looking at the battle between Ben Simpson and Zach Starbuck, and I think Zach Starbuck now in front of Ben Simpson. So good little straight race going on here for Zach.
Hello,
had a decent day so far.
Hello to Louise Richardson in the chat, who's cheering on Bobby Pete, who's currently in 25th position in this race. He's just set a personal best Sector 1. So all the drivers finding their way round in these conditions. Bobby, one of our novices out there on circuit. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Here's your battle for second place. Joshua Bajembi, who likes these conditions. Remember him in round 2 last season, which wasn't in May, it was in February. However, the weather conditions weren't that different. Had a very, very strong day in the wet. And he's challenging here. Finley Lines in the number 4 has just gone purple in sector number 1. Side by side, the 4 and the 52. The 52 doing a switchback. That's, oh, if he can pull that off, that's a lovely move. Joshua Bajembi up the inside, he has done it. Really good stuff from Joshua Bajembi there, and that's him up to second place.
Fantastic move there from Joshua Bajembi, just getting the nice old switchback and getting second place. We've got a yellow flag out. I think we've got it out at the boot and also at the, and we've got, who's that? Is that Josh?
It's Jack Price, the number 71. I think there's damage as well to the karts. He looks perfectly okay. He's going to have a little bit of a clamber over the wall. That's not easy for a tiny person, but he's perfectly okay.
That is unfortunately 2 DNFs today for Jack Price, and that is really not what you want to see. Meanwhile, we've got the 55 now having a go at the 44.
Yeah, that's Theo Champney, who I don't think is showing on our timing screen at the moment, the number 55, 4th in Super 1 last season. As you say, tucked behind the number 44 at the moment of Riley Till. So, but this is for the lead. This is for the lead of the race. Joshua Bajembi looking down the inside of Theo Champney. So that is for second place. Apologies, we were mistaken earlier. Because I don't think Theo Champney's a lap down. No, I think he is just missing from our timing screen. So Riley Till in the number 44. Yellow flag out through the boots for something or someone being recovered.
That'll still be for Jack Price up at the top.
Yeah, good point.
Oh, it's the 33 run.
Yeah, it's Logan Giles just keeping out the way of the leaders. As look at that, down the inside, Joshua Bajembi. I said he liked these conditions, and he's gone to the front of the field.
Brilliant stuff there from Josh Bajembi. There's a lot of grip on the inside there. If you can get it onto the curb, it brings you round, and then it is a simple case of, and the move is done. So yes, apologies if we're getting some of these drivers a bit confused. Our live timing is not quite giving us the full results, but I think we have just seen 55 overtake Riley Till for second place in this race. So a very good drive here from that 55 driver. We've got a mechanical flag for Oliver Meek. Now, where is he in this race? He's down in 20th place, so he's got the meatball flag, and that will be his race coming to an end.
Yeah, that's a shame for Oliver. He's just set his personal best of the race so far, 66.88, but that will be the end of his race. And I can't quite remember how Oliver's done in these other races. Oh, there's a problem for Logan Giles there. It's just fallen off one of the trickiest corners of the circuit in these conditions. He's perfectly okay, but I think that is Logan's race done for this heat. So Joshua Bajembi leading now over Riley Till. Apologies, no, over Theo Champney. Theo Champney having some transponder issues out there. That looks about a second maybe to me. JJ?
Yes, it looks like Josh Bajembi, who's again climbing from 12th to 4th on the first lap, has just slowly but surely taken out all of the competition and is leading this race by a decent. He's got a very comfortable lead now to the 55 driver, I believe Mr. Thompson, you were saying, Andrew. But yes, now we are looking at the battle between, we've got the battle between Laughlin Johnstone and Alessio Lamalfa, obviously the correct spelling of Johnstone, which is what I like to see. And we're now seeing, I think he's just, who's that bit?
It's going past Jensen Walker.
Jensen Walker. So Jensen Walker, the novice driver, just being left behind by this pack.
Alessio Lamalfa had a good scrap in one of the previous heats, making his way through the traffic there. 5 seconds on the clock to go. Our leader is on their way out of sector number 1 now. There's the 44 and the 4 fighting over third place on the road. Till and Lines. Alex Reid just behind them as well. Ellis Snow having a really good drive in this race. He's in 6th position at the moment in the 101. Not mentioned Ellis in the race so far. Top novice runner out there is Zach Champney, the number 61. Track limit warning for the number 4, which is Finley Lines. So Finley running a little bit wide, I'm guessing, on one of the corners. Second guess, but it's the last corner. It's caught the attention of race control. Last lap board out then for Joshua Bajembi, who is in a league of his own at the moment. A 62.25 second lap time last time around. The next quickest driver, I think, is Alex Reid, who's on a 63.3. This is brilliant stuff from the driver in the number 52.
Absolutely, yes. If he's going at such a vast rate of knots compared to his competitors, I think a good 1.5 seconds faster than Finley Lines behind him. And yeah, just again, absolutely fantastic from Joshua Bajembi. 8 places on lap 1 to now come through and to... Again, we have got a couple of corners left. He has got to still keep it on track. Anything can happen in racing, and it usually does, as Oliver Meek gets another mechanical flag. But it's all gone well for Joshua Bajembi through this race. Didn't put a fault wrong. He just goes over the track limit slightly and comes across the line to take the race win. According to live timing, we haven't got some of these drivers, but we've got Finley Lines across the line in 2nd, but I think that's 3rd. He's just overtaken Alex Reid on the final lap to get 3rd place. Then it is Riley Till, Zach Starbuck, Ellis Snow, Charlie Warren, Ben Simpson, Zach Champney, who is your highest novice driver. Then you've got Lucy Whilton, Sebastian Notuzeo, Alessio Lamalfa, Oliver Gibson, Laughlin Johnston, Fletcher Jameson, Jensen Walker, Callum Wilson, Daniel Butcher, Oliver Meek, Joshua Jarvis, Sergio Weirs, Kieran Stewart, Bobby Pete, Tyler Davis, who fell down by quite a few places on that final lap. And then rounding off your positions today, according to our live timing, is Mr. Jack Price. And whilst just before we get into our next race, which I believe will be IAME Cadet, I do have some news regarding that red flag. It is confirmed that Kai Bacchini has unfortunately broken his ankle. So we wish him a speedy recovery. Speaking on behalf of everyone involved with Alpha Live and this commentary team today, we wish, and the entire paddock as well, I think it's fair to say, we wish Kai a speedy recovery and look forward to welcoming him back here as soon as possible. And on that note, we shall now move into the next race, which, if memory serves me correctly, is the IAME Cadets. Ready to go with the IAME Cadet Heat 3. I got it right. How about that? Anyway, right, on row 1 then, we have got Kit Belowski looking to maintain his great start to the day. Then we have Flynn McDermott, Will Green, Max Horlaw, Archie Lovett and Brafe Murdoch. Following on from that, we've got Sky Parker, Kanishk Rao, Zach Green, who's also been having a very impressive day so far, Morgan Moore, Albert Friend and Jensen Ackerman. Cooper Snedden lines up in 13th with Logan Howes in 14th. Aaron Richardson is 15th with Kasper Tomilewski in 16th. Fred Green is 17th and Jacob Anslow is in 18th. Max Mason is in 19th with Jensen Jones starting 20th. Quinn Cross in 21st place with Finley Hinds in 22nd. Teddy Porter is 23rd and Thomas Clark is in 24th. Levi McGrath is in 25th with Sukhmani Kera in 26th. Henry is in 27th with Teddy Woodard even in 28th place. Blair Smith lining up in 29th with Donald Stratton in 30th. And rounding off your IAME Cadet grid today is, for this race even, is Jonty Restrick in 31st, Jacob Narn in 32nd, Ethan Weldon in 33rd, and last but by no means least is Jensen Chalk. So as you can see, it is still quite windy. We've still got. I think the rain might be coming down a little bit harder than it was in that last race. And yeah, once again, Andrew, really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, unfortunate news there about Kai. Hope he's quickly on the mend. See him back racing here in future rounds, and so meant to be commentating with him next weekend as well on another event. So yeah, I'm sure he'll make a speedy recovery. He's a fighter, is Kai, and I'm sure he'll bounce back bigger, better and stronger than before. We move on, as we say, to this IAME Cadet heat. This is their last heat of 3. Still very damp conditions here at Whilton Mill, and it is going to take a little bit of a while for this circuit to dry out because it's still quite cold. The wind may help a little bit as it billows across the circuit. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Pro Gamer Channel, who's cheering on Kit Bilofsky in this one. We won't talk about what happened to the PMR boys in the last race. That's done. That's history now, and we move on to onto this next one. Let's have a little look at the championship standings as they stand at the moment. Zach Green leads the championship now on 222 points and was awarded the race victory from heat number 2. Kit Bilofsky is second, 4 laps further back. Then Archie Lovett in third. Morgan Moore, who was DQ'd in the last race, is 4th. Canish Grau 5th. Flynn McDermott 6th. All of those drivers running here today. So, yeah, out go the IAME Cadets. It'll still be 8 minutes plus 1 lap, unless we're told otherwise. No, there we go. 8 minutes are on the clock. Formation lap underway. There is the number 23 of Flynn McDermott. Kit Bilofsky just behind her. This is a good opportunity. Again for PMR, and Kit Bilofsky will be looking to try and get the race win. We should say that there are points for the heats. They do count toward the end of the championship. Drop scores, well off drop scores coming into play, so we'll explain that one later in the season. 36 points in the championship is what a race win in a heat gives you. In comparison though, a finals victory worth a lot more, that's 60 points. We'll see those in the next rotation. So the IAME Cadets coming down the back straight now for this one. Rain has... I was about to say the rain has stopped. No, that's complete rubbish. The rain has not stopped. In fact, it looks like it's getting heavier on that camera coming out of turn 1. But we're ready then for the race here in IAME Cadets. 8 minutes on the clock. Away to go for this one. Very good start for Kit Bilofsky. Leads into turn 1, all of them through the first corner. Okay, lots of novices in this race, which is good to see. Hope they have good races out there. But leading up to turn 1 for braking zone number 1, I should say, of Christmas Corner, Kit Bilofsky will lead. The number 25 has gone round there. There's a couple of drivers having a half spin at the top of the hill. One of them is Jacob Anslow in the number 29.
Big bit of bodywork fell off one of the carts during that start. That's the
it's one of the greens.
Will Green. Will Green has fallen off the track. He's fortunately able to keep it going, but yeah, that is unfortunate. Just saw as well, just going through shot, Zach Green going down the inside of Oziers. We'll see how that worked from us as we watch them come across the line. But a couple of spinners through there, but more or less it's a clean start. And there goes Zach Green. Looks like he's got himself up into probably about 4th or 5th. So another great start from him there. And there you can see him up into 5th place. We've got 15 round of Will Green. We have got the 15 of Fred Green. So 2 greens have fallen off during this race, but Zach Green keeping it on the track so far. Kit Bilofsky setting a 1 minute 4.69 on that opening lap to bring out a 2-second gap immediately as we've got Uzat going over the grass there. Not entirely sure, but it looks like he's been able to carry on. Meanwhile, again, everyone just being very cautious, it has to be said, through this race. Apart from that man there, not sure who that is, having fallen off the track. We'll wait to see the number come through. But yeah, no, that's not gone well for this young man here, and he is round at Ashby.
6 minutes to go in this one. Kit Bolofsky still in the lead of it. As up the inside there goes the 93 of Morgan Moore. That was a move possibly on Zach Green. It's the number 24 that has fallen.
That's Jensen Jones.
Yeah, it's Jensen Jones, unfortunately, who's had the spin there. And Jensen was running in the top 10. No more, unfortunately. Rain started to fall again heavier here at Whilton Mill. There's the number 53 of Zach Green. He's having a very good day so far. Sukhmani Kira, by the way, having another very strong run. She's up to 12th place, is the top novice at the moment. So look out there. Sukhmani is in the blue, pink. Oh, round goes the number 71. Get on the brakes. Max Mason there. And just calmly rolls to the outside of the circuit. Waits for an opportune moment to hop back on circuit. That's a real shame for Max Mason. Was running in 9th place.
Yeah, real shame there. There was a yellow flag out as well. Not sure if the spinning under yellow flag penalty applies in this one of racing. It certainly does in Club 100. So we'll wait to see what happens there. And there's a big, massive bit of bodywork falling off. Is that the 93? Was that Morgan Moore?
Yeah, I don't know if we
not
can get
entirely sure. We've got the 71 still. There's Max. Is that Max Mason? Yeah, that's Max Mason out of the race then. But yeah, we see there was a bit of bodywork falling off one of the carts on the opening lap. We've just seen another big bit coming off one of these cars. We'll see who it was. We're going to get a replay of it here now. Let's see what happened. So we've got the 53. So there goes Zach Green. He's okay. Who was it? It was the rear bumper of Morgan Moore has fallen off. So we're not entirely sure how that's happened, but it has happened. So we'll see. We'll monitor his progress. He might get a mechanical flag there. There's Jacob Narn having another little incident down there, but still fair play.
I think Ross Woodford's called it absolutely spot on. I think it was a chain guard. It looked like a chain guard to me. Now, I have seen drivers run around without chain guards on in the past. I remember commentating one at the Rock Cup Super Final last year.
Well,
but obviously the worry is now is that there's obviously an exposed chain and I know a fair bit about chain. Oh, it's number 12. I think that's that Ackerman. Yes, it's Jensen Ackerman off at the boot. Obviously, the worry is that if the chain breaks, it's now not going to be contained within a chain guard and it's going to scatter all over the circuit. So we'll wait and see if race control are going to put a meatball flag out for that one.
It would be a real shame to see that, because in fact it looks like it's not stopping his progress at all. He's in fact he climbed a place on Blair Smith through that lap. But at the moment, out in front, it is still Kit Bolofsky, and we've been talking about there not being too many dominant displays. I think we might be getting a submission for possibly the most dominant display. That is, he has got a 7.11 second gap over at the moment Flynn McDermott. We'll see now. You can see there that so if a chain guard has fallen off Morgan Moore's car, it has not made a difference to his pace, because he's now just overtaken Zach Green for 3rd place in this race. You can see him now bearing down on Flynn McDermott for 2nd. So Kit Bolofsky has checked out in front. We will wait to see him. We'll wait to see what happens there. Meanwhile, we're talking about meatball flags. Cooper Snedden in the 888 car has got a mechanical flag, which is a real shame for him.
That's the 2nd of the day for the 888. So Cooper Snedden was running in 11th place, is going to have to come into the pits. Isaac Lord is asking how has Cooper driven today. Cooper's driven well, but as I say, unfortunately that's the 2nd mechanical flag of the day, and is not going to be good. Oh, as the 36 is off, and that's going to be up at Christmas corner. And that's Max Hollor. Oh, that's a real shame for the driver on his 10th birthday. And is that a mechanical issue? Has he lost an engine there? That's very unlike Max to make a mistake and be that far off the circuit, and he's lost the engine. You could see him trying to restart it there.
Yeah, a real shame that, especially, and it's the cruel luck of it being your birthday, and unfortunately his kart has let him down on this particular occasion, but he's been having he's been having a decent day so far, and that is just a real shame. As Skip Snedham gets shown the mechanical flag again.
Thank you to Pro Gamer, who says there's another birthday out there. It's we'll come back to that in a minute because there's some overtaking going on here. Zach Green's got past both, I think, the 93 Morgan Moore and the other birthday boy, Flynn McDermott. So the number 23 still there in 4th place.
We've seen what happened with Kit Belowski at the end of the with Kit Belowski at the end of the last race. Obviously, he is miles out in front, so we'll wait to see what happens between Morgan Moore, who I believe, if memory serves me correctly, was the perpetrator of that incident between himself and Kit at the end of the last race. So we'll wait to see what happens. Morgan definitely interested in getting 2nd place back from Zach Green, who again it was another driver who's had an absolutely fantastic day today, it has to be said, but he's now got a job on his hand to keep Morgan Moore behind him, taking a slightly more inside line through Ashby. It looks like maybe the grip started to come a little bit more in that corner. We're looking at the lap times; they're still not still in the 1 minute 2s at the moment, but it looks like there might just be a little bit of grip coming back. But as we now head into the boot for what will be the penultimate time as Kit Belowski starts what will be the final lap. Morgan Moore just hanging in there now with Zach Green. Zach Green doing a very good job to keep him at bay for the moment. See them across the line. The gap is just 0.38 of a second. So it's very, very close. It's going to be all about who can take the best lines through the corners left on the track. Coming into Christmas now, looks like they're both pretty much even heading through there. They now pick up on Kit Belowski, and what has to be said is a fantastic wet performance from him, arguably the most dominant display today. As soon as once this race started, he just checked out and was never seen or heard from again. A fantastic performance from Kit, it has to be said. Again, as I've said always, there are still a few more corners to go. He's got to make sure he keeps it on the track. We saw him at the end of the last race, but that is not what has happened today, as Jacob Nunn is off once more. 2 hands in the air, hands off the steering wheel. That's what you like to see. That's how you celebrate a fantastic race win. Well done, that man. And Zach Green still going with Morgan Moore. It's going to be so close, but Morgan Moore has got in front of Zach Green on the final lap. So close there at pit bend to some contact there, but they just about kept it on track. Flynn McDermott comes home in 4th, with Archie Love at 5th, Braith Murdoch in 6th, Sky Parker in 7th, and we've got 57 there.
This battle.
And we've got and Finley Hinds has just got Sukhmani Kedra on the final lap as well. That was for 2nd and 3rd in the novice class, and that's 11th and 12th overall. Sky Parker was 7th, Blair Smith was 8th, Fred Green 9th, Jensen Chalk in 10th, then it was Finley Hinds just getting Sukhmani Kira on the final lap, followed then by Aaron Richardson, Kasper Tomalewski, Will Green, and then it has to be said, a good recovery drive from him after being on the grass in Ashby on the first lap. Then Teddy Woodard, Ethan Weldon, Henry Clark, Thomas Clark, Teddy Porter and Donald Stratton will go Levy McGrath, and Jacob Nunn, who had a few adventures out there as well, but does still come home to finish in 23rd place.
Very good stuff. The IAME Cadets will be back out again later on this afternoon for their final. In fact, they'll be the first final out on circuit when we get into that rotation. Cadets heat, well, apart from one Honda Cadet heat yet to go, we'll see that one out later on. Next up though, out on circuit, is race number 19 on your schedules. It'll be the 3rd and final heat for X30 Mini. Ready then for the final heats for the X30 Minis. Aidan Hassan has pole position for this one. Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans alongside him on the front row of the grid. Ashton Wiggins and Katie Ashman are on row 2. Taylor Orridge and Jack Mowat start this race from row number 3. Moving down through the order, Kira Harris and Lucas Field start the race from row number 4. Eden Spanswick and Ryan Etchberg start on row number 5. Oliver Bocock and Riley Bishop are on row number 6. Macaulay Bishop and Charlie Locker starting in the midfield there on row 7. Jack Hobson and Luke Fleming on row 8. Lawrence Finn and Tommy Harfield are on row number 9. Amelia Pennington and Charlie Mills are on row 10. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Morgan Hill start from row 11. Jack Owen Drawbridge and Marley Pereiro start on row 12. Izzy Woolfit and Jason Jensen Pugh are on row 13. Henry Jocelyn and Finn Leslie on row 14. James Kell and Reese Bennett start on row 15. Joshua Jones and Benjamin Rowe start on row 16. 32 runners in the field. Well, X30 Mini has been fairly dramatic today. We saw there's very few drivers, I think, who've got through the first 2 heats with good races in both. It's going to make this 3rd heat critically important for setting the grid for the final, which can only mean we're going to have a good race here, JJ.
We're always going to have a good race. That's what we're coming to every single one of these races hoping for. But yes, really, yeah, again, just I'm looking for a bit. I think it's so far, with the exception of the red flag and the unfortunate incident with Kai Bikini, I think it's been a fantastic day all round, and long may it continue.
Can hear engines firing. That must mean that karts are rolling. There they are, going out onto circuit. Championship situation still at this early stage of the season. Jack Hobson, your championship leader, on 201. He's a classic example of where drivers haven't had it all their own way today, because he's got a 2nd in Heat 2 but a 14th in Heat 1 on his scorecard so far today. Thomas Cucurella Yeomans is 2nd, 2 points further back. Retired from Heat 1. Was 3rd in heat number 2. Macaulay Bishop is probably your one driver who has had 2 absolutely stellar heats so far today. He's got a 2nd and a 1st. Is 3rd in the championship at the moment on 194 points. A big part of that is because he got a disqualification in one of his heats in round number 1. Ian Spanswick and Finn Leslie in that top 5 at the moment as well. But this field, very high quality field, I must say, in X30 Mini today. So we'll see how this one goes. We're due to have the number 53 of Katie Ashman taking this one from pole position. Ooh, almost contact coming around. It's going to be a false start. Like, absolutely spot on there from the start, Marshall. That grid was not properly formed. Around we go again. Look at the wind. The wind. The chevron flag for denoting a restart is nearly being blown out of that poor chap's hand. He must have very strong arms.
He must a fine grip, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
To be hanging on in those conditions.
So Ashman from Cucurella Yeomans, that's row 1. Hassan and Norwich, there again. 2 drivers who know each other very well. Wiggins and Harris on row 3, Mowat and Spanswick row 4, Field and Bocock on row number 5. I had a brief little chat with Oliver during the lunch break. I say lunch break for me. I popped out for a couple of races. Testament to all of our marshals and circuit staff here today. We've been racing non-stop since 10:15 this morning, and we're ready now for X30 Mini's 3rd and final heat of the day. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Very even start for those at the front of the field. Katie Ashman battling there with Thomas Cucurella Yeomans as they go through the first couple of corners. And it is going to be the number 53 of Katie Ashman leading through Christmas Corner for the first time. The number 86 of Thomas Cucurella Yeomans has been shuffled down there. Taylor Orridge is already up to 2nd place in the red, white and blue helmet. Rest of the field filing through. There's a couple of karts, I think, off towards the back of the field. A good start there from Katie Ashman, being challenged though by Taylor Orridge down the inside into Ozias. They're going to be side by side off of Ozias as well, and Cucurella Yeomans is going to try and take advantage of this as well, and does so. So Taylor Orridge will lead as they go through the boot for the first time. A little bit of bumping and barging. Need to be careful there with the front fairings that none of those droop down, because that will be a 5-second penalty post-race. Taylor Orridge comes over the line then, leads at the end of lap 1. It's Thomas Cucurella Yeomans in 2nd, Katie Ashman 3rd. Ashton Wiggins racing for Red Waft Racing here today, having a little bit of a driver coaching from former senior X30 champion here at WMKC, Piers Pryor. The number 23 of Jack Mowat involved there. The 57 of Ashton Wiggins defending nicely around the outside. Conditions still very tricky here. Aidan Hassan has fallen down the order a little bit, and whoa, off, very wild off is Jack Mowat, has kept it going. And he's going to have dirt on his tyres there.
Very good control, it has to be said, though, to keep that kart going over the grass. It was very interesting also as well at the end of that first lap. There was a yellow flag out. Not entirely sure what it was for, but Thomas Cucurolo-Yeomans really had to get out of the throttle as he was trying to look down the inside of Taylor Orridge on that lap. Katie Ashman has fallen down a couple of positions. She now finds herself in 7th place with Jack Mowat with that off down now into 23rd. Looks like the rain is coming down awful lot heavier than it was earlier on. You can see it just as we cut to that brief shot of the start-finish straight. So it's going to be taking a lot of effort to keep these karts on track and keep them pointing in the right direction. Looked like Thomas Cucurolo-Yeomans was getting nice and close to Taylor Orridge there. We've got a yellow flag out, and that is worryingly close to where the leaders
were. There's a bin in the middle of the road. Well, the wind's caught up here. This is a real situation. This may have to be a red flag here, because that is a safety concern for the drivers involved. Everyone very well. Look at it. It's gone off. It's had a full off and has gone into the middle of the circuit now. Hopefully it'll stay there and we can keep the race running. Well, I've never seen that before. 5 minutes to go.
You can't park there, sir.
You definitely cannot park there, sir.
Wonder how he's been. Oh, I'll be off. Anyway, so that brief interlude aside, I don't think I've ever quite seen that before. I've been on a track. Who would have thought? Anyway, we've got a track limit warning there for Riley Bishop, and out the front, Macaulay Bishop has got himself involved in this fight for the lead. It's still Taylor Orridge leading then in this race. Actually, no, there goes Macaulay Bishop with a fantastic move down the inside of Wilkins' corner. There tends not to be a lot of grip there, but he's found some grip from absolute nowhere and got into the lead of this race from Taylor Orridge, from Thomas Cucurolo-Yeomans. So great stuff there from Macaulay Bishop. He came out of absolutely nowhere, so he did. So yeah, great stuff there from Macaulay.
I don't think I've ever seen the wind this strong here at Whilton Mill. This is very, very tricky conditions for the drivers out there. There's a battle between the 53 and the 60. That's Katie Ashman and Jensen Pugh. There's been trouble out there, unfortunately, for Oliver Bocock, who is 2 laps down. I think I can see him there, stood in the middle of the circuit. And oh, that's when the conditions are like this. It's bad enough always retiring from a race, but when it's cold and wet and windy like this, that's really unfortunate. Back with the leaders though, Macaulay Bishop leading by half a second ahead of Taylor Orridge. Taylor Orridge nearly falls off the road there. Thomas Cucurolo-Yeomans just behind, and Eden Spanswick in there as well.
Or I think Taylor Orridge just maybe took a little bit too much curb on the exit of Ozier's. Yeah, and here we go then. Thomas Cucurolo-Yeomans just having a look down the inside, but he's gone a little bit too early there. And now here comes Eden Spanswick down the inside of, he's had a look down the inside of the boot, but it looks like he might just about be able to get something done on the run down towards Oblivion. Nothing so far. However, we'll wait for this run down, the big run down towards Christmas, see what happens there. Here he comes then, looking for the outside line this time. They're all sort of sticking to the extreme inside, going straight outside to the inside. So almost a dry line, but not quite. And now here we come then into Ashby. A little bit of a flick out from Taylor Orridge on entry into Thomas Cucurolo-Yeomans into Ashby. Just like Taylor Orridge has got a little bit of breathing room to this pair, and there goes down the inside Eden Spanswick, but Thomas Cucurolo-Yeomans able to get the position back. A little bit less grip on the inside of Ozier, and there we go then, as you were really, as they're about to cross the line for what will be one of the, we'll probably get another few laps in during this one, but again, it's all very close, apart from Macaulay Bishop, who has a 1.75 gap to Taylor Orridge.
Lucas Field has just got past Ashton Wiggins there for 7th place. Jack Hobson on the move as well, is up to 11th past Jensen Pugh. Top novice at the moment. Rhys Bennett's running in 22nd place on the road. Plenty of support coming in for our leader. Taylor Orridge keeping him honest at the moment. That's the number 23, Jack Mowat, who had the off early. Did get a track limit warning for it.
Very much fair play for still being able to keep it going after that off, and he's having a decent little fight there with Ashton Wiggins. We're still with this fight. Is he going to be able to have a look down the inside into the boot? Not quite at the moment. He's carrying a lot of speed into that corner, being able to hang on to it as well. Oh, here we go. Then down the inside goes the 33 of Cameron Pratt-Thompson on Jack. We'll see who that was. I think it was Ashton Wiggins. I think it was. He got the move done on. Meanwhile, we're going back to this battle between Thomas Cucurolo-Yeomans and Eden Spanswick. This will possibly be the penultimate lap. We'll see see if they get round in time for to get one more in after this lap, and it looked like a little look from Jack Mowat down the inside of Ashton Wiggins. We shall see in a moment, but for the moment it's still Thomas Cucurolo-Yeomans leading in third from Eden Spanswick, and there indeed goes Jack Mowat on Ashton Wiggins. So another good little recovery here from Jack Mowat. He's hopefully going to get himself a decent haul of points for this round.
Time is up then.
Just got one in.
He's just got over the line there. Macaulay Bishop just wants to do more racing, because he could have lifted off there and let time expire, but he didn't. 3.23 seconds is the lead. There'll be 2 more laps. Jack Mowat confirmed past Ashton Wiggins. Morgan Hill and Charlie Mills have both got past Riley Bishop and Marley Pereiro on this lap. There is the 86 and the 69, Cucurolo-Yeomans, who I think is an early contender for me, JJ, of most improved driver in the club this season. Has really been doing a good job. They can't let him down in race number 1 here today. He's bounced back, really shown a lot of character, I'd say.
Absolutely.
Over the course of this day.
Absolutely, and on a day like today, that is all you really can show, is that bit of character, is that bit of, no matter what happens, I'm still going to come back stronger. I'm not going to let an early result get me down. So yes, a very great recovery. He's still got 1 lap to hang on to this third place. He just runs massively wide there out of the final corner. That will surely give Eden Spanswick a bit of an opportunity. But here's your race leader then, Macaulay Bishop, doing a fantastic job in this race. He seemingly came from absolutely nowhere to be leading this race. He now has a gap of over 3.5 seconds, driving superbly, lapping about a good couple attempts faster than his nearest competitors. The opening laps, the fastest laps of this race don't really count, because it looks like the conditions were very different at the start compared to where we are now. But he's still lapping superbly, and as we now come down into the boot, he is just about going to squeeze his way through the final few corners. Oh, just gets a little bit tail happy on the exit there. Maybe a bit of showboating as he crosses the line to take the victory in the third heat of the day. Then it's Taylor Orridge just in front of Thomas Cucurolo-Yeomans, who held off Eden Spanswick towards the end there. Then it's Ryland Ekberg from Aiden Hassan, Lucas Field, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Jack Mowat, Jack Hobson there, just got Ashton Wiggins on the final lap, ahead of then Finn Leslie, Amelia Pennington, Jensen Pugh, Katie Ashman, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Kira Harris, Izzy Wolfett, Charlie Mills, Morgan Hill, and then the final I'll read out is Benjamin Rowe, who is your winner, highest placed novice for the day.
Very good stuff from the X30 Minis. We'll see their final out later on. That's their heat racing done. Next out on circuit is race number 20 on your race programmes, which will be the third and final heat for Minimax.
Here we go then for the third heat of the Mini-Max class, and on pole position is Harry Higgs ahead of Oliver Smith, and then it is Woody Radford, Amelie Ackerts, Daniel Amor and Devon Nolan. Oliver Sander is in 7th with Kieran Denyer in 8th place, and Edward Rose lines up in 9th with Corey Fowler alongside him in 10th. Mac McFarquhar is in 11th, and then in 12th it is Seth Hathaway. Ronnie Coburn is in 13th place with Charlie DeMonkis in 14th. Michael Dalton is 15th and Sasha Bagley in 16th. Harrison Morrow is 17th with Alina Summers-Kelly in 18th place. Edward Gibbons lines up then in 19th with Josh Cook in 20th. And then rounding off this again, slightly smaller grid, is Louis Rees and George Ivanov. So again, another race that we are looking forward to. It's just me again for this race, as Andrew has popped out to handle some of the social media that is going on today. And as we have been saying throughout the course of the day, if you are enjoying what you are seeing, if you are loving this live karting event here at Whilton Mill, and obviously with all the other events going on the Alpha Live channel, please be sure to subscribe to the channel so you can keep up to date with all the live events going on over the course of the motorsport weekend. I have no idea how the Monaco Grand Prix is going. I don't want to know. I shall not be looking. So if you're in the comments now wanting, Damon Hill's on pole apparently. So there we go. That's all we need to know. But yes, do be sure to subscribe to Alpha Live, and of course subscribe to the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel as well. Follow them on the social medias, and of course if you could head over to Rich T Racing and give me a subscribe as well, I would be very appreciative of it as well. Waiting for this one to get underway then. This was a very eventful race the last time out. Harry Higgs, I believe it was, who our pole man for today, for this race I should say, getting himself a little bit out of sorts and then being collected by Devon Nolan, as Devon went on to claim second place in that one. I'll surely work out at some point who won that race. In fact, I shall look that up for you right now so we can see where we are all standing in today's race. Although, just as I say that, that's when the internet fails me. But no matter, we shall press on with the third heat of Minimax, the final heat for them of the day. Conditions still looking quite wet out there, although I believe the sun is now beginning to poke its way through. So we will watch these lap times with intrigue to see how the lines and speed are changing. Drivers then just getting themselves warmed up, ready for the start of this race. All just running around doing their business at the moment, as we now have a spin there. The 33 of Seth Hathaway. This is the rolling up, Seth. You've got to keep it on the track. That is the general idea. But yes, we will be surely on our way to a race start any moment now. We'll see if Seth is actually able to even join the back of this race. It looks like they're getting to the boot now. Woody Radford just giving it a little bit of the beans through the boot. Got the outside line for pit bend, which is what you want in wet conditions, as far as I'm concerned anyway. It looks like, are we going to get this race underway? Yes, there we go. We are racing here for Heat 3 of the Mini-Max Championship. It looks like it's already not a great start there for the 28 of Oliver Smith. He has fallen down into third place as Woody Radford takes a commanding lead down towards Christmas Corner. Daniel Amor is in second place. I'm not sure who that was sending it down the inside. It might be, that's the 54 then of Devon Nolan, and there's a spinner in the shape of George Ivanov in one of the novices in today's class. Keeping it going then through all. No, having said that, and there is Devon Nolan, one of the front runners from the previous race. He was up there trying to send it into Christmas on the first lap. He has had an unfortunate off there into Ashby, and now he will have to fight his way back through the grid. Meanwhile, you can see here this close battle. This could be for second in. Oh, and there goes round the 50 of Edward Rose. He had climbed beautifully from the start of this race. Unfortunately now though, he's going to have to get out of the kart, and will that be the end of his race? We're not sure, but Daniel Amor now, oh, and there goes Woody Radford over the grass at the crook, and that is going to drop him down certainly behind Mac McFarquhar on the run down towards Christmas. Not sure what happened there. Maybe just got in a little bit too hot into oblivion, but at least he has still kept it going and is still running around in the podium places in third. So Daniel Amor with a decent gap to Mac McFarquhar now in this race. So yeah, good stuff from Daniel on the opening few laps. Gained 2 positions on that opening lap. And it looks like, and yes, Mac McFarquhar now in second place, what we like to see. And we've got a yellow flag out. This will most likely still be for Edward. This could still be for Edward Rose, or has there been another incident a little further on? No, it looks like that might have just been the recovering Edward Rose in that example. So there you go then, across the line. Oh, there goes Devon Nolan trying to go down the inside of the 45 of Harry Higgs. So these two who came together in the first race when Harry Higgs was in second and Devon Nolan just closing in on him, and then obviously Harry Higgs went round, and there is the 22 again of George Ivanov, pointing the wrong way on the grass. I think that is the pit entry right there, but I think it looks like he's been able to keep the engine running, and away he goes. So good to see that he has been able to rejoin this race. Looks like we've still got Daniel Amor from Mac McFarquhar and Woody Radford at the front. And here's a battle there between Devon Nolan and Harry Higgs, and there's a 61 of Sasha Bagley. So both Higgs and Nolan have got through at the expense of Sasha Bagley, and so both of them now move up into that will be 8th and 9th respectively. Devon Nolan getting certainly very interested in the back of in the back of Harry Higgs. Michael Dalton also falling down. Something's happened to Michael there on that last lap. He's falling way down as as Daniel Amor bouncing across the curves at Boxing Day there, losing just a little bit of time to Mac McFarquhar, who has just set the fastest lap of the race. Not much faster than Daniel Amor, but still the fastest lap nonetheless. This is the battle for this is the 4-way battle for, I believe, this that could be between Ronnie Coburn, Oliver Sanders, Seth Hathaway and Harry Higgs. So then Devon Nolan getting involved will be there as well. See the number 11. Is that the number 11? Yes, I believe that is the number 11, or certainly the 28 of Oliver Smith. There we go. So following the battle between Oliver Smith, Ronnie Coburn and Oliver Sander. Ronnie Coburn now in front of Oliver Smith, so that's why I was trying to say it was 11, because it was actually 77, as George Ivanov has now gone round once again. Unfortunate for him, but again just getting the practice in, learning the conditions, and he'll come back stronger from this in the next race. So it's still Daniel Amor leading from Mike McFarquhar. Amor just setting a slightly faster lap time on that last lap, but again both of them are only about 8 thousandths of a second slower than each other, so really good to see. And now here's a move from Seth Hathaway on Oliver Sander. These two have been having a bit of a lap-long battle, because Seth Hathaway was in front of Oliver Sander, and he is once again got yellow flags out down at Oblivion and Fine Ladies, so we'll wait to see what that was. But Oliver Sander currently staying ahead then of Seth Hathaway, using the conditions to his favour. And now we've got this yellow flag down. This is going to put the fight for the lead temporarily on hold as George Ivanov gets out of the way. And it looks like there was a spinner on the exit just out of Fine Lady. So that's what the yellow flags were. 2.5 minutes left of this race. Daniel Amor still does lead from Mac McFarquhar. Again, there's not a lot between them for lap time, although Mac McFarquhar has just set a first sector that's about 6/10 faster than Daniel Amor, so we will keep an eye on this one. Daniel just gaining a little bit of time on Mac through this second sector, I think. Yes, it's a good... They've basically gone tit for tat on sector times through the first two sectors, so we'll see across the line. Daniel just setting a 59.03, and Mac McFarquhar again, it's only a 59.16, so they are still so close to each other in terms of overall lap time. Oh, Mac McFarquhar just running a little bit too wide there, going through the puddle on the exit of Fine Lady and getting very close to the dangerous shallow realm of the grass on the exit of Fine Lady, but he's been able to keep it going. You can just see they're going through shot. There goes your two leaders, and then here comes Woody Radford and Ronnie Coburn, keeping it all nice and tidy. Are these Minimax cadets? Are these Minimax drivers here today? Apart from the 89, who is that that's gone off into barrier? It's Lina Summers Kelly, and they find themselves in the barriers. That is exceptionally unfortunate. Obviously, maybe just going in a bit too hot into the final corner. Really sad to see that. Daniel Amor has just popped up with a 58.04. Meanwhile, Mac McFarquhar 59.84. The gap now 2.94 seconds. So Mac McFarquhar having a bit of a tricky lap there on that lap. So he has fallen by the wayside. And there is the number 13 having himself a little spin. Who was that going off? It was Kieran Denyer, who is the one yellow-plated kart in a sea of novice drivers at the moment, as Charlie DeMoncus has just overtaken Amelie Ackett on that last lap. And there you see a battle between the 28 of Oliver Smith, just lapping George Ivanov there. But it's back to the front of the grid for the moment, although no, it looks like we're now keeping an eye on the 77 of Ronnie Coburn, who's again having a good race. I must send a massive apology to him and his family, or anyone who's watching, if I pronounced his first race, pronounced it as Ronnie Corbin. Obviously, he is not one of the two Ronnies. He is Ronnie Coburn, and there is the number 12 of Josh Cook, who's running quite well in the novice class, but he is now on the grass at the exit of Christmas. That is very, very unfortunate. We're on to the last lap now. There goes Daniel Amor just lapping one of the back markers there. And you just see Mac McFarquhar, who was challenging for a while, but I think Daniel Amor's just got the best of the grip through this race and is got a comfortable nearly 4.5 second lead through this race. So great drive again from Daniel Amor, who has been looking good throughout today. And now he is going to be rewarded with the win for the final heat in the Minimax. Obviously no trophies today, but still gets the win in heat 3, and he will carry through some great confidence into the final. Mac McFarquhar comes home to finish in second place, and then we're looking for Woody Radford in third. A little bit further back, there goes Ronnie Coburn in fourth place, and Oliver Smith and Oliver Sander very close together in fifth and sixth. Seth Hathaway in seventh, with Devon Nolan in eighth, followed by Harry Higgs, Corey Fowler. Wait to see Harrison Morrow over the line. There he goes in 11th place, and we're just waiting for Charlie DeMoncus and Amelie Ackett, the final two drivers on the lead lap. There goes Charlie in 12th, and we just wait for Amelie now. There she goes across the line, 13th, and then the first of the lap drivers was Kieran Denyer, 14th, and we saw having that spin. Edward Gibbons in 15th, then George Ivanov, who had again a few adventures today, but still finishing in 16th. Good result for him. Josh Cook in 17th. Sasha Bagley in 18th, Michael Dalton 19th, Lina Summers Kelly in 20th, and finally it was Edward Rose, who didn't actually complete a lap in that race, which is very, very unfortunate indeed. So that is the end of the X30 mini heats, and we will now move on to the next race, and I can't remember what it is, so I'm not even going to attempt saying what it is.
It's Junior Max.
Andrew, you're here. Well, I'll be. Here he is. It's Junior Max, ladies and gentlemen.
Getting ready then for the next heat here at Whilton Mill. Let's have a look at the grid. Junior Max Heat number 3, Oliver Kerr will be on pole position. Ben Cordingley alongside on the front row. Max Lee and David Al-Lechner are on row number 2. Ronnie Mansfield and Miles Dawn on row number 3. Moving on to row number 4, Jessica White and Charlie Pritchard are on that one. Kai Bacchini, I can sort of believe I'm saying this, has not got a broken ankle. He's had the all clear, and if he's got back on time, is going to be in this race. He's going to be on row 5 alongside Jacob Dukes, and that's the best news that we've heard all day. Freya Belk and Jake Howarth are going to be on row 6 of the grid. Reza Sirurathan and James Jackson are on row 7. Jacob Rhodes and Riley Brown are on row number 8. Lexi Belk and Ronnie Smith start this race from row number 9. Leo Purchase and Luke Ringham wrap out the top 20 here in Junior Max on this grid. Murphy Aldridge and Jensen Weston are on row 11. Callum Davies and Jake Davis are on row number 12. Jack Cooper and Michael Morgan on row 13. Noah Hadley and Joe Garraway on row 14. Hoping Joe has a good run in this one because he's had no luck so far today. William Young and Jensen Giles are on row 15. And then into our novices, Amelia Nelson and Zane Khan on row 16, Alfie Bray and Alex Warnaby on row 17, 34 karts in the field. So yes, Kai Bacchini, after that horrendous incident, I think it was in heat number 1. No, sorry, it was heat number 2 for this class, is back out on the grid. The reason why I say I can believe it is I was by the ambulance as he got out of it after that incident, and I saw him walk gingerly, but he did put pressure on his ankle. I did wonder, as someone who's broken a bone or two over the years, you wouldn't be able to do that if it was broken. So that is very good news that Kai is back with us for this race, or at least if he's not back in this race, he will be back in for the final. Okay, just hearing that there's being a slight pause in proceedings, just arranging some of the karts at the back of the field. You're still watching coverage here of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. As you can see, a couple of movements going on down on the dummy grid there to get everybody in the correct position for this next race. If you want to keep track of all the goings on here in terms of results, grids, schedules, etc, etc, just popping a link in the chat. There it is, results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC/2021. If you're a regular viewer of us here, I recommend you bookmark that one, because that one will stay throughout the whole season, and then you just click on the relative round race day. So of course we're on round number 2 here today. Keep comments coming in. Isaac Lord asks, do you think slicks for the finals? If there's no more rain, I think that's a possibility, Isaac. If the track continues to, well, not quite drying out yet, but if we get some good running, there is the potential for that. But, and it's a big but, the weather has been unpredictably, no, it's been predictably unpredictable. In that we know rain's coming, we just don't know when. As I say, it's been like this for a number of weeks now, and I've just heard in my ear from the producer's room that there is rain forecast in the next 30 minutes, and it is big. So we may not be past the worst of the conditions here today, and we've already had some fairly tough driving conditions for the drivers. If you're enjoying the coverage here today at Whilton Mill, do make sure that you're subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and that you have the notification bell clicked and ticked and all of that business, so you don't miss a single video, a single live stream. 4 live streams for our audience today. Obviously you're here watching the action at Whilton Mill, but we've got British Kart Championships racing down at Clay Pigeon. So definitely go and check that out later on, because that will be very exciting stuff. We've got British mini bikes at Rowra up in Cumbria, and we've got Teesside Owner Sprint Series up in the northeast as well. Thank you very much for all your continued support of those championships, and lots more to come over the course of the summer. It's going to be a very, very busy one for Alpha Live, as we still I feel like we were playing catch up still from losing the first couple of months of the racing season to you know what. But yeah, we'll be pretty much on with you on something or other every weekend between now and August, at least. I was having a couple of chats to people and talking about how busy everyone's summer's going to be. Still under a slight pause here, just as the grid for this next race is organised. As I say, it's due to be race 21, the Junior Max grid. And whilst we're waiting for that, let's have a little reminder of ourselves of a hot lap round this Whilton Mill circuit, how to get around it quickly.
Welcome to Whilton Mill, a beautiful circuit situated in the countryside of Northamptonshire. Let's take a lap around this circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit, where it's pretty much flat out if you're brave enough. You come in and clip the first apex, clipping the second, and not running out too wide onto that rough tarmac area. We then head uphill into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner, a very tricky corner on this one, where it is very easy to compromise your exit speed as you fight for track position. You head round the kink and start sector 2 through Inkerman and the Ashby hairpin. Try to avoid that inside curb as it can massively unsettle the kart. Heavy braking in the downhill hairpin of Ashby, again not running out too wide. We head into the two left-handers now of Wilkins and Oisiers. Great for overtaking opportunities, but really easy to make any slight mistake. Downhill into the braking zone on this one, trying to watch that inside curb, slightly running out wide as you want a good exit onto the back straight. We start sector 3, and the boot, the trickiest part of the circuit now, as it's very high curbs, very bumpy through here as well. As you hit both those apexes, round the final corner we head in towards Pit Bend, avoiding that inside curb and finishing the lap here at Whilton Mill.
Thank you very much, DJ. He's a very talented man. He can do hot lap videos and commentate at Clay Pigeon at the same time. Karts are rolling here in Junior Max for their third and final heat. Coming down the back straight, our leaders. So this is a crucial race for all of our drivers. Last chance for them to get some good points and get themselves up the grid for the final. 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and that may get restarted, I think. Yes, it will, because there was quite a lot of the field too far to the left of your shot there and outside of track limits. Just joining us, here's your grid for this one. Oliver Kerr and Ben Cordingley on the front row of the grid, Max Lee and David Al-Lechner on row number 2, Ronnie Mansfield, Miles Dawn row 3, Jessica White, Charlie Pritchard on row 4, Kai Riccini, who is back out on circuit after his incident earlier on in the day, on row 5 alongside Jake Howarth, Freya Belk and James Jackson row 6, Reza C. Rurathan and Riley Brown on row 7, Jacob Rhodes and Ronnie Smith on row 8, Lexi Belk and Luke Ringham row 9, Leo Purchase, Jensen Weston row 10, Murphy Aldridge, Jake Davis row 11, Callum Davies and Michael Morgan on row 12, Jack Cooper and Joe Garraway on row 13, Noah Hadley, Jensen Giles row 14, Amelia Nelson and Alfie Bray on row 15, Jacob Dukes and William Young on row 16, Alex Warner will be wrapping up the 33 kart field. Right on cue, the field will go round Pit Bend, hopefully a little bit cleaner than last time. That's looking a bit better. Away we go then for this heat of 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Good start from those at the front of the field, hopefully getting through the first couple of corners cleaner than we had in heat number 2. Yes, looking a bit better as the number 22 will head into Christmas Corner in the lead. Good start for Oliver Kerr there. Everybody cleanly through Christmas Corner. That is a very good piece of news. There's been a change at the front of the field. I think Max Lee has worked his way up to the front of the order. Yes, he has. In the number 12, he's got past the number 22 of Oliver Kerr. Into Ozzy as they go, side by side. Oh, a couple of drivers getting forced out wide there and falling down the order. Charlie Pritchard is on the move. The number 14 of Kai Bacchini. Look at that, straight back into the business is Kai Bacchini. This is sterling stuff. The end of lap 1. Ronnie Mansfield has come over the line, classified in the leads. Apologies, we missed that change. Max Lee, oh, the 3 karts off in the wall on the last corner. It's the number 30, 25 and 44. So that's Murphy, Aldridge, Alex Warnaby, and did I say that number 30 was involved in there as well, which if it is, it's Jensen Weston. Yes, it is. Jensen Weston off. Michael Morgan's had a problem on the first lap as well. I think we just caught a sight of his number 54 kart there. Hopefully we can get that incident on the last corner cleared and this race can keep going. We did have a red flag in heat number 2, of course, after a multiple kart incident on the first lap. 6 minutes 25 to go. So it's Mansfield from lead, Jackson, White, Brown, Bacchini. Al Lechner in 7th place. Ben Cordingley, unfortunately, has slipped a few positions down, is now in 8th place. Good start for C. Rurathan. 2 karts still stranded on the outside of the last corner. Probably double wave yellows there on pit bend. So Mansfield continues to lead. Full course yellow out. The Battenberg flag is back out, and that's a sensible decision there by race control. Neutralises the race but keeps the clock ticking. So Ronnie Mansfield leads from Max Lee. James Jackson has had a good start there in 3rd, Jessica White 4th, Riley Brown 5th, Kai Bacchini in 6th. Who else has had a good run on those first 2 laps? Our previous heat winner Noah Hadley has got up some positions. He's up to 19th place. This is his race that he starts from the back of the field. See the drivers positioning their hands over the radiator there. It's just to try and keep a bit of temperature in these Rotax engines. Very finely tuned, these engines. Very tricky to keep Rotax power units in the right operating window. I think we are now back to green. Oh no, the Battenberg flags are still out, but now withdrawn. Back to racing. A very good start that from Ronnie Mansfield. He was right on it there and has got the jump on Max Lee and the rest of the field. James Jackson's still there in 3rd place, the rest of them streaming over the line. So that was very, very shrewd there from Ronnie Mansfield. He spotted that the last corner incident, the cause of the Battenberg full course yellow, had been sorted out, and he knew that the race was going to go back to green and got on it. Perfectly within the rules. Number 37 there of Jessica White, trying to challenge James Jackson for 3rd place in this one. You can just see Riley Brown in the blue and green behind in the number 53. Noah Hadley's gained a position on Alfie Bray. There's a contact warning for Ben Cordingley, the number 67, as Jessica White attacks the rear bumper there of James Jackson. Oh, careful on the track limits, everybody. Ronnie Mansfield leads by 0.86 of a second. Miles Dawn, Leo Purchase and Jacob Dukes have all gained a position on that last lap. In fact, Jacob Dukes has gained more than 1 position. He's gained 3. He's up the inside of Jessica White goes Riley Brown there. Riley Brown up to 4th position. So top novice at the moment. An absolutely brilliant run so far from Jacob Dukes. Lap times are coming down. We're into the 52s and 53s now. Track limit warning for the number 14, which is Kai Bacchini. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. Field coming on to the back straight. Into the boot. Miles Dawn's had a track limit warning as well, as at the inside there. Riley Brown looking for a move on James Jackson. Another track limit warning, this time for Jake Howarth. Oh, mistake there. And running wide was Max Lee. He's lost 2nd place. Goes for an adjustment on the radiator flap, but James Jackson takes the opportunity. Didn't need asking a second time. Straight through there. Kai Bacchini, currently your fastest driver out on circuit, has joined the back of this group. So it'd be a great result for the X-Karts team if he could bring this home. Has shaken off the incident earlier in the day. And he's doing a sterling job here, if I may say so. Leo Purchase and Jacob Jukes, by the way, have both gained positions on that last lap. We've got past Miles Dawn for 8th and 9th places, respectively. Ronnie Smith is on the move as well, as up to 11th. Noah Hadley, damage limitation in this job, in this race, I should say, is up to 14th. 2 minutes to go. Ronnie Mansfield, his lead is now 2.11 seconds ahead of this driver here, James Jackson, on the Haas chassis. Bacchini has got past Max Lee there. That's Bacchini up to 5th place. Noah Hadley, the fastest driver out on circuit, by the way, is up to 12th place in the number 74. There is Reza Siwarathan. He's driven really well today. Solidly in the top 10 at the moment, just behind Jacob Jukes there, the top running novice in this race. You can tell that by the black background on his karts of the number board. A few more laps for these drivers who'll be keen to get this one done and dusted. Track is coming back to the drivers, but as we've heard, there may be more rain approaching the Whilton Mill circuit. 1.66 seconds is now the lead. It's down the inside. Goes to the 71 there of Leo Purchase on Max Lee. That was a nice move. That was for 6th position. JJ's back on the commentary with me. How's the conditions out there?
Cold, windy. You can see that the weather is coming in.
Can indeed. Another move there by Jacob Jukes. This is a fantastic run from the driver in the number 34. Nearly gets in locked together with the number 12 of Max Lee there. Change for 2nd place. Jessica White has got past James Jackson there on the last lap. So Jessica White having another really strong race here at Whilton Mill, and the gap at the front is not that distance. It's less than a second now, so Ronnie Mansfield is going to have to work here for this victory if he's going to take it. Ronnie Smith moving through there, has got past Max Lee. And I think Siwarathan has got through as well. Noah Hadley a little bit further back, continuing this strong drive from the back of the field. Jessica White has taken out, in fact, is taking a lot of time out of Ronnie Mansfield as they're going on to the last lap. In fact, there's more than a lot of time. I think that's been a change for the lead. Confirmed over start finish. Jessica White to the front of the field. On to the last lap then. 50.09 last time around. Fastest lap of the race. Took 1.3 seconds. Was 1.3 seconds quicker than Mansfield on that last lap. Bacchini's gained a position as well. It's up to 4th place. Can Ronnie Mansfield hold on for this 2nd place? Jessica White is storming away at the front of this field in stormy conditions still here at Whilton Mill. Has picked her moment perfectly in this heat, and this is going to be a big help for her grid position in the final. Has a little check over the shoulder, sees that the gap is good to Ronnie Mansfield behind. It's very close between Mansfield and Jackson. But Jessica White comes around the final corner, takes heat 3 in Junior Max here today at Whilton Mill. Ronnie Mansfield finishes in 2nd place ahead of James Jackson, and an absolutely brilliant drive from Kai Bacchini, who we thought was out of the action here today after that incident in heat number 2. Finishes in 4th ahead of Riley Brown, Leo Purchase, Jacob Jukes, your top novice there, 7th overall, Ronnie Smith, Reza Siwarathan in 9th, Noah Hadley into the top 10, Max Lee, Miles Dawn, David Lechner, Jack Cooper and Luke Ringham take us down to 15th. 2nd of the novices was William Young in 16th, Joe Garraway, Ben Cordingley, Lexi Belk and Charlie Pritchard wrap out the top 20. Very good stuff from our Junior Max class. We will see them and their final later on this afternoon. We're going to take another very short break here on the commentary. Next out on circuit. If I've got my order of events right, should be our next junior class, and it will be the X30s out there. X30 Junior Heat 3 out next. Race 22 on your schedule is the third and final heat, or at least should be, for our X30 Junior class. There it is. Connor Duncan has pole position for this one. Harvey Ribby alongside on the front row. Mackenzie Stevens and Shay Brennan on row 2. Aidan Lynn and Alfie Briggs are on row number 3 for this one. Moving further down the order, Brandon Templeton and Mont Junior Canini are on row number 4. Sam Baker and Harry Ewell on row 5. Finley Harrison and Archie Heron on row number 6. Zaki Hussain and Gabriel Still will be on row number 7. Jake Yanagisawa, he needs a good result in this one, will be on row 8 alongside Thomas Reddy. Leo Brown and Reece Lomax start on row number 9. Jude Fernerhuff and Remy Gilbert are on row number 10. Luke Sintler and Sam Longley row 11. Henry Gregory and Tiger Dixon on row number 12. And then it'll be Khan Gohill and Jaden Gregg on row number 13. Lorenzo Cordell and Jack Cox on row 14. Micah Taylor, who's had an up and down day so far, ahead of Lily Jeffs on row 15. Lily the first of the novices. Kian Gamio and Oliver Harris on row 16. Luke Taylor on his own on row 17. It's the 33 Kart field. Keep your comments coming in. You're watching live coverage of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships Round 2 here at Whilton Mill. Andrew Mather and James Johnstone on commentary duties for you. If you are enjoying the commentary and want to know how to support us best, it is 2021. It is the social medias. I know it's corny, but give us a subscribe at DDMM. We're on the various social media networks at Double Dash MM as well. And Rich T Racing. Have you got a consistent handle, JJ? Or, I mean, I say this like there was a criticism. I only got ours all lined up earlier in the week.
I would not know that. I just look at. I'll just edit footage together and commentate over it. I wouldn't. Don't think I've got around to getting a handle yet. But RTR is the abbreviation.
Side Westy comments thought Kai had broken his ankle. We were told that as well. But that
it was confirmed to me that he had. It was confirmed that he'd broken his ankle, but as it turned out, no, he hadn't.
No, he hadn't.
And coming through to take 4th, that's come back bigger, better, stronger.
He did step out of an ambulance in front of me and put weight on it, but there we go. That's going to be surely another restart. Yes, it is.
There we go. And yeah.
Hey, it happens. I had it the other way around once.
We thought you hadn't broken your ankle, but then you had.
I'd had a big oof, and I was told, it's not broken, that's fine, it's just badly bruised. And 2.5 days later, and it was still giving me quite the soreness.
Just go
to get this checked out. Sure enough, it was broken, and we had surgery. There we go.
Yeah. Well, what you don't like to see, but at the same time, it's a good anecdote.
Connor Duncan has a front row start for this one. He's another driver that we've seen over the years moving up through the ranks. Here he is in juniors, and this is a good opportunity for him to get some good points in this championship. Talking of the points, here's how they stand at this midpoint of the day. Lorenzo Cordell leads the championship on 216 points, and it's an 11-point lead over Gabriel Stilp. Harvey Ribby in third. This time we are ready to go though. Green flag and 8 minutes of racing commences here at Whilton Mill for the X30 Juniors, and there's a yellow flag out, which probably means that someone has fallen off through the first couple of corners. Up to Christmas corner they go for the first time. I can't quite make out the numbers at the top of the hill, apologies, but they're coming back down towards us here at Ashby Corner, and looks like the vast majority of the field, JJ, have had a good start there.
Looks like a good start, has to be said, but we have got a number of karts, including Alfie Briggs, Monda Junior Connie and Harry Ewell, who are
now registering through Sector 1.
But they've obviously had some sort of incident through Sector 1, so that must have been what the yellow flag was for those 3 drivers. There goes the 43 of, is that the 43 or the 23?
It's the 43. It's Gabriel
43
Still.
of Gabriel Still.
Apologies, it's 42 on our timing screens.
He has climbed up by quite a way, and there's the 11 then of Sam Longley, who had a bit of an off at the final corner.
So Connor Duncan has turned this pole position that he's had for this heat into a good lead at the early stages, 0.72 of a second over Aidan Lynn. Mackenzie Stevens, who was our biggest mover on that first lap? Lorenzo Cordell up 11 positions to 11th there. The number 20 continuing to have a very strong day. Now I do wonder, have we got, surely we've got slick tyres. I'm just looking at how dry the circuit is and the lap times that are coming in.
I would suggest we are on slick tyres here. We're into the 48s now. You don't think you get there on the wet tyres. So the track obviously drying in a bit, but it will still be treacherous anywhere of it as per normal, anywhere near the grass. But on this particular occasion, one tyre in an unsavoury place, and you are heading into the shallow realm, unfortunately. But at the moment, we are looking at Connor Duncan and Aidan Lynn sort of getting a bit detached then from the rest of the grid. Mackenzie Stevens fell down 5 positions on that last lap, so they had a bit of an incident. It might be maybe fair to say, but we're now looking at the 49 of Finley Harrison with Gabriel Stilt right behind them in 5th. In fact, no, take that back. Gabriel Stilt now in front of Finley Harrison on the getting past there on that lap. Something going wrong there for Mackenzie Stevens, who's fallen down 10 places on that lap, as now see an attempted overtake, possibly around the outside of Christmas Corner. That would have been a bold move if that has worked out, but couldn't quite catch who that driver was. But going well so far for all these drivers out there. Although, as I said, having said that, there goes round. Not entirely sure who that was.
It's Shay Brennan.
It's Shay Brennan there, pointing the wrong direction, getting taken out by. Well, we'll have to see. It may very well have been Gabriel Stilt, or it could have been Finley Harrison, but they've just.
It's a real shame. He's fallen all the way down to the order with that as well, because it's the 52 is in trouble. That's Reese Lomax. So Reese Lomax, and is there damage to the left-hand side? Or maybe that's just a bit of an optical illusion, but whatever it is that's befallen Reese Lomax, he is out of this race. And that's not good news for Reese at all there. And so he wasn't in the top 10, and that's going to impact where he starts on the grid for the final later on this afternoon. Connor Duncan still leads though by 1.08 seconds ahead of Aidan Lynn and Gabriel Stilt. Here we're looking at the battle for 4th place. Finley Harrison in the 49 and Zaki Hussain in the 13. They're being caught by Lorenzo Cordell in the 20 and Archie Heron in the 59.
Great lap there from Gabriel Stilt, 46.98, taking a good bit of time out of the guys in front, although it is a 4.04 second gap, so you will need to go a little bit faster than that if you want to have any hope of trying to get in with a shout of winning this race. Everyone behaving themselves very nicely so far, I think, for the most part in this race, Andrew.
Yeah, the X30 juniors have been a really good class all day. There's been some clean, fast-paced racing from them throughout the day. They obviously had to deal with the start of the bad weather at the end of their second heat, so they were all on slick tyres as the rain started to come down. 3 minutes to go. Gabriel Stilt has just set the fastest lap of the race, JJ, 46.66, so he's got a bit of work to do to catch Aidan Lynn, but he's got the pace to do so.
Certainly got the pace to do so. I just think he's going to run out of time before he gets anywhere near. Well, I mean, he might get near to Aidan Lynn by the end of the race, but it's going to be quite a challenge to overhaul him. Zaki Hussain has overtaken Finley Harrison for 4th place, and just see there an overtake from, I believe that is the, we'll see them as they come there, that is the 20
of Lorenzo Cordell.
Cordell. So they are Lorenzo firmly on the move, in fact taking both Finley Harrison and Zaki Hussain on on that lap there, as Sam Baker also climbs 2 positions, I think demoting Thomas Reddy, who's had a bit of incident, and Henry Gregory as well on that lap.
Keeping an eye on the weather forecast, we are suspecting that there will be some more precipitation hitting the circuits across the course of the afternoon and into the early evening. Still very windy here at Whilton Mill, as the number 13 Zaki Hussain attacking Lorenzo Cordell now for 4th position in this race. 1 minute and 36 seconds of it to go. Finley Harrison holding in there in 6th place. There's your leader, Connor Duncan. Having a great time here, the Scottish driver in X30 Juniors. Very strong on the national circuit as well. 1.13 seconds is the lead for him over the number 58 of Aidan Lynn, and he's just holding that lead, although he is catching some traffic now. They will be shown the blue flags, but that may mean that Connor has to go offline. There's a yellow flag down into turn 1. We'll try and catch what that is for in a moment. Oh, here comes the leader, and well, that's one way of getting through the traffic there. That was just getting past Oliver Harris. Now that's, now.
Much closer there for Aidan Lynn.
Was there an overtake under yellow there? I'd be interested in seeing a bit of a replay of that. Here comes Aidan Lynn on the scene, down the inside, has taken the lead away from Connor Duncan. There was a yellow flag out. I think it was for Lily Jeffs, who hasn't come through Sector 1 in a while. We'll have to review that one. Race Control, I'm sure, will have their eyes on it. Gabriel Stilp still in 3rd place. Still quicker than both of these drivers, but as you say, JJ, there's quite a gap. It's still good points on the board. I'll say that for Gabriel Stilp. Lead change confirmed. Aidan Lynn to the front of the order. Jack Cox has moved up to 10th place. Got past Luke Sintler, who's just lost a position to Harvey Ribby.
I can guarantee you that Connor Duncan is not going to be giving this one up without a fight. He's hanging on to the back of Aidan Lynn, and for the majority of this race was faster than him, was setting better laps. So I think we're on to the penultimate lap. We're going to have one more after this one. I'm certain that Connor Duncan is going to mount some form of challenge, although he's just got a little bit out of shape through that into the boot. So now coming on to the final lap. What is the gap? It is 0.46 of a second. So Aidan Lynn has opened up the gap a little bit to Connor on that last one. Gabriel still just closing in. I think for the 10-minute finals, we're going to see this after these heats. When we've got that extra few minutes at the end, this could be Gabriel Stilp's situation. He could be very interested in this fight for the lead on the final lap. But it just doesn't look like Connor Duncan is going to be able to bear that charge. Although, having just said that, there he goes down the inside of Aidan Lynn. Where on earth did that come from? Just absolutely sent it down the inside of Oziers, and he's going to come across the line to win the race. Absolutely incredible stuff. That was such a wild overtake there from Connor Duncan. Just did not see it coming at all. We're going to get the replay for that overtake now. Here they come then. So they're coming through Wilkins. Everything looks fine, although it looks like Connor Duncan, we just got a little bit unsettled there. And then Connor Duncan's just come from absolutely nowhere, just stuck his nose in to get the overtake done. That was there was a little bit of argy-bargy through there. Wonder if Race Control might have a look at that, but it looked like the door was open. Connor put the car in there and got the move done. So fantastic stuff there from Mr. Duncan to finish this race in first from Aidan Lynn. Then Gabriel Stoop, who was only a second behind at the flag. Then Lorenzo Cordell. Then Finley Harrison. Then Zaki Hussain, Archie Heron, Henry Gregory, Sam Baker, Henry Rigby, Luke Stintler, Thomas Reddy, Remy Gilbert, Monde Jr. Conini, who had an awful start and was right at the back and finishing 14th. That is a very good finish for him. Jude Fernie Hoff, followed by Alfie Briggs, then Jake Yannick Gisawa, Jack Cox, 19th, and the highest novice, Kian Gamiao. And finally in the top 20, we have Sam Longley.
Very good. X30 Junior, you know the score by now, will have their final later on this afternoon. Next out on circuit, unless I'm mistaken, will be race number 23. That'll be the third and final heat for X30 Senior. X30 Senior is about to go out for their third and final heat. Here is the grid for it. Christian Brooks has pole position alongside Hugo Gilbert on the front row. Archie Forber, good chance for points here for Archie from the second row of the grid. Joining him on that row is Joseph Taylor. Mason Weir and Tyler Reid go from row number 3. Mick Banner, who had a fantastic start in the last heat, starts this one from row 4 alongside Vishal Patel. Ty Stansfield and Steve Brown start on row number 5. Thomas Massarella and Sam Heading are on row number 6. Jordan Brown and Alex Johnstone start from row 7. Scott Smith and Benjamin Southgate go from row 8. Daniel Hackett and Caelan Burbridge are on row number 9. Wrapping out the top 20 is Harry Torpey and Joseph Aarons. Alex Moody and Ellis Bourget start on row 11. Joshua Torpey and Brandon Matchell have a lot of work to do there from row 12 of the grid. Oliver Henwood and Jack Sherwood start on row 13. Nathan Amos and Archie Garlick, this is there from the back of the grid. Drives are on row 14, likewise for Lucas Ellingham. And Alex Doddington there on row 15. Curtis Louis, Martin Auger and Jack Davis are 3 of 4 novices, including Alex Doddington as a novice as well. Off on the back of the field, it's 33 karts on the grid. There will probably be a slight pause in proceedings because I did just note that there were a couple of karts being recovered there at the end of the X30 Juniors. Keep your comments coming in. For those following a certain Mr. Super GT in his quadrant, Team Quadrant kart, prepared by DHR. This is his third and final heat. Thank you for your continued support of him. He's having a good day. I was having a chat with him earlier, and obviously, you know, we used to do a lot of owner road tax racing back in the day, but we're probably talking like 15 years ago. And I was asking him, both from a commentator's perspective, but also from someone who's, you know, driven the same karts as Steve in the past, and what is the main differences? You know, when you're stepping from a ride and drive to owner racing, what's the key difference? And what he said is it's corner entries, you know, whereas we find in the couple hundreds it's, you know, Christmas corner, a classic example, up the hill, stamp on the brakes, get off the brakes, turn in. That's how you do it. Completely different in these, where there's a lot more trail braking, there's a lot more, the braking distances are shorter as well. That's one of the things that, you know, you've got to get on top of when you go into this level of racing. It's a really good insight from Steve. And out into the circuit they go. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Zero Phobia, who says, well done to X-Karts team. Yeah, absolutely. That result for Kai in the X30, the junior road tax race earlier was very, very good. We'll see another one of their entries in the senior road tax later on. You're watching live coverage of round 2 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. Andrew Mather and James Johnstone on commentary duties for you today. Getting to the end of the heat racing here today, and we'll be into finals. Oh, there's a problem for the number 76 of Martin Auger.
Oh dear.
And that looks like a kart that's decided, nope, I do not want to take part in this race, Mr. Auger. And the field, someone's being directed through the cut through. But that kart will need to be recovered before the start of this race. Especially as I saw someone on a race start end up on exactly that piece of grass last weekend. As it got 4 wide. There's a yellow flag out, but no, we are racing. We're away for 8 minutes plus 1 lap here in X30 Senior for their third and final heat. Yellow flag, as we say, is out, so they will have to go past that point and then start racing. But it's been a good start for Christian Brooks. Into Christmas corner they all go. Ooh, slight moment there for, I think it was Tyler Reid in the middle of all of that. A great start for Steve Brown, has already got a couple of positions there in the quadrant kart. But it is Brooks from Forber. Big race this for Forber. Oh, running wide there was Hugo Gilbert. He's going to lose third place to Joseph Taylor, who brilliantly won the second heat of this class earlier in the day. Down the inside there goes Tyler Reid on Steve Brown, and through as well, I think, goes Jordan Brown, the number 80. Good work there by Jordan. So it's Brooks van Forber, Taylor, Gilbert, Weir, Stansfield, Reid, Jordan Brown, Steve Brown, Sam Heading. That is your top 10 at the end of lap 1.
All good then. I think through that first lap, obviously feel big sorry for the driver who just could not get, obviously whose kart failed him on the first lap. It was Caelan Burbridge, which is what you don't like to see. Thomas Massarella has had a bit of a, and Alex Dollington have both fallen down 19 places on that opening lap, so they've had some sort of incident, whether they both came together or they had separate incidents on the same lap. It remains to be seen.
Biggest mover on those, in fact joint biggest mover on that last lap, first lap, were Lucas Ellingham and Vishal Patel, up to 18th and 24th places respectively. Back with our leaders, Christian Brooks ahead of Archie Forber at the moment, hard on the brakes there. So you see that trailing into the corner technique that the X30 seniors are using here around this Whilton Mill circuit. Down into Ashby they go. The number 27 of Joseph Taylor is going very, very quickly here. JJ is caught up to the back of Archie Forber. We've got a three-way scrap for the lead.
Absolutely, yes. And on the first lap, I remember seeing Hugo Gilbert almost pointing sideways as he got his braking done into Christmas, and he now finds himself in 4th place. But yes, Joseph Taylor said, oh, there's a driver off. That's the 51. It's Gilbert. Just as I'm singing his praises, so the commentator's curse is real today. Just as I'm singing his praises, off he goes into the grass in a strange incident, much like we saw one similar earlier on, I think, when it was me and Chris in the comms box. It's somehow ending up on the grass on the left-hand side of the entry to the boot. How very strange. Just
saw a very good attempt from Mason Weir at getting past Tyler Reid. Trying to track if he made it stick or not, as we're looking at a fight between number 46 of Mason Weir. So unfortunately, no, Mason Weir has not made this move stick because he's been shuffled down, is now been overtaken by both Harry Torpey and Sam Heading, and I imagine Ty Stansfield and Jordan Brown as well. Through the boot they go. There is Jordan Brown in number 80. The white and orange liveried kart with a start-finish. So Brooks, Forber, Taylor covered by half a second. They're 2 seconds clear of Tyler Reid in 4th. Then the group of Brown, Stansfield, Torpey and Heading. Lucas Ellingham is absolutely flying here today. He's up to 11th place and a set of 46.05. He is properly in tune with that Jacktex Racing prepared machine today. This is very impressive. 4 minutes 15 of this one to go. Here comes Sam Heading down the inside of Harry Torpey. Clean move there into the boot. 2 teammates there working together nicely. And there's been a change for second place, JJ. Joseph Taylor past Archie Forber.
Absolutely, yes. Joseph Taylor now up into 2nd place, but Christian Brooks still setting good pace. I think he did just set his fastest lap of the race, but still a little bit slower than Joseph Taylor. So Joseph really coming in for him. Lucas Ellingham dipping into the 45.9s now, so he is on an absolute charge. Only 6 seconds off the lead. Obviously, I don't think there'll be a chance of getting involved in this battle, but it will be interesting to see how far up the grid he can get. So it's now this battle between Joseph Taylor and Christian Brooks that we are looking to see how. Let's just see how this one will pan out. Joseph obviously got the speed, and just as I say that, for once I've actually given someone some good luck, because he's just set what was the fastest lap of the race, a 45.90. That has now been usurped by Sam Heading, who has done a 45.80. But it's looking interesting now between these two drivers, between Christian Brooks and between Joseph Taylor. Christian obviously has the advantage of being in front on track, and he can dictate the defensive line. He can do something to hold Joseph Taylor's charge back. Whether he will be able to not remains to be seen, because here is Joseph Taylor then getting nice and close through the boot as we now head through pit bend and start another lap. 2.5 minutes left of this one, and Joseph Taylor is only only a tenth off Christian Brooks heading into this new lap. And there we go, down the inside into Christmas. There goes Joseph Taylor. Great move there. Late on the brakes, got the move done. Wham bam, thank you ma'am, that's all you need.
Very good from Joseph Taylor. Christian Brooks, though, don't be too disheartened by that. This is all about getting a solid result. It's been a mixed day for Brooks so far. 6th in his first race, 29th in the second. So could do with a strong run in this one to get himself just up that order a little bit come the A final. Luke Sellingham's still in the move, by the way. He's up to 8th place now. He's gone past Joshua Torpey and Ty Stansfield. Torpey passed Stansfield on that last lap as well. Lead change confirmed. Taylor now from Brooks, Forber, Reed, Jordan Brown, Heading, Torpey, Ellingham, Torpey. So Harry ahead of Joshua at the moment. Brandon Matchell, by the way, has just gained a position. He's got 18th place off of Joseph Aarons on that last lap.
And there, so just not quite a race-related comment here, but it's just so remarkable how fast these karts are, and especially and those are just junior cars. Watching these things go by, it is quite staggering the pace they carry compared to the karts that me and Andrew used to drive.
Yes.
So to be doing 45.3s when the fastest lap when we come here in Club 100, probably 53s at a push. Nicky might be able to get around in a 50, in a 53, a 52 if he's lucky, and there goes the 26 of Curtis Liu retiring from this race, which was unfortunate to see, but yeah, it's just, again, as I've been saying all day, one of those things. Meanwhile, at the front, you can see that whilst Joseph Taylor has now taken the lead, he's not dropping Christian Brooks as you might expect to, with Christian setting a 45.9 on that last lap compared to Joseph Taylor's 46.1. Looks like he's just maybe pulled a few more lengths there, but he's not dropping them as you might expect, and that is again something that we have been seeing all day, is that whilst yes, you do see changes for the lead, that leader can still hang on to the back of them and try and make something happen. The gap's 0.3 of a second now, so just going up steadily as we start what will be the penultimate lap. We've got a spinner on the exit of Fine Lady.
And I was about to say hello to Jordan T, who's cheering on Ty Stansfield. That is Ty Stansfield on the outside of the crook, was running in the top 10. As off there is the number 22
of Ty Stansfield.
No, that is Ty Stansfield. So it's the 44 of Daniel Hackett, sorry, that I saw off the road. But either way, that's not good news for Ty Stansfield.
Must have had some sort of coming together, because obviously there is the 44 of Daniel Hackett. Ty Stansfield still running, but obviously running on a part of the track that he shouldn't really be on, in the form of the grass. So as we start this final lap, it's close, but I don't think it's close enough for Christian Brooks. He is still there, and we did see that beautiful last lap lunge from Connor Duncan in the last lap. So still everything to play for. If Christian can get a move on, then he might be able to. There might be an opportunity. You never know. But it looks like as we come into Osiers, it's still Joseph Taylor leading this race for now. We've still got the boot to come. Again, as we've seen today, anything can happen, but it looks like on this occasion it's not going to. It's going to be Joseph Taylor to come through pit bend, and he will cross the line to take the race victory. Well done, Joseph Taylor. Christian Brooks finishing in second place. And what has happened to Archie Forber? He was running in third place, but he has fallen completely away. It's Sam Heading in third, Tyler Reed in fourth, Jordan Brown in fifth, Lucas Ellingham sixth, Harry Torpey seventh, Joshua Torpey in 8th, so it's an all Torpey, 4th row. Nathan Amis in 9th, Alex Johnston in 10th, Mason Weir in 11th, Steve Brown 12th, Scott Smith in 13th, Vishal Patel in 14th, Brandon Matchell in 15th, Oliver Henwood 16th, Joseph Aarons in 17th, Archie Garlick in 18th, Alex Moody 19th, and finally Hugo Moody in 19th, and then Hugo Gilbert in 20th. Archie Forber ultimately down in 26th.
Yes.
Has he even finished the race? Is that Archie right there?
No, it's going to be somewhere in the last sector, if anything. If it is an incident there for Archie Forber, you never know, it could be a transponder error. I don't know if our cameras can see the number 14 out there on the circuit. The race has been declared finished there. Taylor Brooks heading your top 3. We will investigate further on that one. That is the last heat for X30 Senior. That means we've got one more heat to go, which is going to be the Senior Rotax Max. Senior Rotax Max Heat 3 is up next. All set to go then for race number 24, the Senior Rotax Max 3rd heat. Chaz Hyton has pole position alongside Ben McFall on the front row. Nathan Hope and Alex Quinn are on row number 2. Lewis Jones and Ethan Ling start from row number 3. Harry Canham and Chrissy Miller are on row 4. Ellie Anna McFall and Axel Laflamme are on row 5. Lucas Iveskavicius and Tom Thompson are on row number 6. Carl Dunford and Alex Bentley start from row number 7, Joshua Pickford and Max Fitton on row 8. Tommy Edmonds and Ryan Garvey are on row number 9. Alice Pulio and Archie Elliott are on row number 10, Joshua Valance and Les Taylor on row 11. Rob Ellis, Jaden Neil Holder form up row number 12. Johnny Elliott and Thomas Lee Davis are on row 13. Luke Guest and Alex Jackson are on row 14. Joshua Taylor and Mikey Austin wrap up the 30 kart field for this one. Keep your comments coming in. Finley Milson asks, Alpha Live, are you streaming Kart Masters this year? I will admit, in my DDMM position, I don't know, but I would not be surprised if they are. I'm sure Mr. Austin will be in my ear in a second if I'm speaking out of turn on that one. TBC is what I'm hearing in my ear, but what I would say, I'm speaking as a appreciator of Alpha Live's work. If you have enjoyed Alpha Live's work with a particular series, and it goes for anything, one of the great things that you can do to help Alpha Live and anyone doing media production is let the series organisers know personally how much you enjoyed the coverage.
Absolutely.
You know, it really, really does help. As I say, whether that be Alpha Live, Double Dash Motorsport Media. I always remember Eve Hewitt from Radio Le Mans says this a lot. You know, it really, really does help when the media, the competition organisers, or sponsors is another one, hear from you guys, the viewers, that you're enjoying the coverage. Massive, massive help. So that's something that I would recommend to anybody watching that they do, along with pressing the subscribe button
and the bell for notifications,
the bell and all of that business,
all that jazz. Senior
Max out on circuit then for their 3rd and final heat. After this, we will be into finals racing. We are keeping an eye on the time because it is 4 o'clock, and I do believe there is a curfew in place. But until we're told otherwise, it's due to be 10 minutes plus 1 lap heats. There's somebody struggling up the top end of the circuit. Just thinking, ooh, it might be Axel Laflamme, you know, because he's not. Well, he has come through sector 1 now, but very, very slowly. There he is.
Oh dear.
It's looking like engine trouble. Now, there's not good news for the number 57.
Just to say, I believe there will be a 4th heat for the Honda Cadets.
Yeah, sorry, I'm speaking out of turn, aren't I? Of course, you're absolutely right, JJ. There will be the 4th and final heat for the Honda Cadets.
I don't think,
senior heats.
Absolutely, I don't think Axel Laflamme is going to be joining this race. It looks like he's just still struggling. But are we going to get this race underway?
Oh, big mess.
No, it's not sure what's happened there. I think the false flag start has not come out, so that poor chap, the number 13, Tom Thompson, that is a real shame. Before we even cross the line, he's out of the race. Oh, there's the 17 even, of Chris Hyton going a bit too involved with Ben McFall on the opening lap, and he has fallen pretty much to the back of the grid. Absolute devastation there for Chris. Meanwhile, it looks like it is still it's Lewis Jones now in front at the start of this race. Don't know what's happened to Ben McFall during that one, but it looks like we've got the 18 as well. Is that Alex Bentley lead coming through there. No, so we're not quite. This isn't quite the battle for the lead, but we'll see them across the line. So it is Lewis Jones leading from Chrissy Miller, Alex Bentley, Carl Dunford. Ben McFall has McFallen down to 4th place, with Harry Canham in 6th. Then it's Max Fitton in 7th, who's made up a good few positions on that lap. We're followed by Ethan Ling, Ryan Garvey and Lucas Ivaskavicius.
Yeah, and Ethan Ling making a move there. Just to go back to the Tom Thompson incident, number 13, what I think happened there, the starter on the right-hand side of the grid was being very intentful to the front of the grid, saying, no, you go when I go. In fact, let's have a look at the replay now. Watch the marshal on the right-hand side who's controlling... Oh, is there a contact there between the 17... That was at the start of the race, wasn't it? Now watch on the right-hand side. You're going to see start marshal saying to the front row of the grid, "You go when I go," and it catches out everyone in the middle who think, yeah, look from about 5th or 6th row back. Everybody starts going. The number 13 gets caught out. That's not the best of driving, I'd say, from those in the middle of the pack, because you've got to wait for the race to begin.
Referee's
because
whistle.
Otherwise, you've got to play to the referee's
whistle. You've got to play to the referee's whistle. Whatever they say goes. And if they're saying no, you wait, then you got to wait. And unfortunately, it hasn't worked out for Tom Thompson in that regard. We're now looking towards the front of this grid. You can see Alex Bentley in 4th place now, who was actually overtaken by Carl Dunford on that last lap, and Carl just sets the fastest lap of the race of 46 dead. But that's big damage there. That's the 133 of Tommy Lee Davis, who's now got damage to the front of his car. Not entirely sure what's happened there, but he looks like he is out of this race. So heading in out of Ashby, we've got Lewis Jones with a decent gap of half a second over Chrissy Miller, and then it's anyone's game between Chrissy Miller, Carl Dunford and Alex Bentley for 2nd place. You feel as though if Alex Bentley can get a move on here, he might have a chance of getting onto the back of Lewis Jones as well. Yellow flag out for Thomas Lee Davis as Ellie Anna McFall is in the pits, and I don't think she even started race 1, had a mechanical, or was out of race 2 fairly quickly, and now she's in the pits. Absolute gutting for that young lady. Yeah, that's not the best of news, but still a final to come for Eliana. Back at the front of the field, Lewis Jones leads this one, has just set a PB through sector number 1 ahead of Chrissy Miller. Carl Dunford, who's been having a really solid day so far here at Whilton Mill. Alex Bentley in blue and silver helmet just on the back of this group, but I'm keeping an eye on Ethan Ling. Been very impressed with Ethan today, the Welsh driver. Quite a few Welsh drivers here today. Yes, absolutely. And what's that? If they do end up going to university, make sure they go to Swansea. But
Johnny Elliott is out of the race, unfortunately. The struggles this season for X-Karts continue. Oh, there's an incident in the boot. It's the number 47. That is Jackson. Alex Jackson stuck on the curb there. The number 76 of Nathan Hope is involved as well. And that's going to need a recovery from Alex Jackson, because he's stuck half on the grass, half on the racetrack there.
It's the battle for the lead we have here. Yeah. 5 karts interested, and that was a yellow flag. That was 100% a yellow flag, and that was an overtake from Chrissy Miller.
Yeah.
I'm sure, again, we'll wait to see, but I'm sure race control won't have anything positive to say about that. We can 100% confirm that there was a yellow flag there.
It was a stationary one.
So
Chrissy Miller scored over the line. Let's just have a look at this again.
Coming down into Ashby. Oh, no, okay, we're moving on.
Oh, the number 13 is in trouble. That's Tom Thompson, who had the spin at the start of the race. It's not been a good one for Tom, and he's out of this one. Was running as high as 18th. Let's have a look at that another incident again. So there's a stationary yellow flag to driver's left. There it is. Ooh, that's not going to be good news, I don't think, for Chrissy Miller there.
I believe that's what they call a slam dunk, in terms of no way around there not being penalty for that, surely. But anyway, to carry on with this, as now Ethan Ling has climbed up into 2nd, and Lewis Jones, who was the man overtaken through that yellow flag, now finds himself down in 7th place, lost 5 positions on the lap, and there goes the 32 of Ryan Garvey on, I think that must be Carl Dunford, down the inside at Christmas. So Ryan getting himself up into second place, gained 4 positions on the last few laps. So great driving there from Ryan. Meanwhile, Ethan Ling looks like he's having a go at Chrissy Miller on the way down towards the boot. In fact, I think he has already got the move done. He is now up into the lead of this race with just under 2 minutes to go. Then it should be Chrissy Miller, then it should be Ryan Garvey, then Kyle Dunford, who's fallen down now, also behind Max Fitton, who had his problems in the second race and obviously was then setting purple laps through that, and we're now seeing what he could do if without those incidents up into 4th place.
Yeah, he's had good pace all day, has Max Fitton. Just looking a little bit further down the order, there's been a problem for Lucas Ivaskevicius, who's now in 20th position. Had a 60.32 second lap time last time around. Jaden Neil Holder is also on the move in this race. He's gained 2 positions on the last lap. He's up to 13th place. Tommy Edmonds and Joshua Pickford, long time championship rivals in the junior max category here at Whilton Kart Club, are on circuit. Line of Stern again, 11th and 12th in this race at the moment. Ethan Ling asserts his dominance. Oh, I saw a slippery surface flag there. Is the rain starting again? That's normally what it means, or I'm not aware that anyone's popped water down on the circuits from a radiator leak or anything of that description. Let's keep an eye on those lap times. It's still very windy here, of course. We have been hearing reports in our ears that rain is incoming. Is this going to be another deluge? Yet the slippery surface flags, the striped yellow and red flags are out. If we've not mentioned already, Alex Bentley's got past Carl Dunford for 5th position. Around the final corner, 2 laps to go then. There is your leader. Still, pace is still very good, 45.05 for your championship leader. Apologies, Rob Ellis is your championship leader. But Ethan Ling looking in fine fettle at the moment. Novice report, Mikey Austin currently top of the novices. And here's a great scrap going on as it's the number 21 getting involved there. It's Lewis Jones. I think this is the fight involving Rob Ellis in the middle there. Yeah, Ben McFall's in there, Harry Canham. Everybody's in there in this one. And Jaden Neil Holden, number 75, the fluorescent green detailing on his bodywork, making up some more positions.
Less than 10 seconds separate the top 14 drivers. That is considering that we saw a driver in a couple of races ago win by 10 seconds, you can just see how close this grid is. But Ethan Ling now on to the final lap. He has got a 2-second gap over Ryan Garvey, who has just overtaken Chrissy Miller for 2nd place in the race. So great stuff there from Ryan. But it has to be said, Ethan Ling coming up with a fantastic drive. We'll wait to see. I believe there will be penalties for Chrissy. There will be a penalty for Chrissy Miller for overtaking under yellow flag. Without any shadow of a doubt, it was a stationary yellow. It was there, and he did overtake. So we'll wait to see with that. But what we can see for now is Ethan Ling coming across the line to finish in 1st place. Well done, that man. Ryan Garvey coming home in 2nd. Chrissy Miller, we'll wait to see any post-race penalties for him. But 3rd at the moment. Looks like we've got...
Tommy Edmonds fell a few positions at the end there.
Yes, Tommy Edmonds.
In the last sector. The middle sector, rather.
Yes, so Tommy, no worries at all. So yeah, Tommy Edmonds falling down the wayside into 14th. But we'll go to the grid in a second, but we're going to watch this yellow flag once again. So here we go. We got Chrissy Miller coming through as they come through.
This is through Wilkins into
through
Osiers.
Wilkins. Yeah. You see,
we'll wait and see. Obviously, we don't make the decisions around here.
No, not at all. Not at all. It will be up to the.
Yeah, there is the yellow flag on the left-hand side.
Being held out.
And it is one of those things, you know, if Chrissy was eyes focused on the driver ahead, you know, and so focused in on making that move, maybe didn't see that stationary yellow there, but we will wait and see on that one. That is, as I say, Senior Max's heat done. If we're still on schedule, the next heat out on circuit will be now the final heat race. I got ahead of myself earlier. And it's the 4th and final heat for the Honda Cadets. They're up next. Here we go then for the fourth and final heat of the Honda Cadets here today at Whilton Mill. Joshua Jarvis on pole position, Ellis Snow alongside on the front row, Alessio Lamalfa and Laughlin Johnston on row 2, Charlie Warren and Joshua Bajembi on row number 3. Noah McNicholas and Joshua Smith on row 4, Mayan Patel and Fletcher Jamieson on row 5, Cole Denholm and Jake Schulz are on row number 6. Kieran Stewart and Callum Wilson row 7, Gregor Reed and Jacob Lee on row number 8, Oliver Gibson and Emily Cooper start this race from row number 9. Adam Hill won the first heat, starts this one on row 10 alongside Charlie Wolfett, Sebastiano Tuzio and Theo Champney on row 11, Finlay Lines and Zach Starbuck on row number 12. Alex Reed and Jensen Walker start on row 13, Samuel Gamio and Logan Giles are on row 14. You're into your novice ranks now. Victor Hansen starts on row 15 alongside Daniel Butcher, and it's Tyler Davis on his own. Row 16, 31 karts in the field. If there's a particular Honda Cadet driver that you are following, and I did not just read their name out or their kart details, don't worry, this is the heat that they sit out. They'll have completed all 3 of their heats so far early in the day, but we will see them back out again for finals. Engine notes rise, and out on circuit go our Honda Cadet drivers. Biggest entry here today, 45 of them spread across these 4 heats. Joshua Smith, for what it's worth, is currently championship leader on 208. Adam Hill second, 191. Mayan Patel third, 185. Theo Champney and Joshua Bajembi, though, effectively have a game in hand. JJ, they've got they're in this heat, 4th and 5th on 182 and 172. Now the interesting thing for me, heat 3 we saw for Honda Cadets was wet, and Joshua Bajembi was in a class of his own. If there's any wetness coming out of the sky in this one, he is going to be very nicely positioned to lean on those wet weather skills once more in this one.
Absolutely, yes, and there is something about it. When you've got that advantage in the wet, you are untouchable, and you can have in the dry, you might be on great form, be a couple of tenths faster than the next guy. In the wet, it could be a couple of seconds. That's how varied it can be in wet weather conditions. And it looks like, and Joshua Bajembi has that skill at his disposal. We'll see what happens in this race. The last time I looked outside, the weather was on its way in, so we shall see what we shall see what happens. But it's going to be very interesting no matter what.
As soon as we know anything about the weather, I'm sure someone will let us know. Hello to Louis Richardson, who's cheering on Bobby Pete in this race. Ready to go then for the final heat in Honda Cadets. Eyes on the lights, they're red, they're out. We're racing here at Whilton Mill for the final heat of the Honda Cadets. Massive start at the back of the field for the rookies. I think they were 5 wide going towards turn 1, but it's a good start there for Ambition Motorsport. Joshua Jarvis at the front. Look at Alessio Lamalfa going round the outside. Whoa. Brilliant stuff from Alessio there, and he will lead as they go down towards Ashby Corner.
Joshua Jarvis, though, having absolutely none of it, but also going down the inside there is look like the number 52 of Joshua Bajembi. So we were talking about him pre-race, and they were even in dry conditions. He has put in an absolute shift. Now it looks like he's going to be having a look at the inside into Ozier's on Alessio Lamalfa, and there we go. Joshua Bajembi immediately up into the lead of this race, although he has got very much interested company in the form of, I think, is that the 20 of Mayan Patel already? Surely not. That is a phenomenal gain on this lap, up from 8th into 2nd. Well done, that man. And then it's Joshua Smith, Alessio Lamalfa, Joshua Jarvis, who's fallen down 4 places since the start of the race, on this first lap, and Fletcher Jamieson has gained 3 places on that opening lap, and unfortunately Laughlin Johnston, my namesake, down into 8th.
Yeah, the starts from Mayan Patel today have all been very, very strong, so that's good to see that form continuing. It could be key for the final as well. Leaders going into Wilkins and then into Osiers. Joshua Bajembi will try and soak the pressure up here. There's a move there going on. It's the number 17 of Jacob Lee. There's a yellow flag down. I think there's been an incident involving Kieran Stewart and Oliver Gibson because they've both not come through sector number 1. And yeah, they're recovering. There's one of the drivers. Can't make out the number. As who's there? There's damage to a cart there. As I say, I think that is Oliver Gibson, who's falling down through the order now. See the driver off behind the barrier.
Good,
okay.
Yeah, good 3 or 4 of them have completely fallen off, and Kieran Stewart and Oliver Gibson being the 2 main ones on that lap. So one of them definitely in the barriers there.
Gregor Reed has had something happen on that second lap of the race as well. It's just set to 70.70. So it's fallen to 26. Victor Hansen has also now come across the line, so Victor Hansen's still running. Top novice at the moment is Samuel Gamio in this one. It's in the top 20. Onto the back straight now. Alessio Lamalfa under pressure here from the number 96 of Fletcher Jameson. Jameson trying to go around the outside there, being nipped underneath there in the orange cart is the number 92 of Charlie Warren. That was beautifully done by Charlie Warren. 2 places for the price of 1. That's Charlie up to 4th.
Absolutely fantastic. Give that man a medal. Well done. Brilliant double overtake. You do love to see them. What we do also love to see is a replay of these double overtakes. You can see there these 2 getting involved together, and he's just able, Charlie Warren, just able to send it down the inside on Alessio Malfa, and I believe that was Jacob Lee as well. But well done, really well done to Charlie. Great move there. But meanwhile, up at the front here, we have got Joshua Bigembi under pressure from Joshua Smith. He was a couple attempts faster on that last lap, was Joshua. Now, as you can see on track, very, very close indeed. Joshua just getting a few lengths on him there out of the boot, but coming through pit bend, looks like Joshua Smith getting just a little bit more, just a little bit closer, and it's going to be this run down to Christmas. It's going to be so crucial to see how, see who will be leading in the next, probably leading this lap. And at the moment, it is Joshua Bigembi.
Yeah, I'd say for the 2 Joshuas at the moment that working together is the order of the day. They're coming up on a back marker who has had the blue flag. But you know, 3 seconds, or what is it, 2.9 seconds currently the gap back to Mayan Patel. Sounds like a lot, it's not, especially in Honda Cadet racing. They want to keep working together and realise that yes, they're kind of isolating one another, and one of them sadly won't win the race. But you know, if you can't win a race, you always want to finish as high up as you can, and second's pretty good. So what's their pace like in the, I mean, yeah, they're still pulling away from Mayan Patel behind in the number 20. It's good working together, consolidate these positions, and then fight out for the race win later on.
There we go then, down towards Christmas. Joshua Bigembi, who was certainly under pressure in a couple of laps ago, now looks like he's got a little bit of a gap to Joshua Smith. And whilst, yes, of course, at this stage it's the points you want to be going for. It's not until the final where you actually get to the point of who gets the trophy and who doesn't. But at the moment, Joshua Bigembi just being able to hold on to Joshua Smith, keep him back and hang on to the lead of this race for now. Just over 2.5 minutes left as they head down into the boot. Joshua Smith getting really close to Joshua Bigembi now, but it still doesn't look like, might be a little bit of a repeat of the race from this morning, where the driver who was directly behind just did not overtake. As we also see, oh no, Alessio Lamalfa has completely fallen away, 17 places even on that last lap. So something big has happened there, and that obviously helps out the likes of Charlie Warren, Jacob Lee, Fletcher Jameson, all those guys who were fighting up there where he was. But now, down the inside through Inkermans, we just see an overtake from Joshua Bigembi, and it would look like Joshua Smith was trying to go down the inside at Inkermans, but Joshua Bigembi is having that absolutely nothing on it.
Couple of other position changes to let you know about. Jacob Lee has got past Fletcher Jameson for 5th place. Finley Lines has got past Noah McNicholas for 11th. There's also been a change in the lead of the novice stakes. Tyler Davis has got past Samuel Gamio, as I say, for 19th overall and top novice in this race. Joshua Smith had a half little look there at Joshua Bajembi. Round the final corner here comes the battle for third place. Mayan Patel and Charlie Warren. There was somebody off at Osiers there. Try and capture who that was in a moment. Noah McNicholas has had a slow first sector, so expect him to be falling down the order, unfortunately. We're trying to work together now. You just saw the little tap on the head there from Patel, realising that Fletcher Jameson and Jacob Lee are closing in. This is turning into classic Honda Cadet racing, and they're pulling Theo Champney with them, the double 5 there, in 7th place. 1 minute of this race to go. The top two have done a fantastic job here at solidifying their position. Nearly 6 seconds ahead of Mayan Patel, Charlie Warren, Fletcher Jameson, Jacob Lee, the group of 4 on your screen at the moment. To the inside this time goes Charlie Warren, side by side through the final corner. Oh, that was a very close moment, but look at it, Jacob Lee up the outside.
Oh,
There's a collision
2 rounds.
Charlie Warren off there. And is going to try and get back on circuit, pointing in the right direction, but has lost a lot of positions. I'm not quite sure who that was contact with. Jacob Lee was making a great move down the left-hand side. So it might have been with Fletcher Jameson. Let's have a little look at it again. Watch for the orange cart. And I think he's going to, looks to the left, sees Lee coming, doesn't see there on the right. Jameson makes contact, racing incident I'd probably say. Fletcher Jameson was holding a line, and unfortunately I think Charlie Warren just drifted across a little bit there. Wasn't intentional. Oh, is that the number 20 of Patel?
It is.
Mayan Patel running in 3rd place off the circuit. That's a real shame for Mayan. Was running so strongly in this race. So 2 top runners out of it here on the penultimate lap of the race. The final lap board has been shown to the leaders. It was very close over the line between Bajembi and Smith. The 2 Joshuas running up towards Christmas Corner now, and they're battling away. There's Theo Champney and Jacob Lee fighting. That's the fight for 3rd place. So running downhill now, Bajembi and Smith. About to come through sector number 2. Champney's down the inside. Here they are. So Bajembi, the number 52, Smith, the number 10, fighting for the last heat win of the day here in Honda Cadet. Joshua Bajembi has already had one here. To the inside goes Joshua Smith. They're going to be side by side through the boot. Bajembi will have the inside line for the toe. Can he get the cut back? Yes, Joshua Smith can. He's got it on the last corner. Brilliant stuff. Joshua Smith takes the heat win in Honda Cadet ahead of Joshua Bajembi. Jacob Lee and Theo Champney are still fighting over 3rd place. Here they come, and it looks like it's going to be Lee ahead of Champney. There they are. Jameson in 5th place. Adam Hill will be happy there. 6th place, he gained well out of a couple of those incidents in the last couple of laps. Finley Line 7th. Laughlin Johnston in 8th. 9th, Jake Schulz. 10th for Emily Cooper. Another good result for Emily there. Charlie Wolfett in 11th. Sebastiano Tuccio 12th. Callum Wilson in 13th. Tyler Davis is your top novice runner there in 14th. Charlie Warren 15th will maybe be a little bit disappointing because there was some really good overtaking from Charlie in that race. Deserved more than P15 if you ask me. Zach Starbuck 16th. Samuel Gamio 17th. Alexander Reed, Joshua Jarvis, and the 3rd of the novices, Jensen Walker, wrap out the top 20. There we go. That is all your heats done here for round 2 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship live here on Alpha Live. We're going to move into finals racing and start things by kicking off with the IAME Cadets. IAME Cadets final is next. Here we go then for the first of the finals here today at Whilton Mill. Your grid for the IAME Cadet final. Kit Bolofsky has pole position, virtue of fastest lap. Best race position ahead of Zach Green there on the front row of the grid. Archie Lovett and Flynn McDermott are there on row number 2. Blair Smith and Will Green have both qualified well through the heats, are on row number 3. Braith Murdoch and Finley Hines are starting this final from row number 4. Morgan Moore and Jensen Chalk wrap out the top 10 runners, kicking this one off. Aaron Richardson and Fred Green there on row number 6. Kanish Rao and Max Mason have work to do from the 7th row of the grid. Max Hallor on his 10th birthday starts on row 8 alongside Logan Howes. Kasper Tomilewski has a big job to do from the 9th row of the grid alongside Henry Clark there in the number 82. Sky Parker and Donald Stratton start on the 10th row of the grid. Sukmani Kira has had some really good races so far today. Starts on the 11th row of the grid alongside Jensen Jones, Teddy Woodard and Thomas Clark are on row number 12. Teddy Porter and Jacob Anslow start this final from 13th row of the grid. Cooper Snedden has had 2 meatballs so far today, and that's why Cooper is down on the 14th row of the grid alongside Ethan Weldon. Levi McGrath and John T. Restrick are on row 15. Jensen Ackerman has had a really tough day and starts this race from row 16 alongside Jacob Nairn, and Quinn Cross wraps out the 33 kart field. 10 minutes plus 1 lap, unless we're told otherwise, for all of these finals, apart from the Honda Cadet B final, which is about halfway through the order. If you're not sure what the order is, results.alphatime.co.uk/WMKC/2021. Click on round 2 race day to keep abreast of all the permutations out there on circuit. But looking forward to this one. IAME Cadets is a class that's grown fantastically here at Whilton Mill Kart Club over the past couple of years. You know, it used to be about 12, 15 karts. To see a grid of 34 here is absolutely fantastic. But this is the first of the finals here for round 2 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. And could be a big one in terms of championship positions. This is a huge opportunity for drivers to take advantage of any mistakes in these changeable conditions that championship rivals may make. Kit Bolowski looking for the final victory here. Will take us from pole position. Zach Green alongside on the front row. That is a false start. We will go round again. So Bolowski and Green on the front row of the grid. Lovett and McDermott on row 2. Flynn McDermott's also Flynn's birthday today. It's the birthday class, this one. Blair Smith and Will Green, row 3. Braith Murdoch and Finley Hines, who's currently your top novice on the grid. Now, we've been talking about novices starting at the rear of the fields throughout all of the heats. That is not the case anymore. If a novice has had lots of good races and overtaken lots of drivers, they fully warrant a slot higher up the grid, and that's exactly what Finley Hines has got with 8th place on the grid in this one. Gentleman Chalk as well has done similar. He's due to start this race in 10th on the grid. With a trophy up for grabs for the top novice driver in each of the classes here today. Fingers crossed this time we are good to go for the start of this final. Kit Bolowski, the star on the side of his helmet, will take us from pole position. Away we go then for the start of the IAME Cadet final. It's 9 minutes plus 1 lap, so a minute has been knocked off the time. This is to ensure that everybody gets their final in before 6 o'clock, and it's a good start for Kit Bolowski. It's also a good start for the number 88 of Archie Lovett. Where has Zach Green gone? Zach Green has fallen quite a few positions down the order. The number 14 of Braith Murdoch was being squeezed there onto the curb after Christmas. You can see Zach Green trying to fight back now in the number 53. All of them filing their way through Ashby Corner. This is a very good start for Kit Bolowski at the front of the field there, ahead of Archie Lovett in the number 88. As, off the road there is the number 18, it's Jensen Chalk. So Jensen Chalk has raced through the Bambino ranks in recent years. Here he is in IAME Cadet. Has had a bit of a moment there and lost some positions as a result of that. End of lap number 1 then. It is Bolowski leading from Lovett. Morgan Moore up to 3rd place. It's been very quick across the course of the day. Blair Smith 4th, Zach Green in 5th, Flynn McDermott 6th, Braith Murdoch in 7th place. Sukmani Kira, what a great start. The driver in the number 44, she's gone up to 9th place and is currently running as the top novice out there at the moment. That's not the first time I've said that today. Field filing through. Kasper Tomilewski has had a good start as well. It's up 6 positions at the end of lap 1 to 14th overall. There is Sukmani Kira on your screens now, the number 44 in the blue, white and pink helmet. And similarly liveried Kart. Very nicely prepared Cosmic Machine, that. 2 points, by the way, was the gap between Zach Green and Kit Belowski in the championship going into this one. Here has a bit of a hop over the curb there. 2 minutes of this race gone. Changes for position going on up and down the field. Max Mason has got past Finley Hines for 10th place, as we're looking now at the number 71 of Max Mason defending from Hines and Will Green just behind, and Kasper Tomaszewski in the number 30 is coming through as well. Logan Howes has gained 2 positions on that last lap up to 17th. Jensen Jones has moved through as well. This is good stuff. Change for the lead. Change for the lead out there. Archie Lovett has got to the front and has got past Kit Belowski. So this pace that we've seen so far in this final is telling for Archie Lovett. Holding the best till last, perhaps, has not had a race win so far this season. Best in any form of race was 2nd place earlier on today in heat number 2. Was 7th in the final last time out in round number 1. But here come some drivers wanted to take that lead away. Belowski still there, is being joined by teammate Morgan Moore. They did have a coming together earlier on in the day. And down the inside goes Kit Belowski, wants that lead back, and he's being followed through now by Morgan Moore. Great work by the PMR guys, as nearly contact again between the two of them, and they both run wide, and back of the inside goes Archie Lovett into the lead. Zach Green's on the scene as well. He's up to 3rd place, and for the 2nd time today, JJ, the 2 teammates Belowski and Moore make contact.
Oh, have they not learnt their lesson from what happened earlier? They worked beautifully together there to get through past Archie Lovett, and then for some reason, I'm not entirely sure why Morgan Moore's done that. He's just then tried to send it down the inside of Kit Belowski. Here he goes. Maybe this is the reason why he's now going to move into the lead, and that is also going to allow. Oh, Zach Green getting really involved there. Archie Lovett somehow still involved here, but now he has now been passed by Kit Belowski as well. But that certainly wasn't team play. That certainly wasn't cricket between Morgan Moore and Kit Belowski. And Zach Green now, who's also, has to be said, Andrew, has had a fantastic day of racing, even if he had that little off in his first race, still to come back, and now he's in this massive fight for the lead of this race. And Morgan Moore somewhat rather amusingly giving the let's work together tactic, and now being overtaken by Zach Green, taking the lead of this race. Now Kit Belowski right behind him as we start a new lap. 4.5 minutes left of this one, and Andrew, I think this one could literally be anyone's.
It could indeed, but Zach Green's at the front of it at this moment, is on lap number 6. Finished 2nd in the final last time out, as down the inside goes Kit Belowski on Morgan Moore, takes 2nd place. Flynn McDermott is the next driver behind this group. In 5th place is breaking away from Sky Parker, who's had a fantastic final. Sky Parker up to 6th place. Changes in novice as well. Finley Hines is now up to 13th place and has got past Monikira, who's in 16th. Kasper Tomaszewski continues a good drive. A recovery drive through the field is up to 12th. But Zach Green getting the hammer down now.
What's really interesting about this battle for the lead, particularly between Moore and Belowski, is that they worked brilliantly together to get past Archie Lovett, and then with Belowski then getting back past Morgan Moore for 2nd, that's now given Zach Green a bit of a... That's given him a comfort barrier. Yep. He now leads by 0.3 of a second, and it looks like, I mean, unless Kit Belowski can put on a real turn of pace, Zach Green's been in fantastic form today, and I doubt will be caught. So it just shows that
it is about picking your moments, isn't it?
Exactly.
And keeping yourself in it. But having said that, Kit Belowski is digging deep here. Zach Green goes purple through sector number 1, pulls out another 600ths. It's so close here in this IAME Cadet class. Onto the back straight. Now we're looking through sector number 2, 23.1 for Green, 22.9 for Kit Belowski, and you can see the gap has visually come down here. There's a back marker ahead of them. I think it might be Jacob Nairn in the number 25 who's been shown.
It's the 86
Donald Stratton. He's been shown the blue flag.
Fastest lap from Kit Belowski, Andrew. Sorry about that. So here comes the blue flag then. Oh no, Zach Green just getting a bit of... going through a bit of the puddle there. Is that going to affect his braking into Christmas? Looks like, oh, yes, it has. It surely has, because there goes Kit Belowski. But no!
Yes!
There goes Kit Bolowski on.
Oh, that was very close there with Archie Lovett. And yeah, it's not good news for Kit Bolowski again. So now Zach Green is under attack from the other PMR kart in Morgan Moore. I was just about. The thought was going through my mind though, if you were Bolowski in that position, I don't think you wanted to go for the move there. I think you wanted to work with Zach Green and try and pull out a bit of a gap over the other two drivers at the front of this field. Sky Parker's an unbelievable final continues. Sky's now up to 5th place, has got past Flynn McDermott. The changes for 2nd and 3rd confirmed on your timing screen. Sorry, JJ.
So no, just based on the way this fight for the lead is going, I can imagine Sky Parker rocking up to this battle in a couple of laps. Although admittedly they are all still lapping very fast. Are these 4 drivers just coming back to the incident between Zach Green and Kit Bolowski? I think that was probably it wasn't intentional by Zach Green to force him onto the grass. It was just one of those incidents. And here we can see it again. So here you go, Zach Green getting a little bit wide through Christmas, and then just. I don't know. I think it was very opportunistic of Kit Bolowski to try and get the move done there. It's one of those where Zach Green isn't going to disappear. Exactly. Yes, he's not just going to say, "Oh yes, off you go. You can have the position." Meanwhile, I'll carry on fighting everyone else. Sukmani Kira has got past Jensen Jones. This novice battle that we're keeping an eye on is hotting up again. 0.15 of a second between the top 2 in novice, Hines and Kira. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Zach Green and Morgan Moore going through turn 2 now. They've got another back marker that they're needing to negotiate. It's the number 25 of Jacob Nairn. Oh, cut to the inside there. That was great stuff from Zach Green, but he's left the door open for Morgan Moore to go down the inside, and Moore's got the move done. Brilliant. Number 93 to the lead of this IAME Cadet final. Brilliant stuff there from Morgan Moore. He did get the move done, and he made it stick as well. So that's a great move for the lead. But if this race is anything to go on, so if judging the next few laps by the race so far, I think there are going to be a few more changes for the lead in this area. Actually, we are on the penultimate lap. You would think. So we're going to get this lap in, and then one more. We're looking at the 45 there. I'm not sure who that was. It's Blair Smith. Down in 7th place, but here is the battle for the lead. Blue flag there as they negotiate it, Mika Hakkinen style. Is that Zach Green getting the lead back? Yes, it is. He is Mika Hakkinen. It's Morgan Moore still out in front, and in fact it's now Kit Bolowski versus Morgan Moore. So this battle, this teammate battle that has been raging all day long, is now going to carry on. So Kit Bolowski gained 3 positions on that lap to take the lead. I think it is. There we go, down the inside goes Kit Bolowski to take the lead. There goes Zach Green as well. It's anyone's game this into the final few corners of this lap. It is currently Kit Bolowski out in the lead, Zach Green in 2nd place, then Morgan Moore, then Archie Lovett. But here comes Archie Lovett trying to get 3rd place, and here comes Zach Green down the inside. Morgan Moore he defends during braking, moving under braking, and he's run off a wide, and that is going to allow Zach Green to come through. We're coming on to the final lap. I got a bit ahead of myself there. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologise. We now come on to the final lap. Fantastic. We get one more lap of this. So Zach Green now in the lead of the race, and here comes Morgan Moore down the inside of Kit Bolowski. It's happened again. It's happened again. Morgan Moore takes out Kit Bolowski for the 2nd time today, the 3rd time they've come together, and that has allowed Zach Green to surely take the win in this race. I can't quite believe it's happened. I can't believe that. I really cannot believe that's surely going to be a penalty for Morgan Moore. It's really disappointing that's happened, because it's ruined the battle on this final lap. But still, a fantastic drive from Zach Green to come home and take the win in the final for the IAME Cadets. Brilliant drive from him, brilliant drive all day, and we can now see that instant again between Morgan Moore and Kit Bolowski. So it's a fair enough. It's fair enough. You almost really could say. Alongside, is he? It's front axle to rear axle. It is on the last lap. I don't think Kit Bolowski's just going to leave the door open. He has to say that he does turn in a little bit. He has turned in earlier, possibly realising that it's what I did in a race at Clay Pigeon a couple of weeks ago. When I realised someone was coming down the inside, I moved a little bit too early, and then I got taken out by the guy. I mean, the guy who took me out did get the penalty. So we'll wait to see with that one. But provisionally, as it stands, Zach Green is your winner. Brilliant drive from him in that final. Brilliant drive all day long. He has been on fantastic form. Then it's Morgan Moore. Then it's Archie Lovett. Then it's Kit Bolofsky. Then it is Flynn McDermott. Sky Parker's charge got halted a bit through there, finishing 6th. Then Blair Smith. Then Will Green. Then Max Mason. Max Horlaw. Then Logan Howes. Finley Hinds. Jensen Jones. Kasper Tomilewski. Sukmani Kera. Jacob Anslow. Brafe Murdoch, Cooper Snedden in the Triple Eight, finishing in 18th after the woes he's had with mechanical failures today. Jensen Ackerman, and then rounding off your top 20 is Jensen Chalk, should point out as well, Finley Hinds in 12th, your highest novice for the IAME Cadet final.
Yeah, and Finley will receive a trophy for that one. A very, very well contested novice battle here today at Wilton Mill. We'll see the IAME Cadets back for round 3 of the championship in June, which of course 4th Sunday of the month will be on the 27th of that month. Right, well, we'll move on from a pulsating IAME Cadet final to our next trophy final, which will of course be on your order race. Number 27 is the X30 mini final next.
So here we go then, the grid for the X30 mini final. On pole with 106 points is Macaulay Bishop, long way ahead of Eden Spanswick in second, who finished with 87 points. Taylor Orridge is third with 85 points, and then Jack Mowat scoring 83 points across the day. Jack Hobson in fifth with 80 points, and then it's Finn Leslie with 79 in sixth. Seventh for Lucas Field, scoring 75 points, and then Rylan Ekberg in 8th with 74 points, tied with Ashton Wiggins and Thomas Cucurulo Yeomans, who are in 9th and 10th respectively. Cameron Pratt-Thompson in 11th with 69 points, and Jensen Pugh in 12th with 63 points, as does have Aidan Hassan with 63 points as well, and Jack Owen Drawbridge on 62. Katie Ashman in 15th with 61 points, and then it's 60 points for Kira Harris, who's in 16th. Riley Bishop lines up in 17th with 59 points, and Oliver Bocock is in 18th with 55 points, as is Charlie Mills, who starts 19th. Morgan Hill in 20th with 49 points, and Amelia Pennington in 21st with 45. Marley Parejo is in 22nd with 44 points, and Benjamin Rowe in 23rd with 40 points. Luke Fleming is 24th with 36 points, as is Lawrence Finn with 30, starting in 25th. Izzy Wolfett starts in 26th with 35 points, followed by Joshua Jones with 29 points, level with Reese Bennett, who is they are 27th and 28th respectively. Charlie Locker in 29th with 28 points, and James Kell with 27 points in 30th. And finally we have Henry Jocelyn with 12 points, and Tommy Harfield with 32.
Championship situation is this. Thank you, Alpha Timing team, for providing these latest numbers to us. Thomas Cucurulo Yeomans is your championship leader by 3 points on 233, ahead of Macaulay Bishop. Jack Hobson a further 4 points back, then Eden Spanswick in 4th on 216, Aidan Hassan 5th, Finn Leslie 6th, Ron Edgeberg 7th, all to play for though still at this very early stage of the season. Right, Macaulay Bishop will take us from pole position. He knows all about starting finals from this front row of the grid. Away they go then in the X30 mini final for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Clean start for everybody at the front of the field. I think Lawrence Finn was a little bit off the back of the field there, but look at this. Macaulay Bishop has already got some 4 or 5 kart lengths off the front of the field, and they're not even down to Ashby yet, JJ.
Oh, let's just go home. No point. But no,
Oliver Bocock is off there, and it's Morgan Hill, the 35 and the 22. That's a real shame, and good work there.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
I really rate that. They both helped get the 35 helping the 22. I mean, he's left him behind now, but he helped him get the car off, and now they can get on their way. So let us now have a look at what will, I'm sure, be the battle for second place then in this championship. And then the 22 now finally on their way. Good luck, Morgan. Hope the rest of the race, hope you can pick up some positions throughout the rest of the race. But yes, Macaulay Bishop with a staggering 1.84 second gap at the end of that lap. Oh, there goes the 23 having a little spin. Jack Mowat going for just doing a little pirouette there. But yes, Macaulay Bishop with a Sebastian Vettel style start at the start of this race. And there's the 24. We've got Lawrence Finn.
It's a tricky position to be in up on the curb. Lawrence has got it going again, but I really feel for Morgan Hill there. The kind of, he had an exasperated swipe of the steering wheel there. I felt for him on that one, been in that position myself.
Oh, really, I think we all have. You're not a true racing driver if you haven't slapped the steering wheel a couple of times.
Taylor Orridge and I think it's Aidan Hassan were very close together on circuit. Yeah, 8th and 9th. Look out for them, trying to work their way through.
Rylan Ekberg up into third place, overtook Jack Hobson on that last lap, so he's going to be coming. He's going to be hounding down Eden Spanswick for second place, and hopefully bringing Jack Hobson along with him. In fact, here we go then. Rylan Ekberg down the inside at Ashby on Eden Spanswick and gets the move done. Can Jack Hobson follow him through, and can Rylan try and close the gap to Macaulay Bishop? I mean, with still 6 and 3/4 minutes left of this final, it seems like already a fairly impossible task.
Yeah, it's a big couple of laps this coming in from Ashberg, because you've got to start closing that gap down and putting Macaulay Bishop under pressure. That's one of those things that's easier said than done. Just to mention novice battle, it's spacing out a little bit at the back of the field, but Benjamin Rowe is currently 18th overall and top novice ahead of Reece Bennett and Joshua Jones. Into, that's a good turn in at the front end of that number 7. Rylan Ekberg is pushing all the way. The trouble is, Macaulay Bishop is just that little bit quicker. 15.6 for Bishop through sector number 1 has gone purple. 15.65 for Ekberg. He's driving off the front though of this gap, and we'll say it again. You can't win every race, but second's still pretty good if it's one of those days.
Second's still very good indeed. And meanwhile, here's a move down the inside at Osiers. Who was that? Was that Tom Orridge in the 66 plate for 7th place against Jack Mowat? I think it may very well have been. Oh no, there he is, coming through the field now. Yes, there we go. He is just so Jack Mowat falling down by the wayside there, and Aidan Hassan following Taylor through. In fact, all 4 of them following Taylor through on Jack Mowat. And here goes Taylor now on the outside at Christmas, trying to get the good swing in through Christmas. In fact, no, that is an overtake by Aidan Hassan on Taylor Orridge, excuse me there. And now Taylor going, and there goes Taylor Orridge. Oh no, he's off.
And he's not happy about that at all.
Oh, what's happened?
Is that a mechanical, or is that a contact, or is that a bit of both? But either way, Taylor Orridge is out of this X30 Mini final today at Whilton Mill. And he's not happy. Not happy at all about that.
I wonder if... and there goes the 25 now.
It's the 86
of Taylor.
It's the championship
Cucurella Yeomans, no!
So Thomas Cucurella Yeomans, who has an incident, and rear right's gone. Look at that angle that it's sitting at. That is not factory spec, shall we say. And that's a real shame for Thomas, who's been on some great form. Didn't have the best of luck in heat number 1, had a mechanical, and it looks like he's had another mechanical issue there that's taken him out of this final.
2 big drivers there falling out of the final. Feel really sorry for Taylor. He had a bit of a mishap in the first heat, and then had 2 brilliant second heats to get himself in a position to be able to challenge in this one, and it's all just gone wrong for him. Whether he got a tap, there he goes, driving across the grass, trying to probably get it back to the pits at this stage. I mean, if he gets it back on track from that point, then that's brave of him, to say the least. But anyway, meanwhile, Aidan Hassan has got an overtake done on Cameron Pratt-Thomas, and also Ashton Wiggins has fallen down a couple of places on that lap as well. There goes the 23 of Jack Mowat, who is doing very well there. I think he's just got past Ashton Wiggins as well. So Jack Mowat, who got overtaken a little bit towards the start, just getting a bit of a recovery done as well. If you're wondering what the situation is at the front, whilst Rylan Ekberg is within a couple of tenths of Macaulay Bishop, it's not enough. Macaulay Bishop is lapping superbly, setting fire. I just said that. Rylan Ekberg just taking a couple of attempts out of him on that lap for a 47.75, fastest lap of the race so far. Macaulay on a 47.9. 3 minutes of this race to go. The gap is 3.3 seconds. I don't think it's going to happen, so we will keep an eye on these lower positions through the race. A bit of a gap between for the podium position, so I think we will wait and see what happens, but I think your podium positions are slotted in with Macaulay Bishop, Rylan Eckberg and Eden Spanswick. So let's keep an eye then on this battle for the lower regions of the top 10. This is between Jack Mowat and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Both of them have had decent days. They've not been troubling the podium positions, but they have had decent races. So we will see how they get on. We're looking at this battle. This is Lucas Field and Kira Harris. So this is a battle for 11th place. Kira Harris just gaining a little bit then on Lucas Field through that lap. In fact, it's very close in the battle for 10th position in this race as Katie Hashman just drops down a few positions. Here is the battle then for 7th place between Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Jack Mowat as they head down into Aspey. Jack getting nice and close to the rear of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He's got his comfortable enough through Wilkins, followed by Oziers, but this will get close. I have no doubt about it. In fact, this could be a good opportunity for Jack heading down towards the boot. Doesn't have a think about it, but it's certainly getting closer. There will be an opportunity later on in the lap, I'm sure of it, Andrew.
Yep, 2.8 seconds the lead still from Macaulay Bishop, who I think is just pacing this one home. We've seen him do this so many times over the last couple of years in IAME Cadet, now moved up to X30 Mini, of course, but the reigning British champion at IAME Cadet level, showing once again just how talented he is as a driver. In fact, just to say that, he's gone purple through Sector 1. Down the inside, looking there, Aidan Hassan. This is your fight over 5th place. Coming out of Ashby Corner now, Finn Leslie holding that 5th place at the moment in the number 29. Ooh, gets a little bump there from Aidan Hassan. Oh, now that's going to be an interesting one. Tap on the head from Aidan Hassan in the green and silver helmet, and Hassan is therefore through into 5th place. On Etchberg, got to give credit to him. He's giving it everything at the moment. 47.62 last time around. It's a new fastest lap of the race. 2 laps of this to go. Lucas Field has got past Charlie Mills, by the way, for 10th place. And still in your novice battle, Benjamin Rowe now, well, he's actually just gained a couple of positions, up to 15th ahead of Riley Bishop overall. And he's a good way ahead of the rest of the novices in this field. There is Aidan Hassan pulling away now from Finn Leslie. Drivers at the front of the field just coming through Sector 3 number now, and a cross-start finish. No, they've sneaked another lap in on us. So Macaulay Bishop's lead now 2.15. He should have enough in hand here. Etchberg is the fastest driver out on circuit at the moment. 4/10 quicker. Jack Mowat has got past Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Another driver who's responded really well to adversity earlier in the morning, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Good to see in the number 33. There's the number 69, Eden Spanswick, on for a podium here, which would be very well appreciated. Finished in, no, it's not 7th place, 5th place last time in round number 1. So this would be the first podium of the season. Ryan Etchberg as well. Well, he didn't have a good final at all last time around, finished in 30th, so I think he'll take the 2nd place. We are on the last lap of the race then. Macaulay Bishop, the number 68. There is Macaulay, just ahead of the number 22 on the road. Morgan Hill, who would not have been expecting to be a lap down at the end of this final, but had that incident on lap number 1. It's not been his day, and I'm sure Morgan will be back for more in future rounds of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. But Macaulay Bishop coming onto the back straight now. How many times have we seen Macaulay Bishop do this? He never fails to impress me, does Macaulay Bishop. A huge talent coming through the boot now, round the final corner. Macaulay Bishop wins round number 2 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club X30 Mini class. Ryan Etchberg in 2nd place. Eden Spanswick takes his first podium of the season in 3rd. Jack Hobson, more good points for Jack there in 4th place. Aidan Hassan finishes strong final there in 5th. Finn Leslie is 6th. Jack Mowat 7th. Cameron Pratt-Thompson in 8th. Ashton Wiggins solidly there in the top 10. That's the best final result of the year so far for Ashton. Charlie Mills wraps out the top 10. Kira Harris strong as well in 11th place. That's a big improvement on last time out, where it was 29th in the final for Kira. Katie Ashman, a strong recovery to 12th. Jack Owen Drawbridge in 13th. Riley Bishop 14th. Benjamin Rowe is your top novice here today in the number 31 in 15th. Izzy Wolfett, Lucas Field, Jensen Pugh, Joshua Jones and Luke Fleming wrap out the top 20. Jones and Fleming second and third in novice respectively. Marley Pareo 21st. Reese Bennett, James Kell takes to 23rd. And Amelia Pennington and Morgan Hill 24th and 25th. Oliver Bocock, not his day unfortunately today in the final. She's 26th. Charlie Locker and Lawrence Finn were a lap down as well. 2 retirements from that final. 2 big ones as well. Taylor Orridge and Thomas Cucurolo Yeomans.
Great drive there from Macaulay Bishop. So in control. Yes, he didn't get the fastest lap, but still brilliant stuff from him.
Absolutely. And as we say, the X30 Minis will be back for round number 3 in June. But that's them done for today. Next out on circuit will be the final of the Mini Max class. Time for our Rotax Minimax final. There is going to be a new winner in this one. Who's it going to be? Mac McFarquhar starts it from pole position. Daniel Amour alongside on the front row. Ronnie Coburn is on row 2 alongside Oliver Smith. Woody Radford and Oliver Sander are on row number 3 here in this final. Oh, apologies, the graphics had a bit of a moment there. It's gone on to the... oh, now it's back. Corey Fowler and Seth Hathaway are on row number 4. Devon Nolan and Harry Higgs on row number 5. Sasha Bagley and Harrison Morrow are on row number 6. Edward Rose and Kieran Denyer on row 7. Charlie DeMoncos is the top novice on the grid, and alongside him on the 8th row of the grid is the second top novice on the grid in George Ivanov. Amelie Ackett and Michael Dalton are on row number 9 of the grid. Josh Cook and Lena Somers-Kelly are on row 10. Edward Gibbons and Louis Rees wrap out the 22 entries in this field. So, as we say, there will be a new final winner in this one, because our winner from last time, round number 1, William Ray, is not on the grid for this one. And championship situation, I think, are we going to go around again? Or are we good to go? No,
we're going.
We are good to go. 9 minutes plus 1 lap then for the Minimax final. Mac McFarquhar and Daniel Amour lead us into the first couple of turns. Daniel Amour, all contact straight away between Woody Radford and Daniel Amour as they run up to Christmas Corner. But Amour currently championship leader on 2:47. Coburn second on 2:32. McFarquhar third on 2:23. McFarquhar's been very, very strong so far today. He's been in the top 3 in every single one of his heats. Still waiting on whether there's going to be any more precipitation, JJ, and we'll keep an eye on that one. Hopefully the weather's going to dodge us.
Yes, absolutely. I think one of the things I've been really impressed by with McFarquhar, he hasn't won any of the races today. He's just been so consistent, and that's what's led him to this pole position. So we'll see how it goes in the race for him today, but brilliant driving throughout the day. Let's hope he can bring home a strong result in this final. He's got Daniel Amour, who has been driving brilliantly today, right on his tail. He's got the inside line. He's got the position. He takes the lead of the race. The McFarquhar's lead lasted about 1 1/4 laps. So brilliant job there from Daniel Amour. And now we will see what happens next. Big move? Any big movers? Not really. Seth Hathaway has moved up 2 places on that opening lap, as has Michael Dalton a bit further back, so we'll see how they get on. But for the moment, it is Daniel Amour now leading from Mac McFarquhar on this second lap. And we'll look to see also a great drive from Corey Fowler so far as well, the top novice, up into 4th place.
Yeah, really good stuff from the drive with the number 29. It's been very quick all day. The move being looked at there by one of the drivers up the hill now. Here comes number 66 of Woody Radford down the inside of Mac McFarquhar. Clean move there for second place. Corey Fowler in the number 26 right behind, and in fact he's having a little look down the inside. No, not quite, just tucks back in. The number 28 of Oliver Smith is in there as well. 33 Seth Hathaway on the back of this train in 6th place. So Daniel Amour was 5th in the final last time round in round number 1. As here comes Fowler down the inside, going for 3rd place. Ooh, doesn't quite get the move done. There may be opportunities here for others, and poor Fowler's been forced out wide there. I think it was that Seth Hathaway pulling through in the middle of all of that. No, it was Oliver Sander. So Oliver Sander gained 4. Did Oliver Sander just gain 4 positions in the boot? That was a brilliant piece of driving from Oliver, and it's got him on his way.
It's a good job for Corey that was he is the lead novice. We can have a replay of the move. So here he goes then, all the way down the inside. He's really far on the extreme, and he's just overcooked it just a little bit, going in a bit ambitiously there. Fortunately, he hasn't lost any positions in the novice hunt, but I'm sure he'll still be disappointed to have lost all those positions with that move. Meanwhile, this looks like an attempt from the 77 of Ronnie Coburn down the inside of Seth Hathaway for 5th place even. That was there. Great job there from Ronnie, as he's now got Oliver Sander in his eye. Daniel Amour leading this race by a decent amount, and then it's Woody Radford followed by Mac McFarquhar.
I'm sure I'll have this confirmed in my ear in a moment if it's true. Hello to Raceboy. I believe we've got some viewers across from the British Championships event at Clay Pigeon, which has sadly been had to be called off because of inclement weather. We've had a little bit of that up here in Northamptonshire as well, but welcome everybody. Hope you're enjoying your day. Thank you for staying with us here on Alpha Live. You're watching the Minimax final here for the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship, round number 2. It's been a good race so far. Competitive up and down the field. There's the number 54 of Devon Nolan.
Yeah, keep an eye on Devon, because he was having a good morning, and then I think his 3rd heat just did not go to plan, and so we're going to see what kind of recovery he can do. He's certainly in with a sniff of a very decent result if he can get past some of these drivers. Seth Hathaway is the first one on his radar. Ronnie Coburn, by the way, just put the fastest lap of the race in on that last effort, 49.2. He has taken half a second out of Oliver Sander. In fact, he is now in front of Oliver Sander, so he moves up into 4th place, not too far off the back of Mac McFarquhar, and there's 4 minutes left of this race, so there'll be plenty of time for him to catch up to the back of both McFarquhar and of Woody Radford as well. Daniel Amour seems to have checked out a little bit out in front. A 2.63 second gap he has over Woody Radford, who in turn has a good sort of 6/10 over Mac McFarquhar. And here goes the 28 then of Oliver Smith down the inside of Oliver Sander. So the two Olivers come together, and now it is Smith in front of Sander.
Yeah, very good stuff indeed. Daniel Amour continues to lead and stretches lead, 2.63 seconds at the last count. Corey Fowler, by the way, is still your top novice in this one, 10th on the road. Did have that little incident early on in the race, but is still circulating. 3 minutes and 15 seconds of this one to go. New fastest stop of the race has just gone in from Ronnie Coburn in the number 77. He's right on the rear bumper now of Mac McFarquhar. Here they are going up towards Christmas Corner. To the inside goes Coburn, and is that going to get stuck? No, that was a very good defence from Mac McFarquhar. Just carried the speed round the outside of the corner. You can do that, but this time Coburn is down the inside into Ashby and has got through. But in fact, the 28 of Oliver Smith gets past both of them. Fantastic overtaking from Oliver Smith, and he's up to 3rd.
Brilliant defending through Christmas from Mac McFarquhar, but I fear in the end it was just maybe a little bit too much, as he has now lost those 3 positions. But he's still in there, and he could still have a chance depending on what happens in front. But also it does have to, as you said, rightfully said, Andrew, brilliant stuff from Oliver Smith to basically just sneak through and take the positions where they were available. And now he's got about 1.5 seconds to catch up to Woody Radford if he wants to try and get to second, or rather at this point I'd just be more concerned about giving myself as much of a gap as possible to Ronnie Coburn and Oliver Sander behind.
2 minutes to go then in the Minimax final here at Whilton Mill. Daniel Amour continues to look comfortable at the front of the field. Michael Dalton's had a tough day. He's just dropped. In fact, I think he's dropped more positions now. I think he's had to pull out of this race. Just fallen to the bottom of the order, side by side between the 87 and 54. Bit of contact there between McFarquhar and Nolan as they go through the boot. McFarquhar trying to hold himself in there. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Oliver Smith, 47.69, and it sounds, we're obviously very shrouded in the commentary box here, JJ, but it does sound like the wind's getting up again. I really hope the weather's not closing in on us once more here in Northamptonshire. We had very heavy rain earlier on in the day, which disrupted some of the heats.
Ronnie Coburn's charge has unfortunately fallen away a little bit after that attempted overtake on Mac McFarquhar, and it's now Oliver Smith who is pumping in the lap times, chasing down Woody Radford. We've got just under a minute left of this race now, so we'll get this lap and probably one more in afterwards, and then the penultimate lap. So Woody Radford will have he's going to have a tall order on his hand to keep Oliver Smith behind. Just took out another 3 attempts, and the gap is down to about, it's very, very close over the line. It's about 3/10 of a second, in fact.
Just looking at the previous results from round number 1, if things stay as they are, we've got a top 3 who are all getting their first finals podium of the season. Nice and early in the season as well, which is great to see. I think this Minimax class is going to be one of the most competitive across the course of this 2021 FastR WMKC season. There is your leader. Is Daniel Amor going to break the beam before time expired? It's going to be very, very close. Yes, he is, by 2 seconds. So 2 more laps then for Daniel Amor. 1.94 seconds is the gap to Woody Radford. Oliver Smith a further 4/10 behind. But Radford is now matching the pace of Smith. Ronnie Coburn is trying to dig deep again here in the number 77. And is taking Oliver Sander with him. Mac McFarquhar's final is just fading away a little bit here, which is a real shame. He's driven brilliantly through the heats today. Never outside the top 3, but is now down into 9th position in this final. Has lost positions to Nolan, Higgs and Hathaway. Edward Gibbons has also gained a position. He's got past Charlie de Moncos. Still Corey Fowler, your top novice, but the leader is on to their final lap. Daniel Amor, 47.79, a new personal best for the driver in the number 41, and is in a position here to take the championship lead here at Whilton Mill at the end of round number 2. Well, already has the championship lead, in fact. By some 15 points, he's going to further extend it.
Really close between Woody Radford and Oliver Smith. I think I just saw them running nose to tail through Inkmans and down into Ashby, so we will keep a close eye on how they get on. But this race has belonged to Daniel Amor. Obviously, Mac McFarquhar had pole position, but it unfortunately has fallen down and is currently lying in 8th. But the man taking the win for the final is Daniel Amor. Brilliant driving all day, and he is rewarded with the race win. Woody Radford hangs on to 2nd place, and then it is Oliver Smith coming home in 3rd. Then it's Ronnie Coburn, who at one point looked like the man to be taking the fight to Woody Radford for 2nd, but after a brilliant fight with Mac McFarquhar, unfortunately just was not able to get that charge on, but still at 4th place, very commendable. Oliver Sander then in 5th place with Devon Nolan, who recovered well, to 6th. Seth Hathaway is 7th with Mac McFarquhar, your pole sitter, unfortunately finishing down in 8th. Harry Higgs, who again another driver who's come through quite well after a trying day, he's finished in 9th, and Corey Fowler is your novice winner in 10th. Edward Rose then 11th. Then it's Sasha Bagley, Harrison Morrow, George Ivanov, then Kieran Denyer, Josh Cook, Amelie Ackett, Lina Summers-Kelly, Edward Gibbons, Charlie de Moncos and Louis Rees. And finally it is Michael Dalton, who unfortunately had to retire from that race. But a brilliant day from Minimax. Andrew, I would go so far as to say possibly the best series of the day so far. In fact, I would say it's been the best series today.
Yeah, it's been very good racing from the Minimax drivers. Daniel Amor will be very, very happy with the efforts there in the number 41. Will lead the championship here after round number 2. We are going to get ready though for our next final, which is race number 29 on your schedules, which, if I'm not mistaken, and I'll know very, very soon if I am, is your Honda's B final. Here we go then for the B final in the Honda Cadet class, our single B final here today. We don't have a grid, I'm afraid, at the moment, so this may be very short intro to the B final. We don't have the grid either here in commentary. That's that. We'll just have to kind of do this old school and use our eyes.
No school like the old school.
Hope the glasses are working today. Also doing that, JJ, first time you've been back here at Whilton Mill Kart Club in a while. Have you enjoyed yourself?
I think it's been absolutely fantastic. And this is an interesting start. We've got the B final is made up of, I think, 7 drivers.
Yep. So a short but sweet grid, and these drivers will be attempting to race through.
I think I can hopefully now bring you some semblance of a grid. We've got Jensen Walker as a novice on pole for this one. Then you've got Oliver Meek, who is one of the more experienced drivers. Then you've got Daniel Butcher, a novice. Then Noah McNicholas, a novice in 4th. Then Bobby Pete in 5th. Victor Hansen in 6th, also a novice. Then you've got Kieran Stewart, an experienced driver of the 114. And finally, it's Logan Giles, rounding off your grid, also a novice. Now, Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm fairly certain I understood it when I read the championship regulations. But in this final, the top 4 from the top 4 finishers don't score points for this. They then move into the A final, and then whoever's left scores points.
You are correct.
I knew I was. I backed myself, and I have been rewarded. So yes, that is how it works. It's very much Club 100 sprint rules as well. So something very familiar with in this commentary box, as Logan Giles now slots in last place on this 8 kart grid. We look to the lights, and it is go, go, go. We get this race underway, and Jensen Walker gets a good start. It looks like it's As You Were heading through Oblivion, and now on the run down towards Christmas. Jensen Walker leading the pack away in front of Oliver Meek, although here comes Noah McNicholas trying to go around the outside. It looks like he has in fact done it round the outside of Christmas, and then getting the move done through Boxing Day. He moves up into 2nd place in this race. Meanwhile, so it looks like who we got there. That is the I think that's the 53 of Bobby Pete, getting a move done on Victor Hansen, and now these front 3 getting really close. Jensen Walker, the novice, going to have a bit of a job on his hand to keep these 2 guys behind him, the 2 experienced Oliver Meek and Noah McNicholas, heading into the boot. But for the moment, he is doing it. They look at that; they are all so close to each other. It's can only be a second between these guys as they now cross the line. So it is Jensen Walker in front of Noah McNicholas, then Oliver Meek, then Daniel Butcher, Bobby Pete, Victor Hansen, Kieran Stewart, and Logan Giles, who I don't think has crossed the line yet. So hopefully, there he goes. He has unfortunately suffered. Actually, no. I think that must have been a transponder issue. And actually, no, there goes Noah McNicholas down the inside of Jensen Walker. He tried to hang on to it for as long as he could Jensen, but now he's going to try and go back down the inside into Ashby, and it looks like, yes, he's got the position back. So brilliant driving there from Jensen Walker. Now Noah McNicholas has got Oliver Meek to deal with. There goes Logan Giles, who I think probably had a few issues on this lap, and now here we are back with the fight for the lead. All 7 karts currently, all 7 of these karts in contention for the lead, as Jensen Walker still leading them away through these opening laps. Good effort from Nicholas to try and go down the inside, but that unfortunately cost him. As we cross the line, you see, no, he is still in 2nd place, but he has had a good run down Christmas throughout the past 2 laps, and it looks like he's got another one now, and it looks like he has got, it looks like the move is done before we even make the apex. So brilliant straight line speed has got that Noah McNicholas kart, and now Jensen Walker. Oh, Jensen Walker bounces across Inkmans, and I don't think that was a very wise move, because he has now not only lost the position to Noah McNicholas, he's also lost one to Oliver Meek and Bobby Pete as well.
Yeah, dramatic stuff there. As I say, these drivers having their longest race of the day. I was mistaken earlier. This is 9 minutes plus 1 lap race for the B finalists. Number 18 of Noah McNicholas, just trying to hold this position now. And it's interesting that this top 5 starting to break away from the rest of the field. 6 minutes on the clock to go. Confirmed new leader Noah McNicholas and Oliver Meek there in second place, Bobby Pete third, Jensen Walker fourth. So if the race was to finish now, those 4 would move on to the A final. Look at that move being done there. Victor Hansen looking at the inside for that crucial 4th place. Doesn't quite get it at this precise moment.
Very close then between Meek and McNicholas heading into Ashby. Whilst these guys are all fighting, that is of course going to bring it's basically a top 6 fight now. It's the top 6 fighting for these top 4 positions, and if McNicholas and Meek start falling over each other as Logan Giles goes for another little adventure there, if these two start fighting with each other, that is going to bring the likes of Bobby Pete and Jensen Walker, Daniel Butcher and Victor Hansen all into play for these final 4 positions. We're in one of those situations where it is any little mistake, all of a sudden you get swamped by the entire grid, and all of a sudden you're out. Your day is done.
Yep, 5 minutes of this race to go. Looks like there's been a problem for Kieran Stewart, unfortunately, on that last lap as well. Kieran's had a 56-second first sector, so is unfortunately out of contention for the top 4. Logan Giles has got through and into 7th place. So we were down to 6, covered by 2 seconds at the moment. McNicholas, Meek and Bobby Pete there in 3rd place. Jensen Walker being dropped a little bit now. Hopefully these top 3 know the situation. We'll just try and work together at the moment. But as we say that, Oliver Meek's looking up the inside, because these 3 can just lock out 3/4 of the positions on offer from this B final into the A, and leave the 2 drivers behind, scrapping it out for the last spot on the A final grid.
Absolutely, you can imagine Victor Hansen just biding his time, waiting to see where Jensen Walker is a bit weaker, where he thinks he can get the move done. So it is going to be very tidy indeed. And you had a look at it there, did Ollie Meek, but he's decided against it and just stays in position. All of this is helping Bobby Pete in getting into the final. He's just nicely hanging on to the back of these 2 guys and gapping Jensen Walker by a couple attempts per lap.
They are indeed. Daniel Butcher, I really like this race from Daniel. He's digging in deep here. He's just set a strong sector number 1.
Oh, there goes round. Oh my word, there. Something's happened to Noah McNicholas there. Not entirely sure what, but all of a sudden, his rear end just went round. And he's fallen out of the lead of this race and is down to about, it must be he's fallen down to 5th. 6th even. What happened there?
So he's coming into the boot. Does he get too much of the curb, or is he wide? He's wide on entry and loses the back end under braking. And I tell you what, who did well?
And
Bobby Pete.
That's compromised Bobby Pete as well. Oh dear, oh dear. Bobby Pete will be fuming at that. Obviously not as angry as Noah McNicholas, who's the one who obviously made the mistake, but he just got caught up in it. And now we're in a position where Oliver Meek, as I was saying, Andrew, if it's just one mistake and all of a sudden the scope of this race changes massively, because now it is Jensen Walker coming home in 2nd with Victor Hansen in 3rd. Now all these 3 really need to do is just work together and they will be into the A final. But Oliver Meek, unless something catastrophic happens, is on course for the win. But as we just saw, anything could happen.
Yeah, and I'm just keeping an eye on the gaps. Bobby Pete and McNicholas are both in the 56s, the only 2 drivers in this race in the 56s. So you're absolutely right, JJ. This 3 on your screen at the moment need to keep working together. Need to, keep that gap, which at the moment is 1.12 seconds between 4th and 5th place. And if it stays like that, these 4 drivers at the front of the field will be through to the A final and get the opportunity to play for a few more points. But if they start fighting, and again, we say this often with the B final, if they start fighting, they will lose time, especially in a Honda Cadet race where we mentioned earlier. It's all about momentum. It's all about momentum in the Honda Cadets because they're lowly powered. And at the moment, I have to say, Victor Hansen keeps having a half little look, but he's being very, very wise to say here. He keeps having that look, but going, no, it's not on. I'm not going to go for, you know, a 30-70 move up the inside, don't need to, and slots in back behind.
It's
55.64 from Meek last time around. The pace of all of the top four is pretty good at the moment.
It's very smart driving here from Victor Hansen. He is looking at it, he wants to do it, you can tell he does, but he's smart enough to know, no, I'm just going to wait. It's an old head on young shoulders, is that?
Oh, I'm afraid to say thank you to Jan Echterman, who's let us know in the chat. We've got Alpha Live events falling by the wayside all over the country. Rowra and the British mini bikes, they have been called off due to the weather as well. So we welcome their viewers across to action here at Whilton Mill. So yeah, just having that message reconveyed in my ear that B&B have been cancelled by the weather. We still continue on here though at Whilton Mill for round 2 of the FastR WMKC Championships. 20 seconds on the clock, 2 laps to go for the leaders. There's Jensen Walker in the number 97. The kart prepared by Total Karting by Rob Smedley. Great effort, focusing on drivers with smaller budgets who aren't able to access the resources of some of the bigger teams. Victor Hansen still there in 3rd place. Two of them working together very nicely. The gap for 4th though is very, very tight. 3.42 seconds off the lead, Daniel Butcher. 3.57 for Bobby Pete. So the Bobby Pete Daniel Butcher battle, 77 and 53. That's the key one for the final spot in the A final. Is going to go right down to the wire here.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, Andrew. I've noticed as they came across the line for the penultimate lap, it is very close, that battle between 4th. And actually, here we go. Here comes Bobby Pete. He had a look down the inside of Daniel Butcher, but it's not working. And this does all mean, as Noah McNicholas sets the fast lap of the race, coming on to this final lap, it's going to be very close between all 3 of those drivers. Who's going to get that illustrious 4th place, that final spot on the A final? Looks like Oliver Meek is going to take the win, is going to be in that final, but here come the drivers fighting for that 4th place. It is still Daniel Butcher leading from Bobby Pete, leading from Noah McNicholas, but they are a line astern. Here they come then through Wilkins. It looks like, has Bobby Pete got a decent run into Wilkins? He did have a decent run, but he's not been able to get the move done. Here comes Oliver Meek. Great drive, done what he needed to do. He is going to come home and take the win of the B final and get himself on to the back of the A final. But it looks like it is Dan Butcher. Oh, it's Dan Butcher who's going to cross the line to finish in 4th place in the final slot on the A final grid. Very close between him, Bobby Pete, and Noah McNicholas. But you can see there the disappointment from Bobby Pete. He was running, he was doing nothing wrong. He was running a perfect race, and unfortunately Noah McNicholas had, and as was Noah McNicholas, who was leading the race and then made a mistake. And unfortunately, for both of them, that is their day done. So it's Oliver Meek from Jensen Walker, Victor Hansen, Daniel Butcher, they're your qualifiers for the A final. And then it's Bobby Pete, Noah McNicholas, Logan Giles, and Kieran Stewart. Logan just finishing the race there.
I've got to give it to Noah McNicholas. He gave it everything there on the last corner, but that's why we have track limits. That was a little bit close there at the end. But Meek, Walker, Hansen and Butcher will see in the A final. Bobby Pete, Noah McNicholas, Logan Giles and Kieran Stewart will hopefully be back for round 3 in June. We're going to move on now to our next final, back to the A finals. Next out on the circuit will be Junior Max.
Here we go then for the grid for the Junior Max final. On pole is James Jackson with 93 points, and then Noah Hadley, who finished on, who's the second, who scored 92 points. 3rd place for Jack Cooper, scored 87 points, and it's Charlie Pritchard in 4th with 86 points. David Allojetner is in 5th with 79 points, and then it's Lexi Belk in 6th with 76 points. Ronnie Mansfield is 7th with 75 points, then Riley Brown in 8th with 73 points. Ronnie Smith is 9th with 65 points, followed by Kai Bikini. Fantastic to see him in this final after that nasty incident in the second race of his second heat today in 10th with 63 points. 11th for Reza Seaworthen in with 62 points, and then 12th for Ben Cordingley with 60 points. Jake Howarth is 13th with 54 points, and Jacob Dukes is 14th with 52 points, as is Max Lee in 15th. Jessica White scoring 50 points, as did Miles Dawn, who is 17th, and Freya Belk is 18th with 49 points. Leo Purchase is in the 19th with 47 points, followed by Alfie Bray with 46 points, then Jensen Weston with 45, Michael Morgan with 44, Jake Davis with 43, and Joe Garraway with 42. Murphy Aldridge is in 25th with 41 points, and same points for Luke Ringham, who starts 26th. Amelia Nelson scored 39 points with William Young on 36. Jenison Giles in 29th with 31 points, and Jacob Rhodes in 30th with 30 points. And then finally rounding off this grid is Oliver Kerr with 29 points, Alex Warnaby with 19, and last is Callum Davies with 16 points.
Thank you very much, JJ. Karts out on circuit. Keep your comments coming in. Lots of supports coming in for Riley Brown. Hello, everybody. The whole family's watching. I'm sure Riley will do his best in the number 53.
Here we go then. Looks like we are going to see if I'll be very surprised if this one does get going. We're looking for the no, there we go. There is the chevron flag coming in, and we are getting this race underway. Let's see how they've all got on through the first corner. Looks like they're all clean. There's someone just kicking up the spray of that puddle that sits on the exit of Fine Lady. All good through Christmas so far. Someone just gets a little bit squirrely through the under braking. We're now heading into Ashby. Looks like it is still Noah Hadley. In fact, it might be Ronnie Mansfield in front, climbing up from 3rd place. Brilliant drive from him on this opening lap. In fact, yes, there it is, the number 62 car, and there goes, I think that was the 77 of Jack Cooper, who's climbed from 7th place up, 6th place even, into 2nd place. So brilliant driving from these guys on the opening lap. In fact, it's Noah Hadley, I think from David Alajetna on these opening laps, and so Ronnie Mansfield leads from Noah Hadley, leads from Jack Cooper, leads from Lexi Belk, then Kai Bacchini, then James Jackson, David Alajetna, and then here we go, then 74 down the inside. There goes Noah Hadley on Ronnie Mansfield, and he takes the lead of the race. We'll wait to see them coming through Inkermans and then Ashby, but yes, here comes Noah Hadley sending it back on Ronnie Mansfield. Ronnie Mansfield sending it back on Noah Hadley, and it's back to as you were. Ronnie Mansfield leading from Noah Hadley. A little bit further back then, I think it is Jack Cooper, still sort of a bit at the moment isolated from the top two and from this fight behind 4th place.
Yeah, very close at the front of the field. Time remaining on the clock, still running 9 minutes plus 1 lap races here. So end of lap 2, Mansfield from Hadley, Cooper, Bacchini up to 4th place, Jackson 5th, Lexi Belk having a great run there in 6th place, Jacob Jukes, top novice 7th overall. There is Kai Bacchini. What a story this would be if Kai Bacchini, who was involved in that massive first corner pile-up in heat number 2. Initially, the thought was that he'd had a broken ankle, has been to the hospital, has had it checked over, it's off there running, is the number 74 of Noah Hadley.
Oh dear.
What happened there? And Lexi Belk was off as well.
Both going off at Wilkins. I wonder if they're...
Is it raining again? Have we got a little bit of precipitation out there?
It's
yellow flag out.
It's very interesting that they both went off in exactly the same place. Yes. Yellow flag there for a driver who's stuck on the grass by Oblivion. So that's an unfortunate end to that race. Not entirely sure who that was. I think that might be a driver whose transponder isn't registering. But yeah, Noah Hadley falling by the wayside there, as was Lexi Belk. So it is now Ronnie Mansfield leading from Jack Cooper and Kai Bacchini, who is in the fight for the lead. Quite extraordinary statement there. Kai Bacchini with obviously that horrific, involved in that horrific accident, as we have said multiple times. Suspected broken ankle, at one point confirmed broken ankle. Here he is fighting for the lead of the race, and he's really pushing Jack Cooper now to try and get he's trying to get past into 2nd place and then go and challenge Ronnie Mansfield for the lead.
Not good news for the Belks. It was Freya Belk, the number 89. Who was the carts being recovered, so Freya's day unfortunately is over. Jessica White has just gained a position, 9th place ahead of Riley Brown. Leo Purchase has got past Reza C. Rurathan as well. 5 minutes 12.5 minutes of this one to go. Still very, very close at the front of the field. There is Jack Cooper in the number 77 trying to chase down number 62 of Ronnie Mansfield, but Kai Vachini really, really pushing here, and especially not just on his own personal level of having that big accident and having to have it all checked out, got back in time for the start of Heat 3. It's not been... Oh, it's a mechanical flag for Jessica White.
No.
That is a real shame for Jessica, who's been having another strong day here in Junior Max, but unfortunately he's going to have to come into the pits because there's a problem with her kart. X-Karts, the new team that Kai's a part of, they've not had an easy start to this season, and this would be a real confidence booster for the whole squad if Kai could bring home a podium here, and maybe even more. He's looking really, really on it as they go onto the back straight here on lap number 6. Max Lee is currently the fastest driver out there on circuit, by the way, in the number 12, so look out for Lee if he can come through. We're going to come round to start another lap, JJ, and it's still all to play for in this Junior Max final.
Absolutely. Kai's got to time, if he's going to get this move done on Jack Cooper, he's got to time it to absolute perfection, because Ronnie Mansfield has got a little bit of a gap now over the two of them. It's only a couple of attempts, but it does exist, as actually Jack Cooper does just pick up a contact warning there, excuse me, as heading through that lap. So it's actually, in fact, here we go. Here's a move from the 41 of James Jackson on Kai Vachini. Has he got the move done? He gets the outside line. Yes, he has. Great move there, swooping around the outside, and here goes Kai Vachini forward down the waistline. There goes the 63 of David Alajetna, just maybe getting a little bit too jammed up there, the three of them, and unfortunately it is David who has fallen by the wayside. Meanwhile, Ronnie Mansfield still leading out in front. And it's now so Kai Vachini has fallen down the order into 5th. James Jackson up into 3rd place, and Max Lee, the main beneficiary on that lap, coming into 3rd. And there goes James Jackson down the inside of Jack Cooper, something that Kai Vachini couldn't do. He has now overtaken Jack Cooper, and now he is surely going to be chasing after Ronnie Mansfield for the lead of this race. We've got 3 minutes left, so we're going to get in a good at least probably 5 laps left of this race, 5 or 6 even. So we shall see what happens here.
This is a very good run from James Jackson, one of the drivers that we saw in Super 1 last season. 2 weeks' time, fingers crossed. The first meeting of their season at Glannygorse. Fantastic circuit. Really, really glad to be going back to there, to say, fingers crossed, if the Welsh let us in. It's down the inside. Here comes Max Lee. We said to look out for him in the number 12. Has got past Jack Cooper there. So Max Lee into the podium positions.
Great little move there down to Christmas, the classic, down the inside, and get the grip off the corner, and then you are away. So let's have a look at the times at the top. It's difficult to tell at the moment because James Jackson on the last lap was overtaking Jack Cooper. However, he was a couple of thousandths faster. Now we've got a black flag. Jessica White, first black flag of the day. So I think she might have been ignoring her mechanical flag board.
Yeah, I've not caught sight of what the issue is for Jessica White, but that's it. That's a race-ending scenario there. And side by side, there was a little bit of a touch there from Max Lee. He's got up to 2nd place. James Jackson trying to fight back. Still Cooper and Vachini in there as well. There's a kart off to the right-hand side of the circuit. We'll try and identify who that is in a moment. I think it might be Jake Howarth in the number 199. Still battle raging on here, though, for the podium positions. Nobody able to challenge Ronnie Mansfield at the moment at the front of this field in Junior Max. Onto the back straight. Little adjustment there from Jackson. And, Vachini has a little moment there, just hopping over the curb on the entry to the boot. It's been a really good race, this Junior Max. They've responded well from the incident earlier on in the day.
Ronnie Mansfield is currently he's hanging on to this win at the moment, based on the fact that they've all been trying to sort themselves out behind for that 2nd place. Meanwhile, it looks like we've just seen a move there. Was it Noah Hadley on Ronnie Smith?
Noah Hadley up the inside of Ronnie Smith, so the driver who finished 2nd in the final in the last round. No Daniel Grinchard here today, who stormed the last round with the final victory, 2 heats and a 2nd place. So we are, as I say, going to get a first-time winner in this one for 2021. Who is it going to be? Ronnie Mansfield, in comparison, last time out, finished 29th in this Junior Max final. 2 laps of it to go. 0.23 of a second for Ronnie Mansfield at the front of this field, ahead of Max Lee. 4th place was the results last time out for Max Lee in the final, so he didn't even get on the podium. James Jackson still there in 3rd place, pushing hard. Cooper and Bacchini looking to take up any scraps. Jacob Dukes, by the way, is still your top novice in 7th place. Leo Purchase had a good drive back through the field. He's up to 8th place, side by side there between the 74, and that's Hadley going through. Another position for Hadley. That was him getting past Cooper. So where has Bacchini gone in all of this? He's had a slow sector number 2, so Kai Bacchini's chances of a podium have sadly faded in this one. In fact, I think he may be out of the race, which is a real shame. Battle for the lead on the last lap. Ronnie Mansfield has got to defend for one more lap here, ahead of Max Lee, down into Ashby Corner. Doesn't have to defend too hard. That was actually a very good run down the hill from Ronnie Mansfield. Kai Bacchini is going again. He's just registered in 14th position, but onto the back straight they come here. Ronnie Mansfield ahead of Max Lee. Is Max Lee going to send a big one down the inside into the boot? No, Mansfield's corner entry speed really, really good. It was not a good final results last time around, but this time it's a win. Ronnie Mansfield wins in Junior Max here in round 2 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. He wins by 1/4 of a second ahead of Max Lee. James Jackson there in 3rd place wraps up the podium. Noah Hadley, good points for Noah Hadley. It was a bit of a recovery drive there to 4th place. Jack Cooper in 5th. Jacob Dukes 6th and top novice. Leo Purchase 7th, very quick at the end of the race there. Lexi Belk in 8th. Good response from the number 63 driver there in 9th, David Aulajetner. And Joe Garraway in the top 10. That's really well deserved from Joe Garraway. He's had a tough time through the heats and gets a good result there in the final. Riley Brown in 11th, Miles Dawn 12th, 13th for William Young. But I think for me, one of the drivers of the day is number 14 there, Kai Bacchini. To come back from that incident and get back in the kart, and yeah, it's not the best result. It's 14th. It could have been a lot more. But you've got to tip your hat to Kai Bacchini there. Jacob Rhodes 15th, Jake Davis 16th, Alex Warnaby 17th, another novice doing well, Ronnie Smith 18th, Charlie Pritchard not his day in 19th, Reza C. Rurathan in 20th, Alfie Bray, another novice doing well, finishes in 21st ahead of a number of non-novices. Oliver Kerr 22nd, Ben Cordingley 23rd, Luke Ringham a difficult day for Luke in 24th, Murphy Aldridge in 25th, Jake Howarth had problems there in the final 26th, Jessica White was black flagged and had a mechanical 27th, Michael Morgan, real shame for Michael because he deserved more than 28th today, and Freya Balk as well, P29. Well, we wave goodbye to the Junior Max class for round number 2. We'll see them again in June. And we will swiftly move on to the next race in our schedule, and I'll just check what that will be. It will be race 31, of course. It'll be X30 Juniors. Their final is up next. Junior X30s heading out on circuit then for their final. Their grid looks like this. Lorenzo Cordell and Connor Duncan on the front row. Aidan Lynn and Gabriel Stilt row 2. Finley Harrison and Henry Gregory on row 3. Zaki Hussain and Jude Fernerhoff row 4. Remy Gilbert and Leo Brown wrap out the top 10. Luke Sinclair and Thomas Reddy are on the 4th row of the grid. Harvey Ribby and Alfie Briggs are on row 7. Reece Lomax and Sam Baker row 8. Monda Junior Canini and Archie Heron are on row number 9. Micah Taylor and Jaden Gregg both need to do work there from row number 10. Kian Gamio and Jack Cox are on row 11. Kyan Gohill and Sam Longley are on row 12. Shay Brennan and Harry Ewell on row 13. Jake Yanagisawa has had a tough day, starts this race from row 14 alongside Luke Taylor. Mackenzie Stevens, Lily Jeffs on row 15. Oliver Harris and Tiger Dixon row 16. Brandon Templeton wraps out the 33 kart field. And I believe we are up and running then for the start of this final. 9 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Lorenzo Cordell will lead us into the first couple of corners and is already streaking away from the rest of the field there. Everyone trying to sort themselves out in the top 10 is off there, and that looks to be the number 66, is it? No, the number 55, apologies, of Remy Gilbert. There was somebody else on the grass. It was the number 39 of Leo Brown. So both of their finals have not got off to the start they would have wanted, JJ.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That start came so quickly. Was not quite expecting it. But yeah, no, there we go. So Lorenzo Cordell leading away, getting a good first lap in. But he has got that looks to be Gabriel Stilp for very close company, and then Connor Duncan just a little bit further behind. But yeah, really unfortunate for those two drivers there. Probably just got a little bit too deep, a little bit too overly ambitious into Christmas, and they have paid the price. It's always really disheartening to the fact you've spun, and then when you're on the grass, you're losing a lot of split positions, and then you spin on the grass as well. It's really unfortunate for that. But meanwhile, we have had a change for the lead. It looks like it's Aidan Lynn now in front of this race, overtaken Lorenzo probably into Christmas, and then Gabriel Stilp right behind them as well.
Still a long way in this one to go though. A lot to play for. Down the inside goes Gabriel Stilp, so another great move by Gabriel Stilp. He's done a lot of overtaking here at Whilton Mill today, and that's got him up to second place. Runs a little bit deep into the boot that time. Contact warning for the number 53, which is Jude Fernerhoff. Where is Jude at the moment? Can't quite say. 23rd in the order at the moment, so trying to work back through. There's the number 71 of Harvey Ribby making an overtake in the last corner. It's up to 11th place. Aidan Lynn leads here on lap 3, but Gabriel Stilp is closing in. Is he going to throw one down the inside into Ashby? You bet he is. Gabriel Stilp through and into the lead there. Fantastic move.
Brilliant stuff there from Gabriel Stilp. Really confident on the brakes, and he's got the move done, and now it looks like he's going to march on through the rest of this race. And we will see what Aidan Lynn can do, but again, that was a fantastic late braking move from Gabriel Stilp.
Support coming in for Kian Gamio, who I'm glad to report at the moment is top novice in this race. 18th overall for Kian at the moment. Number 3, there he is in the yellow and white helmet, as number 11 runs a little bit wide there. That's Sam Longley. Well picked up by the camera crew there. Thank you, Ian, for that one. Finley Harrison is putting in some good lap times early on in this race. He's up to 5th place and is the fastest driver out on circuit at the moment, number 49. In fact, am I seeing there that he's through into 4th place? He's got Connor Duncan in the pink helmet ahead of him, and he's diving down the inside of Connor Duncan. What a move that is into the boot. Finley Harrison is on the charge here.
Allowed Henry Gregory through as well. Brilliant late braking move there. That's what you call a send. That is a lick the stamp and send it moment.
And that was for 4th position. Apologies. So it's Stilp from Lynn, Cordell, Harrison, Gregory, Duncan, Sintler, Baker, Taylor and Ribby. Good start from Micah Taylor as well, up into the top 10. Hasn't had that the best of luck through the heats. That's why he was a little bit further down the grid. That's not a position that he had on pace alone. We've seen him at the front of some of the heats so far. And he's working his way through in his final. Be hoping to get past Sam Baker and then try and get after Luke Sintler up the road. It's about a 2.5 second gap. There it is between those groups. 5 minutes to go. Finley Harrison sticks in another. First driver into the 46ers. Finley Harrison has held something in reserve for this final. And down the inside now, here comes Lorenzo Cordell on Aidan Lynn. That was a decisive manoeuvre, JJ, and I just wonder, was that thinking that with Finley Harrison, who's now down the inside of Lynn for 3rd place, Cordell seen Harrison coming and thinking, I've got to get on with this, because that number 49 is flying.
I think it must have been, and now look, this has actually worked out really well for Cordell, because these guys are still fighting with each other, Harrison, Lynn, and now we've got Connor Duncan and the 58 of I've lost track of who it is, but never mind my foibles. Let's now carry on with the race. It's now Henry Gregory up into third place there. He's having a very good real run here, is Henry, and that sort of brought Finley's charge a bit like what we saw with Ronnie Coburn in the earlier race. Brought his charge a little bit to a close. Brilliant, it has to be said, brilliant from Lorenzo Cordell to make that move when he did. Because that has led to them all fighting. And now here we go then, Lorenzo just going past the back marker, and this is going to give Phil, what's that?
That's a collision.
It's a collision with the back marker, driving perhaps a little bit slowly and not taking into account what the guys behind were doing. The special signal given, here we go then, a little replay here. There comes the back marker, and then there's up in the air, and then there's contact behind involved in the 72. I think that was Luke Stintler and maybe even Aidan Lynn as well. But it's still Lorenzo Cordell leading, as there's the 63. It's Oliver Harris who was the driver getting caught. It was the back marker getting caught up in those incidents, now spinning down at Pit Bend. But yes, there was the special signal being given, saying let's work together, and it was completely ignored, I think, by Henry Gregory. Finley Harrison giving the special signal, and Henry Gregory saying, nope, I do not want to listen to that at all. I'm here to race and try and win this. But that in turn has given the guys in front a little bit of breathing room, especially Gabriel Stilp, who leads by 1.5 seconds, 2 3/4 minutes left of this race, and at the moment it is still Gabriel Stilp leading then from Lorenzo Cordell. And we'll wait to see them across the line. In fact, no, now it's Henry Gregory in front of Lorenzo Cordell. Connor Duncan up into 4th place. He's not given up. And Finley Harrison again, his charge has unfortunately come to a little bit of a close, because he's now finding himself in 5th place.
Lap times have dropped off a cliff. In dry terms, they've dropped off a cliff. I just wonder if we got a little bit of precipitation coming out the sky again. Not good news, by the way, for Jake Yanagasawa and Mackenzie Stevens. They are both out of this race. Yeah, everyone is down in the 47s and the 48s. This must be rain. As Connor Duncan's down the inside there of Lorenzo Cordell and has got 3rd place. Good move by Connor Duncan. And Finley Harrison seems to have lost that pace that he had earlier on in this final. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Kian Gamio still your top novice, by the way. He slipped out of the top 20, but he's fine. He's in 21st place.
It is really interesting to see how we've seen it a number of times in these finals, how these drivers get... Some of these drivers get really good pace, they're really on it, and then the charge comes to an end, and all of a sudden they're just sort of back to being sort of on pace with the guys around them. And as we can see now, it's Connor Duncan who's sort of leading the charge in this battle for the final spot on the podium. Henry Gregory's got a little bit of a gap to them behind, and again Gabriel Stilp is still out in front. They're still working together, but time is running out for all of them, particularly for Finley Harrison. He's realised that, and he has now gone for it down the inside, but it's not worked out, and that could have been a bit of a foolhardy move, because that has allowed, whilst he has now got past Lorenzo Cordell, that has given Connor Duncan some much needed breathing space heading on to what I'm sure will be the 3rd from last lap. But Lorenzo is going to fight it. We've seen a number of daring moves from him so far, but we didn't see any there. I cannot help but wonder if it is beginning, if the grip, as you said, Andrew, is the grip going? No, it looks like it is actually coming back.
People are setting personal bests again all of a sudden. Henry Gregory, for example, 46.99 last time around. It still look pretty hazy though out there. Connor Duncan charging away from this group now. The driver who finished 2nd in the Honda Cadet class in the British Championships last season. 20 seconds on the clock to go. There'll be 2 more laps.
Decent gap for Connor Duncan now over Finley Harrison. It's up to basically a second between them. So it's going to have to be a mighty final couple of laps from both Finley and from Lorenzo. They've got to make sure they don't start tripping up over each other. If Lorenzo decides to send it on this lap, then that will be this charge over with. You would have to imagine back marker doing their best just to get out of the way there. That could very well be Kyan Gohill or I don't know, it will be Kyan Gohill. I'm fairly certain of it. But here we go then, coming towards the final lap. It's still Finley Harrison in 4th from then Lawrence Gordell. And it looks like Connor Duncan has just eked out enough of an advantage to be comfortable heading on to this final lap. Gabriel Stilp, it has to be said, brilliant race from him, putting in the laps, the gap is only 1.5 seconds. It's by no means the most dominant display. And there is the number 18 of Jack Cox off on the grass out of the boot. I think he was running quite well, so that is a massive disappointment for him up in the top 10. But yeah, real disappointment for him. It looks like it's going to be disappointment in the end for Finley Harrison. He just hasn't, that charge at the beginning of the race just doesn't look like it's going to work out. Connor Duncan has got to negotiate this traffic though, which he does look like he's done. But here's your race leader, ladies and gentlemen. Gabriel Stilp done a fantastic job through this race, took the lead early on, and he is going to come through the final corner to cross the line and take the race victory. Well done, brilliant job. Henry Gregory in second, with Connor Duncan third, then Finley Harrison, Lorenzo Cordell, Luke Sintler in 6th, followed by Harvey Ryby, and I think that is Leo Brown.
Yeah,
crashed off.
Alfie Briggs in the total car.
Oh dear, and you can understand the frustration without doubt. At least it's only a glove that he's thrown, not something heavier and more expensive. But yes, so I was Luke Sintler in 6th place, followed by Harvey Ryby in 7th. Then Sam Baker in 8th, followed by Aidan Lynn 9th. Mika Taylor in 10th, followed by Jude Fernehoff in 11th, followed by Archie Heron in 12th. Then Thomas Reddy, Zaki Hussein, Jaden Gregg, Leo Brown, Remy Gilbert. Kian Gamiao is your novice leader and novice winner for that race. Then it's Harry Yule, Luke Taylor, who's also 2nd place in the novice, not too far away from Kian in the end. Shay Brennan, Sam Longley, Jack Cox with that instant right at the end. It was Alfie Briggs with the instant right at the end, dropping 8 places, which is really unfortunate. Lily Jeffs ended in the pit lane, then it's Kyan Gohill, Oliver Harris, and then Jake Yanagisawa and Mackenzie Stevens unfortunately did not finish the race.
Indeed. We move swiftly on though to the X30 seniors. Their final is out on circuit next. Here's another quick fire grid for you. This is your X30 senior final order. Joseph Taylor has pole position, Lucas Ellingham alongside on the front row. Tyler Reid and Jordan Brown start this final from row 2. Nathan Amos and Sam Heading on row number 3. It's an all-Torpy affair on row 4. Joshua ahead of Harry. Scott Smith and Alex Johnston are on row 5. Christian Brooks and Oliver Henwood start this race from row number 6. Archie Garlick and Brandon Matchell are on row number 7. Thomas Massarella and Vishal Patel are on row number 8. Steve Brown, returning to owner racing for the first time in 15 years, starts this final alongside Ty Stansfield on row number 9. That's an interesting one, 2 fast drivers there. Alex Dollington is top novice in this one, starts on row 10 alongside Caelan Burbridge, who has a lot of work to do. Ellis Bourchier and Mick Banner on row 11. Mick Banner's had some fantastic starts so far today. Let's see if he can do it in the final. Alex Moody and Hugo Gilbert on row 12. Mason Weir and Joseph Aarons will be on row number 13 of this grid here in this X30 senior final. And moving on to row 14, Benjamin Southgate and Daniel Hackett. Daniel's had some awful luck so far today. Let's hope he can have a good final. Archie Forbett as well has also had some bad luck in this class so far. Starts in row 15 alongside Jack Davis. And then the last few rows of the grid, Martin Auger and Curtis Louis on row 16. Jack Sherwood on his own on the 17th row, 33 karts in the field.
I've just taken a quick peek outside, put my hand out. The rain is arriving.
Oh dear.
There were some very light spits, and in fact, if you look at it on the camera, I think it is now beginning to come down a little bit harder.
Now,
so
I may set you off on a bit of a run here. Are our X30 seniors on slicks, wets, or a mix?
Bear with me, Gav.
He's going to go off and check that for us, because that could be very, very important in the story of this final. We have seen it before at Whilton Mill, where I want to say it was round 2 last year. I think we had some races in X30 Senior that were mixed tyre choices. JJ's having a little look up there on circuit. I mean, from the couple of karts that I can see peering through the doors and the windows and all the rest that's standing between myself and dummy grid, I can see some slick tyres out there. But maybe this is one of those people have been keeping an eye on the weather forecast. Do you throw a set of wets on this? They are got to consider cost of all of this. Would you want to waste a set of wets if the rain doesn't come down hard enough? That's completely down to you, but we're ready then for what I reckon is going to be one of the tightest finals of the day. Joseph Taylor's been on very good form. Let's not get away from that. Lucas Ellingham leads the championship. There's a lot of drivers capable of winning an A final in this field. Just to go over your championship permutations, Lucas Ellingham leads at the moment on 251. Sam Heading on 222. Oh, it's Ellingham's round. Ellingham has spun on the formation lap. Now, can he get back into position? And the number 26 of Curtis Louis is gone. JJ, what is the reckoning?
Every single driver is on slick tyres with one exception. Alex Doddington, the novice driver, has decided to throw on a set of wet tyres.
Now, this could get very interesting.
Rain up at Christmas. I was speaking to Alex Doddington's team manager. Might have been his dad. I'm not entirely sure, but they just said, you know what, we've got nothing to lose.
Absolutely.
Let's just go for it. This could be a Marcus Finkelhock moment.
Absolutely,
the novice driver on the wet tyres. Let's see how they get on. It's not raining too much, but there is rain coming down at Christmas. It is on its way in. So let us see how these guys get on. The X30, some of the most experienced drivers here today. Here we go then for the race start. Looks like we are. Are we good to go? Yes, we are. And we've already got another one round. There's the 26. Is that who?
Curtis Louis.
It's Curtis Louis. And look at how these guys are definitely moving a lot slower compared to what we've seen. So let's keep an eye out for Alex Doddington. We'll watch we'll watch the sector times as they come in. There is definite rain down at Christmas, as we were informed. So let us see what happens here. So far, it is still, I think it might actually be Joshua Torpey out in front, all being very, very cautious.
If it is, that's remarkable, because Torpey was on the fourth row of the grid. Lucas Ellingham did not get back into position. He's had to start this race massively out of position, having spun on the formation lap. Nathan Amos is down the inside there in the red and white helmet. Everybody is slipping around for grip. We're trying to keep an eye on the black-plated number 72. The one single kart out there on wet tyres is absolutely flying. He's already gone purple in sector number 2. This could be a remarkable story here if a novice could beat all of these top drivers in X30 Senior. Is off. It's the number 48 of Archie Garlick, and is going to be relegated down to the bottom. Alex Doddington is up to 4th place. He's gained 50 positions. This could be absolutely inspired. There is the number 72 on the outside of Harry Torpey. This could be brilliant. Joseph Taylor leads as they come down the hill, but the number 72 has called this absolutely spot on with the tyres and is up to 2nd place, JJ.
Absolutely fantastic. This is racing at its absolute best. You've got it. There he goes. He's still fighting for 2nd place. The guys, the times aren't too different, so we are at exactly the cut-off point, and he's finger to the air thinking, I've got this. We've just got to make sure that the rain continues to come down, otherwise obviously his tyres will begin to overheat. So we're not looking at, so that wasn't as
he wants more rain now. He just wants it to absolutely bucket it down here at Whilton Mill.
Something that might not work in his favour is that Lucas Ellingham has just set the fastest lap of the race, obviously on slick tyres, but there you can see Alex Doddington in 2nd place. He's just taken so much more speed through Christmas Corner, where we were told that is where it is raining more. We'll watch the gaps as they come through, as we can see them. It looks like it might be equalising a little bit, because it's only a 17.34 in sector 1 for Doddington.
Problem there. So who was that going slowly from about 4th or 5th place? It wasn't Ellingham. It might have been Sam Heading. We'll know in a second when someone doesn't come through sector number 2. It's Harry Torpey's come through. It's Ty Stansfield. It's Ty Stansfield in trouble again. Steve Brown is moving pretty quickly. Was the fastest driver through sector number 1.
Doddington's just been overtaken by Joshua Torpey, and there goes someone off. It's the 95 of trying to find him there. It's Vishal Patel. It looks like I think it might have stopped raining, because Doddington now going a bit backwards. He's still in there. The sector time's coming down a little bit. The rain is certainly in the air, so we will keep an eye on that as he's still having a look down the inside. But Joshua Torpey now sort of getting a grip of the conditions, and now it looks like there's the 99 getting past Alex Toddington as well. So Lucas Ellingham coming through the grid. So we'll just have to keep an eye on this again. If more rain comes,
the number 73 of Harry Torpey just clipped the back of Alex Doddington there. Keep an eye on Steve Brown in the Team Quadrant karts. Number 90, he's used to these conditions. Arrive and Drive Club 100 karts, no wet tyres. He's done plenty of races in the wet over the years with these kind of black tyres on. As down the inside, the number 57, Sam Heading, looking for positions there. Alex Johnston's had a good lap last time around. It's up 3 positions to 11th.
It is very rare in karting, certainly from what we're used to in the commentary box, to see these to see tyres playing a massive part in it, because normally we never have a choice for what tyres we can put on, and normally the tyres are good enough to last for the whole event. So to see this massive change between wet tyres and dry tyres is something quite special. And while I think I have to say, whilst it was a great attempt from Doddington and it worked in the opening laps, I think it has rather come unstuck for him. He's falling down the order. I don't think the rain is hitting as much as it could. We've still got a few more minutes left of this race that it could still hit, but it looks like we've got some changes of position. I think Jordan Brown on the move. What were you seeing, Andrew?
Tyler Reid passed Nathan Amos there for 6th place. The trouble for Doddington now, as well as there's a mechanical flag for Mason Weir. If he's worn the tread out on those wet tyres, those cut tyres, if it was to rain now, they may be no use to him if the tyre's ruined. But you've got to give it to Alex Doddington. They properly threw the dice. There as Nathan Amos is off. And he's been joined by the number 82, I think, of Christian Brooks. My goodness, it's still very, very tricky out there. Tricky conditions as the number 72 has been put on the grass by the 304. So Alex Doddington is he's still hanging it in there, though. He's got to give it to him.
The only thing that I think Doddington is, as Lucas Ellingham moves into 2nd place, for Doddington, he's got a massive gap to the next novice driver, Curtis Liu, who is only just starting the 6th lap. So, I mean, he should be okay for the novice win. But if this ends up backfiring so much so that he ends up losing the win, that would be a really so unfortunate.
No disrespect to the novice trophy. I think it was worth the punt. It was worth the risk of a novice trophy versus getting something even bigger. Not good news for Super GT fans. There's a clash there between the 70 and 73, and that's Torpey on Torpey. And Harry getting through. Bad news for Super GT fans. Steve Brown has slipped down to 24th position, so he must have had some form of incident out there and has been shuffled down the pack a long way. He was running in the top 10. Down the inside there, the number 70 goes to the number 10 of Tyler Reid. 2nd black flag of the day for Mason. This is for Mason Weir this time. It's the same reason as we saw earlier. Not obeying the mechanical flag, so that is Mason Weir out of this one.
You've got to play to the whistle. It's getting really contested.
Up on the top there. That's the 70, and that's Sam Heading into the back of Joshua Torpey. Nathan Amos is onto the rear of Joshua Torpey now. That was all a little bit clumsy through Christmas. Sorry, JJ.
No worries at all. There goes the 80 bouncing. There goes Jordan Brown bouncing over the grass. It is still very treacherous out there for these drivers. A lot of them are handling it very well, but some of them are having a few difficulties here and there. But yeah, that incident there, I think Joshua Torpey, his braking just caught out Sam Heading and possibly getting bumped from the back as well. It's just unfortunate to see. Meanwhile, battle at the front, Joseph Taylor appears to have this race under control. He has a 3.2 second gap, and in fact, whilst we've been talking about him all day, Alex Doddington is still hanging in there in 10th place. So whilst the tyres didn't quite work, it's not a complete disaster. So still fantastic little go there.
It shows how close it was to being absolutely the spot on call that he is able to hold in that position. Nathan Amos is going to go round there, and that could cause some chaos as everybody dodges Nathan Amos. Kind of just
giving up at this point.
Gives it a little bit of a shrug there, and that's the end of any kind of good position in this race. Though we've been talking about novice plates and all the rest of it, I have noted that number 72 has got a yellow plate, so I do wonder if he's come off his novice place in the course of this event. Black flag being shown to Mason Weir again. He's currently in 8th place, won't be there for much longer. 40 seconds in this one to go. Let's have a look at the replay here. So this was the moment between Nathan Amos and I think it was the number 80 of Jordan Brown. Yeah, it was. Steve Brown did very well there to avoid all of that. It was a little bit hairy down into the braking zone. There was someone going around the outside as well, showing the skill of these X30 senior drivers to read the situation. Oh, now that's not going to help. There's a whole load of dirt now on the racing line, or the wet line. And everyone's having to cut to the inside of it, apart from the 77 who just goes, we'll go through this, no problem. Nick Banner, 5 seconds to go. So the next time the leaders go around, Joseph Taylor just sneaked over the line before the timer expires. So 2 more laps. 82 Christian Brooks down the inside there of 23 of Joseph Aarons, who's driven back through this field pretty well. Start finish. Sorry, JJ.
No, just say it was all very close then from sort of 14th down. In that pack is still Alex Doddington, and then he's got Steve Brown behind him now, so we'll get a good idea of we'll get a good idea of the comparative pace between an experienced slick wet weather driver and wet weather tyres there as well. But here we go then. Joseph Taylor hasn't put a foot wrong this entire race. Brief scare. Still one more lap. Sorry, I will dial it back in as we now start the final lap.
That's all right. We've all done that.
Of this quite tremendous afternoon of racing. I think this for me has to be the best final so far, just for the fact of the rain coming in and just that one driver on the wet weather tyres and making it so interesting. Up to second at one point was Alex Doddington. He's now falling towards the clutches of the rest of the intermediate drivers.
Yeah.
This could.
I'm going to note as well, Mick Banner's running on novice plates out there, so I think he's actually our top real proper novice out there, as opposed to what's being told on our timing screen. But never mind that, Joseph Taylor has been brilliant today, and he has mastered the tricky conditions at Whilton Mill. He comes around the final corner to take the win in X30 Senior here at the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships round number 2. Lucas Ellingham, having spun on the formation lap, takes second place, and some more good points for his championship campaign. Tyler Reid gets on the podium in 3rd, Harry Torpey 4th, Alex Moody 5th, Brandon Matchell in 6th, Alex Johnston in 7th, Joshua Torpey had the fastest lap of the race on the last lap there in 8th place, Sam Heading and Vishal Patel wrapping out the top 10. So that's a really good response from Vishal Patel, because he was facing the wrong way at one point in that race, wasn't he? Or he was definitely in some form.
I think he was one of the drivers that went off at Christmas on the opening lap. So yes, a brilliant recovery, it has to be said.
Christian Brooks 11th, Mason Weir 12th, Joseph Aarons 13th, Oliver Henwood 13th. My timing screen has just reset, so unfortunately that is as far as I'm going to get for reading out that result in X30 Senior, but we're going to move swiftly on, because next out on circuit is the second of our senior classes. It is Rotax Max. Getting ready then for Senior Max and their final. JJ's off on tyre watch again. Carl Dunford is on pole position for this one. Ryan Garvey on the front row as well. Jaden Neil Holder and Rob Ellis are on row number 2. Chris Miller and Harry Cannon are on row number 3. Max Fitton and Lewis Jones are on row 4. Joshua Pickford and Tommy Edmonds wrap out the top 10. Joshua Valance and Ellis Pulio are on row number 6. Ethan Ling and Archie Elliott are on row number 7. Axel Laflamme has not had the best of luck today, but has had speed when the karts worked. He starts from row 8 alongside Tom Thompson. Joshua Taylor and Chaz Heighton are on row number 9. Lucas Iveskavicius and Alex Bentley are on row 10. Mikey Austin and Alex Jackson row 11. Ben McFall and Nathan Hope are on row 12. Luke Guest and Thomas Lee Davis start on row 13. Alex Quinn and Ellie Anna McFall are on row 14. Johnny Elliott and Les Taylor are on row 15 of your grid in this final. that is your complete grid for the senior Rotax class. This race plus one more to go, which will be your Hondas. As we're doing a bit of overtime here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. If you're joining us from other Alpha Live streams around the country and around the various disciplines, hope you're having a good afternoon, good early evening. Andrew Mellor and James Johnstone on commentary duties for you here at Whilton Mill.
Andrew, this race is going to be something else. About half the grid are on wet tyres.
Excellent.
So, and the rain is just about beginning. It's starting to spit again, and there is an ominous black cloud on its way.
So, what are we thinking? That this is going to be a multifaceted race. So, what you're telling me there is that we've got a damp track, which isn't good for wet tyres at the start of the race.
That was very good for wet tyres at the start of the race, because Doddington climbed, he was up into second at one point.
I'm thinking for this one.
Yeah.
So the track, as we saw there with Doddington in that last race, you want it to be on a slick.
Yeah.
So half of the drivers are on slicks, hoping that it just stays dry. Your other half of the grid are on wets, but have got to keep the wets in check before the rain comes.
That is true, but I think even if you're on a slightly warm, wet weather tyre, if the rain starts coming down, you're still going to be a lot happier.
Yeah, that's going to be the better tyre to be on.
Exactly. So there is about half the grid on wet weather tyres. There's, I think, if pole's on the left, it's your second place man who's got some wet tyres on. If pole's on the right, it's your pole man who's got some wet weather tyres on.
Yeah.
I think it may very well be. It is pole on the left, isn't it? So it should. So
as we look at it from the last corner, yes. So you have the inside.
So I think your pole man, this chap here, he is on wet weather tyres.
Yep.
And there are a good number as well around him, or in fact a few karts back, who have made that call as well, going to the grid. So this is going to be. This is.
I love races like this.
This is what it's all about. It will be very interesting to see. I can't call this one at all. There is a massive black cloud on its way in, and I think that's what a lot of people are taking a gamble on. It's beginning to spit.
This is all a race about the elements, both coming out the sky and the driver's skill. 9 minutes on the clock here for the Senior Rotax Max Final. Away we go then. Great start for Carl Dunford. Is anyone going to have any grip into the first corner? There's a problem with the 52 straight away. That's Harry Canham. So he's out of the race. Carl Dunford has got a huge lead running up into Christmas Corner. The rest of them filing through now. Can they all tippy-toe their way through Christmas Corner? Yes, they can. 1.2 seconds already the lead for Carl Dunford, and they're not even down into Ashby Corner.
If Carl Dunford is on wet weather tyres, as I think he is, it could be that the wet rain has come down, and it's just it's an absolutely perfect move. And from all the other drivers who are on these wet weather tyres, we'll see them, I imagine, coming through from here. It is still fair to say, though, that the times are all over the place at the moment. I think it will be a real split. Oh, up in the air nearly goes the orange cart there. Who is that? That's the number 57, Axel Laflamme. He's climbed. Oh, and Axel. Oh, big crash there for Axel Laflamme, heading into the barriers, doing a 360 and then getting collected by, I wasn't entirely sure who that was, but he then sort of got pointed back in the right direction.
Let's have another look at that coming around the final corner. So I reckon Laflamme is on the wet tyres, the slightly narrower tyres.
He's been bumped from behind.
Hits the wet patch, runs into the wall. Oh my goodness, Axel, you are very lucky there, bud. And the 32,
Ryan Garvey,
yeah, collects him again, and they carry on. That was a very, very scary moment for Axel Laflamme.
Absolutely. So we'll see. So it's unfortunate we can't see exactly what tyres the drivers are on. Unfortunately, Alpha Live not quite there yet. I'm sure. I'm sure one.
That's a feature request.
I'm sure not in the not too distant future that could be a feature. But for now, we're just gonna have to go on our own theories. If Carl Dunford is on wet weather tyres, he's doing decent times, but he's a little bit slow. One day, we've just had it confirmed. One day we will have that facility. However, here we go then. This is the battle for the lead. I think Carl Dunford, yes, Carl Dunford is on wet weather tyres, as is the 20th. So your top 3 drivers, Carl Dunford, Max Fitt and Ethan Ling, are all on wet weather tyres. So it looks like the gamble on the wets has worked.
Has for the moment. Still a long way in this race to go. Ethan Ling's having a good run here. Number 31. I think started a little bit further down the order. Apologies, I'm not quite sure why he wasn't further down the order. I wonder if it's penalties in the middle of the heats, because he's seemed to be at the front of all of the heats so far today. But he's come up from 13th on the grid. It's now 3rd. You can see Rob Ellis there in the Praga kart in the middle of your shot, number 46, fighting with Tom Thompson. And Ellis is down the inside of Tom Thompson, running into Christmas Corner. That's a very nice overtake from the number 46.
Ellis is definitely on the dry tyres, so we'll watch his times as a barometer between the two cars. Meanwhile, there is a change for the lead at the front, and it is Ethan Ling now in front from Max Fritton, and Carl Dunford has dropped back 2 places. There you can see Ethan making his way through the boot, and there goes Max Fritton, and there goes Carl Dunford. So all change at the front. Archie Elliott still running through in 4th place, and Chrissy Miller's just set a 49.25. Are the dry tyres coming back into their own?
Could well be. Times are dropping. Anyone on wet tyres will need the rain to start falling now, because they're going to start hurting those wet tyres. Looks like Alex Bentley has been having a go at Chrissy Miller, and side by side off the turn, alongside there with Chaz Hyton in there as well. So another great move by Chaz Hyton round the outside, gains a position all in amongst that. Top novice at the moment, indicated on your screen there by the black number boards. Joshua Taylor is up 3 positions on that last lap to 14th overall. Mikey Austin and Alex Jackson, the other drivers registered as novices in this race.
No real change between lap times at the moment. It's all very, very even. Although Chrissy Miller and Rob Ellis were both doing 49s, and I know, and you can, when you see him on track, you'll see Rob Ellis for definite is on the dry tyres. So they were coming to them in that last lap, sort of staying even at the moment. But here we go then. That is the 54 of Archie Elliott now going for Kyle Dunford. Now we'll look to see if we can spot what tyres they are all on. Looks like actually that Archie Elliott is on, I think he's on wet weather tyres, and we'll see them as they come through. I'm fairly certain those are wet weather tyres, and now he moves up into 4th, overtaking Kyle Dunford.
Whatever tyres Johnny Elliott's on are working, as down the inside there goes the number 23 of Tommy Edmonds. Johnny Elliott, and in the X-Karts machine, has had an awful day so far. Had to start this race from the back of the grid, but is now up to 12th place and has got the fastest sector times in Sector 2 and Sector 3. Here comes the number 17 of Chaz Hyton on another overtaking manoeuvre. So just keep an eye on the number 24. He's coming through the field quite nicely. There he is in the pink, white and green helmet, fluorescent colours. 3 1/4 minutes of this race to go. Ethan Ling still leading it from Max Fitton. Chrissy Miller in 3rd place. Number 45 goes down the inside of the 18 there. That's Lucas Iverskivicius going through for 16th place on Alex Bentley, who's having a bit of a struggle out there, unfortunately. He's fallen 5 places, now 6 places in the last 2 laps.
Carl Dunford falling down as well. He's down. Actually, no, sorry.
This is wet runners, isn't it?
Yeah.
The tyres are starting to fall away. But as we say that, hang on a minute, is the rain starting to come back again? Because now the dry times are starting to fall away. JJ's going to check. This is a remarkable race. Changing conditions all the time. Now this is the key bit. If you're on wet tyres and it's starting to rain again, have you kept your wet tyres in check? If you have, good opportunities to be had in the remaining 2 minutes, 20 seconds and 1 lap. JJ, what is the reckoning out there? It's
spitting very lightly. It is beginning to rain, which doesn't make sense. I'm not surprised the lap times have gone down a bit, but it's not enough for there to be a discernible difference between between dry and wet. It needs to start raining an awful lot more for there to suddenly be a massive changeover. But I think this is good news for Ethan Ling and Max Fritton, because that gives them a little bit there. I mean, they've got a fairly sizable gap at the front anyway, as Chrissy Miller, who I'm fairly certain is running on dry tyres, has fallen down quite a lot. Rob Ellis is on, I've seen him, he is on dry tyres, as I've Johnny Elliott on slicks.
Yeah, and he's continued to make his way through the field. He's up into the top 10 now from the back of the field. Ellis Puleo is also on the move. Is Johnny Elliott off in the grass? Can he get it back on circuit? It's still very slippery out there. There's drivers following him as well.
Those are dry tyre drivers. You can see them on the beautifully HD cameras supplied here by Alpha Live. But that is significant because there are a number of drivers going off there, and that could be big bad news for the dry tyre drivers. And so we will see how this one plays out. Ethan Ling has got a commanding lead at the front. We're not worried about him. We just want to see where this all works out. You can see Joshua. No, we're not worried about who's winning this race.
Some absolutely remarkable things happening on timing. Axel Laflamme on lap 9 of the race just gained 8 positions in one lap, just as you do.
Alex Bentley up 7. Rob Ellis still hanging in there in 7th. You can see the lap times. You can look at the lap times. Rob Ellis doing a minute. The rain is now definitely coming down. Here is your race leader, Ethan Ling, one of the drivers to put on the wet weather tyres. He weathered the storm of the lack of rain, but now the rain is back. You can see it in the lap times. They're all in the late 50s, 1 minute lap times. So he has weathered that storm beautifully and is now absolutely set.
Someone's had a big off into, and it's the number 75. Sorry, JJ.
No worries at all. Carl Dunford's back up into 3rd place, and I think Archie Elliott was another one of those runners on the. Actually, no, I think he was on wet times. I don't know.
Axel Laflamme now up to fit. So yeah, this is all drivers who all fitted the wet tyres. Started well, had an awful middle part of the race, and now all coming back through. You called it absolutely spot on. JJ's number 45 nearly got squeezed off there. Even if you're on worn wet tyres, they are still the tyre that you want at the back end of this race when the rain really starts to come down.
Absolutely. I very rarely get things right, but I think I've got this one right. So you can see, like Rob Ellis, for example, I've again mentioned him because I just know for a fact that he is on the wet weather tyres, really struggling, down in 9th now. 1 minute 6 was his last time. So there's a pattern here. So Alex Bentley, you would assume, we can now really tell who is on the wet weather tyres, who's on dry. Tommy Edmonds and
the top 5 and Alex Bentley.
Yeah, so you would assume Bentley will be coming through the grid to get into, I think he'll be able to get 6th. But it has to be said, brilliant strategic calls here. This is about as good as it gets with the strategy, and there is Alex Bentley up into 6th. This is about as good as it gets for strategy in at this level of motorsport. Who is on the right tyres at the right time? It's the old adage, be on the right tyres at the right time, and all these guys who have got the wet tyres on have got it right. Chief among them, of course, is Ethan Ling. He got into the front at the start. Brilliant driving from Carl Dunford as well, and Max Fitton, but Ethan Ling came through in these very treacherous and difficult conditions. There's a man off there, and he is going to come through and take the win of what is not only without doubt one of the best races we've commentated on today, possibly one of the best races I've commentated on ever. He takes the win, and that is absolutely fantastic. What a win! What a decision on the grid. He punching the air in sheer excitement. And just brilliant stuff. Look at the relief. Look how happy he is.
How that CRG Kart has performed. You've got to give it to Ethan Ling. The middle part of the race, when the wet tyre was not the tyre of choice, that's what won in that race. That's when he got that 6-second lead ahead of Max Fitton. Carl Dunford recovered back to 3rd. Archie Elliott, Axel Laflamme, Alex Bentley. As you say, JJ, those top 6 all got the tyre choice spot on. There's still karts coming in. Tommy Edmonds 7th, Mikey Austin 8th, and he's going to be top novice. Alex Jackson 9th, Rob Ellison 10th, Chaz Hyton 11th, Joshua Pickford and Joshua Valance 12th and 13th, Lewis Jones 14th. Johnny Elliott was flying in the middle of that race, but in the end is 15th. Ellis Puleo 16th, similarly was running really well, but the rain came down and ruined things for him. 17th place for Chrissy Miller, 18th for Lucas Ivaskevicius, and this is a proper celebration. Ethan Ling from 13th on the grid got the tyre choice right, expertly piloted his way through that one and takes victory in round 2 of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championship. Joshua Taylor was 19th, Jaden Neal Holder 20th, Nathan Hope in 21st, and the couple of retirements in that race, Ryan Garvey, Tom Thompson and Harry Cannon. But I've got to say, I think that's driver of the day from Ethan Ling. Fantastically done. Well done to the whole team there. We're going to move on to our last race of the day, which will be the A final for the Honda Cadet class. Let's have a look at your grid for this one then. Last race of the day, race 34. Joshua Bajembe has pole position ahead of Theo Champney in this one. Joshua Smith and Jacob Lee on row 2. Adam Hill and Finlay Lyons on row number 3. Jake Schulz and Alexander Reed on row number 4. Fletcher Jameson and Charlie Wolford on row 5. Zach Starbuck and Mayan Patel are on row number 6. Ben Simpson and Lucy Wilden start this race from row number 7. Charlie Warren and Alessio Lamalfa are on row number 8. Sebastiano Tuzio and Callum Wilson are on row number 9. Riley Till and Laughlin Johnston are on row number 10. Oliver Gibson and Zach Champney row 11. Gregor Reed and Ellis Snow are on row number 12 for this one. Sergio Verts and Emily Cooper go from row 13. Joshua Jarvis and Samuel Gamio on row 14. Tyler Davis and Jack Price on row 15 of the grid. And then your last 2 rows from the B final confirmed: Oliver Meek, Jensen Walker, Victor Hansen and Daniel Butcher. So this is the last race of the day. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here today for round 2 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. And if you're wanting to know when round 3 is, as always, 4th Sunday of the month. Apart from July, there's a second one in July, which is on the 2nd weekend of the month.
Oh, now I'm confused.
It's catching up on the lost months. But the 27th of June, we're back here for round 3 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship.
Just to confirm, with JJ's weather watch, it is absolutely pouring down now, and every single driver is on wet weather tyres. So that'll make, with a standing start, that'll make this. I don't think we've seen the Honda Cadets with a wet standing start. No. So this will be interesting. Whoever can get the revs absolutely spot on.
Hello to Lee Starbuck, who is cheering on Zach Starbuck in this final. Zach starts from 11th place on the grid. Not a bad spot to start from, that. But Joshua Bajembe, who's shown himself to be so good in the slippery conditions, not just at this round but in previous rounds here at Wilton Mill, he, I think, will be having a little smile in his race lid that this could have potentially played into his hands. Obviously he's got to get a good start, and he's got some very fast drivers behind him in the shape of Theo Champney, Joshua Smith and Jacob Lee, and Adam Hill, who's had a heat win so far today as well. This is going to be very, very intriguing. 9 minutes on the clock for the final time here today at Wilton Mill. The Honda Cadet A final is under starters' orders. The lights are red, they're out, away we go for racing here in the Honda Cadet A final. Good start from Joshua Bajembe. Is he going to hold onto the lead through turn 1? Yes, he is. All 34 karts are away and running and heading up to Christmas Corner. Theo Champney is held on to 2nd place there. Somebody's off in the water already and I think has flooded the engine. But Bajembe will lead it from Champney. Lee into 3rd place. The number 27 is having a little bit of a moment there. But through down into Ashby they go. Joshua Bajembe has done exactly what he needed to do, JJ. At the start of this race, he's got the lead off of Ashby Corner.
Absolutely, yes, but he has got very close company with Jacob Lee and Theo Champney, so we will keep an eye on this. As we have alluded to, Joshua Bajembe has enjoyed very good wet weather races today. However, he's got to keep these guys behind him. Looks like we're going to see an overtake manoeuvre from Theo Champney on Jacob Lee, and there he goes down the inside. Got to keep it on the left. There's a particular line through the first part of the boot. If you can keep it on the left there, that's where the grip is. You can get a good flick in and then keep it pinned down the inside of the boot. If you're on the other side, if you're on the right-hand side of that line, you're going to struggle a bit for grip. So when you see these guys going for the moves on down into the boot, they've got to keep that nice and careful. But it looks like that did work out. It was Jacob Lee on Theo Champney, as we see the number 57 there off onto the grass. That was Sergio Wers going off there. But it's all, and then we've got another one off. That is the number 10 kart. That's Joshua Smith. Oh, that is a real shame. He was running high up in 6th, started in 4th, and he is now he will now be plummeting down the racing order. So it is about, again, as per normal in wet weather driving, it is all about who can keep it on track. And whilst we did predict that Joshua Bugembi would have a strong race, he is now under pressure from Jacob Lee, who is internally under pressure from Theo Champney. And then now here's a move from the number 4 of Findlay Lines on Adam Hill. Adam taking to the track limits there, but he did not. I think it is still Adam. Actually, no. It's, well, we'll see them in a second. I think it is still Adam in front of Findlay. But here is your battle for the lead. Then very close between these three drivers. Although Joshua Bugembi has now got a little bit of a gap to Jacob Lee behind him. He's just put in the best first sector of the race so far. Theo Champney with the best lap so far of a 1:05.67. But it's still anyone's to play for here, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 minutes of this one to go, which in the context of a heat race is 3/4 of the running. I think there's a yellow flag out on the way up to Christmas Corner, so someone may have fallen off the road there. But here's your top three. Joshua Bugembi there in the blue, black and white helmet ahead of Jacob Lee, the number 17, and Theo Champney down the inside. He's got both of them. What a move that is by Theo Champney. Found the grip, runs out very wide though. Wants to be careful with that, doesn't want to get too many track limit warnings. Otherwise that will turn into a penalty, and Bugembi's been overtaken by Lee as well. You're absolutely right, JJ. Adam Hill has got past Findlay Lines. The other Champney, Zach Champney's having a really good run here as well. He's up to 14th place, currently registered as our top novice.
Masterful driving there from Theo Champney, the double overtake out of the boot, and then brilliant driving from all three of them to go 3 wide heading into oblivion, and then to still keep it, to have no contact and keep it. They're still relatively, I mean, there's a little bit of a gap now between the three of them, but still keeping it going. So brilliant driving from all three. This definitely wasn't something we were expecting, Andrew, to see Josh Bugembi just falling away a little bit with the number 1 there of Alessio Lamalfa in the beautiful Ferrari helmet. Unfortunately has fallen away and will be going down from 12th towards the rear echelons of the grid. This is the battle for 7th place between Charlie Wolfit, Mayan Patel and Charlie Warren. So we'll see them across the line and we'll see how they are getting on.
Real shame. Sorry.
No worries, yeah, carry on.
Emily Cooper's out the race. The number 8 has had some great results in the heat so far today, but it's not gone right in the final, and unfortunately she is out of the race now, as Alessio Lamalfa confirmed falling down through the order now outside the top 30.
We've just got 4 minutes of this race left to go. It is amazing how much happens in these races, and then you realise we've only got a couple of minutes left. Sprint racing at its absolute finest, I would say, especially since the rain's come down. It's added a real element of the unknown, particularly in these finals. So there's your leader, Theo Champney, currently leading by 0.2 of a second at the last time they went round. This is the battle now. I think this is the battle for 5th place. It's between Charlie Wolfit and sorry, it's battle for battle for 5th. Charlie Wolfit and Findlay Lines. So Charlie Wolfit right on the back of Findlay Lines. In fact, scratch that. He is now in front of Findlay Lines, who had to take a hand out there from Findlay. So maybe it did look like there was a little bit of a push there from Charlie Wolfit. There is the 94 of Gregor Reed getting himself back on track. But this is what you've got to do to win these races and to get into high positions. It's all about just keeping it on the track and keeping it pinned, keeping it smooth and controlled. I love driving on the wet because it fits my driving style perfectly, and I would really love to be out there with the drivers at the moment, but unfortunately I'm stuck here commentating.
Indeed. Theo Champney with the fastest lap of the race last time around, 64.61. The driver who finished 4th last year in the Super 1 Championship, and I'm going to mention it again, 2 weeks' time. The plan is down as, the 66 going down the inside of the 95. That's Adam Hill defending, and there's a little bit of contact from Charlie Wolford there. Charlie Wolford's got through. The number 4 Finley Lyons now on the inside. 2 weeks' time, Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media due down at Glannygores for the first Super 1 meeting of the season. I think Mayan Patel was having a go there at another overtake. So if that sounds like something you'd be interested in watching, do make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and that you're given at Double Dash MM or the follows on the various social medias. 2 minutes to go. Down the hill go this battle for 5th place. Adam Hill in the red and white kart there, running nicely ahead of Finley Lyons. Alex Reed, there is the number 20 of Mayan Patel. This has been a good comeback from Mayan. Had disappointment in the final heat of the afternoon. There's been a little problem there for the number 57 of Sergio Wirtz, who's gone round but has recovered and is back underway again. 90 seconds to go. Very close at the front of the field still. Theo Champney leads by 3/4 of a second. He's actually come down a little bit that last lap. So Jacob Lee, is he winding this up for a final attack right at the end of the race? Joshua Bajembe's pace is pretty good at this stage of proceedings as well. This one is not over, JJ.
Absolutely not. We've got 2 laps to go. They'll get this one in and one more. So it's very interesting to see that the pace between the 3 of them is all relatively the same, but again, just one snatch break, one lapse of concentration. Exactly. One moment of hesitation, lapse of concentration, all of a sudden it is a completely different game. However, Theo Champney looks like he has got a decent turn of pace on this lap. Looked like he was pulling a couple of lengths on Jacob Lee towards the end there. In fact, having said that, Theo Champney 27.5 sector 2, Jacob Lee 27.49, Joshua Bajembe 27.46. They are covered by 0.04 of a second. So it's going to be close, but I think Theo Champney's got this.
Down the inside, number 45 Alexander Reed, bit of contact with Finley Lyons there, and has gone through. Mayan Patel trying to find a way round as well. That's all over 6th position. 7 seconds of this race remaining. Well, there'll be 2 more laps, including the one that the leaders are on now. There is Theo Champney. He's got the gap to 2nd place, back up to 1 second. Look at Joshua Bajembe again. He's really on the rear bumper now of Jacob Lee. He's a regular here at Whilton Mill. Bajembe, you'd imagine that he'd be going for the full championship this season.
I think Bajembe's in the rhythm now. He's getting a good lean in as he comes through Oziers, and is he going to send it down the inside here into the boot? Got to make sure you make this one stick, Josh, if you want to get it done, and it looks like he may very well have, and he's got the place done. Brilliant little move there. Difficult again, as I've said, it is difficult. As just said that he's just ran massively wide, so that is surely going to give Jacob Lee an opportunity to have a go down into Christmas. Theo Champney has checked out in front. He's got a 1 second gap to these two, so it's the battle for 2nd place. Is the last thing really to fight for. Mayan Patel has just gained 2 places on that lap as well. We will look to see how they get on. So here goes Jacob Lee then trying the alternate lines through all of these corners. Who is going to pick the best line? Who is going to be able to make the decisive move, or who is going to be able to defend? Will Jacob Lee be able to get the move, or will Josh Bajembe defend to the line? We shall find out in the next few corners. Running out of opportunities now for Jacob Lee to get this move done. Although they're still not too far away from Theo Champney, who has to be said has driven brilliantly. I think we all thought that Josh Bajembe would have this one, but he's come through fantastically, and it looks like, unless something happens here, Joshua Bajembe will get 2nd place, but taking the win, the final win of the day, will be Theo Champney in the Honda Cadets. 2 hands to the sky, doing it in style. Well done, that man. Joshua Bajembe coming home in second place, and it's Jacob Lee to come home in the final podium position. Then it's Charlie Wolfett, who had a great race climbing through the field to 4th. Adam Hill in 5th. Mayan Patel in 6th. Then it's Finley Lyons, who was going through the wars in that one, constantly going over the track limits as he was being sent upon down the inside of the final corner. Then it's Alexander Reed, Lucy Wilden, Charlie Warren, Jake Schulz, Ben Simpson. Zach Champney is your novice winner for this round. And then it's Jack Price, Fletcher Jamieson, Riley Till, Callum Wilson, Joshua Jarvis, Sebastiano Tizeo is in 19th. Gregor Reed, who we saw having a little spin there, was in 20th place. And it was in 20th place, and then Joshua Smith 21st. Alessio Lamalfa, who also had a little spin, is down in 22nd. Laughlin Johnston, my namesake, down in 23rd place. Victor Hansen, Samuel Gamera 24th, 25th. Zach Starbuck, and then Oliver Meek in 27th. Jensen Walker 28th. Sergio Wiz 29th, and finally Daniel Butcher 30th.
Well, it's the 3 drivers on the podium from round 1, but different order this time. Well done to Theo Champney, Joshua Bajembi and Jacob Lee there, and Zach Champney for getting top novice in that last race. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to have a very quick roundup of this one, because I'm very conscious we've got a lot of cold cameramen out there. Thank you very much for your support. If you have enjoyed the stream, do give it a like, share, subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and click that notification bell. We will be back for round 3 on June the 27th of 2021. We hope to see you there. But for now, thank you for watching coverage of round 2 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. My name's been Andrew Mather, he's been James Johnston. We will see you very, very soon for another stream here on Alpha Live.